Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is hammered down in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 31, War in Heaven, Against All Odds, Fight. The battle was raging. She knew that. In spite of her condition, she could still detect soul signatures. That much she was still good for. And little else. When all the other members of Squad 10 had left to perform their duties, Sachiko Fugunashi alone remained behind in the Siridi. She had been the fifth seed for the duration of this captain's term, and was certain of never rising any higher. The debilitating injuries she had received decades ago while attempting to qualify for the lieutenant's position had seen to that. Where once her comrades had commended her for her spirit and vigor, now she was thought of as a sort of, well, embarrassment might be a cruel word. But even if anyone ever applied it to her, the young woman would not think to deny it. Quaking in her seat, Sachiko knew she was a pitiful sort of death god, missing a leg and an ear and permanently hobbled in terms of her spirit power. It had been ages since her Zanpakuto had spoken to her, much less materialized. The trauma of being butchered by the third squad captain had prevented Sachiko from ever achieving a measurable level of spirit power since. Had Captain Anohana not arrived in time, she would certainly have died. Which might have been a comfort, considering the deplorable state she had existed in since. Captain Schauman had let her keep her position as third seed purely out of sympathy, but her replacement Captain Hichugaya was not so soft-hearted, demoting her to fifth and assigning her a co-chair to boot. She had made no protest. It was more of a kindness than she deserved. Being unfit for combat or aid duties, Fugunashi now remained in the 10th Division offices, resigned to wait for either victory or death. The latter was looking likely by the feel of it. A while passed, a bunch of captains' signatures simply disappeared from her awareness. Several minutes ago she had felt creatures that could only have been the fabled Vastolord pass over her position. With them was someone she thought she recognized as former Captain Aizen. It was rather like how a chipmunk must feel upon experiencing a hawk's shadow passing over it. There was no chance they could have noticed her, small and insignificant as she was, but the humbled soul had still felt an urge to crawl under her desk and cower there until someone came for her, whether Hollow or Shinigami. The miserable figure could not remember a time when she hadn't been afraid. I'm just window dressing now. They only keep me around out of respect for his memory, anyway. It all went to hell after you died, Kenta. I wish I could have gone with you. I still remember that day, when I lost you, my whole world just seemed to. A cloud of dread fell over her. Having experienced something like this a short while ago, Sachiko recognized this must be another of the enemy commanders coming upon her position. Like all the rest, it went by without any regard for her presence. She was left alone once more. A minute passed. And another. Then, clutching the table for support, the Shinigami officer stood up. Her eyes were wide, body shivering so violently it felt like she might fall over. It's the same, she murmured, mouth hanging slack. With that, she hobbled towards the door, slowly as was her wont, but soon afterwards, a little faster. I have to go faster. Down the hall she went in pursuit, following twists and turns that were practically emblazoned on her memory. A good thing, for Sachiko was not seeing anything in front of her. Instead, she was remembering a time in her past back before her disfigurement. When she and her lover, the then third seed of her division, Kenta Arakeke, had been sent on assignment in the mortal world. They had exchanged words briefly, mostly concerning the mission, because they were on duty and it was important to retain the appearance of professional distance. He had blessed her with a smile, though, right before he left to check on the other members of their troop. Before he died. Something had come upon their position then. Sachiko never knew what exactly. No one did. It arrived so swiftly, and left just as fast. She remembered not being able to move, paralyzed by the sheer force of the thing's spirit. After it lifted, they all tried to determine what it might have been. Then someone came running up to her, she couldn't remember who, and informed them that squad leader Arakeke had been cut down. Fugunashi nearly went out of her mind trying to locate him. To prove to herself that it was all a hideously unfunny joke. When she did finally come upon her beloved, it was to find him cut to pieces with a member of the 4th Division trying to put his legs back on. He died with her screaming out for someone to help him. She would always remember how he looked lying there, covered in blood with a hole torn in his chest. Sachiko had nightmares in which he was chasing her, emanating that same horrible Ryotsu which belonged to the thing that had killed him. This was another aspect of that day that was burned indelibly into her memory. So she recognized it. That last monster that had flown overhead. It was bigger, but still the same. Whatever it was, this was the creature that had pulled the good and honorable Kenta Arakeke to pieces. And so she hobbled off, chasing down the stuff of her nightmares come to life. I have to go after it. I have to stop it this time. Can't let anybody else go through the same thing I have. Must warn them all, before it's too late. Soul Society was at war. But Sachiko Fugunashi, co-fifth seed of Division 10, was intent upon her own battle. And no matter how pitiful it might seem, it was one she had sworn to win somehow. Yamamoto had not been remiss in letting his king know the extent of the threat with which they were faced. And in spite of the faith his sovereign placed in the aged commander, the king was not foolish enough to assume that his position was unassailable. Entry into Nirvana was strictly curtailed, but few knew that exiting that plane was just as complicated an affair. So it had been agreed that Zero Squad would await upon the Soteiko's command before engaging in open warfare. The damage from such a conflict would be extensive, and in the interests of minimizing the effort required to rebuild, that last line of defense would be called in only if Yamamoto deemed it necessary. His judgment in this matter was trusted implicitly. After all, if he, of all people, felt that their victory was uncertain, then it truly meant a grim outlook for the forces of Soul Society. And so it was that the King's Royal Guard, the reserve squad of Titanic fighters more powerful than the entire complement of 13 other Shinigami divisions combined, stood arrayed in full battle readiness on a grassy plain far removed from the Twilight Imperial City. For many of this matchless retinue, it had been absolutely centuries since they had been required to take up arms against the enemy. But not a one of them had allowed the lush opulence and tranquility of their time spent in paradise to dull their fighting edge. They knew what was required of them, and it was not to indulge in mere comforts and fleeting pleasures. Their duty lay in defending the royal personage itself. It was for this reason that they had been raised up to a position that trumped all the other officials of the royal court. Now the time had come at last to prove the faith their king had placed in them. Ichinose Kawabakura, official delegate of the court, stood with them along with his retinue. He was a high-ranking dignitary, long versed in the study of combat. Standing in the midst of this assembly of white-cloaked warriors made him feel his age, though, and relative ineffectiveness in terms of actual fighting. Attired in silk robes and ornamental vestments, he made a sorry picture of a diplomat compared to the rest. All the Zero fighters boasted cutting-edge armor that afforded superb protection to their vulnerable spots while not hindering movement. Based on a very costly design from the 12th Division's current head, it had been rejected for the regular troops on the grounds that it was invasive and cost-ineffective. But decades of research on the original brand had finally yielded a new model that boasted the defensive capabilities of the original with the added bonus of being able to remove it afterwards. The snow-white haori draped over these supple suits of armor boasted no division marking at all. Unlike their lesser brethren, the Zero Squad needed no symbol to delineate themselves, and it was this very lack of insignia that spoke to their true worth. It was not necessary to announce their presence. Their power spoke for itself. It was a force based upon service, faith, diligence, and exemplary prowess. This was the fabled Squad Zero. Before their ranks, a great round Tenkaimon gate stood. Its red and black surface was ornamented with convoluted spells and wardings hidden in the form of architecture. For over an hour, since the face of the portal first split into 4 equal pie-shaped wedges and slowly began to slide open, the honor guard had watched in either grim silence or keen interest. This meant that the unlikely had occurred in that their military overlord, Commander General Yamamoto Shigekuni Genri Yusai, had determined himself incapable of meeting the threat with the forces currently at his disposal. And so, for the first time since its inception, it was time for their unmatched division to take the field. At last the tunnel's mouth opened fully, giving them a view into a swirling golden vortex of dimensional concurrences. Kawabakura stepped forward along with several of the oldest members of this brigade. Used as he was to living among such prodigious spirits, their sum total of soul power only made him feel queasy without crushing him as it would lesser beings. The Zero Squad had determined that a small contingent of their order would go first, to assess the situation and ensure that there were no unpleasant surprises waiting for them. "Are you ready, Ichinosdano?" one of their number asked. "My retinue is prepared to depart," he announced. "Should anything go awry, we shall report back immediately and bring the rest of your fellows at once." "Well and good," a burly fighter with short-cropped gray hair announced. "Remember, keep yourself separate from the fighting. Observe and report. We are not responsible for your safety, after all." "I will, good masters." Ichinos bowed forth. He was feeling shaken by this whole enterprise. In over 2,000 years, he had not left the security of Nirvana save for a few imperial processions required to instill proper reverence in their subjects. And now the king demanded he act as his eyes and ears for the coming conflict. One would think a younger and less important official might be tasked with such a dangerous duty, but this might also be seen as a mark of the trust his sovereign imparted in him. One did not spurn such signs of favor. So resolved, he turned to face what might very well be his death. And when he did, a giant wolf came bursting through the portal. The court official fell over with a scream of pure fright as the thing's shadow passed over him. Darkness fell, of an intensity so total that he felt certain he must have gone blind. Only then did it dawn upon him that he could not hear anything, nor sense the captain's presences any longer. It was as though all his faculties had been cut off. In spite of this, he felt someone brush effortlessly past him. Kaname glanced down. The hollow mask he wore resembled a king cobra, with a flared hood and a black forked tongue flicking out to taste the air. There were no eye sockets, only concave indentations in the bone. On the back of his hood, the two circular markings normally found upon such animals suddenly opened to reveal a pair of rich black eyes. In spite of their position, they saw everything around him. His Bankai enveloped the portal, shutting off all perceptions save his own. Tissin watched as several of his former associates stumbled blindly about. They did not try to attack indiscriminately, nor make any cries to give away their positions. Wise precautions, considering the damage they might call upon their comrades and themselves by such reckless actions. That had always been one of the greatest weaknesses of his Bankai. It trapped him inside the black dome with his prey. While robbing them of most senses, it could not hamper their power in any way. And if someone under the pall of his Suzumibuki simply executed an indiscriminate attack in all directions, like for example Byakuya Kukaki's Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi, then he himself had no means of evading it. Fortunately, he was dealing with professional soldiers. And it was this tact that allowed him to travel quietly through the darkness and kill them with a minimum of fuss. The men he supposed to be emissaries of the king he allowed to live. Justice did not kill without need, after all. Coyote Stark landed in the very midst of the battalion, his huge head whipping around, tongue lolling out in blissful disorder. Many of the Shinigami captains had been able to avoid his rush owing to their superior reflexes, but the sheer press of bodies had prevented them all from escaping. One or two screamed and wailed beneath his profusion of dire claws. He crushed them excitedly, relishing the feel of guts squishing out between his toes. Oh my gods, I found you. I'm here, do you all remember me?" He opened his jaws, intending to laugh, and a Zero came out with it. Not the puny beams most hollows were capable of producing. This energy flow was a tsunami-sized affair by comparison, both in breadth and power. Without any intended target, the wave traveled off into the distance and disappeared. For a few seconds there was no reaction. Then the entire horizon lit up with an explosion that reached high enough to touch the stars, and as though this was a signal they had been waiting upon, Squad Zero descended en masse upon their ancient enemy. So many of them went Bankai at once that the combined release of spirit actually knocked the colossal beast off its feet. Coyote heaved upright with a snicker, snapping and spinning about, his med dance carrying him further into enemy territory. The captains followed in hot pursuit, dodging his attacks while intent upon their own. They knew each other well. And they knew themselves. There was no panicked rout, no barking of orders or need to formulate a strategy. Spellcasters took up positions in the rear, while the more martially inclined stood at the forefront of combat. Spells of unmatched potency spun through the air along with energy blasts that could have decimated an army. Stark shrugged off their attempts to bind him, laughing at the wounds they inflicted which closed before he could even notice them. But the defenders of the king did not slacken. They gave him no quarter. It was for this reason alone they had been training for centuries, and the time to prove themselves had come. The cream of the Shinigami elite took flight on the wings of heavenly battle. Against this powerful but deranged beast, the odds were definitely on their side. While intent upon the Vastolord's destruction, several of their number still took note when two more soul signatures of astronomical potential rose up behind them, emerging from the black dome that covered several acres before the king's door. Their views of them were brief, as these new horrors did not waste time in engaging Segunda Etapa to fall upon their opponents from behind, and what had once been a controlled military affair devolved into absolute pandemonium. The supernatural half-sphere of night extended all around him, but when Aizen stepped into it, he paid the effects no mind. With his own helmet on, Tassin's ultimate technique did little more than make it appear as if he were viewing the world through a piece of blue-tinted glass. This level of power simply couldn't penetrate anymore. However, it did serve to hide his own strength from anyone outside its reach. This allowed him to sample the environment for a few seconds without bothering to defend himself from attack. And so the would-be god got his first direct feel of the place he had sacrificed so much to reach. It was heavenly. Not so much the Ryotsu, which was fine as gossamer against his skin, the air like a cup of choicest sake in his throat. But rather owing to the view. Far away from where he stood, Sosuke got an intriguing look at the calamity they had arranged together. His servants were awash in a veritable sea of white robes. Hundreds of them, it would seem. Stark was transported beyond his usual brace of madness, howling and laying about him with delighted frenzy. His jaws already held the mauled bodies of several victims. Impaled on those stalactite-sized teeth, he chewed on them like so many fat bleeding cigars. There were tears rolling down his scarred black muzzle. From what Aizen could tell, the enemy was having a difficult time just keeping him occupied in one place. How horrified would they be if he informed them that this was only the Primera's resurrection, and not even his Segunda Etapa, the second stage? Considering that even he, Aizen, was intimidated by the prospect, probably a great deal. And yet it gave him pride to look upon it. This thing, that he had released and now commanded into battle, was the premier among his outriders of prophesied carnage. Even like this, its power still eclipsed any other except his own. A berserker who slaughtered all in its path with frenzied abandon, regardless of age, health, or status. The bringer of conflict, whose howl was a call to battle presaging the twilight of the gods, Ragnarok. The Fenris Ulf. War. A little ways off, the sea of snow-draped fighters was being met with a mob of black to match. Seen from a distance, this seething flow resembled a dark tarry sludge that bubbled over the ground with furious intensity. Further examination revealed it to be more reminiscent of a hive of insects. An ant colony of sorts that had been roused by its royalty to give battle to some invader. But in truth, they were nothing of the sort. Aizen knew that the captains of Squad Zero were finding themselves faced with an army of vermin, black skeletal rats the size of small dogs. This mass of diseased filth was flowing forth to strip the flesh off anything they came in contact with, a hungry crowd that could deliver a lethal plague-borne illness with the smallest scratch or bite. Several men and women were fighting off this onslaught with visible signs of disease spreading across their faces. And this was all flowing out from the source of that contagion. In his second stage, Barragan Lusenburn still remained a skeleton but had lost the resemblance to humanity he previously affected as the Dullahan. Gone was the fleshless mare on which he rode. Now he was a giant, 15 feet tall, with 6 arms each holding great curved steel scimitars of Arabic origin in their bony grips. The ragged cloak of his dress had metamorphosed into rich robes of velvet, still black, but now mimicking the attire of a deceased Turkish pasha. His verminous brood swarmed out of his sleeves, from under the hem of his robe, down the front of his jacket and off him without causing any apparent irritation. That formerly headless torso now seemed to be making up for its previous appearance, boasting a profusion of skulls. And they were all those of rats, bare bone with prodigious incisors clacking and screeching while empty eye sockets glared out maliciously at the world it sought to infest. Atop this small mound was one head in particular that sported a gleaming golden crown fashioned like a spike. Wielding its horde of infectious followers and corrupting blades, this new menace was forcing all the captains in its vicinity to either take flight or to the air if possible. This was the second horseman. The curse of man. A walking plague ship that threatened any civilization it came across with utter ruin. The Mouse Koenig. Pestilence. And then came the Tercera, who for all that she was considered the least powerful of the trio was proving to be the most dangerous to the enemy at this point in time. There was no visible correlation between what Tia Haribel had looked like before and what she was now. The link was more a literary one than anything else. In Segunda Etapa, Tia had discarded her mantle of the sea witch Scylla and taken on that legend's more inhuman counterpart. Floating over the battlefield was something that could be mistaken for an enormous round mirror. The frame was alive, however, a twisted brown organic ring with the texture of gnarled wood, out of which sprouted at various intervals a dozen malformed grasping arms with long yellowed nails. But in the center of the frame, in place of reflective glass, there was a black void. Not in the manner of an absence of anything, for there was something to be seen. More like one could not look at it for long without risking the danger of being consumed by it. For that was Haribel's ultimate form. She was an empty hole of hunger, gobbling up everything in her path. Trees, grass, even the air they breathed, it all was pulled loose from its moorings and swallowed by that insatiable pit, disappearing along with any people not smart enough to get clear of its reach. The effect happened on both sides of the thing, leaving there no safe zone from which to confront it head-on. Any attacks, no matter their strength, were simply devoured by the personification of starvation herself. At the center of the monster, within that black hole, two beautiful green eyes stared hungrily out at the world in anticipation of its meal. She was the third harbinger of the apocalypse. The feasting cannibal, insatiable glutton who made no distinction between eating a haunch of lamb or devouring children in their beds. In her wake there was not even a scrap upon which one could find nourishment. She was an ogress that preyed upon man's most ancient fear, of being set upon and devoured as they did with lesser beasts. The Charybdis. Famine. Aizen watched them tear into the force of fighters like dogs let off the leash. He had promised them a harrowing conflict, and here it was at last. Hundreds of the most powerful souls throughout history arrayed against himself and a small handful of others. He had gambled on their unspeakable power being able to win the day for him. But should any of the Vastolord fall, there was always the final hand to play. His own. Ensconced in his hollow helm, Sosuke Aizen had become the Trimurti. The triple-featured god of all creation. 3 skull faces had he, all spaced evenly around his neck, each of them bone of such purest white it might have been crafted from marble for how it glowed. An orb like the moon hovered overhead, a testament to his divinity. He saw all, and power poured from him with such intensity that it was visible to the naked eye. Sosuke's body burned with a celestial radiance. No effort was made to stop this. Let the ignorant common folk see the full extent of heavenly majesty and vengeance that had risen far above their pitiful efforts to dissuade it, and now stood poised to rule over them all. At a signal to his subordinate, the black dome vanished. With supreme confidence, the heir of the Takiyaku name stepped forward into the plane of his distant ancestor. They all felt his presence, such that for a moment the frenzied fighting actually ceased, distracted by the feeling of the moon descending down to earth. Even Coyote lifted his muzzle, snuffling in eagerness. The crown mask lifted skyward, and Sosuke Aizen roared. "Bow to your king." This command, while undoubtedly worth considering, ultimately did not dissuade Zero Squad. They came about and attacked Aizen as well, and he did not bother with words after this. Tison came to his defense, and then the battle was joined in earnest. The dignitary Ichinos watched this war commence. He could see once more, and hear. But Kawabakura honestly wished that whatever ailment had afflicted him would return, for the mere sight of that hellish figure was enough to wring him dry of any spirit energy. Crushed by the white demon's presence, he lay on his side, twitching and utterly humbled, waiting for death to come and take him. As he did, someone came walking up to him. He felt it. Simply turning his head proved impossible, so all he could manage was to strain his eyes in the right direction. There was a woman standing there. One he knew well. Beautiful as ever, she had once been a member of the court, feared and revered for long before his soul ever came to the afterlife. But she was banished, some said for failure to do her duty, others claimed at her own insistence. Still, that name and history remained as one of the greatest warriors ever to serve. Anohana Retsu spared him a perfunctory glance devoid of feeling. "I'm dying," his face pleaded with her. "Please. Save me." She recognized the look. How could she not, after seeing it from so many people throughout the centuries? But this was all she had to say. Bankai. The sword slung across her shoulder transformed into green smoke that quickly turned red, growing at a phenomenal rate. Something took shape on that scorched plain, a creature not seen for ages of the world. Menage-en-Shao. And she walked past the dying man, leaving him behind without a single concern for his safety. Her guardian spirit screamed out in many tongues to announce to her forsworn colleagues that she was coming to kill them. Thus Captain Anohana abandoned her long-held duty in full. In their current situation, a lesser man might be anxious, agitated, or even aggressive. But Byakuya was none of these things. Instead, the veteran military commander was determining just how the environment had changed in the last few minutes and how it affected his own position. For starters, there were significantly less enemies to deal with at this time. That was certainly a plus. Aizen, his Shinigami lackeys, and all but one of the Vastolord had departed from this sphere to another where their chances of survival were rather slight, if rumors could be believed. Even with their awesome individual power, they would be up against literally hundreds of captain-class fighters. The possibility that they might simply find themselves overwhelmed was not to be ignored. Which was why taking control of this particular strategic area and preventing it from being used as an escape hatch by those wretches was of such vital importance. Yes, all may not be lost. Regardless of what Aizen thinks, there are undoubtedly a few noteworthy warriors left on this side of the gap. If we do manage to wrest control of the portal away from their rear guard, then we could conceivably trap them between opposing forces, or conduct surprise attacks should they make an attempt to retreat back here. So, then, where does that leave us? Standing with his arms crossed by the pair of slumbering maidens, Captain Kukaki took note of his assets and concerns without giving any sign of movement at all. His eyes remained fixed on a point right in front of him, but all the same, his superior training allowed a full perusal of the board, as it were. His allies were more hindrance than aid in his calculations. The women were now both protected by spells of his casting. Neither of their enemies had bothered to interfere when he saw fit to provide for their safety. Ichigo Kurosaki remained enmeshed in the traitorous Fop's vines. His depleted condition precluded him from being of any aid in a forthcoming battle. Instead, Byakuya regarded him as another potential helpless victim, just like Rukia and Oriaminu. Someone that this vermin could conceivably threaten to ensure his cooperation. His enemies were in a much more secure position in terms of their fates. The remaining Vastolord, Ulquiorra Schiffer, had been staring at Kurosaki since his appearance, like the boy held all the answers in the world. Occasionally the creature's eye would swivel about to take in the rest of the room's occupants, but the majority of his attention remained on that orange-headed buffoon. It was not difficult to determine why Schiffer was so apprehensive. According to Ichigo, he had nearly killed the Espada in their last battle, an experience that neither of them had been able to predict. Only an unforeseen interference had permitted Ulquiorra to claim nominal victory. Strangely enough, Byakuya found himself relating to that winged nightmare. He knew full well what it was like to think yourself about to deliver a final blow against the Shinigami substitute, only to suddenly find you were fighting for your life against an entity so deranged and seemingly all-powerful that it left little room for victory, much less survival. That had been a distressing enough eye-opener for the Lord of the Kukaki in terms of his perceived superiority. He wondered how the Espada was going about coming to grips with the idea that a mere human had the potential to vanquish him altogether. If it is anything like you, probably suffering from a massive blow to the ego, and not looking forward to a repeat. Hence its attention being focused solely on the child. That could be turned to our advantage. Indeed. Now, as to the other. Yumichika Ayasukawa, the betrayer, was sauntering around in his simultaneously cocky yet prissy manner. Like he owned the place already, and was busy examining the feng shui and determining where would be the most conducive spot to place some rugs to achieve perfect harmony in the decor. With a queer sort of fascination, the Shinigami nobleman watched him stoop and run his fingers across the floor, then make a face and brush them absently on his pants to remove some perceived blemish. He then stood up with a yawn, laced his hands behind his head and turned around to spot Byakuya. Though their eyes did not meet, the miserable hyena beamed at him like they were old friends before continuing to pad along his way. What are we faced with? The hollow is without a doubt your most dangerous adversary. Its power is making us sick just by standing there. Byakuya, forgive me, I do not think we can kill it alone. We will leave the proof of that judgment for after I bury you between his eyes. What else? You were right to be suspicious of that other deviant so long ago. But all the same, we can't underestimate him. If he was able to overcome Kurosaki, there is clearly something about him we were not aware of. To ignore him could cost us greatly. So we are secure in attacking neither of them. What do you recommend? You will not like to hear it. Say it anyway. You always do. We must retreat. Never. But speak on. You need help if you are to stand a chance of overcoming them. Captains, lieutenants, it does not matter. Just someone to offset the clear numerical edge they now possess. Or at least to spirit the captives away from here to allow you to fight more effectively. We must have allies. Yes. The safety of the hostages is something we can see to effecting. We must take the time to. Of a sudden Schiffer disappeared, only to rematerialize standing in front of where Ichigo Kurosaki lay. Time's up. Why is he still alive? How is he still alive? These were the thoughts that were costing the Quarta Espada his usual dispassionate ambivalence. In its current place was a sort of unease. And those questions all revolved around one solid and seemingly undeniable truth. Ichigo Kurosaki was alive. Unblinking, the black and green orbs watched the human. Every breath he took was an inexplicable affront. Each flick of his head or the slightest movement in his limbs should not be allowed. Because I killed him. 3 times now I have killed him. The first time was not decisive enough. I left the matter open for further interpretation, I will admit that. There was a chance, however minuscule, that he might survive. And when that proved to be the case, I increased my interest accordingly. I showed him the true extent of the power that he challenged. When he still refused to understand something so simple, I removed any room for argument and simply destroyed him fully. And he stood back up again. That was not something I could ever have anticipated. Even more alarming. No, insulting, that was what I meant to say, more insulting than this was his transformation into a hollow. How did that happen? There was no time to wonder during the fight, and no need afterwards, but if I were to posit a solution now, perhaps it has to do with the fact that his soul is what might still be considered alive, being that there remains a heart and body that he is physically tied to. So if he is a living being, then killing his Shinigami spirit would really just be like terminating a regular corporeal human, meaning that some measure of a bodiless soul would be the end result. And that was what I fought the third time. Yes, that makes sense. But then, I killed that hollow too. And there is nothing after our deaths but dissolution, unless we are killed by a Shinigami. And I am an Arrancar. So what? What is he doing here? Alive? Motionless, Ulquiorra kept right on staring at this incomprehensible oddity. He was trying to come to terms with something that spoke to the very core of his existence as an Espada. I am the fourth. I am death. When I kill someone, they must remain dead. It is what I represent in the universe, as the other 3 have their proper expression. Though there are alternatives. The girl, for instance. Inu Orium. She can reverse the effects of death upon a body. It was partly for this reason that I removed her from Hueco Mundo once the fight was over, to prevent any possibility of her performing resuscitation upon the boy. None of the other healers can achieve the same effect, at least not to that extent. So when I left his corpse behind, that should have been the end of it. No further cause for concern. The matter was settled for good. It was over, he was dead. But no longer. Now, he is alive. That is impossible. It is impossible for him to live after what I did to him. So why? Why am I still forced to consider him? Ichigo Kurosaki, he should be dead. He must be, he is, will be alive. Impossible. The black and white ghost found himself moving forward then, faster than any eyes in the room could perceive. He drew up before the irregularity, stared down at that face, and watched it look right back at him, a scowl plastered firmly across it. This should not be happening. Why are you alive? He murmured in a very calm and controlled manner. And when the boy responded, Schiffer felt something come apart inside his head. While considering how much longer he could be expected to live, Ichigo was forced to revise his estimate when Ulquiorra popped up and fixed him with those dead killer's eyes. Why are you alive? The hollow sounded like he was walking a high wire over a nervous breakdown. A sensible, level-headed person would realize that this was not the time to make smart-ass comments. Of course, rather than either of those two things, Ichigo was a teenager with a big mouth. Because you suck at killing people. Immediately he could tell that was the wrong thing to say. The slit pupils narrowed down to a hair's width, and the next thing he knew, the substitute Shinigami was hoisted off his knees with a demon's nails digging into his throat. Why, are you alive? Kind of hard to field that question while he was being strangled to death. Actually, it's funny, the question might answer itself. Geez, I must be as crazy as my hollow to not be freaked out by this. For a brief instant, Byakuya Kukaki appeared at the hollow's elbow, and Senbon Zikura flashed down. It never connected, as Ulquiorra's tail whipped into the prince's stomach and slapped him aside with less effort than it took to draw breath. After that it was more choking, held fast in the cords that bound him. I could use a little help right now. Pardon me. Espada-san. And then it was Yumichika standing beside them, smiling gamely and toying with his hair. Aizen-san did rather explicitly insist that everyone here remain alive unless absolutely necessary. And what you're doing seems to be going against the spirit of that ruling. So unless you think our gracious leader likes to have his wishes ignored. He reached up and began to gently pry at the ebony claw that was suffocating Ichigo. You'll let Master Kurosaki have a bit more air and we can all be friends again. Come on, now, ease up, ease up. Even mentioning his master's name didn't appear to affect the hostile mood of the vampire lord. But apparently some form of inner debate did take place, for after a moment his stiff fingers loosened somewhat, and then at last opened altogether, dropping the coughing captive to the floor. Beautiful. Yumichika proclaimed. Glad to see you can still be reasoned with. Schiffer directed a flat stare at that charming rogue which seemed to indicate he would be willing to bifurcate him at a moment's notice. He then turned and strode off, having apparently lost all stomach for even looking at any of them in the foreseeable future. Not feeling exactly grateful, Ichigo was annoyed when that treacherous pansy-ass turned his attention on him. Honestly, young man, Yasuko sighed. Don't you have a single lick of self-preservation in that overblown head of yours? Kiss my ass. A casual slap was his response. It hurt, but Ichigo was determined not to show it. His one-time comrade crouched in front of him. If I didn't know her better, I would think Rukia-chan was some sort of masochist, chaining herself to you. Good old comfortable anger made him clench his teeth till they ground together. If you say her name again, I'll kill you. Don't ask me how. But I will. Those soft sensuous lips puckered, and its king sound emerged. Then Yumichika bent a little closer. If Big Brother Byakuya and that hollow weren't listening in on us, I'd tell you things about our dear little. He paused and smirked. Kukaki-chan, that would make you weep like a baby. I've had a lot of time to get to know her, after all. Oh, that sweet, sad little angel. I was practically her only confidant for the longest time. The lilac-eyed Lothario sighed and produced a handkerchief from his robes, dabbing at his eyes in what was meant to be a grieving manner. Ichigo wished his head would explode. Yes, we were the best of friends. And then the piercing orbs flicked open and fastened on his prisoner's face. You came along. And everything I had hoped for her to achieve went right out the window. She lost her power, got arrested, was sentenced to die, and very nearly did. All because of you. And what's worse, afterwards I actually had to hear about you. She told me your entire life story, and since I was her true friend, I had to sit there and pretend to be interested in you. According to her, you were the most incredible person to ever come along. But it was clear to me that our dear little princess was simply blinded by love. She just couldn't appreciate that none of those awful things would have happened had you simply been a good boy and died along with your mother long ago. You son of a dash. One supple hand clamped around his jaw before he could finish that curse. The grip was so strong he couldn't move at all. Ichigo's eyes blazed up at the monster, wishing to sink his teeth into that pretty face, rip it off and spit it back at him, taste the freak's blood in his mouth. Normally I would kill you for speaking in such an ugly vein to me. But I did promise you a favor once. For rescuing dear Rukia. And so that debt buys you a second chance at life. Ichigo stared in confusion. There was something in his mouth. Try to use it wisely, won't you? And with that, Yumi Chika covered his own mouth with the back of his free hand and yawned. As he did, his captive noticed something. There appeared to be dark lines on the man's palm. A second later he recognized them to be letters, and a moment after that his brain had worked them out. This was a trick he had seen before, after all. Rukia had done it to get his attention that first day she showed up in his class dressed like an average high schooler. Say a word and I'll kill you, the message scrawled on her hand had read, visible to his eyes only. This time it was something different. Now the lines said, bite down when I tell you. Without another word, the perfumed fighter released his mouth and stood back up. He adjusted his clothes with great care. His face was cool as ice. No more smiles. Yumi Chika then turned around and trotted off, leaving Ichigo with the taste of flower petals on his tongue. They were all watching him. Yumi Chika could feel their eyes as he walked away from the boy. Byakuya Kukaki looked ready to kill him if he so much as breathed in his direction. That exhibitionist Ulquiorra could have been dead for all the expression on his corpse-white face. And of course, Ichigo no doubt couldn't take his eyes off him. Ah. I love being the center of attention. I'm glad one of us is happy. Your master is rather terrified right now. Don't be like that. You might just survive this. You know that's not what I meant. She'll be all right. I bet my life on it. You ready? Prim, pressed, and ready to sparkle. You're beautiful, Fuji Kyojaku. You son of a. Before she could finish, the weapon's wielder raised the handkerchief to his face, concealed inside of which were several of the petals he had harvested that contained the Kurosaka boy's godlike power. They'll be talking about this for ages. His eyes strayed over to where Rukia lay. Wished she were awake to see this. With that, he smiled and called out merrily, bite your tongue, Master Kurosaki. Without waiting for a response, Yumi Chika Yasukawa proceeded to chew the flowers in his mouth while whipping out his own Zanpakuto. Split and deviate, Ruiiro Kyojaku. A bomb went off in his head. So this is what it feels like. Beautiful. Behind him, another explosion occurred, and then things got very interesting. Twin supernovae of power, so familiar, exploded in the center of the Court of Pure Souls, and Yoryuki bared her teeth in a savage grin. Hurry up, Kyokaku. The goddess of Flash then sped off. Both Ulquiorra and Byakuya turned their heads, mirror images of disbelief as an amazing amount of Ryotsu hit them at the same time. Wide-eyed, they saw Ichigo Kurosaki glowing with a light so intense it bathed them in its pure full strength. The cords which had previously bound him fell limply away, and he began to rise while shouting out his release. Bandash! The espada wasted no further time and flew forth fast as only he could be. Byakuya was pitifully slow by comparison. His sword hadn't even begun to rise before Schiffer had reached his target, talons extending to take the boy's life. A foot took him square in the face, sending him spinning off course. The Prince of Nightmare's wings spread out to the full, and he schemed lightly over the wall, banking around to the center of the room. Not injured. Who was that? It felt like Yumi Chika Yasukawa stood poised in front of Ichigo, radiating the exact same level and brand of spirit power as the Shinigami substitute. Ruiiro Kyojaku had cultivated and regulated that unnatural amount of energy to suit his systems and prevent it from incinerating his body. The weapon now metamorphosed into a pair of waving blue-green peacock feathers that sprouted from his shoulder blades. Before anyone could question this display, there came a completion to the previous sentence. Kai. And then Kurosaki was dressed in his red and black coat, a midnight katana clenched in his fist. Ulquiorra was not intimidated. Nor was he impressed, interested, or even irate. What he felt was the closest thing there was in his being to happiness. Now, human. You will die. Yumichika never took his eyes off the espada. He spoke only one word. Fight. No arguments. Not even a chance to, as the Vastolord came for them then, awash with his full power in a way that rendered even the two now captain-class fighters nigh meaningless by comparison. This wouldn't even be a contest. And suddenly the air was filled with flower petals. Senbonzakura Kageyoshi then came down on Ulquiorra hard, enveloping him in a rain of shards. At the heart of that razor-sharp waterfall, the attack was caught on a black umbrella composed of his wings. Its strength caused the quartet to bend over slightly, but acclimating himself to it, he simply pushed outwards and dispelled the assault. At this point the embodiment of death was planning on pulling the head off that insignificant Shinigami before returning to his immediate target. Before he could, Yumichika drop-kicked him in the back of the skull, and already off balance, he staggered forward face first into a black Getchuga Tenshou. Smoking slightly but lacking any noticeable damage, Ulquiorra considered his situation briefly. 3 different combatants, all of captain-level power, and all of them with different fighting styles. They would be dead in less than a minute. Zaraki Kenpeicha was in the midst of a pack of huge hollows, gorging himself on the thrill of battle, when he started having a conversation. Hey. Yeah? Were you really going to kill yourself for her sake? Damn straight. I'm glad. Whatever. And he went back to chopping. When Ishida absolutely refused to continue unless he put some clothes on first, Mayuri was forced to leave in pursuit of some suitable raiment. He grumbled all the way out of the room about poor quality of specimens these days. This left the Quincy alone with the captain's daughter. Are you ready? Nimue asked him. Ishida looked up at her, standing there with the ghastly form of the divine worm in her hands. With a nod, he pulled his shirt off and turned around. There will be pain. Mayuri-sama intended for you to suffer no matter what, so he made sure that this process would be excruciating. Just do it before he comes back, Uriah said while trying his best not to shiver. I can at least deprive him of the pleasure of watching it happen. As you wish. Something pierced his spine at the base of his neck, and he knew nothing save agony. Yumichika tried to punch him, and the espada simply dodged behind him and delivered a blow to his spine. Expecting to cut the man in half, he was mildly surprised when all that happened was his backbone snapped in half. Well, that works too. As the broken man collapsed gagging to the floor, someone else volunteered to die. Black coffin, Byakuya chanted, encasing the pallid devil in a magician's death trap. Magic blades flared out from all sides. A single sweep of his tail obliterated the box, and Ulquiorra came free without a mark on him. The monster dove for the captain, and a wall of pink petals came up before him. This meant nothing. He just pushed right through them as though they weren't there. A rain of swords fell in his path, but his wings brushed them away effortlessly. Kukaki raised one of his blades to stab him, and while he was still slogging through that effort, the hollow simply drove his fingers through the man's chest and left him there to die. He immediately turned his sights on Ichigo once more. For whatever reason, the human hadn't donned his hollow mask since the fight began. It was safe to assume that this was not because he felt himself capable of defeating the Vastolord without it. More like the option didn't exist for him at this time. Perhaps I actually did kill his hollow half. Good. Let it stay that way. I can send its master after it. And this time, there will be no miracle, no revival. Just dead, as it is meant to be. When he flew forwards, Schiffer could see the fear and anger seething in the lone fighter's face. Kurosaka swung Tensou Zanjutsu in a pitiful attempt to cut him in half. Ulquiorra caught the attack on his horns. With a mere flick of his head, the twin prongs tore the sword out of Ichigo's fingers and sent it spinning off to the side. And then he had the Shinigami substitute by the throat, lifting him up to struggle like a child before him. All his attention focused on this moment. The head, he thought to himself. Start with the head this time. Yes. That will end it once and for all. Pull it off and vaporize it. Then destroy the whole body. Impossible to revive after that. No one can come back from that. His fingers tightened, and he expected to see blood. Hayatan. But instead. Hayakaso. There was snow. Ulquiorra and Ichigo both blinked as a single snowflake fell between them. It was so weird a sight they just watched the lacy crystal dance through the air and settle on the Espada's skin. At this moment, each realized there was someone in the room who had not been there a second past. Why didn't I feel him coming? A burst of power, and Ulquiorra's forearm was encased in ice. More fell. Into his hair, all over his wings, chest, legs. It was a miniature snowstorm. But none of it seemed to be touching Kurosaki. That made no sense. Unfair. Schiffer was thinking this as 100 snowflakes exploded all at once, freezing him into a pillar of ice. Petals. Yumi Chika managed to gasp through his agony. In front. Got it. Keeping an eye on the new-made crystal coffin farther off, Yoriyuki reached a hand into his robe and pulled out a few of the iridescent turquoise buds, noticing something odd beneath the cloth as she did. When he opened his mouth wide, she understood instantly and placed them inside. He bit down, and the dwindling evidence of his life force suddenly roared back to full strength plus more. Ayasukawa's spine was completely healed, and he came back up fairly shining with power to regard his naked savior. She peered at him closely. Body armor. Yumi Chika nodded. Kurotsuka brand. Knew I would need all the protection I could get. No more time for chit-chat. Do you have it? She asked, her face a mask of trepidation that still managed to look ferociously gorgeous. Here, and he reached into his pants pocket and handed her the golden key that had lain forgotten by all until he had picked it up earlier. She snatched it away, tying up the priceless artifact in the ribbon that bound her ponytail to dangle like some shiny bauble next to another round orb. Her fierce luminous eyes flicked over to the two girls still huddled unharmed under several layers of magic shields, and then to where Byakuya sprawled bleeding off to one side. I can heal him too, he assured her swiftly. Kurosaki gave me power to spare. Just go do what you have to do. They both sprang up. Yoriyuki turned away, glancing back at him over her shoulder. Don't let either of them come after me, him, or Ulquiorra. A nod of understanding, and then she crouched low and shot heavenwards, towards the hole in the universe that still lay open virtually unnoticed above their heads. Yoriyuki Shihoan flew into the King's Gate, heading towards the land of the gods. Without a second wasted, Ayasukawa then raced over and fed the dying prince of Kukaki some of Ruriiro Kyojaku's rejuvenating petals, wrapping his vines around him to control the energy input which would otherwise be rejected by his body as an invasive element. When a cracking noise came from behind him, he spun around to continue the fight without a single thought for how close he had just come to dying. Gaah! With a strangled scream, Ichigo swung Zanjutsu and cut through Ulquiorra's wrists. Those hands, which were the only parts of him sticking out of that frozen tomb, came cleanly away, and the captive collapsed to the floor and pulled the clammy fingers off his throat, kicking them frantically away as they started to twitch. Get up, Kurosaki-san. That won't hold him for long. He then found himself being hoisted off the ground by one arm. Looking down, Ichigo saw Hachugaya Toshiro glaring up at him. Strangely enough, the first question he thought to ask was, "Are you the only one?" The child officer glowered at him, and it was just like old times. "I only got here first," Toshiro snapped in reply. "The cloth tie for my scabbard is a teleportation charm Matsumoto gave me, like the scarf she wears on her arm. That's how I made it here before the rest." Suddenly there was a blur that sped up towards the cloud-covered door in the ceiling. Kurosaki blinked in confusion. Who? A crack split the ice pillar, and Hachugaya leapt backwards, dragging Ichigo with him. Ichigo snatched up Zanjutsu where it had fallen. "I can't use my hollow mask," he shouted desperately. "We don't have to kill him." The Frost Titan screamed back as though he understood what that meant. "We just need to hold him off." And then the flower funeral simply melted in an instant, eaten up by a vortex of black riotsu springing from the body of the freed Quarta Espada. His hands grew back. Schiffer's eyes opened wide, and he saw everything around him. No. It couldn't be. Kurosaki was alive. And those two, he had left them gasping out their last breaths on the ground. How could they be moving? 4 of them now. The number of enemies had actually grown. But that should make no difference. He was Vastolord. It was unthinkable that he might fall to any meager gathering of Shinigami. The natural order would not allow for such a senseless thing to occur. There should be no doubt as to the outcome of this fight. As long as they obeyed the rules regarding death. As long as they all remain dead after I kill them, and make no attempts to return. What matter that they call themselves death gods? I am death. There is nothing I cannot kill. They all moved to encircle him. Ulquiorra spread his arms and exhaled slowly, breath a cold misty frost. His eyes came to rest on the determined stare being given him by Ichigo Kurosaki. I am tired of that face. Tired of having to look at him and hear his voice, take his paltry attacks and wonder if this is the last time we will ever meet. There can be no doubt. I know what I have to do. It is the reason I exist. You can't live, the expressionless executioner droned. I won't permit it. Grimjo skidded backwards. Renji followed, swinging his burning lash. Behind the lines of battle, the Tower of Dark Ryotsu disappeared from this plane. Jigger Jack's eyes went wide. Now. Aizen is gone. Do as your king commands. Kill them all. Yes. Kill them all. He roared, and threw himself into battle once more. Mayuri came back into the room, tugging a plain white lab coat around herself. She looked down at the body crumpled on the floor. Is he dead? She asked. Nimue knelt and touched Ishida's throat. No. A dismissive grunt that might have held disappointment came from her creator. Then the captain said, bring him. He can revive on the way. His daughter obeyed, and they marched from the room with her parent in the lead. Oh, Mayuri remarked over his shoulder. This reminds me. Has the Psi 9000 anti-Arrancar module activated yet? Yes, Mayuri-sama. It came online a few minutes past. Wonderful. I hope it proves worthy of the time we invested in it. Stop, Ikeku-san. Hanataro yelled desperately, holding onto the bald fighter's waist and being dragged down the street for his efforts. You're still seriously injured, you can't engage in battle yet. Please, return to the aid station and we will treat you. Like hell. The third seat of Squad 11 grunted, not slowing his stride in spite of the 90-pound weakling hanging off him. I've recovered enough. It's time to see some action. But you can't. If you do, you'll. Approaching the western gate out of the Siridi, the voice of the frantic healer was cut off when the doors before them blasted inward. Jidanbo Ikanzaka, the gate guardian, tumbled backwards and landed flat on his back. Through the smoking hole left by his exit, a mass of hollows began to swarm through. Coming up behind them was a great slopping worm-like thing. Its body was pulled along by hundreds of arms, tentacles, and nameless appendages too grotesque to describe. Slime oozed off its putrescent form. At the front of the odious brute was a tremendous face, with bulging chariot wheel eyes and what looked to be buck teeth. Naea! Yog-Sothoth! The worm beast moaned, squeezing its repellent bulk through the opening and coming into Siridi proper. Hanataro wanted to run, but sadly he seemed to be frozen with his arms still wrapped around Ikeku. Well, well. Madaraim put a hand on his hip and grinned. Seems to me I recognize that stupid face. He cupped a hand to his mouth and called out in a loud voice. Oi! Is that you, Wonder Weiss? You're looking a hell of a lot uglier than I remember, ya dumb bastard. The disgusting thing reared up, rolling its eyes. Yog-Sothoth. And it began to slop over to where the giant Jidanbo lay unconscious. Okay, I get it. Your released name's Yogurt Soft Serve now. And the bald barbarian unhooked the segments of his pole and began to twirl the blade end round and around. Guess I'll be getting some Arrancar action right off the bat. He began to move forward, then stopped and glanced down irritably. Yo, Hanataro-san, let go already. Me and this sweaty maggot got some unfinished business to take care of. No response was forthcoming. Hey. You shit your pants or something. Get out of here before I. Arrancar. Madaraim paused. Arrancar presence detected, a monotone, dead voice sounded beneath him. initiating the Psi 9000 anti-Iron car offensive system. What the hell? And then he was surprised to find himself flung aside. Picking himself up off the street, the third seat shouted furiously, "What do you think you're doing, Yamada-san?" The breath caught in his throat. Before him, Hanataro Yamada was undergoing a transformation. As Ikeka watched in astonishment, something sprouted out of the left side of his head, revealing itself to be a mechanical device with a round red implement on its end. This bizarre thing flipped over and slapped over Yamada's eye. A tiny radio dish also sprouted from his left ear. The back of his uniform tore open, and 2 steel worms shot out. They anchored to his shoulders, their mouths opening to reveal an array of missiles. The spindly kid's right elbow sprouted metal plates that swiftly wound together and grew out until they metamorphosed into a meter-long Vulcan machine gun that completely encased his lower arm. A similar occurrence turned the left arm into a chainsaw that ground and smoked loudly. From out of his stomach it looked as if a hatch popped open, from which rolled the barrel of a massive cannon. The solace of his sandals split open to reveal a set of wheels, and long curved blades emerged where his toes had been. Unbeknownst to Madarame, there were words of command trundling through his compatriot's head. All modifications confirmed. Active threat mode engaged. Begin elimination of Iron car presence / Combined with this was the sound of his Zanpakuto Hisagomaru, which had only one thing to say. Holy crap. / enemy targets acquired. Go, Cyborg Yamada, / Affirmative. And the stiff-legged war machine rolled forward, the chain gun on his arm whirring to life and shooting out hundreds of projectiles per minute. Caught in a hail of bullets, Hollows shrieked and dove for cover. But Hanataro did not stop there. Laser cornea. A bright pink beam sliced from his free eye straight out across his field of vision. Any number of demons flopped over cut neatly in half, followed by several buildings that collapsed in on themselves, sending a wash of dust and wind blowing over the 3 Shinigami. Undeterred, Yamada opened his mouth. Napalm lung. And fire belched forward from his intestines, a dragon's fury that lit the surroundings ablaze along with any enemies it encountered. The attack washed over Wonder Weiss, causing the deformed squid to rear up blubbering and shrieking. With its underbelly exposed, a flurry of missiles was unleashed from his shoulder-mounted rocket launchers and exploded against the brute's gut. Jidanbo had roused himself by this point and slowly sat up, shaking his massive head and wondering how long he had been out. Seeing the tableau of devastation before him, his mouth fell open like a barn door. Yamada Hanataro drove up to him. Ally Akonzaka restored to active status. Implementing full offensive strategy. And then he rolled on into battle, firing brief blasts from the cannon in his belly. Ikeka came up to stand beside the flabbergasted behemoth, and the two of them watched in disbelief as that one-man army proceeded to carve a swath through the enemy ranks. They scratched their bald caps and looked at one another questioningly. A particularly loud boom drew their attention back to the business at hand. Ikeku, if the other guys hear you got shown up by somebody from the 4th, it's the end of your career as a Shinigami. You seriously gonna let him have all the fun? Not a chance, Hojikamaru. And with a laugh, he twirled his partner and shouted out, Yo, Hanataro-san, you badass. Wait for me. The cocky fighter charged forward. Pausing only to retrieve his discarded battle axes, Jidanbo sprang after him with a wild cry. In the very midst of beheading a particularly ugly hollow, Zaraki turned and sped fast as he could back to the Sirai. Had you asked him why, he could not explain it. He did not stop to consider how the men might take it to see one of their only remaining captains seemingly abandoning them. Supposedly they had been trained to continue fighting without the help of guys like him. Wasn't that the whole point of this stuffy, hidebound, constrictive system of governance that Yamamoto was always harping about? To train a cadre of military personnel who could take on any challenge and prevail? Well, hell, it's about time we saw if all that drilling and swordplay was really good for making wimps into winners after all. And besides, he was still in the middle of a private conversation. Do you know where you're going? For once in my life, I know exactly where to be. No chance I'll get lost this time. How do you know? I just do, that's all. What I mean is, what do you think is telling you where to go? I don't know. You? Exactly. How come you're helping me now, after all this time? What's changed in the last hour? You been busy taking a dump or something? I couldn't talk to you before. You wouldn't bother listening. Sure I would. Been trying to get your attention ever since I lost that fight with Ichigo. I mean, you wouldn't have been able to understand me. You were completely tuned out to anything other than what you were used to hearing. I can't carry on a conversation with just one word, after all. What's that mean? Why didn't you kill Hisagi the second he turned on you? Dumbass. Weren't you listening? Why? Answer me. Because Yachiro would have died, that's why. You've let comrades die before. You've actually killed some of them. What made this one different? She's not just a comrade. It's different with her. She's like my... What? I don't know. But whatever it is, it means something important. Would you say she's like a daughter to you? Well, yeah. Guess so. What are you getting at? What you've been wanting to know for a long time. My name. You shitting me? It's the reason why I couldn't just abandon you long ago, when it looked like you would never bother trying to figure things out. You hated me, and I returned the favor. But you never stopped using me, because you still held on to that one little bit of me that you never had to learn and couldn't bear to live without. Which is the drive to fight. That sounds right. Me and Ichigo, we both have that same thing inside us. But that's not all you share. And you've finally figured that out. I have? Yes. It came to you back there, when you felt like you were helpless. Unable to do anything. Always before, you just fought your way past any difficulties, no matter the cost. But when it looked like your daughter might die if you did that, you finally had to find another way of doing things. You mean killing myself? Not so much the act as what it represented. Sacrifice. Specifically, a parent sacrificing themselves in order to protect their child. That goes against one's own sense of survival. Are you saying that's what your name is? Sacrifice? I don't get it. No. I'm all of it. All that contradictory stuff that depends entirely on what you choose to do at the time of action. Talk sense, already. You're making my head hurt. Listen. I can't tell you what it is. You have to be the one who tells me. Figure it out for yourself. Tell me your name or not, I don't really give a rat's ass. Do you want to live? Not particularly. But I don't care to die, either. Think harder. Why are you heading back to Sirei? Because there's a big battle going on there. Ichigo's in on it, and I want some too. What happens if you don't make it in time? He'll probably die, along with everybody else. Do you want Ichigo to live? Yeah. Why? So we can duke it out once more. When you do fight each other again, will you kill him? Of course. Probably. I mean, maybe. Most likely. Yes? No. I don't think I want to kill him. He should live. I mean, the kid's not even had a year to fight as a Shinigami from what I hear. Young guy like that ought to have more time to get some good battles under his belt, really cut loose, you know? I've been fighting for ages now, if somebody kills me, it's not like I can say I didn't live life to the fullest. But like I said, he's still a kid. It should be the old ones like me who go first, to make room for fresh, strong fighters. What do you call that? I don't know. Common sense? No, damn it. You really infuriate me. You're so close, but you can't wrap your thick head around it. Think. You're a lot moutier than I thought you'd be. Listen to me. If you go into this fight without knowing my name, you are going to die, and so fast you won't even know what hit you. Only together do we have a chance. I can feel the soul of the thing Ichigo's fighting, so I know it's true. And conversely, so do you, because as much as I hate to admit I am a part of your soul. So think, damn you. Open your ears to what I've been telling you and think. You're a lot whinier too. Damn you. Okay, let's try this. What made you want to seek my aid out? I want to get stronger. I don't want to lose again. What would you call that? Male pride. Is that your name? Zaraki Kenpeki. That's my name. What's yours? What is your name? You just said it, genius. What? Is. Your name? Zaraki Kenpeki. There, are you happy? Now. What is my name? I don't. This is easy. So easy you'll kick yourself when you finally figure it out. It's been dancing on the tip of your tongue this whole time, but you keep picking out different words for it. Maybe you'll get it if I ask you this: all the different situations we've just talked about, knowing where you have to be without being told, sacrificing yourself for your child, fighting to keep alive, letting a new generation take the reins, what one word describes all of that? One word? Yes. Say that one word. It's. Say it. Speak my name. You're. Come on. You are. And leaping high over the walls of the court of pure souls, the Kenpeki opened his mouth and screamed. His body was on fire, and this undiluted force tore out of his lungs with a strength that sent his next word blasting out to reverberate over the sound of Armageddon itself. It carried with it a primal threat such that every living thing who heard it quaked fearfully, obeying the call of Hano. Instinct. Heaven looks a lot like hell, Yuryuki decided. The sky of Nirvana was a magnificent soft golden color that normally appeared only at sunset. An apt analogy, because if what she could see was any indication, the sun seemed to be setting on the current king of Soul Society. Blasted earth, smoke, fire, and ruin. That was all there was for as far as the eye could see. Not 3 feet from her there looked to be the body of an old man dressed in expensive robes. Relatively undamaged, he must have been one of the lucky ones who died of sheer fright. Along with him were a few men who wore the attire of captains, and several others who must have been courtiers of some kind. The rest spread out from there. No time to sightsee. We have to find him. Agreed. So decided, the lady of Shihoan dropped down into a crouch, head bowed while gripping the hilt of her Zanpakuto. I hope you haven't lost your touch, my friend. And she yanked the slim short sword free. Melt at a touch, Tescat. Her Shikai was unveiled then, practically scorching her flesh with power, and up from that previous bowed position there arose a warrior goddess. Golden tribal markings went up and down her naked body, fairly glowing against the rich brown skin. In one hand she held a hasha, an Incan battle club. Over 2 feet long and composed of green jade, the weapon boasted half-moon circles of sharpened black obsidian that protruded in 4 straight lines up its intricately carved length, growing larger from haft to tip. In addition, atop her head there was a solid gold helm from which sprouted a profusion of long exotic bird feathers that framed her face in a lion's mane of shining dark green and black. The air around her seemed to shiver and waver like a mirage. Without a moment of further hesitation, the unleashed spirit tore off, fairly flying across the plains at speeds that made her previous form's efforts seem lazy by comparison. In spite of the stench of charred flesh and decay in her nostrils, Yuryuki Shihoan breathed deep and laughed giddily. Alive, so alive. It's been 100 years and I missed doing this terribly. Even if it's the last time, it still feels so unbelievably good. Ruined wrecks of men and women lay where they had fallen. Several of them almost looked as though they had been devoured, and she shuddered to wonder if that was the result of the Espada or their hollow-eyed masters. The agile demon passed these corpses by without bothering to try and recognize anyone, uninterested in anything right now save for the mission with which she had been tasked. It wasn't hard to locate the main activity of this enormous conflict. Unleashed riot so that could have torn apart all of Soul Society was warring straight ahead. Bankai, Segunda Etapa, hollow masks, it was all coming out here, causing the ground to quake and the very heavens of this dimension to warp and fracture. So Suke wouldn't bother with asking for surrender until he had mowed down a sufficient quantity of the King's Guard. Assuming he would actually leave any of them alive should he come out on top. But from the feel of things, none of his men were dead yet, as opposed to a fair quantity of the Zero fighters. As Yuryuki sped towards it at top speed, the full extent of what they had been preparing for finally hit her right in the face. And it was truly shocking. This really is going to be a fight to the death, isn't it? Neither side willing to give up until the last breath. They're going to murder each other. It doesn't matter anymore. Don't even think about it. How do you feel? Like there's about a quart of booze sloshing around in my stomach. Up ahead, she could now make out the front line of the carnage. And then it all rushed up at her. Matchless warriors of the Siritii, empowered with the strength of ages, all flinging themselves against 6 ultra-powerful demons. A war to determine the very destiny of all worlds. Yuryuki dove into the fray. As Ulquiorra turned towards him once more, Ichigo had the rather childish feeling that he was being singled out in this fight. No hollow mask meant he didn't stand a chance in a one-on-one brawl. The bonus of having 2 captains backing him up, though, was that they had a lot of tricks he didn't, which for a change would work in his favor. If all they really had to do was delay Ulquiorra long enough like Hitsugaya said, then whatever strategy they were trying to work out might just. He blinked, and in that split second the world changed a little. Specifically, Ulquiorra was right in front of him swinging his claws towards Ichigo's face. Too damn fast. Show. Something hit Kurosaka square in the jaw. While painful, it did what his sadly sluggish neck muscles had been failing to accomplish, which was move his head to one side just enough to dodge that blow. The fiend's talons passed within a centimeter of laying his skull open, and the sheer intensity of their closeness opened thin cuts across his cheek. Before he could begin to will his legs to move him away to a safe distance, a pair of black wings scissored together with the clear intention of decapitating him. Rakyukoro. 6 rods of yellow light blossomed around the hollow's midsection. While supposedly capable of paralyzing a target, in this instance all they did was slow him down somewhat. However, Ichigo took advantage of this to spring away from Schiffer's reach. By the expression on his enemy's face, Ulquiorra was not pleased. Bakudo number 99, Kin. This time his mind actually registered who it was speaking. Hitsugaya and Kukaki were both casting the same spell at once, something he had never seen before. But strangely enough, he actually knew this one. Had first-hand experience, as a matter of fact. So Ichigo was not surprised when bands of black cloth wound swiftly around the demon's arms and shoulders, anchoring solidly to the floor with a series of metal rectangles. This time their enemy actually paused, though whether from the effects of the spell or simply considering how best to break it was not clear. Others were more aggressive in their methods. This was proven when Yumishika's pair of vampiric vines snaked out and wrapped around the Vastolord's throat. Immediately they sought to add their own paralytic agent to keeping him subdued, in addition to gobbling up his spiritual power. I think we got him. There was enough time for Ichigo to have this thought, before Ayasukawa screamed. His vines had turned black, and there was an expression of horror on his face that none of them had ever seen. With a cry he reached up and tore the tendrils off his shoulders, an instant after which they crumbled into ash. Stumbling backwards he collapsed to his knees. His Ryotsu! He gasped, stuffing another handful of petals into his mouth. It's not natural. Can't be used for healing, it just kills. So you understand. It was the Espada talking. Byakuya and Toshiro both gave a start and immediately began the same incantation. First song, Halting Fabric. Multiple bolts of cloth appeared around Ulquiorra and sped to cover him so fast the vampire became a mummy in an instant. Second song, 100 linked bolts. Next came metal lances piercing all up and down the wrapped figure's body. It reminded Ichigo of a magician's act back home. Final song, Great Seal of 10,000 Forbiddings. An enormous metal block formed overhead and came smashing down like a 10,000-ton meteor. When it hit his head, the great cube snapped in half. Ichigo stared. I get the feeling that wasn't supposed to happen. Bands and blades burst then, converted into pure Ryotsu and dissipating in an instant. Ulquiorra came free, and proceeded to do something that Ichigo had been dreading. Lanza del Relampago. Between those slim black claws, a beam of light emerged and broadened until it became a curved spear that fairly smoked with destructive force. Its wielder reached out and grasped the energy weapon seemingly without injury, though any other person would surely have lost a hand for even coming close. Apparently the Espada was through playing nice. About to shout out a warning to his comrades, Ichigo found that this was not needed. Hakuti Icon. White wings and a halo swept out on his left as the Kukaki prince dropped beside him. The sword in his hand burned to match their adversaries. Tenso Jurin. Hitsugaya came down at Ichigo's right shoulder. The temperature in the room had been falling steadily ever since the 10th squad captain's appearance. Now it took a nosedive, such that it felt like they had been dropped into Antarctica on a very cold day. An icy gale swept over them, causing frost to grow on any available surface. All people wielding swords were now on his side, with Ayasukawa still at Ulquiorra's back, presumably to keep him in a crossfire of sorts. If the kid isn't careful, we're all going to be frozen solid. Trust him to know what he is doing. It's his power, after all. Byakuya didn't look so hot when I came in here. Seems like Hitsugaya's floating timers are down to about half. And Yumishika's burning through those flower petals like they were cotton candy. I don't know how much longer they can keep this up. Do you have anything you'd like to share with me right now? Such as? You know, some incredible super secret technique you've been saving for just such an occasion that will give me an awesome power boost and allow me to triumph a La Dragon BA. No. Just checking. Ichigo blew out his breath and hoisted Tensou Zanjutsu up before him, glowering over its tip at the dire entity looking to take his head. I don't think Ulquiorra intends to start throwing those lanzas. If he did, he would get caught up in the explosion as well. And he's smart enough to realize that Aizen might call on him for help with Zero Squad. He hasn't been operating at full power with us for just that reason. Knows he might need every scrap of it to help them conquer heaven. That is one advantage. Then again, we can't go all out either because Rukia and Orium are still in the room. Ulquiorra might have kept us here for just that reason. There hasn't been time to get them out to a safe distance. If even one of us leaves, the others might wind up slaughtered. Then neither side has a clear edge. Not necessarily. We do have one resource that he lacks. Which is? You guys. Our Zanpakuto. Rukia tells me that you can communicate with one another to some extent. We can. Then pass this along to Senbon Zikura, Hira and Meru and, whatever Yumishika's real name is. Tell the first two to aim for the arm that's holding the lanza. Try to cut it off. Ulquiorra is kind of lazy about losing limbs owing to his regenerative powers, we've both seen that. What are you planning with this tactic? If we can get him to drop his weapon, then while we keep him occupied, Yumishika can pick it up and use it on him. That lanza is stronger than all of us combined. It even dealt a fatal hit to my full hollow form, in a way. It just might be enough to destroy Ulquiorra himself. I thought we were supposed to simply detain him. What do you know about me that makes you think I would settle for that? Point taken. Let me know when. It is done. Oh. Okay. Wait for my signal. They know. The air in the room seethed with the fury of titanic souls in combat. It was like something hot and vicious was flowing through their beings, and rather reminded Ichigo of the time he faced Zaraki. So much power was colliding in this one space, nothing else beyond the pale could be felt. Ulquiorra stood motionless before them. No longer did his eyes have that disinterested look that so often marked him. Now they were wide open and trained fully on Ichigo. Apparently this fight was much more personal to him than anything else. I need an opening of some kind. Maybe I can do that thing Kenpeka did, and give the bastard one of those killing intent illusions to distract him. Never tried that before, but, hell, it's worth a shot. Narrowing his eyes, he pictured that shaggy black head being sliced off and kicked around like a soccer ball. In his mind's eye, the bleached skin of the hollow's stomach erupted and his guts came hanging out to snag on his clawed feet. Come on, come on. Work, damn it, let him feel it, let him freeze up for just a second. A funny sound impinged on his perceptions, but he ignored it. The room actually felt like it was starting to shake with the intensity of their emotions. Walls vibrating, dust falling from the ceiling. With two winged archangels at either hand, Ichigo Kurosaka squared off against the King of Hell standing across the way. Eyeballs explode, hair catch fire, feel it, you bastard. Come on, feel it. Feel it. Ulquiorra suddenly flinched, his head turning to one side. There. Go. Ichigo prepared to leap forward, just as the chamber wall on his right split open. Then there was noise and confusion, and all heads turned as a great blazing yellow meteor tore into the room. Heat and riot so, like they had suddenly been thrust into a soul furnace, or the heart of a star. The core of that conflagration sped across the way straight at Ulquiorra, and the Hollow turned just in time and brought up his shaft before him in defense. White Demon and Yellow Star collided with a sound like mountains playing rugby. The ball of colossal conflict flew straight across the room and took out the other wall, leaving a tremendous hole in its wake. The remaining Shinigami stared in absolute shock at what they had just witnessed. Ichigo especially gaped. But Yumi Chiko let out a whoop of glee. "Captain!" And Kurosaka finally realized what it was he had heard a moment past. The sound of tingling bells. "It's ready," Kyokaku pronounced grimly, and rose to her feet. "Ganju, you suited up?" "Yes, Nae-sama." Her little brother bounded forward, wearing the same full-body black suit she was sporting. Supposedly they were designed to keep them from passing out owing to the unbelievable auras they were about to be exposed to. But there was only one way to find out for sure. Turning around, the head of the Shiba clan gestured to the similarly garbed figure standing behind her. "You can handle it now, but be careful. The final couplet will be performed after the target has been reached. Make sure you are not touching it when that happens, or else only those performing the spell will be safe." "As I told my lady Shihoan," the attendant spoke with dignity as he retrieved the item, "you can depend upon me." "Good man," she returned with a grin. Lastly, her hooded head turned to the man in Shinigami robes leaning against a wall. "You ready to provide escort, Captain?" Ishine Kurosaka came up with a smile, uncrossing his arms and swinging them vigorously. "I'll get you three through the front lines and into the Siriti. You can count on it. Then let's not waste any more time." With that, the one-armed fireworks queen spun about and strode off, flinging a white cloak across her shoulders. Her retinue followed behind her. "It all depends on us." Kyokaku crowed happily. "Let's go catch us a Vastolord. No spells. No swordsmanship. Just hot-blooded battle." Eyes blazing, Renji whipped Zabumaru around him, using it as a chainsaw to rend the earth apart on its bone sabers. In response, the limber Espada leapt and scampered between the blades, moving with the graceful instinct of a cheetah on the loose. Drawing ever closer to him, Grimjo laughed gleefully. A flick of Aburai's wrist altered the course of his whirling whip. But almost as if he had been waiting on that instant between interval changes, Jigger Jacks sped forward across the final distance separating them and landed right in front of him. For a moment he just crouched there, grinning madly up at his target, and then the War-Panther sprang for his throat. Obeying his own instincts, Renji released his weapon and ducked below the charge. Grimjo passed over him, and as he did, the hollow Shinigami fusion reached up and caught his nemesis by the tail. His enhanced muscles clenched and he swung the glowing black predator around like a morning star before releasing him to go flying through the air. The Sexta tucked his arms and legs up against his body and spun rapidly. When he unfurled, he was upright and completely in control, landing 50 yards off from where Renji stood. War continued to rage all around them, but their respective allies could not risk coming too close to the combat being waged between these two juggernauts. And so they were left to settle their dispute in private. Blood was dripping off his hands where the serrated tail had torn his flesh. Several other tears and wounds were weeping his life force from head to toe. Aburai snatched up the handle of his soul cutter, listening to his guardian spirit hiss angrily. "Don't drop me in the dirt. We're supposed to be working together." "Yeah? Well, this guy's only supposed to be the 6th strongest Espada. But if you ask me, he's packing more power than all the ones we met combined. Did Ichigo seriously beat this pussycat without losing any limbs? There's something strange about him, I'll grant you that. It felt like he got stronger a while back. Or maybe he just stopped playing around. No. The hollow side of me is reacting in a way I don't understand. Almost like it recognizes this change we've seen in him. As if they know one another. Figure it out later. We're busy." Hovering above him, Hiyo Zabumaru split its vertebrae into separate segments that flashed around the area. Lining up, they arranged themselves into raised concentric circles that formed a permeable dome of sorts. Bars of energy flared between the corresponding pieces to fashion scarlet flaming rings. At a gesture from its master, this entire conglomeration dropped down and surrounded Grimjo. The creature flicked its ears and snarled eagerly. Anaconda squeeze! Abarai yelled. The sword blades flipped to point inwards, and it all contracted together in an instant, the huge dome becoming a smaller version with absolutely no gaps in between. Desgarin! With this animal roar, blue blades sliced up through the bony cage to tower in the air. Then they swept down, dissecting the prison so that it all fell apart. The beams retracted, and Grimjoe emerged, bleeding from several different puncture wounds to his torso and limbs. These injuries apparently caused him no distress, as without hesitation the maddened general sprang across the smoking remains and loped towards his prey with a mighty roar. Not one to turn down a challenge, Renji called over several of the smaller cylinders hanging around him. These slipped onto his arms and formed a sort of spiked vambraces. So attired, he then charged forward to meet the enemy on his own terms. Grimjoe jumped up and spun in the air, delivering a kick to his opponent's head which Renji caught on his armored forearm. The cat's white hide scraped across brown bones. Jiggerjax then landed on all fours and swept his tail behind the other fighter's knees, sending him crashing down upon them. When the hollow went for his face again, Renji hauled off and punched him right in the nose. The force of his charge carried Grimjoe past that blow, and unconcerned with his injury, he wrapped his arms around Renji and finally sank his fangs into the hybrid's shoulder. Blood flowed. Abarai screamed and grabbed him by the long blue mane, attempting to drag him off. Desperate, the lieutenant called on his inner hollow to try and aid him. But the cannibal cat's jaws were like iron, they would not let go until they had met inside his opponent's body. At least, that was how it seemed. But suddenly Grimjoe gave a snort and released his hold, being flung back in the process. He landed somewhat less gracefully than before. Grasping his bleeding shoulder, Abarai stared as he willed his hollow powers to staunch the flow of blood. Across from him, the crazed killer spat and snarled furiously, spitting out gore and what might be chunks of flesh. What the hell is he doing? With his nose broken, could he not breathe after he got a mouthful of me? That's not it. I think something in your blood didn't agree with him. He seems to be having a reaction to it. Any ideas what that something might be? Believe it or not, I think it's the hollow in you. Wouldn't think he'd have a problem with eating his own. Normally I would agree. But there's something specific about you that is causing him to lash out against it. I've felt it for a while, since we started fighting. I think it has something to do with that alien taint to his Ryotsu. There's something mixed in with his body that doesn't belong. Whatever it is, your hollow dislikes it. So what's your conclusion, then? Do we let him eat me and have him die of food poisoning afterwards? Not a bad idea. You're joking. Not entirely. Perhaps what we should do is force-feed him our Ryotsu, and let the conflict inside take care of the rest. At this point, Grimjoe appeared to have mastered himself again, and once more advanced on their position, his teeth stained red with blood and bile. Something black swarmed across the whites of his eyes. Renji stood once more to meet him, calling over the snake skull of Zabumaru to anchor to his right arm once more. Keep working on that. It sounds promising. Meanwhile, I'll see about just kicking his ass the old-fashioned way. It was raining in Karakura town, though the sun was shining down and the heavy clouds had stopped a long ways off. Bolts of blue light fell with the speed and volume of a cataclysmic thunderstorm, emanating from one house in particular. Any hollows caught in this downpour were torn to shreds in a matter of seconds, masks crushed and bodies completely obliterated without even the hope of purification. Faced with this complete destruction of self, the miserable creatures sought protection under porches and trees, cowering there like children frightened by lightning. Karen stood at the window, staring in fascination at this display of what could only be described as magic. It's actually kind of pretty, Kigo stated, fingering the lace dress of the skirt he had been forced to don a while past. A winged hollow fell out of the sky and splattered against the pavement, dissolving away under the deluge. They don't seem to think so, the girl smirked, turning away from the sight before it was finished. She laced her fingers behind her head and strolled away, leaving the boy in drag to contemplate that spiritual massacre. Guess guys find that sort of thing more fascinating. Professor Whitey had been at it for almost half an hour now, and to tell the truth, she was starting to get a little bored by it. Apparently nothing was getting through, no matter their size or temperament. It didn't matter if they were ogre-like creatures that looked like they belonged in a traditional fairy tale or even those that appeared almost human save for the pieces of mask they continued to wear. For some it took a little longer, but the end result was the same. Total obliteration. While she knew those brutes were likely coming to kill her and everyone here, Karen couldn't help but feel a little sorry for them. They didn't stand a chance. Just who is that guy, anyway? Passing by the stairs, her ears pricked up as she detected the sounds of the women conversing on the second level of her home. Kojima-san, how do you know so much about this stuff? You mean those monsters? Well, the three of us followed Ichigo to this creepy store one evening and... No, not that. I'm talking about women's clothes. He's got more girlfriends than a pop star, that's why. Ryo-san, please. Don't talk about me like I'm some kind of womanizer. I cherish the ladies who shower me with affection. Even though I'm your teacher, I feel as if I never really knew you until today, Ms. Wuro-kun. It's certainly changed a few things in my mind. Sensei, as much as I find you attractive, I don't think it would be a good idea to start a relationship considering our current positions. Oh, not that. I've got my sights set higher than a high schooler. What I meant was when things get back to normal I'm going to recommend you for counseling. You're a creep. What? Yes, he definitely is. Please don't cry, Ms. Wuro-kun. I think you're still nice. Karen grimaced and crept quietly down the hall to the kitchen. It was exactly that kind of talk that had caused her to quit the company of the girls in search of something else to do. Asano had pleaded with her to take him with her, which she had reluctantly agreed to do. Being besieged like this didn't leave you with a lot of options in terms of who you hung out with. But after listening to his hysterical inanities concerning his social status, women, and the price of cell phones nowadays, it was a relief to have slipped away so effortlessly. Any longer listening to that and she might have started pounding him like he was her dad. So what now? The television had nothing but static, and books weren't really her thing. Going outside to practice soccer was out too. Well, if all else fails, you can always eat. Heading towards the kitchen, Karen stumbled a little. Glancing down, she frowned. Was a floorboard loose or something? For a second it looked as though they might be swelling up, but she blinked and the impression vanished. With a disinterested shrug the preteen went into the pantry. Tugging open the refrigerator, she stood reflecting for a while. What do I wanna eat? She grumbled, inspecting her choices. Eventually Karen settled on a bottle of juice. The boredom hadn't really given her much of an appetite. Anything more solid didn't sit well. Popping the top, she closed the door and sauntered back into the parlor. There came some muffled thumping from behind the closed door where they had bound and gagged Don Kanonji to finally shut him up, but the girl paid it no mind. With Asano still in the den, she decided to head to the back of the house in search of a little privacy. Her room had been commandeered by the teenagers, and staying in Ichigo's bedroom didn't seem right. Same with her dad's. So it was to the rear of their home that she went, past the treatment center and into the storage area that housed bandages and medicinal supplies for her father's clinic. Moving to the back door, Karen took a swig of juice and brushed the curtain aside to peer out a window. The blue light was continuing to fall, seemingly absorbing into the earth without doing any damage. This attack, whatever it was, only seemed to affect spiritual entities. Both Mikuru and that loony teacher had claimed to not be able to see it clearly, while Kunieda and the two boys were aware enough to get a better view. It was good not to have to be afraid for herself. But all that really meant was that she now had all the more time to wonder just what might be happening to the rest of her family. Dad, Ichigo, Yuzo, heck, even that perv who hijacked her brother's body was missing. In the face of that, what? The floor seemed to jump a little beneath her, and Karen dropped her juice in surprise. With a startled exclamation she bent down and tried to snag it before too much could spill out. As she did, a hole opened up right beside her. The tiny brunette stared uncertainly for a few seconds. It looked to be about the size of a laundry basket, and the edges were gleaming and smoking slightly. Before the situation could impinge itself upon her brain as dangerous, something burst from the pit. Attempting to scream, Kurosaka felt a hand clap around her face, preventing any outcries. Her desperate struggles proved ineffective, and she was slammed roughly against the ground. "Well, well," an unpleasant feminine voice hissed, "what have we here?" Opening her eyes a crack, Karen looked up to find her attacker was a teenage girl of sorts. A closer examination revealed that this was nothing of the kind. While having a rather beautiful face with long black hair done up in pigtails on either side of her head, the impression of humanity was dispelled by the fact that one of her eyes was an ebony socket surrounded by a fringe of bone. Dressed in a skin-tight white gymnast's uniform that revealed more than it covered up, this menacing figure hefted a small dagger which dripped a smoking scarlet viscous substance that matched the color of her single narrowed eye. "Guess I was right," the beast girl smirked. "Sneak attack is the way to go." "Loli," someone whispered up from the hole. "Are you all right?" "No problem, Mainoli," the one called Loli responded. "The coast is clear. I deactivated my resurrection, so it's safe to come up. By the feel of things, there's nobody in the house who could pose a threat to us either way." Another slender teen came crawling up into the room, sporting an identical eye patch that identified her as a hollow but with short sandy blonde hair. She glanced around, frowning anxiously. "Let's do this and hurry back. I don't want that psycho up top to figure out we're here." "Oh, relax," her partner smirked. "The freak can't sense us if we have on our sombras. Good thing that bastard Tyson decided to have them modified so that Quincy couldn't detect us through it. I thought they were all dead anyway, wonder how he knew to even bother? At any rate, tunneling in here was a breeze after that." Karen kicked frantically and tried to bite the hand holding her down. Loli seemed annoyed by her efforts more than anything, but the girl didn't stop trying. Maybe someone would hear the commotion and come running. Of course, if anybody did, they'd just get slaughtered. They were all humans in the house anyway. What chance did they have? Well, considering the only other option was to lie here and die, even fighting in vain made a certain sense. "Stop struggling, you little bitch." The black-haired hollow's eye burned with a dangerous glow. "I'd fry you with a Ciro, but I'm still starving from that commotion back in Hueco Mundo, and you're the tastiest soul I can sense in this place. You're dead any way you look at it, so why not just admit it?" "Just kill her already," Mainoli muttered as she extricated herself further. "I'm going to start with the rest. And for death's sake, try to be quiet about it. We don't want her screaming and alerting the Quincy." When Karen still continued to punch and flail, Loli seemed to run out of patience. She raised her dagger high, and the girl froze at the realization that she was about to be murdered. HSST. LOLY. The Aaron Carr's head twisted in the direction of her comrade. Her captive's eyes did the same. Mainoli was crouched warily towards the front of the room. And standing in the doorway was a tall silhouette. "Whitey?" Karen hardly dared to hope, but an instant later as that form came fully into the room, her heart sank. It wasn't Ishida. Instead it was the goofy spirit wearing her brother's body, not Ichigo. Dressed in a long-sleeved shirt and jogging pants, that weirdly familiar form gazed down on them, looking completely calm. Above her, Loli gave a gasp. "You." An instant later she had dragged Karen upright. Wrapping an arm around the kid's throat, she held the dagger hovering close to her eye. Not Ichigo made no reaction to this at all. He just stood there with his hands in his pockets, studying them without the slightest hint of concern for any of this. Mainoli had backed up towards the hole. "Crap," she muttered. "Loli, it's the guy who was fighting Ulquiorra. We gotta get out of here." At this point the eldest Kurosaka sibling opened his mouth. His voice was soft and rather conversational in tone. "If you let her go, I won't kill you." Karen was having trouble breathing, and she clawed at the arm constricting her airways. Through tear-filled eyes, she watched Not Ichigo continue to just stand there. "You stupid. Go run and tell Ishida, get him to come and kill these two. Why are you just hanging around?" With her back pressed to the hollow, she could feel it trembling. Did this thing somehow know her brother? LOLY, man. But the undead woman didn't move. "Wait a minute." Loli inhaled deeply, and then smiled. "Mainoli, relax. This isn't the same guy. Can't you tell? It must be one of those Jigai things Aizen-sama mentioned. A copy made to look like the Shinigami in the real world." This sucker ain't no death god. But what is he? Her cohort shot back. His soul isn't human, I can tell that much. But I can't get a clear feel for it either. It's all over the place, not a hollow, not Shinigami. I can't explain it. Doesn't matter what he is. If he was going to do anything, he would have done it by now. Kill him already, would you? Uncertainly, the ginger-haired ghost looked between the two. When Not Ichigo made no further moves, she hesitantly edged a step forward. I won't kill you, the human teen spoke again, and Mainoli froze. Karen also stopped her measly efforts to break free, and at the sound of his voice, Loli too seemed to catch her breath. Not Ichigo was staring at them. His posture was completely unthreatening, but there was a cast to his face. It was hard to explain, his eyes were wide, head tilted down slightly so the shadow of his brow fell over them. In this position there was something definitely disturbing about the way he looked. Not if you leave, and not if you stay, he continued. No matter what you decide to do in the next few seconds, I promise not to kill you. That's not my way. Not Ichigo reached up and brushed a hand absently through his hair. His gaze never left Loli's face. It looked like he was trying to stare her down in a way. And by the way she had gone quiet just now, it might be working. You're right, you don't know what I am. No hollow does. We were made in secret to destroy you. Soul Society wanted it that way. And when it looked like things might get messy, they decided to kill us before the truth got out. But I survived. And because of all that, I place a great deal of value on life. Even that of a hollow like yourself. No matter what, I have promised to never kill another living thing, not if it's an ant beneath my foot, even if I die as a result of not doing so. The seeming human took a deep breath and let it out with a sigh. His lips turned downwards slightly, and there appeared to be a muscle twitching in his temple. All in all, it looked to Karen as though he was about to go completely nuts and start shrieking and tearing up the place. But instead he was speaking so softly they had to strain to hear him. And for some reason, none of them dared to make a sound, perhaps for fear of missing anything important that was about to be said. So I mean it when I say I won't kill you. You're going to live, the both of you. If you harm that girl in any way, you're going to live through everything I do to you. No matter how bad it hurts, and even if you beg me to kill you, I will not do it. Loli and Mainoli's eyes had gone very big, and they could not seem to tear them away from that figure standing casually in the doorframe. He wasn't smiling. There was a strange sense that if he did, they would regret seeing that forever. Nor was he trying to sound threatening. But for all that, he was. He took his hands out of his pockets and remained there with his arms dangling limply by his sides. I've got a thing for beautiful girls. My imagination starts working whenever I just look at one, and I can't help the things that come into my head. Some of them are kind of funny, and others are kinky, and the rest would make my friends kill me if they only knew that I ever thought like that. If they realized some of the things that I've planned, they'd chop me up into little bits. So I never act on those thoughts. I keep them locked away, where no one but me can see them. Of a sudden Not Ichigo's foot lashed out and connected with the side of a steel cabinet taller than himself. The surface of the box caved in as though hit by a sledgehammer, and then the whole massive implement was flung off to the side like it weighed less than nothing. The cabinet exploded through a wall and flew into the guest room, smashing through the side of the house and landing in the bushes outside. But unless you leave now, I'm gonna show you all of them. His tone was sounding more ragged and suitably chilling to match his actions. If you stay here, I'm going to do everything I've ever wanted with the both of you. Every position, every game, every painful bloody messed up thing that crossed my mind even for a second will be done to you. Whatever it takes, for as long as it takes. But I swear you won't die from it. Do you get it now? Every fucking thing I can think of, I'm going to do to you. He stopped talking. Stunned, the two women stared at him. Karen found that she could breathe easily again, the arm around her throat having come loose somewhat. Loli's knife also seemed to have dropped down so that it was no longer in her field of vision. They looked like they were scared. And I am too. Then the big teenager took a step forward. Immediately Karen was flung forward. She felt Not Ichigo's arms come around her, and caught a faint glimpse of Mainoli diving back into the hole, followed swiftly by Loli. After that there was the sound of scurrying, and then silence. "You all right, Karen?" Blinking, the girl looked up into the face of her brother. He seemed a little sad, and drained. Like that experience had taken a lot out of him. There was nothing scary about that face, but still, Karen realized for the first time that she had absolutely no idea who this person was. Who? It wasn't her that said that. Turning their heads, they both saw the miniskirt-wearing Kigo standing slack-jawed in the hole that Notichigo had kicked through the wall. "Who are you?" The trembling teen gulped, staring with bulging eyes at the sight of his classmate holding on to the little girl. "What the hell, Asano, did you drink your dad's homemade rice wine again?" Notichigo suddenly snapped. "Why did you put that big hole in my house?" Kigo blinked and drew back. "Huh? What? I don't. Seriously, man, when are you going to learn to appreciate your own strength?" Picking up Karen, the entity wearing her brother's body carried her through the plaster wall, giving Asano a pat on the shoulder at the same time. "By the way, why are you dressed up in my mom's old clothes?" "What? That's not. I mean, this is. What happened down here?" Misato Oka proclaimed as she led the rest of the girls in a dead run into the family area, some of them clutching tennis rackets or hefty-looking books. Holding a weightlifting bar like a staff, the teacher drew to a halt as she caught sight of the orange-haired student. "Ichigo-kun. When did you get back?" "Just now," he supplied in that lazy drawl they all recognized. "And don't worry about the noise, Kigo just got a little carried away and started throwing things." Asano did that. Kunia Dario sounded extremely skeptical as she eyed the matching craters in both walls. "Gabba. Duh," was Asano's only response. "Asano-kun, how could you be so thoughtless?" Misato tsked, reaching forward and grabbing the kid by an ear. He yowled pitifully as she yanked him off. "We're going to have a polite discussion about respecting other people's property, because clearly your parents haven't bothered to do so with you." There was a noise from outside, and Ishida Ryakan walked in through the hole, glancing around grimly. "What just happened?" "Nothing, Ishida Dano." Mikuro peeped at him timidly from behind the backs of her classmates. "Asano just went crazy for a little bit." The Quincy cast a penetrating stare in the direction of Notichigo, who took it easily enough and added, "He saw a really nasty couple of bugs and freaked out." "Don't worry, they're gone now. Everything's all right." Ryakan studied the boy's face as if searching for something undefined. He looked at Karen still held protectively in her elder's embrace, noting the pale tone to her skin and heightened breathing. In addition, he also saw that she did not appear to be resisting the familial embrace. And that decided it. "Try to keep things quiet down here. I'm going back to work." Without waiting for a reply, he turned and strode out of the house once more. A few seconds later, the rain of destruction began to fall once again. Notichigo turned and passed through the ranks of his classmates without another word. Heading upstairs, he moved to the room shared by the girls. After entering, he settled Karen on her bed and crouched before her. "Did they hurt you?" She shook her head no, still looking at him in a contemplative manner. The doppelganger stood up. "You want me to get you something from the fridge?" "Some juice, maybe." A slow nod in response. "You like guava juice, right? I think we've got some left. Wait here and I'll go check." He turned to exit the room. "Hey." The teenager paused. "Who are you?" his landlord's sister asked softly. Without turning around, he answered. "Kaizo Konpaku. But you can call me Kon. Everybody does." He started to leave then. "Thank you, Kon." "You're welcome." A brief stop with his hand on the doorway, and Kon looked back with a smile. "You're a strong girl, Karen Kurosaki. When your brother gets back I'll be sure to tell him you never cried once." He left her then, and Ichigo's friends came yammering back into her room all afire with questions. Karen had to admit she didn't mind the company. To be continued. Chapter 32, War in Heaven, The Joy of Battle. Flying overhead, Tabayum let out a roar, and a column of dire flames twice the width of its body erupted from the open eye. The Zanpakuto then zigzagged across the battlefield, bearing down on Nanao and leaving scorched earth in its wake. In response, the lieutenant flash-stepped around the room, daring the hunter to keep up with her. At the same time she cried out a verse. "Disintegrate, you black dog of Rondonini. Look upon yourself with horror and then claw out your own throat." Bakudo number 9, Gaki. Following in hot pursuit of her, the Zanpakuto suddenly froze in one place, outlined in a red glow. A few yards away, standing behind the protection of her own conjured Danko spell, Momo bent double and howled. "Gra! Momo, do something!" she screamed. Nanao watched this with interest. Unbelievable. Their minds are bound up together now. I can't tell one of them apart. They're getting better at fighting like this. You have to try and take at least one of them out quickly or you'll be overwhelmed. Agreed. Hado 54, Hyene, she breathed. Drawing back her hand as the purple glow of abolishing flames came around it, Nanao took aim at the immobilized soul cutter. Quintet of 1 gone iron pillars. Momo suddenly called out, and 5 rods of iron materialized over Nanao to drop straight down upon her. Tsurubashi! Came the lieutenant's instant response, her own attack going well wide of its target as a result. It couldn't be helped, as a solid tarp of spirit particles formed right above her, its ends anchored to the walls of the room. Originally designed to catch a falling mortal body, this spell served now to act like a net, trapping the incoming attack. Suspending star stretched downwards under the imposing weight of the quintet, but still held. Unfortunately, the temporary distraction had enabled Tobium to break free of her admittedly low-level binding, and the murderous device spun over to hover near its mistress once more. "You, plagiarist!" Hinamari Tobium lifted a finger and pointed it at Nanao. "I'm the one who published a report on the 37th Bakudo's uses in capturing incoming solid mass spells. A simpleton like you would never have thought to use it that way. If you didn't want it to be turned against you, then you never should have sought praise by publishing it." ISE shot back with a smirk as both of their Kido traps dissolved away together. "Nanao, what's wrong with you? Don't taunt them like that, they're only gonna get madder." "Good. Control of oneself is paramount to Kido. If I can disrupt their focus, then they've lost the greater part of their strength. And much as I hate to admit it, Hinamori is a very potent spellcaster." Her multiple personality nemesis smiled crookedly from safely behind her barrier, which had so far resisted any attacks Nanao had sent its way. "How long do you think you can keep this up, bookworm? Sooner or later you'll run out of tricks, and then we'll have you. Why don't you at least perform your shikai? I've never seen it in action, and it might be good for a laugh when I tell Aizen-sama the story of how you died. You haven't earned the right to see my Zanpakuto in action, Hinamori Momo. But I guarantee you will be telling no tales after this regardless." And with that she dropped to the ground and swiftly drew a circle with her finger. "Heart of the south, eye of the north, finger of the west, foot of the east, arrive with the wind and depart with the rain." A tracking spell. Hinamari Tobium sneered. "What, are you trying to hunt down some help? Nobody's coming to your rescue, witch." Bakudo 58, Summon of the Tracking Sparrows. Nanao shouted, then, in the same breath, Tsuzuri Raiden. The conductive lightning spell poured from her fingers and shot into the glowing dish that had resulted from her previous incantation. Behind the safety of Splitting Void, Momo suddenly arched upwards with a scream as lightning coursed over her body. "Nanao! You bypassed Danku. You're surprised? I published my findings on this research back at the Academy. Bakudo 58 can locate anyone, no matter their position to you. It's an omnidirectional spell. And Danku works only in one direction. By combining the Bakudo with a spell like Bound Lightning, which is designed to pass through some sort of medium to reach its target, you can effectively create a spell that seeks out and attacks someone without being visible to the naked eye. Much harder to prepare yourself for it. Oops. I guess I must have missed that. More like you were fantasizing about our fencing instructor from third period. You want to see his picture? I've still got it somewhere around here. No, thank you, now is not the time for. Black. As soon as she heard Momo shout the name, Nanao knew what to do. Coffin. Her instincts in terms of magic were well polished, and when faced with this wholly lethal attack, she immediately sprang away from the spot on which she had been standing. Defensive spells had no effect upon the 90th Hado, your only recourse was to remove yourself from the target zone. And she thought this was exactly what she had done. But looking around, something incredible became clear. The death trap hadn't formed around her location. The coal-black box instead covered Hinamaridabayam. Before her disbelieving eyes, midnight knives appeared from every direction around that impenetrable blockade and sank into it with lethal force. Aghast, Nanao stood frozen at the prospect. Holy crow! Did Momo just commit suicide? Can't be. Why would they? Suddenly her senses realized what was wrong, but by this point it was already too late. Byukarai. Pain tore through her stomach, and Ise screamed. She had just enough time to catch the thin white beam emerging from the confines of the box to pierce her side, and then... Reikoho! A blast of lightning and thunder emerged from Black Coffin and streaked towards where she stood. Everything around her exploded. Smoke rose up in a pillar from the site of that devastation, and through the sound of the scattering rubble, there came laughter. Further off, the midnight rectangle vanished to reveal Momo Hinamaridabayam standing unharmed. Wasn't that a nice bit of acting on my part? She called merrily. Not every Kido spell needs to be shouted out loud, you know. If I whisper while you're patting yourself on the back for that stupid stunt, then you'll never hear me incanting Kagami Tojire. I yelled out Black Coffin afterwards, but there was no force behind it, you just assumed the worst. What you saw was an illusion. And since you still held some sentiment towards me, you froze up just long enough for me to get a bead on you from inside the broken mirror facsimile. The smoke began to clear. Are you still alive over there, Nanao Fukutai-ko? Did you lose your glasses or something? Want me to help you find them? And then the last remaining whiff of dust was gone, revealing Nanao down on one knee. Her hair, normally caught up in a clasp, now fell around her shoulders. The ornament that she used to pin her sable locks in place was clenched in her hand, and from it there emerged a round wall of light 4 feet in diameter. The shield winked out, and rising, she cast the now useless accoutrement away. A defensive spell hidden in a doohickey, huh? Not bad, glasses. A girl of our rank can't be too much at ease when walking around the Siriti, after all. Never know when some misogynistic male with his eye on an advancement might take it into his head to attack you when your back was turned. We've had to kill a few of those ourselves. The sneer on Momo's face couldn't be called anything but ugly. It made the pretty pixie look more like a breed of imp. Blood trickled between Ise's fingers from the wound in her stomach, and her face was hard with anger and pain. You had enough time to heal that little scratch I gave you? Well, if not, too bad. Because that's only the beginning. You don't have a chance at victory. Aizen-sama's gone to make himself a king, and when he comes back it'll be to cast down the rest of the filth that dared to keep his ambitions caged. Your world is over. Nanao's eyes narrowed viciously. You disgust me, Hinamori Momo. Oh. That mocking figure cooed. The vice president of the Shinigami Women's Association is getting steamed. Oh, Nanao Fukushio, please don't take off your glasses and make a scary face at me. I don't think my poor little heart could bear it. The wounded warrior bit her lip in anger. That does it. She asked for this. Let her have it. No. I don't need to. Nanao, it's 2 against 1. If this keeps up they're going to kill you. Use me already. It's still too early. Don't tempt me into doing something I might regret. Do you think she's going to regret it after she murders you? I don't think so. It is not for her sake that I hold back. It is for Captain Hitsugaya. And Captain Kiraku. What? In spite of what she has become, Momo is still a person who means a great deal to Toshiro. And Shunsui despised the idea of harm befalling a woman, regardless of their worth or station in life. Were I to do as you suggest, it would cause him no end of pain. You're looking out for other people's hearts, while inside we haven't stopped crying over what happened to Shunsui Taiko. Nanao, you hate this traitor, admit it. These creeps didn't care a lick about our pain, did they? It's time for some payback. Not yet, Urashii Ononoko. Please, not yet. All right. We'll wait. But I'm not going to let you die, understand? If it comes down to her or you, there's no choice. As you say. And those two captains had better give us some hot full-on tongue kisses to show their gratitude when this is over. Duly noted. But until then. And the willowy enchantress came upright poised for battle. I will do nothing to disgrace the badge upon my arm as she has. Go get Dragon Lady. She obeyed, and once more magical war was waged in the Siriti. Locked in mortal combat with a small pack of ravenous skeleton rats, two captains of Zero Squad were momentarily taken aback when a golden blur moved by them. Even more surprising was the sudden collapse of several of the fleshless vermin, their backs broken, legs shattered. But there was no time to consider this unexpected aid, as more of the enemy came swarming over the rise in search of prey. Yuriyuki sped through the battlefield, then halted atop a cleared space, all her senses scanning the melee. In spite of their vast numerical superiority, the king's forces seemed to be having the worst of this fight. With every passing minute it seemed another fighter went down, while as far as she could tell, none of the Vastolord had been dealt with. They were easy to spot. The floating whirlpool was still drawing in everything around it. The only safe zone was an area extending a certain diameter around the edge of the hungry circle, which was apparently beyond the scope of either half's vortex. While some had noticed this and attempted to use it to attack from the creature's blind spot, this had so far proven futile. Anyone who drew close to it risked being snatched up by the multiplicity of grasping arms and thrown into its mouth. The same was true for any spiritual attacks sent its way. But in spite of being seemingly impervious to any injury, the beast was limited in its movements, probably owing to its size. It was just too large to move anywhere quickly. This gave the royal forces the means to stay out of its reach theoretically. Unfortunately, their own movements were hampered by the presence of the Mouse King's army, which was apparently limitless. A blanket of rats that multiplied with every one they cut down had spread out to cover the landscape. And far off in the direction of a range of mountains, the wolf could faintly be seen bounding from one side of the horizon to another, with captains chasing after it like tiny white-coated fleas. While somewhat interested in the possible outcome of this battle, Yuriyuki had a more personal interest to attend to. Looking off to the east, she could make out Tissan's black dome of sensory deprivation. It disappeared and reappeared frequently, indicating that the rebel captain could not simply move the black circus tent with him but was required to dismantle it whenever he wished to relocate to a different part of the battle. This had been the first indication of where her true target might lie. The loyal servant would not stray far from his master, just in case anything unforeseen might happen. And after several minutes of zipping through this war zone, Yuriyuki had finally found what she wanted. Close to where Tissan fought there was a sense of something unspeakably powerful. While the mayhem had prevented her from focusing in on anything clearly using only spiritual perceptions, the closer she drew to it, the more potent was its presence. It was almost like a gravitational force so immense it was drawing in everything around it. This could only mean one thing. Yuriyuki had at last located the leaders of the rebellion. The final confirmation came when she saw the monster rearing skyward and screaming out loud in numerous voices. Look at that. Will you just look at it? It's unbelievable. She really did it after all. For the first time in her life, Yuriyuki Shihoin bore witness to something that had not been seen in over 12 generations of her illustrious family. The Bankai of Retsuya no Hana. Minaja Zhenshao, whose name meant entirely destroy the flesh. Rising over 100 feet in the air, a dragon seemingly composed of red shifting smoke breathed its wrath at the feeble knights clamoring at its feet. The beast boasted 7 heads on long sinuous necks that waved around independently of one another, with black eyes and protruding snouts that dripped a host of lethal hues. As Yuriyuki watched, one head let loose a plume of white flame that incinerated any spiritual matter it touched. Close to this one came its twin whose breath was so cold it turned anything in its reach completely solid. Another spewed out a cloud of smoke that at first seemed to do nothing, until she saw several men staggering forth with their bodies rotting away from illness. A fourth emitted cloudy white vapor that invaded an opponent's lungs and choked them to death within seconds, while the next disgorged innumerable razor-sharp stilettos that flayed the meat off any soul unlucky enough to be caught in its path. The sixth emitted a ray whose effects were instantaneous and chilling, leaving as it did any victim in the throes of fatal starvation, their once healthy bodies shrunken and wasted away to stick like vestiges of men and women. The final head did nothing but weep quietly, like a mother mourning its lost young. This was violent death, in all its forms. It was a rampant force that had been deemed too dangerous to casually unleash upon the enemies of Siridi for the sheer threat it represented to all life in its vicinity. Only in truly exceptional conditions was Anohana supposedly ever given permission to exercise her ultimate power, and then only as a last resort. Even Yamamoto's Bankai, while admittedly more powerful, was not so great a danger. Conceivably, with Minaju's and Shao alone, it would be possible to kill off all life on the planet Earth, no matter its shape or size. This was the most frightening monster of all, whose only purpose was to kill. And it had finally been given free rein to do so. Legs and wings there were too, and Minaju's and Shao roamed freely across the battlefield, trampling the dead and dying beneath its talons or taking to the air in pursuit of its next victims. Composed of an insubstantial material, it neglected to dodge any attacks owing to their tendency to pass right through it. This impermeability did nothing to limit the Zanpakuto's destructive effect on Squad Zero. Still, to her careful eye, it quickly became apparent to Yoriyuki that this particular menace had a territory it was protecting. And within the bounds of that area she could now distinguish what must be Aizen in his hollow form and Anohana herself. All that remained was to reach that spot. That Tiamat isn't the only problem. Look there. I see him, Tescat. Between her and the aspiring king and queen was another piece of royalty. The Mouse King, Baragan Lusenburn, was deploying his army directly in her path, and while the creatures tended to spread out and become less numerous the farther off they went, in this central location they were proving to be thick as hairs on a dog's coat. It would be exceedingly difficult to make it through that morass unhindered. Difficult, but not impossible. The end was in sight. Gripping her battle axe, Yoriyuki sped straight for her target. Her bare feet skipped over any available surface, being careful not to come into contact with the rats whether they be alive or dead. As she went, though, progress started to become more difficult. In spite of her unmatched speed, there would soon be no room to maneuver. But there was more to being a Shinigami than black robes and swords, after all. Bakudo number 18, Stare of Starlight. Immediately a transparent surface visible only to its caster spread out like a red carpet before her. Rising about 3 feet off the ground, this fragile construct still supported her weight when she leapt atop it, allowing her to run well over the top of the ocean of plague below her feet. She was making good time now, and so far no one had noticed her. The captains continued to fight for their lives and honor, while their enemies struggled for their own ends. From the corner of her eye, the goddess of Flash paid attention to anything that might impede her travels. She gave special concern to the black-robed demon general who was directing this host. They were drawing abreast of his position where he was wading through his ranks, fighting off attacks from captains whose powers enabled them to take to the air. Baragan was smoking, its robes seemingly on fire in some places, indicating that it was possible to damage these things to some extent. Still, all 6 arms swung without stop, and the heads chattered and screeched in mindless glee. Earthbound, this thing still wielded incredible power to destroy. Keep focused. Almost there. Just have to stay focused. Following her path, Yoriyuki drew close to Lusenburn's position without him giving any notice to her. I just need to get by him. He'll never be able to catch me then, assuming he even notices me. But she was wrong. He had seen her. And he was not slow. In an instant the tyrant ruler's body collapsed into a swarm of rats that quickly fell into the rest of his brood. The captains fighting him drew away in perplexity, looking all around them for some explanation or sign of foul play. But it was Yoriyuki who learned the meaning behind this tactic, as Baragan reformed in front of her, rising up to one side of her path. Scimitars swung, and the stair shattered, sending her soaring into the air. Gaku Tekken! She cried in midair. Tsurubashi! 5 iron pillars fell to earth, and between them a solid net anchored to their points appeared. Landing on this, Yoriyuki bounced and spun to see the monster bearing down on her position. Where do you go, little Fleetfoot? The crown prince of pestilence purred as he swung his swords. The top head that wore a crown spoke, while the rest simply gabbled in approval of his voice. We smelled the magic you cast to guide you. There is no need to race so hard to find death. It is right before you. We don't have time for this. No kidding. Go on. Baragon laughed. Take a step off your perch. We will make it your last. He was coming closer. No one seemed to be rushing to her rescue, whether from mere oversight or maliciousness. But Shihoan had no intention of depending on the kindness of strangers to save her. This nuisance needed to be dealt with and quick. Bouncing up and down on her trampoline, she judged the distance between them. Only 5 seconds, now. Got it. Then to the king's surprise, she bunched her legs beneath her and launched herself at him. Yuryuaki raised her club as she soared through the air, aiming for the very heights of her enemy's reach. Lusenburn brought up his 6 blades contemptuously, seeing his prey engaging in what he recognized to be a suicide ploy. Her speed was not sufficient to stun him, and the trajectory was easily determined. Utterly pathetic. When she came within reach, half a dozen steel blades rushed screaming to slice her to pieces his familiars would then feast upon. Melt. The outline of her body shimmered, and all 6 swords passed right through Yuryuaki without encountering any resistance. Like she was nothing more than heat haze, a mirage in the desert. The collective heads let out a screech of surprise, and in that instant the Lady of Shihoan had closed the gap between her and Baragon. She swung with all her might, and the Jade Club crashed directly into the top rat skull with shocking force. Bone shattered, the thing's jaw cracked violently, and that corrupting behemoth fell backwards, collapsing with an ear-splitting howl of pain and rage. As it did, the golden crown flew off its head and landed far away. The moment this happened, no more rats flowed from his body. His tide of followers halted completely. The ones already released remained active, but no new ones came out to join them. Screaming in wordless outrage, the Mouse Koenig levered himself upright, his broken mouth twisted at a slight angle that apparently inhibited speech. Looking wildly around, he caught sight of Yuryuaki running away on a freshly conjured stretch of invisible road. Briefly he considered taking off in pursuit again. But then he noticed where she was headed. Straight towards where Aizen and his women were fighting. A thought occurred to Baragon then, if she could do this to me, perhaps she can also cause injury to Aizen himself. It was certainly worth testing, at any rate. He could always kill her afterwards. And more importantly, there was the matter of his army's power source. Noticing where the golden symbol of his rule lay, Lusenburn dissolved once more and rose up to grip it in one hand. As he brought it towards his bare scalp, Kirio Hakaifun of the King's Guard, having noticed this tableau play out along with its results, streaked down on the back of her Bankai Garuda the Bird King and split that magic crown in half with one blow of her spear. The pieces fell away in smoldering ruin, and Baragon screamed anew, vainly swiping at the retreating form of the former captain of Squad 12. Yuryuaki continued on her way without noticing any of this. The now keen-edged Zanpakuto Hano clashed against Ulquiorra's Lanza del Relampago, and much to the Espada's disbelief, the sword did not break, something he had believed to be virtually impossible. As he stabbed and was blocked anew, Schiffer admitted he was puzzled by this turn of events. Aizen-sama had calculated that once the initial stage of his plan was complete, there would be no more than 3 opponents of captain class available to oppose them. 4 was considered unlikely, and 5 virtually beyond the pale of comprehension. Almost impossible, Aizen-sama had stated. Impossible. The laughing maniac in front of him was another source of irrationality. This was apparently Zaraki Kenpei, who was supposedly limited in the expression of his spiritual strength. While perhaps the strongest fighter in the ranks of the Godi I-13, he was not able to deploy anything close to his full power owing to an acrimonious relationship with his soul cutter that deteriorated his abilities to an astonishing degree. In spite of this, he had the reputation for being almost impossible to kill. Ulquiorra had considered this to be an absurd statement. But now that he was fighting the man, trading blows and being forced to block those in return owing to the massive force lurking behind everyone, he found himself wondering if he actually knew what that word meant. Impossible. To kill. Impossible to kill. That is not possible. It is not within the realms of possibility. I can kill anyone. That is who I am. What I am. I kill any who oppose my master's will. Why do these Shinigami, these death gods? Why will they not die? Down a tunnel in the wall you could have parked a jumbo jet in with room to spare. The battle between two monsters was emitting enough residual spiritual power to make it difficult for any of the observers to even stand, so much was the room shaking. Zaraki! Ichigo mumbled in disbelief. What the? How did he get so strong? Obviously, a scratchy, high-pitched voice came from behind him. The oaf has learned how to communicate with his Zanpakuto. Spinning around, the Shinigami substitute reeled when he saw who was standing there. Rukia. She crossed her arms and scowled. What is it with you humans and denying me my proper honorific? Kurosaka's head jerked around, over to where he remembered her being. To add to his discomfort, Rukia and Orium were both still sprawled out on the floor. They hadn't moved an inch. He came back around, mind a-whirl with confusion. At the sight of Nimue Kurotsuki and his comrade Urayu flanking the tiny look-alike, however, recognition finally dawned. Byakuya strode up to them, a whirlwind of blades flowing around him. Captain Kurotsuki. What are you doing here? To lend you my aid, of course. What else? Mayuri snapped back. How can we be sure he's really on our side? Hitsugaya intoned grimly, keeping his sword up and ready for action. Enough people have turned traitor today. He's no traitor, Ishida spoke up, leaning on Nimue for support. Ichigo did not fail to notice how wretched he looked right now. They tried to take him down like all the rest, but it didn't work out. Believe me, we're here to help you. Did Yuryu-Aki-sama send you? Yumi Chika called as he came up, still keeping his attention on the struggle taking place far off in the distance. Questions, questions. Do you think we have all the time in the world here? Mayuri and Rukia's body bounced up and down in a very cross manner. Zaraki can't keep that creature occupied forever no matter how much of his soul he uses. You must help us complete the sequence so that we might destroy the Vastolord while it's still distracted. At this point, Urayu gasped and began to collapse. Immediately Ichigo rushed forward and gripped his arm to steady him. As he did, his eye fell on the star student's bowed neck. Holy hell, Ishida! The Quincy was not surprised by his loutish associate's reaction. He knew that the sight of the worm creature fastened to his cervical vertebrae and running down his spine must be a particularly grisly one. He, at least, was spared from seeing how grotesque it looked. Unfortunately, that was the only kindness afforded him in this situation. What Nimue had failed to mention, possibly because she did not know it herself, was that the initial pain of being joined to the Mimaizu did not diminish in the slightest in the period afterwards. It still felt as though someone had stuck a knife into his neck and was slowly grinding it around, while needles continued to plunge into and down his backbone. A part of him was convinced that Mayuri's sadism had compelled him to make the thing this way intentionally. But in truth, the physical torture was not the worst part of it. It was the presence that had taken up residence at the back of his mind. How are you doing there, Quincy? Leaning on Nimue for support once more, the human sorcerer gritted his teeth at that smug voice. Always now there was a feeling that someone was hanging just over his shoulder, watching everything he did. The living organism hooked into his nervous system allowed Mayuri to communicate telepathically with him. While he watched the demented scientist hastily explain the procedure to Kurosaki and the captains, Urayu didn't fail to notice the sly look that beautiful fiend's face cast in his direction. Don't go passing out on me, cockroach. You haven't even begun to feel pain. Apparently Mayuri was capable of dividing his attention in several directions without any effort. But while he could hear the reprobate's voice quite clearly, his own thoughts didn't seem audible to his tormentor. Which was something of a relief, although he would have appreciated the opportunity to curse Kurotsuki in a way he would never lower himself to doing out loud. The lieutenant continued to hold him upright, something she seemed able and willing to do for as long as necessary. A good thing too, because his legs didn't feel like they could bear his weight. Under normal circumstances the ceaseless hurt, combined with the violation of his being, might have been enough to overwhelm even a Quincy's iron sense of will and spirit. But the first thing he had noticed when they came into this chamber was Orium. Whether injured or simply unconscious he could not tell, but she was still alive. He hadn't been too late. There was yet a chance that she might be saved. And though it might be small of me to think it, I would really like to be the one who keeps her safe. Even if I'm not alive afterwards to appreciate it. Which is looking more likely by the minute. It's time. String your bow, Quincy. Another side effect of the parasite being attached to him was that it had immediately transferred information on how to use it into his brain. That made things a whole lot easier. So Uriah knew exactly what was being called for here. Raising his arm, he held it out as though gripping a longbow horizontally. Resolutely he then formed the image of a T in his mind. On the floor before him, that same symbol appeared in glowing white form. It then grew out, broadening and expanding till it was nearly 20 feet long. Ready! He gasped aloud, tears gathering in his eyes. All captains, assemble on the arms. Drive your Zanpakuto into it and feed your power through completely. At the same time, a cajoling whisper floated through the archer's brain. Now, boy, it's time for you show your worth. Sweet heaven, I pray that this works. Stop. Ishida blinked past the obstruction in his vision, trying to determine just what was going wrong. Where are you going, human? Kiss my ass, body snatcher. I'm going to help Zaraki. Oh, hell. It figures. Kurosaki, must you always hog the limelight? Wait a second. Ichigo spluttered. You intend to shoot him through Zaraki? Any forewarning on our part could alert the Hollow as well. Mayuri crossed her arms and gave him a look that clearly said he was an idiot. It was so incredibly familiar to the one he usually got from the real Rukia that it made his flesh crawl. And the biggest weakness of this technique is that it's a one-shot offensive. If we miss, there won't be a second chance. It was hard enough finding an opportunity where he remains in one place for more than a second. We can't afford to waste it. But what if? Silence. She swept out a dismissive arm. Take up your position, boy. We are fortunate that we have 4 individuals of such high power level to provide the ammunition. But even with all of you together amplified through Tauto Imimizu, it might not prove enough. All the same, this is our best chance at victory. That creature must be destroyed before we carry the fight to Aizen. Now do as I command. Ichigo looked over to the luminescent line she was pointing at, where Byakuya and Toshiro had already taken up their positions. What do you think? Do you even have to ask? Right. And with that, he turned and sped down the massive burrow. Stop. Where are you going, human? Kiss my ass, body snatcher. He yelled over his shoulder. I'm going to help Zaraki. Any worries? None at all. And anyway, Hitsugaya said that Yoriyuki already had a plan for dealing with Ulquiorra. I trust her a lot more than I do Captain Clown. No more doubts. Let's do it. As my master wishes. To victory. Yumi Chika had to admit, it was rather adorable seeing that Furukia fuming indignantly like that. Puts me in mind of the real thing. Unfortunately, he had to agree with the human. This tactic was so grotesque it was painful to think about it. You did not shoot your allies in the back, and certainly not your captain. Of all the nerve. If he wasn't wearing Kukaki-chan's face, I'd tell you to punch him. Yes. But I have a better idea. Gentlemen. The handsome pugilist bowed to his counterparts. If you'll excuse me, I think I'll follow Master Kurosaka's example. My captain is in danger, and I am needed. So saying, he took a last glance in the direction of the 2 beautiful women huddled together under a dome of magic. Ah, what a magnificent sight. Then Ayasukawa tore off in pursuit of battle, feeling his pulse pound at the prospect. Why didn't you idiots stop them? Mayuri spluttered. Hitsugaya and Kukaki exchanged a glance. The lord then turned a cold glare on the stolen face of his sister. You played your hand, magician, and this is all you get. The fault is no one's but your own. Now, unless your resolve is so weak as to let mere abandonment stop you, I suggest we begin. With that, he drove Senbonzakura into the white symbol and flooded it with his power. The 10th squad captain proceeded to do the same. All their attention focused on feeding the Quincy everything they had to give. Even if they may die as a result. They are our allies. It is their decision to continue to fight, and it is mine to try another path. No matter the choices we make, we must be prepared to live with the consequences. Death is no substitute for honor. I have learned that much, Senbonzakura. And learned it well, my lord. An opening appeared, and Ulquiorra lashed out with his free hand, raking his claws across the brute's face. Still, the fighter did not slow down or so much as blink. He brought his lanza around in a powerful blow, knocking the Shinigami's sword aside for a moment, and in that time, he kicked straight up and let the talon on his heel slice him open from hip to shoulder. That mad grin never flickered. And the Kenpeka kept on fighting as though nothing had happened. Another one. Another lunatic without a brain, fighting with me past the point when it should be clear that any further conflict was pointless. Did these damn Shinigami not understand what it meant to be outmatched? A flurry of overhand blows came down upon him, and though he blocked them all, Ulquiorra found himself actually taking a step backwards. Impossible! My strength cannot be daunted, even for a moment, by a mere death god. And to prove this, when that razor-sharp edge fell once more, he caught it not on his blade, but on the side of one of his horns. His arrow split, and the blade cut deep into the shaft. But Ulquiorra didn't notice, as he was already bringing his energy weapon around in a backhand arc to cut this abomination in half. Three things happened then. First, the spiky-haired ogre bore down and head-butted him full in the face. The pain was real but negligible, and did nothing to prevent his own attack. Second, a black katana intercepted his lanza, holding it back from the other man's body. Third, he felt a tickling at the base of his neck, around the same time someone kicked him in the back of the knee. He saw them. The human, Kurosaki. The turncoat, Yumichika. And the ape, Zaraki. Then they all started attacking him at once. The tickling started along his ribs as well, but he ignored it. The Arrancar in Tezama dropped down on top of a burning inn in the 28th district of northern Rukonga. A platoon of Minos Grande followed in her wake, their skyscraper forms crushing buildings underfoot as they wailed their eerie calls. The sound of a pitched battle drew her in the right direction. Spying her contacts crouched outside a ring of leveled houses, she moved swiftly to join them, her sonido leaving a faint sonic boom in passing. I brought them, she called out, and saw the other Arrancar start fearfully. What, were they expecting Grimjo himself to answer their distress call? Not likely. What's in this district that's holding up our assault? We. One of them swallowed, looking ridiculously guilty. We just can't stop him. We've sent hundreds of Hollow in to do it, and he keeps mowing them down. The regular troops aren't enough, even 2 numeros got taken out. That's why we called for a brace of Minos, to try and overwhelm him. What? Tezama looked between them, disbelief written large on the half of her face still visible. You're telling me our advance is being held up by one man? There are no captains left on the field, so how could that be? One of them looked about to respond, when the howl of a Minos behind her drowned him out. They started and glanced fearfully at the cannibal behemoths who had answered their call for aid. Feeling annoyed by this craven behavior, Infane moved past her stunned associates in the direction of the fight that was still ongoing. Emerging around the edge of a smoldering bake shop, she had a clear view of what was taking place. Atop a small mound of rubble from a collapsed house, there stood a man ringed around with attacking hollows. He was tall and solidly built, with shaggy dark hair and long muscular arms. The fabric of his clothes was shredded to pieces, revealing deeply tanned brown skin beneath the sheen of blood and sweat that caused his broad chest to shine. However, the implements attached to his arms showed no sign of damage. They looked to be gauntlets, the left being bone-white with a spike extending from the shoulder, while the right was black and violet and touted a broad shield emerging from the forearm. As Tezama watched, the crowd of hollows around this lone fighter rushed to surround him. The man laid about, swinging back and forth to answer their assaults. His shield arm scattered the attackers no matter their size, while in his left hand, he appeared to be wielding a weapon of some kind. A club, perhaps, white and fairly short but no less effective by the looks of things. None of their brethren could break through his defense regardless of what skills they employed to the task. Then, just when it looked for a moment as if the press might be about to drag him down, he pumped his right arm, and a cone of blue fire roared forth from it. The watching Arrancar ducked back, and the shot roared by her down the street. Was that a Ciro? When it passed and she had mastered her understandable shock, she once more looked out at the battle. A charred swath of smoking earth was what caught her attention first. This stretched long past her field of vision in the direction it had traveled. Back at the fight, fully a quarter of the assault force had been wiped out by the blast. The rest hung back fearfully, seemingly unwilling to share their fellows' fate. Now that there was a lull in the fighting and their enemy was standing still, it suddenly became obvious what he was holding in his hand. "Is that a jawbone?" "That's what I said." Another hollow piped up behind her. "I said, hey, he's beating us off with a jawbone, but nobody believed me." She turned back about and regarded them. "Who is he?" "That's no Shinigami, I can tell you that." "So what is he doing here?" All she received in return were shrugs and uncertain looks. However, the one from before was still intent on asserting her corroboration. "You know, call me crazy, but I could swear I've seen that bone before. I know nobody else wants to hear this, but don't you think it looks a lot like Yami Realgo's mask fragment? You know, that ugly square jaw of his that was bigger than his whole face? I saw him eat once, and could never get over how that thing moved. It was like a cow chewing its cud or something. Really, it looked." They were all staring at him now, and he trailed off. Infantezima cocked her head. "So you're saying one man is stopping our army with the jawbone of an ass?" Nobody spoke up. "It doesn't matter anyway," the female scout declared to them. "We've got a force 1,000 hollows strong in this area, plus the Minos now. He can't beat them all." As if to confirm this statement, another of their Grande pack reared up and let loose a tremendous howl. A second later, a burst of blue light roared overhead, and the bellowing giant now sported a hole where the top of its face had once been. It collapsed over on its back, shaking the ground, and all the lesser hollows present stared in disbelief. Snapping out of her trance first, Infane swept her fingers down and opened up a garganta. Glancing over at the huddle of minor officers, she nodded and said, "This area was assigned to you. Fight that bruiser or explain why you didn't to Grimjo. Your choice. I'm out." She left them then, returning to her duty of acting as a courier. But as she did, a question lingered. Why? Why were these Shinigami fighting so well? Weren't all death gods supposed to be cowards at heart? Faced with a superior force, they should have fallen over themselves surrendering. That's what Aizen had told them. What was it that prevented them from simply being overrun as had been predicted? Could it be we're not going to win? No. That couldn't be. Even if their army failed to achieve victory here, once Aizen and the other Vastolord returned, they would make short work of the Godi I-13. Of course, if we don't succeed, he's likely to dispose of the rest of us along with them. So there was only one solution, and that was to win. On the outskirts of the 1st Division offices, her strength gave out, and Sachiko collapsed. Her prosthetic leg made a hollow thud when it struck the stone, announcing her failure for all to hear. What can I do? There's no strength left in my leg. I can't go any further. I've failed. It would be best to just lie here and die. This conclusion seemed insurmountable. But a second later she found herself crawling forward nonetheless. Every breath was becoming harsh in her lungs, as though she could taste the awesome Reisu still swirling around these buildings. They said when caught in a fire, you should get low to the ground in order to avoid the smoke. Don't know why that came to me right now. Perhaps I'm trying to think of anything other than giving in. Up a flight of stairs she went, one handhold at a time. Fugunashi tried not to think of her pitiable body or how far off she might be from where she had to go. Instead she filled her mind with thoughts of her previous life, in which she had served well and faithfully alongside her dear Kenta, doing him and the Godi I-13 proud. There were days spent together, sharing each other's company on riverbanks or watching fireworks ascend and explode in the twilight sky as it deepened into true night. Administrative duties, meaningless things made memorable by something one of them said or did, jokes they had shared and laughed about. Yes, there had been a time in her life when she was happy. Before she knew it, Sachiko found herself before the great doors to the captain's conference room. A sense of achievement at having made it this far made her stop and smile in triumph. Unfortunately, the halt in her progress let her know that her arms were almost dead from weariness, such that all she could do was lie face down panting and gasping for breath in the shadow of those colossal open portals. I can't go on. Kenta, please forgive me. There's nothing I can do. In this position, Sachiro failed to see something coming towards her. It flowed over the ground, a patch of shadow that somehow seemed darker than all the rest. When it approached her, this shade paused, as though surprised. Then it came to a decision, and slipped over to join her shadow. As it did, Fugunashi could have sworn she smelled blood. Get up. She did. No question. There was strength again suddenly, enough to at least move. Not questioning where it might have come from, she placed her hands on the ground and pushed, finally standing up. Wavering slightly on her unbalanced legs, the maimed Shinigami tottered forward, heading in the direction of the monster whose presence continued to push against her body while drawing at her heart. At least let me see it. That's all I ask. Let me see it and spit in its face, let it know what Kenta meant to me before I die. Nothing else matters. Sachiko kept going, and her shadow kept pace behind her. Rukia came awake slowly. A dull throbbing in her ears informed her that something powerful must be close by. She heard sounds that might have been voices, and the unmistakable clash of blades, even if somewhat faint. Izuna no Hanabiaki Arenji Ichigo. It all came back at once, and the weary woman forced her eyes open to find out if any of her loved ones might be dead. This room was a lot brighter than she remembered, probably having something to do with the gigantic hole blown in a wall that allowed for daylight to come glimmering through. The first thing she could pick out was that she seemed to be lying down. And standing up. She was sitting on the floor with Orium next to her, and at the same time she was standing 30 feet away talking to Byakuya and Captain Hitsugaya. Rukia blinked. No. That's not me. Whoever it is, they just look like me. There's Ishida, and Nimue Kuratsuki. Which means that clone must be Mayuri's handiwork. Why? Doesn't matter. Where's? She turned her head. Ichigo. At the far end of what looked to be seemed to be another titanic mole tunnel, she could see him, engaged in a fight to the death alongside Zaraki Kenpeki and Yumi Chika against the Espada Ulquiorra Schiffer. They were moving at such speeds it was hard to distinguish one from the other, but all the same she recognized them. And she also noticed that for whatever reason, Ichigo wasn't wearing his mask in this fight. Which meant he was going to get destroyed. A frantic glance around informed her that while there didn't seem to be any other enemies in sight, her allies didn't look to be much concerned with going to help them. Struggling to her feet, Rukia stumbled towards them. Hey! She ran right into something that didn't budge and sat down heavily as a result. A barrier. Was this why she was having trouble sensing people's soul signatures? Who had put it there? The captains were so intent on their work they didn't even notice her. What's going on? From the depths of her soul, she felt the pain that Sode no Shirayuki remained in as a result of their attack on Yamamoto. There was no chance of calling upon her Zanpakuto for aid at this time. Her body felt worn out, like she had been running a marathon keto course till she collapsed from exhaustion. How am I going to get free of this force field? Inspiration struck. Orium. Turning, she dropped down and grabbed the unconscious girl's shoulders, shaking her forcefully and screaming at her. Wake up. Orium Inu, you have to wake up. I need your help, please. Ichigo is in danger, we have to try and help him. Come on, open your eyes. There was no response. Looking up, Rukia saw Zaraki Kenpeki flying through the air, and understood the worst was about to happen. Ichigo swore. Cut him once. Come on, just once, one time, let him not block it, show me some sign that he's starting to fade. Ulquiorra had conceivably been in his Segunda Etapa form for hours now. Was it really the same as a Bankai, meaning that it used up a lot of energy and couldn't be held for very long? Certainly didn't seem that way. Every swing, be it from sword or fist, was parried, whether on the haft of his lance or caught on those wicked black claws. The bat-winged fiend was actually fast enough to prevent any blows from coming near his body. But for the last few seconds at least, Ulquiorra hadn't been able to make any attacks of his own. Maybe it was the fact that he was faced with 3 people all engaging him in close quarters combat. Whatever the case, Ichigo certainly hoped that it would last. His luck held, because it didn't. There was no warning. 1 minute he was aiming for Ulquiorra's elbow, some part of him still clinging to the plan of trying to turn his own weapon against him. The next he was off his feet and slamming into solid rock, pain driving through his skull like a railroad spike. "Don't close your eyes, damn it. Keep awake or you're dead." This command allowed him to catch a glimpse of Yumi Chika being picked up on the heft of one leathery wing and flung away as well. Then it was just Zaraki. The captain's aura was so powerful it looked almost solid, a shadowy other version of Kenpeka that lagged behind every movement in the manner of a time-lapse photograph. Were he fighting anyone else, it was unlikely they would be able to hold out against him. But this was a Vastolord, not so much a single opponent as it was a compressed planet's worth of souls. The rarest and most dangerous of any type of spiritual entities, even greater than Shinigami captains. Schiffer proved this, when he suddenly reached up and snapped off his own horn, the one Kenpeki had cut earlier. With this makeshift dagger, he caught the next stroke from that deadly longsword and swung his own in return. There was no choice but to try and grab it with his free hand, and so the captain did. His fingers wrapped around the lanza, and seemed to melt even as it cut right through his palm and split his forearm. Schiffer looked Zaraki right in the eye, and from his place slumped against the wall, Ichigo felt a horrible premonition of what was coming next. Right at the exact moment the Espada lifted a finger and fired a Ciro Oscuras point blank in the giant's unprotected face. Ichigo expected to see the big man get beheaded. Instead, when the beam had run its course, he was surprised to find that this was not the case. In point of fact, he was stunned beyond incomprehension when there didn't seem to be any damage to the captain at all. To be perfectly fair, Kenpeki too looked a bit unsure by this turn of events, furrowing his brow and tilting his head to the accompaniment of no noise for once, as the bells on his hair were gone. This was nothing compared to the look on Ulquiorra's face, as the Espada opened his mouth and actually screamed in fury. Then he lashed out with one leg and booted Zaraki in the gut, sending him flying back the way they originally came. After this, the demonic entity turned his attention back to Ichigo. As he flew through the air, Zaraki pondered a few things. "Hey. What? I forgot to ask, but do you have a special ability I'm not aware of?" "Yes. I make you completely invulnerable to anything along the lines of energy-based attacks. That includes acids, burns, and cold. Only something that stabs, cuts, or bludgeons can injure you when I am drawn." "Oh. Thanks. You're welcome." He hit the ground and slid along it for a ways, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. And then Rukia Kukaki was looking down at him and yelling like somebody annoying he knew. "Get over here, Kenpeki, you Nimrod. We need your help to kill that thing." "He didn't die." Ulquiorra howled incredulously even as his horn grew back. "I hit him head-on and he didn't die." He took a step toward the injured boy, shaking with undeniable wrath. "Why?" Kurosaka was slowly sliding upright, using the wall for support. "Would you just shut up, Ulquiorra?" "No. Not me. You." He was about to fire another Ciro, but then remembered how that had just fared. So instead he raised his Lanza del Relampago. At this range, he knew that there was no avoiding injury to himself. But at the same time, that made absolutely no difference. As long as this creature would stop living in the same world as me. I've had enough. As Ulquiorra hoisted his weapon aloft, a strange tickling ran over his bicep. And he finally noticed something. Or more precisely, someone. The figure flashed around him, very fast, but one sweep of his tail was all it took to send that form flying, the spell that sought to conceal its presence from him broken. Turning, he saw a man dressed in black go crashing to the ground several yards away. No one he recognized, but that hardly mattered anyway. Whatever that person had been trying to do, it clearly didn't work. So all that remains. Ulquiorra turned back towards Ichigo. As he did, the Espada noticed a faint sparkle along his outstretched forearm. "What?" Abruptly 2 spirit signatures dropped down at his back. "Now, Ganju." A sign of benevolence, a binding to keep all children safe/dreams and prayers so heavy to bear. He spun about. Not 5 feet behind him, 2 figures dressed in black were crouched a few paces apart. Their spiritual presence was low compared to all the rest, such that only now when he focused did it come to him clearly. One was bulky and thick, while its counterpart was slender and missing an arm. They both seemed to be holding something tightly in one hand, but nothing was there. A sense of foreboding stole over him, and Ulquiorra quickly reassessed where his next targets lay. He whipped back his lanza to throw. "Bless us and protect us, give us peace from our fears." "No!" Kurosaka shrieked, but too late. Too late. Ulquiorra saw something sparkle along the ground. Fair touch. It looked to be lines of spider's web, running over to where those people sat. Only then did it occur to him that the same glint had come off his arm earlier. And suddenly he knew the truth. So overpowering was it that the Espada's body actually froze, going stiff with shock in the very act of saving himself. Impossible. They've got it. They've got Stark's chain. Whose name is Gleipnir? The gossamer links glowed, now visible as being wound around Ulquiorra's body everywhere that odd tickling sensation had come from before. Ancient magic even older than himself activated at the final utterance of the invocation. And then the chains yanked taut around him. A weight of unbearable force sent the Vastolord crashing down to one knee. His legs felt rooted to the floor, arms pulled in and clamped against his chest, the lanza vanishing in an instant. Those great black wings were tied up like brown paper packages and furled tight on themselves. Before him where the two sorcerers crouched, the lagging ends of Gleipnir they had been clutching were now anchoring to the stone, setting into round carvings which were forming that bore the mark of magic runes. Like the Fenris before him, the Basilic was captured. Death had been bound. Yumi Chika swept over to the figure in black whom Ulquiorra had thrown away. It stirred at his approach and moaned. Removing some of the petals from his inner robe, he bent and pushed aside the person's mask, intending to heal them even without Ruiro's tangible aid. The face he saw there caused his jaw to drop. Seisakub Fukutaiku. The white-haired lieutenant of Division 1 winced in pain, then cracked his golden eyes open. Failed. He murmured, and coughed. I failed her, don't go near it. No, Ji-san, you got him, Ayaskawa breathed softly. It worked, he's chained. You did well. Reaching up, he tried to place one of the petals in the old man's mouth, only to have his wrist caught in a fist of steel. No. Kojiro Sasaki gasped and looked up at him through a haze of pain. I didn't. And tears rolled down his cheeks. I didn't get it into his mouth. He can still attack. Yumi Chika froze. He then heard the most horrible scream. I am death, I am death, I am death. This line was running over and over in his head as he struggled ineffectively against the cords that bound him. Specifically designed to entrap Vastolord, the links proved impervious to his great strength, not even allowing him to budge an inch. His lanza did not reform when he called it. Even his tail was wrapped around his leg. He was caught in the web of magic. I am death, I am death, I am death. Along with this insane litany, another thought ran in counterpoint, with the madness as background music. I am death. And death cannot be bound. Certain of this, he opened his mouth and was extraordinarily pleased when the regular Siro began to build up without any hesitation. There is nothing I cannot kill. And with this he took aim at the pair who had so profaned him. The stone shackle formed beneath her hand slowly as she mouthed the proper phrases, and Kyokaku did not dare to look away from it, even when she felt the murderous power rising from within the beast. Damn. Guess this plan didn't work as well as we had hoped. But I am Shiba. It is my duty to finish this binding no matter what. She felt achingly proud to realize that Ganju hadn't panicked at the realization of what was coming. He stayed beside her, mumbling the spell and rooting the chain in place with his earth magic just as she did. Without this final incantation, the Vastolord might still escape. It needed to be tied to one specific spot. They both understood that. As Shiba, the guardians of the words, it was their place to do this. Or rather, it is my place. I am so proud of you, little brother. But I never intended for you to die here. Without skipping a syllable, the ferocious noblewoman lashed out with her foot and kicked Ganju clear across the hall. Nay-san. It's all right. One should be enough. The final word was spoken, and the sigil of the Shiba was impressed within that seal. Just in time, as a burst of black light washed over her. Kion, here I come. With a bang. Ulquiorra. Ichigo saw what was about to happen, and made his choice in an instant. There was no time to charge a Getsuga, no guarantee it would even get his attention, much less hurt him. But there is one thing that I think Ulquiorra won't be able to ignore. Me. And my big mouth. Ichigo Kurosaka threw himself towards that horrific thing, just as he had what seemed a lifetime ago, when a monster had been threatening his little sister. Only this time, a Shinigami wouldn't be there to jump in and save him. I am here, Ichigo. Thanks, Ji-san. I appreciate it. With that, he opened his mouth and roared a challenge to his nemesis. Ulquiorra. The demon's head turned and looked right at him. Its eyes focused in, wide as could be and totally without reason. Try it. See if fourth time's the charm. I won't back down to you. I am the #1 guardian, and don't you forget it. As he thought this, a black butterfly fluttered into his field of view. Yumi Chika heard the human's cry, and made his decision in an instant. He has no right. Awash with the power he had robbed from Kurosaki, the slender fighter let go of Sasaki and spun, moving as fast as his supercharged legs could go. He saw the boy staggering forward in his attempt to be heroic. Such an ugly display. He saw the hollow turn its head to destroy that heroism. Even uglier. With the speed of Shunpo, Yumi Chika crossed the divide between them and leapt, robes flapping around him. He briefly wished there was someone to take a picture of this scene. And then he landed right against Ulquiorra's shoulder. His hands grasped hold of those twin horns, and calling upon all the strength he had in his body at this time, the martial arts master wrenched that head violently away from him as far as he could. He felt the neck bones snap beautifully, and the thing stiffened beneath him. Splendid. Then the head moved. It kept turning, beyond what he had intended, until the whole thing rotated in a circle, neck twisting like a rag until it faced him. There was a zero burning in its mouth equal to the madness in its black and green eyes. Yumi Chika. A sword cut into the hollow's throat then, and another tore through its chest, causing its aim to alter somewhat. But when the black beam of murderous light shot out, it still connected. Yumi Chika was flung back, his arm and the right half of his chest burned completely away. Absolutely splendid. When he hit the ground a second later, he could have sworn he heard Rukia scream his name. No, yeah, not of any reason to fear / as you blow out the billionth candle / stand forever. The last barrier crumbled, and before Nanao could race to complete her incantation, Hinamari Dabium shrieked, "Sigh!" Immediately her arms were pinned behind her back, and the bespectacled sorceress found herself pressed face down to the ground. But still she continued to speak. As a monument to the end of Dr. Silvertongue striking ASP. Hado 100, Grandpa. Her throat seized up, preventing her from uttering that final crucial part. Around them, the glowing green pagoda simply faded away as fast as it had appeared. Gasping breathlessly, Hinamari Dabium stumbled to a halt before her and wiped a trembling hand across her pale sweating brow. "I didn't think you could do it," she panted, staring at the imprisoned Nanao with a look of mingled fear and rage. "Never heard anybody try using Grand Palace of the Death God, let alone pulling it off. But it looked like it was actually going to work for you." Nanao remained silent where she lay, blood pooling beneath her. Her hair and the left side of her face was burnt, and Momo was walking with a limp while clutching her shattered left wrist. But Dabium still continued to float menacingly beside her, indicating that the two of them had not reached their limits. "You were really going to kill me?" Looking like she wanted to kick Ise but being unable to with her injured leg, the witch settled for spitting on her instead. "So much for you, Lieutenant. Too bad you don't have any more enchanted items on you." That's all she wrote. And with a malicious giggle, Dabium started to spin. The beam that came out of it now was as thin as a hair, but no less lethal for it. "I think we're going to carve you up a little bit at a time. Give you a chance to really feel it. A foot here, couple of fingers there. Maybe when I'm done, I'll show you off to Kiraku, see if he still thinks you look kawaii." The glowing red line began to burn its way across the stone towards her, and Nanao took a deep breath. Bound together behind her back, one hand slipped into her sleeve. Stare in devotion. What? What did you? Her fingers coaxed the dagger out of its sheath. Urshii Ononoko. With a curse Momo sent her Zanpakuto surging forward, but then both of them were blown back by the release of spirit energy. The low-level spell holding her down crumbled, and Nanao Ise, lieutenant of the 8th Division, rose to her full height. Hair in disarray, blood staining her robes, she brought her right hand up. Held in her fist was what looked like a blacksmith's hammer, with a rectangular gray head the size of a cantaloupe and a thick wooden handle 1 foot long with runes carved all up and down it. This large, heavy instrument looked completely out of place in her delicate little fingers, but she held it without any sign of discomfort. Danku. Standing a few yards away, safe behind the barrier she had just invoked, Hinamari Tabayam stared for a second, then laughed. Are you serious? That's your Zanpakuto? What a joke. I've never seen anything so ridiculous. What, are you going to pound some nails for me? Come on, sing along. If I had a hammer/I'd hammer in the morning/I'd hammer in the evening. And she threw back her head and laughed crazily. I finally understand why you've been hiding something as useless as that. I did have my reasons for not wanting to use this, Nanao replied evenly, reaching up to push a stray hank of hair behind her ear. But you have forced my hand. Fire leaked out of Tabayam's eye, both the Zanpakuto and its mistress looking contemptuously at her. Idiot, you'll never catch me swinging that big ugly thing. Don't embarrass yourself. I have no intention of chasing you any further. Momo glowered at her. Unless you plan to hit yourself in the throat with that hunk of metal, my spell still keeps you from using any of your own. Whatever special ability that thing has, it won't change the fact that you're completely outmatched. You mentioned before that I was out of spell artifacts. Aizen's follower narrowed her eyes suspiciously but did not respond. Well, I do have one more left. She tapped the front of her glasses briefly. These. They're designed specifically for me, courtesy of Captain Yukatake should I ever decide to use my Shikai, which thankfully isn't often. Nanao wore a look that many who knew her would have recognized. It was the face of the iron-filing mistress, the person who brooked no subordinate to ever speak flippantly to her or behave in a manner she considered disrespectful. He did this because he knew that, like my captain, I cannot fully control the extent of my soul cutter's power. And in addition, he recognized that I take no pleasure in its use. Her voice dropped an octave then. Ordinarily. Behind the wall of Danku, Hinamari Tabayam placed a hand on her hip sardonically. You and Shiro-kun, you both sound like you're reading out of some corny novel. You should have stuck to the library, Nanao-chan. And that did it. This fight, Nanao stated calmly, is done. Hell yeah, dumbass. And you're dead. Tabayam roared to life, a 3-foot-wide column of scarlet energy firing straight down from it. The disk of death sped towards the cool-eyed sorceress, while at the same time, Momo raised her hand palm up. Kiri Yujkaizuk. Nanao took off her glasses. To Momo's surprise, she realized that the woman's eyes had changed color. They were orange and flaring strangely and Hinamari Tabayam stared into those burning eyes. She continued to do so as the light in them seemed to grow. She stared, and as that cold radiance increased till it was washing out everything else around her, Momo began to scream. Shrill, terrified wails ripped from her throat, while all she could see turned into orange light and the eyes staring reproachfully back at her. A moment later, it was over. Nanao returned her glasses to their rightful place. Tabayam dropped to the ground by Momo's feet with a thud. All was quiet. Lieutenant Ise paused to adjust her attire. Did you get her? Yup. The picture's right here, and it came out really cute. You wanna come see? Later. Okie dokie, Nanao. She then walked over to where her enemy stood. Momo Hinamori did not move at her approach. Not even a little. For where once there had been a living breathing spirit, now there was only a grey stone statue, a perfect representation of the girl it had once been down to the look of terror all over her face. Coming to stand before that lump of rock, Nanao inspected it closely. Danku will only protect against spells up to level 89. She tapped the head of her hammer. This is level 91. No response came. But then, she hadn't been expecting any. Instead, Nanao drew back and raised Urshii high overhead. Furkuraku-teiku, she whispered angrily, and brought the solid steel mass down. It only took one blow to really finish it, but Nanao continued until there was nothing but dust and fragments remaining. Then she went to help the other Shinigami. The rest of the battle around them was thinning as the hollows pressed their forward momentum and the outnumbered Shinigami gave ground unwillingly. But neither of the top fighters bothered to notice this much. A whirling dervish of claws and limbs, Grimmjow was tearing away at the tremendous snake skull Renji had raised to ward against the blows. Bone chips and pieces of fangs flew to either side, and that piece of Zabumaru shrieked in pain. I need him distracted. You got it. He flung the skull away, and for a moment the hollow looked surprised by this decision. But instinct took over, and he swept his talons down. They tore through the fabric of Renji's mantle, drawing blood as they went. Renji, however, grabbed hold of his arm with both hands and held tight. The sexter reacted by opening his mouth to fire off a zero. It therefore came as something of a surprise when red light flared behind him, and another destructive beam hit the hollow right in the back. Zabumaru's head floated in midair behind him, and as Grimmjow yowled in pain from the attack, the Shinigami hybrid did the only thing that made any sense. He opened his mouth and bit him. Right on the arm, through the bone plate mail that covered this creature from chest to toe, and when he tasted blood, Renji coughed up his own polluted plasma into it. The reaction was more than he had expected. Even as the beast roared in rage and surprise, a noxious black ooze flowed out from its veins and directly into Renji's face. But still he didn't let go. Grimmjow swore and proceeded to sink his teeth into the other fighter's throat, only to rear back a second later, coughing and spitting forth the ichor that flowed through him. Enraged, he then clenched his free fist and brought it slamming down hard on Aburai's skull, kneeing him in the gut at the same time. These blows, combined with the invasive element that was threatening to suffocate him, forced the red-haired Shinigami to let go. Drawing in a great gulp of fresh air, he took a firm hold of Jiggerjack's arm, spun around and flung him away with a shout. The hollow tucked and spun as before, landing on his feet with the agility of a cat. Despite this, he did not press his attack, only stood swaying for a few seconds, before beginning to claw and bite desperately at his own arm, looking for all the world like he was attempting to rid himself of something that was causing him intense pain. None of the other injuries that Grimmjow had endured during this battle had given him noticeable distress. Except for this. Renji was down on one knee, dizzy from the impact to his head and struggling to catch his breath again. As he watched, that same dark substance emerged from the enemy general's wounds like it was being expelled. Then, before his eyes, the black tar seemed to force its way back into Grimmjow's body. A glow that was undeniably powerful shimmered around him, and the espada roared until the very air seemed to quake. There is something wrong with him. Your hollow blood tells me that he's been infected with another soul that's giving him a power boost, but at the cost of his own. The Dullahan. Well, look who's talking again. Did you enjoy your cat nap? Piss off, Your Highness. However we feel about each other, there's an older grudge in this fight for me. And that would be? This feels like a holdover from my other life before I became part of you, but I recognize that the magic empowering him belongs to something called the Dullahan. Whatever that is, I know it hunted me a long time ago. And I hate it. How does that help us? It's foreign to his system. And I'm fighting it even now from when he took some of me inside himself. If you give him more, I might be able to kill it. Then he'll lose all that power. You expect me to give him a blood transfusion? I've heard worse plans from you. Grimmjow stood upright and flung out his arms. Immediately those mile-long blue scythes of his came into being from each fingernail. Renji grimaced at the sight of them. I don't think he's gonna let us get that close to him again. If we could cage him somehow, or distract him, even for a little while, there might be a way. I don't know that much about binding spells, and certainly not the kind that would be of any use here. Too bad Yuka-take isn't around this time. I could go for some kick-ass Kido. You've got something better than Kido. We're all in the same soul. Zanpakuto, Hollow, and Renji. My venom is running through Zabumaru as surely as it is you. Do you see what I'm getting at? Yeah. I think I do. So if I can keep his attention off Hyozabameru, okay, then, let's see about finding a way to get his attention. Ah. Renji? Yeah? I believe our distraction just walked in. What? Hell, yeah. And it's pretty damn smoking hot. Perplexed, Renji looked in the direction that his split soul indicated. At the sight of what had entered into their field of battle, he found himself agreeing with his hollow. More importantly, it gave him a great idea. Serve the king, kill them, carry out his wishes. Blue hair flew as Grimmjow shook his head wildly, trying to rid it of something that he now recognized didn't belong inside him. But this unwanted entity resisted his wishes. To be honest, the intruder was probably the source of his increased power during this fight. For all this, now that he was no longer obeying every damn thing it said, its mindless subservient muttering was starting to rob him of his focus in this fight. To say nothing of getting on his nerves. Gotta stay on top, he panted to himself. Need to kill this son of a bitch quick, get back to business. That's what these puppies are for. He flexed his fingers, and the Desgaran moved in time. Just as Grimmjow was about to spring forward once again, a sense of approaching danger caused the hairs at the base of his neck to prickle. His long lynx ears twitched as they picked out the sound of a rhythmic gate pounding the earth above the cacophony of carnage being waged around them. When he realized who it was, all thought of his inner turmoil went straight out of his head, replaced with bloodthirsty delight. Oh, yeah. On the edge of the cleared space in which they fought, a sweeping explosion cleared out anyone that had been fighting in that area. After the noise died down, it was easy for him to pick out the sound of hooves. A second later, Nilil Tuadolshvank vaulted through the smoke from her attack and trotted onto the scene of their private duel. Coming to a halt, the armored centaur pawed the ground restlessly with her hooves and fastened her sandy brown eyes on the sexta. You said you would come looking for me, Grimmjow. I've learned not to leave it up to men when a fight takes place. That only leads to trouble. Nilil, he panted, grinning, and wiping his sweating brow. You've put on a few pounds since last I saw you, not to mention grown some extra legs. But that's just more for me to eat. 2 of them now. But it looked as though the half-breed was running on fumes. If he could just get his blood under control, this fight would be over. No doubt about it. He still had lots of reserves to spare. When you're outnumbered, best strategy is to even the odds. That means taking out the weaker one first. Separate the sickly one from the herd and bring it down quick. The thrill of the hunt, of the kill. With that in mind, he turned towards where that masked fighter still remained crumpled on the ground. Kill them. I know, already, you damn echo. It was only a momentary distraction, but Nilil saw her opportunity all the same. She whipped that double-ended lance of hers up and flung it straight at him. Grimmjow was more than able to handle this assault. A sweep of his energy claws deflected the missile with ease but failed to destroy it. Instead the javelin embedded itself in the earth, and seeing her unarmed, Grimmjow decided to take advantage of a few things himself. Namely, culling the herd. He flew at her then. The Extercera answered this charge, her powerful lower body churning the ground to mud. Suicide rush? Hey, I can respect that. But don't expect me to assume that's all you've got in mind, lady. This proved a wise precaution, for when he brought his nail extensions scissoring down, the cavalry rider held out a gloved hand, and her tournament lance shot out of the earth back into her grip. Green beams then emerged from either tip, growing to a tremendous length in less than a second, and it was on this powered-up pole that she caught the entirety of his attack. Her hooves dug into the earth as she ground to a halt, straining under the strength of Pantera's ultimate technique. Teeth clenched, Nilil slid backwards, and Grimmjow increased the pressure with a grin. To one side he noticed the Shinigami was upright again. Better see to that quick. Angling his arm, the Warcat fired several darts from his elbows. These projectiles streaked towards their target, who managed to spring aside to avoid them. For all the good that would do him. At his silent command, the missiles exploded, and that red-headed monkey was caught in the blast. Laughing excitedly, the war leader turned his attention back to Nilil, who was struggling to bear the weight of his talons. Her lance extensions were flickering, growing weaker. Relishing what would happen when they finally gave out, he bore down even harder, and the centaur's back legs began to quiver. Now! Nail him! My pleasure! And Renji screamed as loud as he could. Hot potato, Nell! It wasn't the shout, a sense of Ryotsu, or any real instinct that saved him. Instead, Grimjo's phenomenal ears detected the sound of something rushing towards him, and without question he bent his knees and leapt straight into the air. The viper skull of the bone whip passed mere inches beneath him, fast enough and dangerous enough to make him glad he had dodged it. Instead, it was the rebellious Tercera who seemed about to get a kiss from that monster as it flew straight at her, unable to bank around or halt its own momentum. The Sexta came back to earth. With his Desgarin still holding her down, there was no way she could avoid it, and no time to charge a Zero by the looks of things. Blood, death. Yeah. This oughta be good. Let's not forget about the other one, though. Grimjo flicked his head around to locate his prey, and it was owing to this that he missed what happened next. Neleal did not attempt to dodge, duck, or otherwise avoid the truncated serpent coming right at her. Instead she pivoted, her legs cantering sidewise and bringing her around in a full turn while keeping her spear held firmly overhead. Now facing away from the incoming threat, she judged her moment accurately, then bunched her muscles and kicked backwards with all her strength. Her hooves connected precisely at the right angle, and Hyozabamaru's skull went spinning end over end away from her. Jigger Jack's attention came back around just in time to see that sharp-toothed mouth rushing back towards him. His mind screamed, move. His blood howled, kill. Caught in momentary conflict about how to react to this threat, he wound up doing nothing, and those fearsome jaws clamped shut around his body. As they did, the snake fangs injected him with venom, formed of its own dark side, and then Grimjo knew true pain. His energy blades shut off. Reaching down, the crazed panther gripped the snake's head and wrenched it apart, separating it into jaw and skull which he flung away. But the damage had been done. Blood K-kill. The king. Serve him forev. Got you, skeleton bastard. Time for you to die, yes indeed. His body jerked and danced from the war being waged inside himself, and Jigger Jacks fought to regain control of his limbs. He tried to scream, but was prevented by something welling up inside him. Strangling on a taste that was indescribably foul, he strove with all his might to be rid of this contamination. Majesty. Baragon-sama. Fight. No. Without warning, a torrent of black smoke came spilling out of the Espada's lungs, while from all his wounds what looked like ink poured in rivulets. There came a faint wail of misery, and then all evidence of Baragon's infection evaporated. Renji's venom also disappeared, deprived of anything to sustain its vendetta. With its passing, the leader of Aizen's army collapsed. Nice teamwork, Renji commented as he slipped out of the gigantic vertebrae which had shielded him from the previous explosion. All the more so since we didn't plan it out beforehand. The green-haired beauty trotted up, affixing him with a slightly curious look. How did you know I would understand what you meant? Abarai shrugged in response as he began to slip smaller remnants of his Zanpakuto's spine onto his forearms, sliding them over his elbow and up to his armpits to form braces similar to Chad's. I got stuck wandering around with Pesha for a while in Hueco Mundo. He wouldn't shut up, and I remember him saying that one of your favorite games to play together was something called Hot Potato. It stuck in my head because he had to explain to me what that meant, and it was so indescribably weird. Not weird, she insisted. Fun. Nell was the potato, and all three of them would toss me back and forth. The game was over when I got so sick I threw up on one of them. That one became the loser. Nice, her ally declared flatly. A feral snarl came from off to one side, and both warriors turned to regard the Espada as he came unsteadily to his feet. Neleal called out to him in a firm voice. Grimjo. You're weakened from the turmoil Baragon put you through. There's little chance you'll survive a fight with us. I see no reason you should die for any king, Aizen, or otherwise. Just go home to Hueco Mundo. We won't follow you. Pale blue eyes regarded the two of them poised for battle, and he reached up and wiped away some blood from his mouth. You don't say. She's right, Renji responded. Sosuke and all those other freaks can go screw for all I care. Forget about their crap and leave. Get away while you still can. You're not a slave. None of us should have to be any more. Tail twitching from side to side, Grimjoe stood, apparently pondering this. A slave. And slowly, he smiled. Aizen can kiss my ass. And so can you. Go fling your own shit across a room, King Ape. I'm not a slave. I'm a leader. And I intend to finish our fight and then lead this army to crush all our enemies. With that, he began to stalk forward. So be it, Nilil sighed sadly, and hoisting Gamuza, she walked towards him side by side with Renji to continue their battle. Gods, there he is. Would you look at him? Yuriuki chose not to chastise her for gawking. Tescat was right to be impressed. So Suke Aizen had truly become something beyond the scope of even the most outlandish dreams of power. He was standing in a nimbus of energy that was palpable from hundreds of meters away, flowing over your skin in an almost maddening caress. How something so huge could be gentle at the same time was a contradiction Yuriuki did not wish to ponder. Streaking through the ranks of the opposition, she concentrated on making it to the moon god's side. Apparently only the strongest of the Zero fighters could even attempt to engage with him. The rest fell before his aura or were crushed beneath the bloody behemoth that his witch had conjured in their defense. It was the latter that was taking up most of her attention now. Anohana's Bankai was earthbound for the moment, breathing destruction all around the area occupied by its mistress. The speed demon's racing legs closed the distance between her and Minato Zinshao, and Yuriuki felt a pit of fear open in her stomach. She knew that she was running straight towards death, and instinct and reason both were pleading with her to turn back, draw no nearer to that looming threat. I'm fast enough, she whispered to herself. I can make it. It'll never even see me coming. None of them will. I just have to go faster. Go faster. The world was nothing but a blur of bodies and faces going by her. Only the colossal beast that barred her path remained clear, so big it could be seen for miles. But slow, too. Its attacks cover a lot of ground, but it's still nowhere near as quick as I am. I have to watch where it aims and shoot for the gaps in between them. I can do that. I've run through a rain squall and come out dry on the other side. If I can dodge raindrops, this brute doesn't have a chance at catching me. Watch the heads. See where they're going. A hail of daggers fell before her, and she skipped over them with nary a cut. The dragon's attacks had incredible reach. She was a ways off from it and still forced to take them into consideration. Did Yamamoto really defeat that thing? I know what he was capable of, but hard to believe, all the same. Misty clouds of soft vapor lingered in the area, and she took a breath and held it just in case. Better safe than sorry. This precaution proved unnecessary, as she blew through the fog so fast that it left a hole through that suffocating mist. Fire rose up on the right, forming a barrier that Yuriuki didn't feel confident of running through without getting crisped. So she altered her path and took on the field occupied by the Starvation Blaster. This proved much easier to evade as it didn't leave any effects in its wake. The other heads were occupied elsewhere, and suddenly there was an opening in the melee of Death Incarnate. Without questioning she dove towards that space. A blast of frost came roaring in from the left, freezing even the air so that an icy wall was left behind it. Damn. It's going to cut right across my path. I've got to make it by before that happens. Pour it on, Tescat. As my lady commands. Speed unthinkable even for the strongest of captains blossomed then. Her streaming body angled forward till she was almost parallel to the ground. Arms pumping in perfect unison with her legs, she drove herself forward. The pall of 100 years of inactivity on her part meant nothing now that she had her Zanpakuto back. Yuriuki was almost drunk on the exhilaration of her own incredible swiftness. At any moment it felt as if her pace would reach such speeds that it would actually lift her off the ground, and then she would be flying. Run, demon cat, run. Don't be beaten by a glacier, you'll never be able to live it down. Run for your life, run like Byakuya is chasing behind you. Don't ever let him catch you till the end, make him earn it. Run. She roared by, the frozen knife cutting a mere hand's breadth behind her heel such that Yuriuki thought she might have lost the back of her foot. But this was not the case. Then she was running past Minato Zinshao's legs, weaving through those gargantuan redwoods to finally put the Crimson Menace at her back. Nothing left between me and Aizen. A short ways off, she caught a glimpse of Retsu floating several feet off the earth in a collection of glowing defensive spells, different colored pyramids, domes and cylinders containing successive shapes within one another like floating clouds of electrons. And at the center, the nucleus of this magical atom, there was the enchantress herself. Safe within this impenetrable construct, she cast destructive spells of staggering potency out to obliterate the king's defenders. The gracious goddess had finally shown her more vicious side. These people, whose limbs she had once restored and war wounds healed with a mother's gentle grace, were now falling before her terrible power. Did she feel any conflict at doing this, a sense of betrayal? Or was her mind completely intent upon her own injuries this time, the ones that no one had been permitted to see for so many centuries? Something had led that woman to this state. But to be honest, Yoriyuki had no interest in finding out what the reason for it might be. All that mattered was how she responded to Anohana's choices. The witch wasn't even looking in her direction, and so she abandoned consideration for that opponent and took aim instead for going somewhere, Yoriyuki-chan. Yoriyuki froze. Literally. Stuck in a running pose, everything had gone still and quiet. Normally when she ran like this, it did appear from her point of view as if things around her were acting in slow motion, to the point where some people stopped moving altogether. Only this time the same thing happened to her. She wasn't even breathing, or feeling her heart beat. Her world came to a halt, now reduced to shades of black and white. But she could still think. And so she recognized when farther off, the glowing colors of Anohana's barriers remained evident in this two-tone plane, along with the person in them. Why am I not surprised to find you here, my dear? You always like to astonish people. I see you made it past all our espada, in both worlds. My compliments to you. Get out of my head, witch. Well, you obviously didn't come to bow down and pledge your eternal allegiance to us. Again, no great surprise. But what does bring you here, if I might ask? Can't you read my mind? I'm afraid not. What you are experiencing is the power of Minaja Zenshao's seventh head, the Weeping Sore. It isn't our minds that are really touching, but our hearts, you see. I can feel the heart of any one person around me. It is not so much an attack as it is the price that I must pay for using her. So that I might bear the burdens of the people whose lives she takes. But I can choose whom I wish to share my heart with. And when I became aware of yours, I decided to see what you might be feeling. Amaze me, then, grandmother. What am I feeling? Fear. A great deal of fear. You probably came here with a plan of some kind, and now that I've caught you, so to speak, you must think that it is doomed to fail. Am I right? Yes to the fear. No to the failure. Indomitable spirit. I like that in you. You would make a worthy queen for Sosuke. Are you a matchmaker now, Retsu-sama? I don't recall asking for your services in that respect. You cannot hope to vanquish us. We are simply too much. Do you think he doesn't know you are here? Folly. Takiyaku Sosuke is a true god now. The only reason you have managed to come so close is because he has permitted it. Accept that. Why don't you let me go after him, then? If he's unbeatable, it can't do any harm, right? Can't you feel why? It is because I am afraid, Yoriyuki-chan. Were it anyone else here, I wouldn't pay them much mind. But you come courtesy of Kisokura Hara, don't you? Alone the two of you are not worth a great deal of consideration, but together your qualities represent a formidable threat. And that man is abominably tricky. So much that I have to wonder if it would not have been worth the risk to simply kill him long ago. You want your boy to be a god, don't you? Then stop playing the mother hen and let him deal with his own problems. Ah, appealing to my vanity, my love for him. Yes, I love him. You don't have to ask, it should be obvious, now that we are sharing hearts. He is my son as surely as if he came from my spirit. And I am proud of what he has become. I'm getting bored over here, Anohana-sama. You feel what is in my heart, don't you, Princess of Shihoin? Yes. I can feel your love. And your hatred. It didn't go away after you crushed Yamamoto, I see. That must sting. I believe, with all my heart, that Sosuke will be king. But he must believe it too, in order to rule wisely, without even the slightest trace of fear and self-doubt. That is why I do not seek to protect him with any spells during this fight. The man, once grown, must stand on his own. No matter what happens, he must never feel as though his strength might be inadequate. And so if a challenge is made to him, he must answer it himself. With that being said, I release you, Yoriuki Shihoin. Go to him. Go to your god, and bask in his power. See what it means to be truly invincible. Retsu Anohana. Yes. Thank you, for sharing your heart with me. I understand you so much better now. It makes what I have to do easier somehow. Whether you intended to or not, you have driven away the last of my doubts. And for that you have my gratitude. You're welcome, dear. Now, off we go. The world came back to life so suddenly she would have stumbled were it not for the muscle memory that had been drilled into her body through centuries of forced activity. And so Yoriuki remained true to her course, passing Anohana by swifter than thought and leaving the mother of monsters behind. At speeds that surpassed the gods, she flashed towards Aizen, and as she did the master shinobi pulled the round ornament attached to her hair tie loose. He's got 3 heads now. Lucky me. I only needed 1. You ready, Tescat? Ready and waiting. Then do it. Melt. At this command, the woman's naked body became bereft of solid substance, immaterial as air. Her feet no longer touched the ground. Only momentum carried her forward, and so now incapable of being stopped or injured, she flew towards where Aizen stood. He was holding aloft with one hand a Zero captain who had managed to make it through. His victim hung limply. While still alive, the man's body was deteriorating into dust, like it could not stand being this close to something so awesome. The Tremurti's 3 mouths were open and laughing gaily. Yoriuki picked one, and went straight for it. He doesn't see me. I'm too fast. Nobody can catch me. Not even God himself. Aizen disappeared, and Shihoin ground to a halt. The dying royal guardsman fell to the ground. She spun around, searching desperately for some sign of her target. In her head, she counted the remaining seconds down vainly. 3. Come on, come on. Where is he? Did he turn invisible? Is he flying, teleported, what? 2. No, he's still here, I can feel that power mass hasn't gone anywhere. It's almost like... No, it couldn't be. 1. Yoriuki's eyes widened in horror. He's moving around me. Moving so fast I can't even see him. Unbelievable. 0. A hand clamped around her throat then, and she was lifted up to struggle in the air. Before her, the glowing skeletal mask shone its pale light upon her efforts with the tranquility of the moon. Ah! Has Kukaki chosen for me already? How devoted he is! To be continued. Chapter 33, War in Heaven, What We Leave Behind. Yumi Chika. No. It couldn't be. That wasn't real, I didn't see that happen. He can't be. You can't. Rukia threw herself against the walls that held her, screaming in outraged loss. Hearing her cries, Uriah knew something bad had happened. But it was hard to concentrate on anything past the torture lighting up every nerve ending in his body with agony. Don't pass out, you miserable vermin. Did you think it would be easy? Stay awake. Zaraki had been convinced to add his power to the mix only when he saw that Schiffer was bound and couldn't fight anymore. Bad news for the Quincy. Holding all the energy from 2 extraordinary captains had hurt worse than anything conceivably should. But after that powerhouse had casually shoved his saber into the collection plate, everything Ishida thought he knew about pain went out the window. Crying didn't help, and he was determined not to scream. I won't give him the satisfaction. So much pain. I regret not being able to experience it with you, Quincy. But exceptions can be made, eh? It would be so much better if that damn monster would just shut up. Or go away altogether. But Mayuri seemed determined to ride the crest of his torment to the end. Converted Ryotsu burned through him like wildfire, his soul was crumbling from the strain of holding it all in. For mercy's sake, can't I shoot yet? What are you waiting for? No. I know what you're thinking about doing, boy. Not yet. Do you hear me? I will not have this technique and the opportunities it provides be wasted as a result of your inferior will. You will hold until we are certain of being able to kill him. I won't beg. I won't. Mother help me, I won't give him the satisfaction, I will hold on. Somebody. Please. Tell me when I can let go. I think I'm dying. Ichigo was snarling as he stabbed Zanjutsu into Ulquiorra's chest. He didn't know who it was that had tried to chop the monster's head off, but the attempt clearly hadn't worked, so he focused on trying to reach the beast's heart and cut it out instead. Ichigo. Stop. I don't care what anybody says, I know there's a heart in there somewhere. I'll rip it out and kill you. Bat-winged freak, your life is over. Stop. A fist collided with his jaw hard enough to spin his head around. He staggered, and in that moment someone grabbed him by the collar of his robes and yanked him viciously away from what he had been attempting to do. He could see Kyokaka running over to where Yumishika's body had fallen, while Ganja was draping the other fallen man over his shoulders. Ulquiorra was coughing up black blood, but even now it was clear the wounds that had been inflicted on his neck and chest were closing. Let me go. Ichigo howled, swinging his sword around frantically. As he did, the person pulling on his shirt spun him about and grabbed him by the neck, shaking him furiously. Stop yelling. It was clear who this was supposed to look like. But that was insane. Another case of mistaken identity, like Mayuri wearing Rukia's skin. This was some other pod person. That was the only explanation. That just couldn't be his father standing there, wearing the black robes of a Shinigami. He felt stupid asking, but did it anyway. Dad. Hurry, damn it. We're running out of time. The carrot-topped brawler was too stunned to argue, and allowed himself to be pulled back down the hall, emerging once again into the room holding his compatriots at a dead run. Here is Hein Kurosaka shouted, bringing his son to a halt at an open space on the Quincy symbol glowing beneath their feet. The former captain grabbed his child's hands still holding Zanjutsu, inverted it downwards and slammed the black blade into the charging station. Looking up, eyes grim, he said in a quiet, careful voice, give your power to it. Like this. So saying, he knelt and slapped his palms down on that conductive surface. Immediately the force of his soul flowed through, draining down and converting into a form the waiting Quincy could use. Ichigo just stared. I don't understand. You don't have to. He is your father. Just do as he does. We have to destroy that thing before it recovers. What's going on? Hurry. He's going to attack again. But. And then his eyes traveled across the room, and he found himself looking at Rukia. The real Rukia, crouched on her knees screaming and crying at what she had just seen. This has to end. And without any clear idea of what he was doing, remembering only a time in which he and Urayu had faced Aminos together in much the same way, he bore down on Zanjutsu and unleashed the floodgates of his own barely contained soul. This is it. It's coming fast now, boy. We're almost to the point of certainty. Shut up, I can't stand you, make it stop, I hate you for doing this to me. Oh, no, not yet. Don't you dare let loose any of that energy before you're told. I want you to feel every last morsel, every iota of it. Can you feel this power, the strength you took upon yourself without any clear conception of what it meant? I trust you understand now what I meant that first time we met, when I warned you about crossing the limits which a human soul can endure. I can't do it, I didn't know what it meant, this is tearing me apart, I'm in so much pain. You never listened to me, boy. If you had, I could have told you so much. Did you never stop to wonder what it was that you were volunteering to have attached to you? I was hoping you would. It would have given me so much pleasure to tell you. But you couldn't even oblige me that much, could you? It hurts, just want it to end no more. It will be over soon, Quincy. The same way as last time. With you dying, me living, and the person who connected us getting to hear about it. I had to make the Mimaizu out of something, you understand. And since it was designed for use by a Quincy, what better material to use than a Quincy's soul? Lucky for me I still had one in storage. What was left of him, anyway? I had quite forgotten he was back there until you reminded me of it. Help. Suken Ishida. That was his name. How very fortunate that I had a relative of yours at my disposal. It meant the chance of your body rejecting it once attached was very low. I realized then that everything had worked out beautifully for me. I test my creation, perform a service to the war effort, secure the future of my research funding, and take revenge on you, all in one fell swoop. Someone please help me, I beg you. I doubt you can appreciate all that I'm telling you at this point. But it's far too late for you to stop. I just want some portion of your brain to realize the extent of how badly you doomed yourself before it turns to jelly. From the very moment you dared to reproach me, and caused me injury, there was only one foreseeable outcome, and this is it. Please the pain please. As soon as you release this attack, the pain feedback will increase 1,000-fold. The backlash will completely decimate your entire nervous system. That was part of its design. You will become a used-up lump of flesh. And I will take the time to examine your residual carcass before you are disposed of. So beg for mercy. All you like. Mercy has no place in a scientist's world. Only the results matter, whether failure or success, and what I can learn from them. Either way, we must continue on. For there is always something new to learn, Quincy. Whatever way I can. The sword was still lodged in his throat, and Ulquiorra could not raise his hands to extract it. His neck was still twisted at an uncomfortable angle as well. He resolved this by simply turning it back around to the proper position. The vertebrae snapped into place, reforming and healing. At the same time, the action served to nudge the blade lodged in his windpipe loose a little. His rejuvenation ability then took over the rest, forcing the weapon out as his body repaired itself. After a few seconds, it fell and hit the floor with a clang. He was completely healed. They tried to kill me. But they could not. I am alive. Ulquiorra made sure of this before turning his attention back to slaying them. He saw the Shinigami down at the end of this tunnel, milling about like little mice. Death is coming for you all. As he began to charge his Zero once more, it became clear that there was a considerable amount of power emanating from that one dressed in white. From the feel of things, those captains were transferring their individual energies over to him to form a weapon with the intent of killing Ulquiorra. And with that much already gathered, it was possible they really might succeed in doing so. So before that happens, I must dispose of that Quincy human. Having been disappointed by the last attempt with the spiky-haired captain, the Quarta abruptly decided not to bother with a regular Zero, and instead let the power die out before sending his tongue out to lap up a smear of the blood that ran down from his eyes like tears. For something of this magnitude, best to use the most powerful attack currently at my disposal. With my hands bound, I cannot perform Zero Oscuras. That leaves only one thing. The Vastolord called upon his Gran Rey Zero. Hurry, damn you, hurry. He's almost recovered. Save me. I beg you. Please stop this pain. Someone touched his shoulder then. I hear you, Nemia whispered as she wrapped her arms tight around the trembling teen's chest. And accept. Tiny needles extended from her fingertips, slipping through cloth and skin, into his nerves. And then his pain was hers to share. It was like a plug in the drain of a bathtub was pulled, and that ferocious agony started to pour out of Ishida. The suddenness of it left him completely numb. Nemu. What are you doing? My purpose. To bear pain in place of others. This is my choice. You dare? You dare to defy me again? My humblest apologies, Mayuri-sama. Mayuri's spectral presence tore through the link and wrapped ghostly hands around his daughter's throat. You do not decide such a thing. I do. In spite of his insistence on authority, the transfer continued, and Nemia shuddered from the experience. Meanwhile, in the physical plane, the body-swapped Mayuri had rushed over and grabbed Nemia by the arm, attempting to pry her off Ishida. The look of fury on that face let his lieutenant know exactly how much she had disappointed him. But it was still my decision to do so. When she continued to defy him, the Jigai's lavender eyes narrowed. So be it. You must die. Her tiny hand shot up, and Nemia knew he was reaching for the spot on her body that contained her termination decree, sealed in the center of her chest. but all the same, she did not attempt to resist. She couldn't. Only for others could she deny him. Never for herself. It was her way. So be it. You must die. Ishida Uriah heard that threat in his head. He knew something terrible was about to happen to the woman who had rescued him, and everything he had ever learned, each decent moral thing he could ever lay claim to possessing, cried out at this injustice. Acting on instinct, the human archer threw himself backwards, trying to interpose himself between them and act as her shield. As he did, the sudden change in their position caused Mayuri's hand to touch not Nimue, but the exalted worm attached to Ishida's spine. Something awoke at this contact, a soul rousing from sleep. All three recognized what it was, for different reasons. Can't be. The Quincy test subject. You. On a shriveled wreck that had once been Sukin Ishida, the eyes snapped open, black and glistening with tears. Out of its wrinkled mouth burst an incredible scream. And it turned its head, looking down at the dark-haired woman holding it. Torture, pain, vengeance, monster, you. Then the revived ghost leapt into their shared minds, screaming in absolute fury at the one who had bestowed such indescribable anguish upon it for so long. The former human passed through its own grandson, then Nimue, and finally charged straight at their tormentor. It brought with it the entire lifetime of pain it had spent as his experimental research subject, and like a magnet, this cry attracted the torture that Nimue had sought to contain within herself, catching up the horrific entirety of it which had threatened to obliterate both her and Uriah and dragging it away to join with the rest. This whole mass of torment and accusation then surged towards Mayuri, a tsunami in proportions, with him a lone man on a beach watching it rise far over his head. You have no right, the captain howled at it, hanging in the bodiless space of their minds, brimming with his own poisonous conceit. I took all your pain as my own long before. You have no claim of wrongdoing, no authority over me. Your curse is meaningless, do you hear me? I am blameless. Then the agony wave swept over him, and the captain's cries were washed away in it. Damn it, Ishida, shoot already. Ichigo was screaming at him, and he realized they were about to die. Ishida snapped back to reality, aghast at what he had just gone through. Black and green light started to flare at the end of the hall, then died out in favor of something much worse. Blinking away tears, he saw straight ahead of him, through the row of Shinigami captains offering him their strength, the grim target at which he was aiming. His body no longer felt as though it was about to burn away, but a doctor's son knew enough about medicine to realize that just because he couldn't feel it anymore didn't mean the danger was past. How am I to know when to? Nimue whispered in his ear. Now. Okay. As fast as he could, Uriah raised his hand to grip the one already outstretched. Obeying his instructions, he drew back as though pulling a bowstring. The previously horizontal line on the floor before him bent back on itself, like its tips were being drawn towards the master magician on invisible lines until the whole thing bore the vague impression of a crossbow. All captains who had been standing upon it were swept to either side, cast away now that most of their energy was gone, until there was nothing standing between Ishida and his target. Ulquiorra Schiffer. The espada was glowing, preparing to unleash his own attack. Uriah realized he was completely exposed now. Fear came, and he wanted desperately to be the last man standing in this overpowering duel. But somehow, he knew how things would end. Like watching an American Western film and predicting which man would draw their gun first, he realized that the hollow had built up its attack faster than him. No surprise. It had the edge. He needed a mountain of power to kill it, while Schiffer only had to pick up a relative rock. A lance of gray light 10 feet long appeared before him, energy swirling all around it. Instinct let him know that he would never be able to fire in time. Death was approaching. He saw it down there. And to his surprise, Ishida also saw something else. Something he couldn't explain. A death god. Who is that? Ulquiorra fired. The presence was so strong she could no longer remain upright, and Sachiko was reduced to crawling. She turned a corner to find the corridor down which she was moving simply ended up ahead. Walls and floor looked like they had been burned away at some point, and now opened onto a clear area shining with light. The girl emerged into that new-made bore shaft. Turning her head, she finally found what she had sought. Standing there in the midst of that chaos was a creature made of black shadow and white marble. Both horrible and magnificent, it radiated murderous intent along with a riot so that terrified her with its size and familiarity. I finally found you. Unfortunately, all her hopes of warning her comrades or even being able to spit her defiance of this thing came to naught. She could not so much as move another inch towards it. The creature didn't seem to have noticed her, far off to its side. It was just standing there, a glow dark as ink coming from its mouth. Those deadly eyes were fixed on a point far behind her. It didn't even know she was there. I'm not important enough. It probably doesn't even know how much it hurt me. You took him away from me, Sachiko Fugunashi murmured in an accusing tone. She then did the only thing she was capable of at this point. She cast a spell. The same one she had used countless times before, alone in her quarters where no one could see and laugh at her for it, till she was practically an expert at this magic. Calling up memories of the past and bringing them to life. But it was no form of solace she sought this time. Now the image in her mind was the last one she had of him alive and well. Filled with the desire to express her grief and recrimination towards this monstrosity, she let it go. Look. Look at what you cost me. Broken mirror. At the very instant Ulquiorra let loose the deadly beam, he caught sight of someone on his left. Impossible. He told himself this. But still it did not go away as a result. There was absolutely no way to deny that standing there looking at him with living, accusing eyes was the Shinigami lieutenant he had killed years past in the mortal world. The one Aizen had tasked him with destroying as a test of his power. It had been a meaningless assignment, but all the same, this was the first Shinigami he had ever slain as a Vastolord, and so he could not help but take an interest in it. He had ascertained the spirit's power while it stood there gaping at him, and then proceeded to tear it apart. The fight was over in a second. There was no need to stay and wait for the last flicker of life to fade, he had already lost interest. Instead Ulquiorra went back to Hueco Mundo to inform his new master that the mission was a success. The man was dead. He looked exactly as Ulquiorra remembered the first time he saw him. But still he hung there, watching the espada, his arms outstretched and reaching forth as if to embrace him. No. It can't be. I killed you. The Shinigami, death gods, Ichigo Kurosake, they die, all of them, but they won't stay dead. I am death. And they won't stay dead. His reason finally broke. Why won't they die? And now there were no words left in his head, no sense of self-preservation or foresight to motivate Ulquiorra. Just a red haze of panic and crazed murder that turned around one specific desire, and that was to slay the ghosts of his past. So even as the Ciro left his mouth, his head was turning, faster than anything. Forgetting the group of people at the end of the hall intent on killing him, he directed all that firepower at the man who hovered there mocking him with that impossible face. Ulquiorra fired, and the ghost disappeared. The beam went roaring by them, decimating everything in its path. Fully half the building in which they stood was blown away. He missed. Mother of mercy, the bastard missed. As that raging black river continued to flow past, the giant coral before him flared with a power that shocked the Quincy. I've got him. Ishida's spirit quaked from the force he was channeling through it. And suddenly the beating of his own heart left him with no doubt that he wasn't dead, that the tide of battle had changed, it was his time to fight. Not my death. Yours. Your time has come. Inhuman monster. Beast. Hollow. You deserve no purification. You should just die. In heaven's name, please let it die. Heiliger Field Sohns, he intoned the name of this attack to himself. And he released the power. The detonation that followed threw everyone else in the room off their feet. He felt it then, the feedback that Mayuri had promised, exploding through him. For a moment Ishida thought he would be carried away screaming to his death on the eruption of agony. Then Nimue had caught it, and she in turn had her pain swallowed by Suken Ishida. All of it was poured into Mayuri Kuratsuka's Jigai as his spirit struggled with his old experiment. The spiked helmet atop that false Rukia's head flared and exploded. Her previous screams reached a shrill wail of absolute panic and desolation. The body erupted into grey flames that quickly erased all trace of the person it was meant to look like. It collapsed to the floor, leaving only a blank unmarked marionette of a Jigai. Meanwhile, the holy arrow of God's son sped free without a sound, silent as a winter morning. Power raged from his mouth, and Ulquiorra howled with it. Abruptly something exploded down the hall at him, the shockwave obliterating the passage in its wake and sending everything bursting away in splinters. The vast Lord's head turned as a lance of raw-twisting cosmic force came straight towards his chest. His cat-like eyes widened. There was no time for anything else, not to speak or cry out at the impossibility of it all. All that remained was death. The arrow of heaven struck the Prince of Hell right below his hollow hole. It flooded into him, like water being sucked into a sponge. The Quarta Espada felt himself swell with the power that it now contained. Light poured from his open mouth, followed by his eyes. The world seemed to shake all around him, and then his whole body was transformed into a blazing candle of light and destructive force. The coils of Gleipnir dropped away from him, sliding through his form like smoke. They were meant to cage a spirit, not this outpouring of power that erased any trace of being. Amazingly, it still bore the outline of what it had once been. The horns came up, its arms slowly spread outward, and those prodigious glowing grey wings unfurled to their full extent. Almost as though Ulquiorra Schiffer was still fighting to live like this, pure energy in the shape of a hell-spawned demon. But then the arrow emerged from out of his back. Still piercing him, it shot off into the distance, pulling the creature dangling along its length with it. In the blink of an eye, they were both gone. Seconds passed. Beyond the very limits of sight, an explosion occurred. Up from it came the shape of something that looked to be a tremendous cross, rising to pierce the sky. Virtually nothing was left of the 1st Division offices but the ground they stood on. The captains were lying where they had fallen, blown away by the Quincy's final attack. On his knees, Ishida Uriah watched this holy symbol rise into the darkened sky. He thought about praying, and then decided it made much more sense to simply pass out. The last thing he knew before darkness claimed him was the sound of a woman's scream. Lifting her up, the divine being studied Yoryuki closely, then chuckled. "My, but you look ferocious right now, Yoryuki-san." Endearingly so. He reached out and plucked the golden crown of feathers off her head, and Yoryuki's heart sank. "I see you dug up your Zanpakuto from wherever you had it hidden. Who kept it for you all these years, I wonder? Perhaps your father's brother, Lieutenant Sasakaibe? I always knew to keep an eye on that one. Much too devious behind that stiff face Yamamoto had him wear." She did not speak or make any move to attack him, even though her jade warhammer was still clutched securely in her trembling grip. "Ah, but this truly is a magnificent ally you have. Tescat, a composite Zanpakuto made up of 2 parts. There is the club, the attacking component which is able to withstand any blow no matter how powerful. But the true secret of its strength is in what I hold in my hand." Eisen held aloft the golden helmet and turned it back and forth, as though admiring his triple reflection in its sides. The sight of those leering skulls was even more disturbing, warped in that manner. "The headdress is what allows you to make your body insubstantial, is it not? I watched you on those rare occasions when you felt compelled to use it, and learned something about its nature, you see. You can transform into an incorporeal entity immune to any injury. But only for 5 seconds at most, I believe. After that I judged you to require at least 20 seconds before it could be used again. Still, when applied properly, these 2 tools could enable you to bring down any number of opponents, as Barragan recently learned." He tossed the magic cap aside, letting it fall to earth a few paces off. "But honestly, Lady Shihoan, did you think they would be enough to deter me?" A colossal blast of yellow energy streaked in from somewhere in the fighting around them, but Sosuke simply raised a hand, and the beam diverted and went roaring off to explode in the midst of the conflict, sending rats and men soaring through the air. "He's enjoying this so much," Yoryuki thought to herself. "Finally getting everything he wants. Still not close enough, it seems. I wonder if I can manage to." "No, of course not. You and Kisuk had something else in mind, I imagine. And what have we here? What are you holding in your other hand, my dear?" Before she could react, he had reached down and swiftly plucked the small orb in her palm loose. The masked madman held it up to the light as though admiring a diamond. I imagine this is not nearly as innocuous as it seems. Definitely Urahara's work, I can practically smell him on it. Its properties elude me, though. A bomb? A poison? Were I to crush it in my fist, would we both regret it? There certainly doesn't appear to be any danger, though. That sickly grin turned on her, all three jaws actually parting slightly when he laughed. And you know what they say about first impressions. Her face gave away nothing as she continued to stare down the ghastly deity. Aizen didn't seem to mind. Probably been dreaming about having me at his mercy for ages. Maybe a little egotistical of me to think it, but he is a megalomaniac. I wonder if maybe you seek to trick me. Get my attention focused on this trifle and then unleash your real attack. Not to mention damn clever. Ah, it seems I hit the nail on the head. And with that, he chucked the pebble far off into the distance. Yuriuki watched it sail away. No doubt it hit some poor royal bodyguard right on the head and killed him, just as Aizen intended. Well, that's one option down the drain. Speaking of which, I spy something else in your hair, Lady Shihoan. What could it be, I wonder? And at that, the feral female finally spoke. It is my coronation gift to you, Lord Takiyaku. In those empty eye sockets, yellow light suddenly gleamed. But unlike most hollows, these eyes actually had pupils. Which was a minor thing to note, but still somehow quite off-putting at the same time. Like a reminder that this man could no longer be classified as one thing, but more a bridge between species, as it were. Have a care with how you use that title, woman. Do not forget that your family took part in the massacre that cost me mine. Even if you were not personally involved in that travesty, the blame still taints your name. Maybe my family was mistaken in killing yours, she replied back with a confident smirk that was belied by her trembling. But as far as I'm concerned, the real crime was in letting one of you escape, Takiyaku. And I intend to correct that oversight. He didn't respond this time. Instead, Aizen grasped the key tied in her hair. Giving a sharp and rather childish yank of the purple hair, he watched her wince slightly in pain as he pulled that object loose. The monster rubbed those golden prongs between his fingers in a casual inspection. Catching her eye, he then brought it up to run teasingly beneath her jaw in a soft caress. I had forgotten about this. Quite the rare and unusual hair ornament, wouldn't you say? Are you trying to catch my eye, good lady? As I said, she whispered back, never taking her eyes away from him, it is our gift to the new king. Aizen paused. Ah. Then he leaned in closer, and she could swear that fleshless face smiled at her. And what of a wedding gift, my sweet Shihoan-san? In response she swung Tescat up and cracked him soundly in the jaw. Not so much as a chip in the bone. He caught her wrist and bent it painfully until she let the Zanpakuto drop with a gasp. I assumed I would have to break your arm to make you let go. Not quite the stern stuff that nobles are meant to be made of, are you? I confess to being somewhat disappointed in this entire charade, and weary of it as well. There is still much for me to accomplish ere victory is truly mine. I have no desire to play with you any further, little girl. As he spoke, his gaze roamed up and down her naked body. And by his voice when he spoke next she knew he was smiling now without a doubt. But before I put you in your cat box, permit me to give you a taste of your future in my empire. Still holding her dangling like a fish on a line, Aizen pulled the fleet-footed goddess closer to him until their bodies were only a small space apart. The jaws of his glowing mask opened slightly, and within the blackness she could see another set of teeth smirking playfully. In response to this clear intent, Yuriuki's face grew cold. Try it, and I swear I'll make you regret it, Takiyaku. It was a challenge. To his authority, his divinity, and ultimately, his very existence as a man. And Aizen picked up the gauntlet. The ambitious soul leaned in slowly and brought their faces together, soft brown lips coming close to the opening in his pearl-scent helm. Their eyes met, flashing gold to yellow sickness, and the desire she felt coming off from him turned Yuriuki's stomach. At the same time, though, her heart was pounding with excitement. She had known he wouldn't be able to resist. He had put on a fair face for too long to ever deny his own wishes once the mask of graciousness had been discarded. Almost there. As he drew her in for the kiss, Aizen's free hand dropped to his side, still holding the key. At that moment, a small bolt of blue lightning shot from his coat and struck the golden ornament. "What's this?" His head turned. "Oh no, you don't." And with that, she reached out her free hand, grasped hold of his collar and yanked herself forward. Her mouth went into that open gullet, and she felt the brush of Aizen Sosuke's slender lips. When she did, Yoriyuki promptly vomited. The burning liquid gushed out of her mouth and into his own. Sosuke coughed and gagged. "You!" The green light of Asiro burned in his jaws. She screamed then, as loud as she possibly could. Yoriyuki Shihoan screamed out the words that the aging Jinrei Kukaki had gasped painfully into her ear. A spell, which had been whispered to him for decades by a duplicitous and hateful woman, so often that he had memorized the incantation by heart. It was the activation charm for the Kido drink curse that had rendered him a weakened, drowsy old invalid, the same one she had just force-fed to Aizen. The binary spell required the target to have ingested the catalyst charm beforehand. Since Yoriyuki had not done so, the curse had no effect on her whatsoever. But she guessed that Aizen had. Because this enchantment was crafted by the same person who had cast Cloud over Moon on him centuries ago, in order to keep the secret of their association hidden. And if the witch could be counted on to use the same catalyst for all her spells, then perhaps it would work for this one as well. I hope so. Because otherwise, I'm dead. She stared into the glowing pit that spelled her doom. And Yoriyuki did not die. Instead, the light of the Siro faded. The hold on her neck loosened. Overhead, the small moon that crowned his head winked out. And then Sosuke Takayaka was falling away from her, collapsing onto the ground in a flurry of white cloth. His hollow mask broke into sparkling fragments, revealing his pale, sleeping face to the world. Yoriyuki made a graceful landing. Snatching up Teskat's club, she raced over to his body, searching for the key where it had fallen. Her keen eyes spied it, glowing with an aquamarine radiance, converting even as she looked on. Bending to grasp the artifact, the noblewoman grinned in amazement. "Damn me, but it's working. Urahara, you crazy bastard, you really pulled it off." She then looked over at where the aspiring ruler of heaven lay unconscious, dead to the world. Her Zanpakuto was warm and whispering hot-blooded commands in her soul. "He's helpless. Do it. Kill him. That wasn't part of the plan. What's stopping you? To be honest, I don't know if he can be killed by the likes of me. One way to find out." This conclave was interrupted when what felt like a freight train slammed into her back. Yoriyuki landed on all fours, noticing that several ribs were broken. The matter had been decided for her. Without looking back, she staggered up and raced away from the site of her victory, back the way she came. Adrenaline kept her from feeling further pain. Lighting and fire exploded in pursuit, walls sprang up before her, but she was simply too fast for them. In moments the goddess of Flash was back in the press of war, lost to the eyes of all. Anohana rushed up to Aizen's side, stunned by what she had witnessed and even more so by what she was feeling coming off him. "My spell. My spell. The curse I used on Jinrei, the one I put so much power into to keep him from ever recovering from it. That, which fed him my own curse. But he was alive. She hadn't tried to kill him. Which meant that Yoriyuki had been aiming for something other than Sosuke's death. What? I'll know when I ask her." Dropping to her knees, Anohana withdrew a specific flask from within the pockets of her robe. Lifting that beautiful head carefully, she placed the bottle to his lips and tilted the liquid in, letting him drink the antidote. He moaned fitfully but did not wake. No, the power of the spell will keep him sleeping for several minutes, maybe even up to half an hour. Anything could happen in that time. He must be protected until he recovers. And taking a deep breath, Anohana placed every single barrier she could possibly think of around her slumbering champion. "Anohana-sama." It was Taisen running up. He must have sensed his lord falling. Good. The knight will do his duty, and I will see to mine. What happened to Aizen-sama? Her ally gasped in bewilderment as he drew abreast of them. Rising, Anohana fixed him with a look that would have scorched steel. The serpent-masked warrior drew back a pace in the face of her obvious fury. "Guard Sosuke until he wakes," she commanded him. "Let no one near him but me." I will return shortly. Retsu didn't wait to hear his subservient response. Instead she called Minaj and Xiao over to her. When the dragon arrived, the sorceress climbed up on its back, solid only for its mistress. Her transport then spread its wings and exploded into the sky, traveling at great speeds towards the place she commanded. I know where you are going, woman. There is only one way you can escape from this dimension. I will follow you there, and bring an end to your scheme, whatever it may prove to be. I am done being gentle with people. Yuriyuki fled the war in heaven as fast as she possibly could. How ironic it would be, if I were to die from some random attack now, after what I just pulled off. I should be dead. There's just no way that should have happened. But since it did, I can't die yet. Not yet. I have to make every second count. The rat army was much thinner than it had been before. Either she had done more damage to that hollow than previously thought, or the king's forces were finally starting to prove their mettle. Let them all battle bravely, then. That no longer matters. What's important is what I have in my hand. Before long all the fighting was far behind her. Ahead Yuriyuki spied the gate she had entered through. It was still open, and standing in front of it now was a small figure. Yururu dashed forward as her mistress ground to a halt panting. Without a moment's hesitation, Yuriyuki tossed the vibrating key over to the child. She caught it, then looked at her anxiously. Go! The woman cried. That woebegone little face set into a look of grim determination, and she turned back towards the dimensional rift. About to step forward, she hesitated, casting a mournful look in the captain's direction. Then she opened her mouth and said, Hinta just told me. No one came through. And they're still alive. Momentarily confused, Yuriyuki suddenly realized what those words meant. Along with it came an indescribable relief. With a smile of gratitude, she then turned away. Don't stop till you're through, no matter what you hear behind you. A nod of her pigtails, and the tiny golem then scampered out of Nirvana, heading back towards Soul Society bearing their salvation. Looking back at the horizon, Yuriyuki felt what was coming well before she saw it. This far removed from the war zone it would have been hard to miss the tremendous soul making its way towards her. I was kind of hoping it would be Dison. But I guess she's really pissed at me. Can't blame the witch, now can we? You're just lucky to have me as your backup. I couldn't agree more. Taking a firm grip on the weapon that was the embodiment of her soul, Shiho and Yuriyuki closed her eyes and mouthed the words. Bankai. Tezcatlapaka. With a gasp of relief, the Zanpakuto started to glow. It floated free from her hand, altering in radiance and size. Heat started to pour off it with such intensity that the bloody earth began to smoke and the corpses smoldered before bursting into flames. In less than a handful of seconds, there hovered over the cat goddess a flaring ball of molten gold big as a house. It was a miniature sun, flames flickering all around the perimeter like burning whips. Beads of scalding ore dripped down off it and set ablaze anything they touched. But when they struck Yuriyuki, the gold did no harm, instead flowing swiftly over her skin, thinning and spreading out. Soon her entire body from her toes to the tips of her hair was filmed by a thin layer of malleable metal. Opening her eyes, the golden Amazon looked to the dragon approaching her at breakneck speed. Faster than I might have wished. I was hoping to meet her somewhere in between here, maybe keep her from figuring it all out. But this will have to do. I have to keep her occupied for as long as it takes. Jaguar Malevolo, she breathed. Immediately from out of the star that orbited overhead something burst forth with a snarl. It was a great cat, formed from liquid gold with eyes and teeth of flame. This beast was soon joined by several others, and all of them streaked skywards to intercept the red dragon bearing down upon them. A Kido spell that might have been Reikoho erupted across the peaceful heavens. It was hard to tell considering how absolutely huge it was, but the detonation of thunder and flash of lightning certainly bore a resemblance to what Yuriyuki recognized as being the 63rd Hado. The effect this had was to obliterate any semblance of shape her conjured minions had possessed, leaving them mere splashes of fluid that spattered to the ground in fiery droplets. Then Minaj Xiao had settled to earth and was stampeding towards her position, its wielder visible on its back. With a strange certainty, Yuriyuki felt the bond establish once more as that weeping head touched her heart. But there were no words this time, nor any real sharing. Apparently Anohana was not in the mood for further discussion. Well, neither am I. A tremendous beam flashed out of Tezcatlipoca and hurtled toward its nemesis. 3 cones of fire, ice, and sharpened steel met it halfway, creating an explosion that seemed strong enough to rip this dimension to pieces. Neither side bothered to wait for this tumult to die down. The head of hunger snaked around and fired its ray. For all that it was light itself coming at her, Yoryuki moved aside as effortlessly as if the attack was slow syrup running down a tree. With her Bankai activated, the title goddess of Flash failed to do her justice. She could outrace time if she was so inclined. As such, her armored form vanished from the path of the assault and reappeared instantaneously 100 meters away. More jaguars swept forth to prowl around that destructive monster. Minajizanshao was screaming loud enough to cause pain to anyone who heard it. The sight made her heart race with fear and excitement. "Come on, you deceitful bitch, come and get me. I hurt your boy." A mother's rage is a terrible thing, and you've got so much hate in you just itching to burst out. Just try and catch me. 6 lethal sets of eyes turned upon her. Preparing to move out of range again, Yoryuki drew up short. The Bankai was still there, but Anohana was no longer riding it. Her first instinct upon learning this was danger. Fearing a repeat like with Aizen, she ran again, zigzagging around the area at top speed. Tezcatlipoca remained before the gate, being too large to effect such maneuvers. Like this, there was conceivably nothing that could even keep track of Yoryuki. She sent the pride of jaguars bounding towards the other legendary beast to keep it occupied all the same. Where the hell is she? Did she cast a spell like curved light to hide herself? Is she underground, overhead? Damn it, where did she go? The dragon disappeared. Yoryuki stared. An illusion? No, I felt it. I felt her. But now I don't. They're both gone. Not here anymore. So if not here, then... Oh, mercy. She got by me. And then the master shinobi was racing towards the portal, furious with herself. Damn. I thought she wanted revenge, but that's not it. She wanted to find out what I was doing. Curse it all, I knew she wasn't an idiot, how could I have been so stupid? Shihoin tore back in the direction of the door. Her Bankai turned into one large jungle cat and crouched down before it. Retsu must have deactivated Minajizanshao so it could get past easily. She was just waiting for me to try and lead her away. She knew I couldn't take her in a head-to-head battle and would move aside eventually. We can't let her reach the other end. We won't. Both master and sword then dove together into the vortex. Watch out. This could be a trap. I knew your heart, girl. So I knew what you feared. The ancient beauty stood right before them, hanging in the middle of empty space. Minajizanshao dropped down at their backs. The rest was easy. The battlefield within the walls of Siriti had not managed to proceed any further than the space before the breached gate. Held back by the combined power of Jidanbo, the Sai 9000 and Ikeku in his Bankai, the enemy force was unable to advance. But now they were drained. Yamada had almost run out of spiritual energy for ammunition, and Madaram's gargantuan battle blades were lying cracked and in pieces around him. Before them, the slug-like enemy leader wept a thick yellow pus from all its wounds, but continued to live. Wonder Weiss thrashed its bulk about and slobbered that single intelligible war cry. Yog-Sothoth. Leaning on the last solid remnant of Ryumen Hojikameru, the bleeding veteran from the 11th tried to catch his breath. He glanced over at his partners and flashed a grin worthy of his captain. What do you say? He panted. One last charge. The giant hefted his axes and glowered at their opponent. Maybe Ichimaru was right. A guardian should die before allowing anyone to defeat him. All available reserves charging for gut cannon, Cyborg Yamada responded in clipped tones. The barrel of the bazooka in his belly started to glow red. All right. Ikeku turned back to the bug-eyed horror before them and hoisted his weapon onto his shoulder. If we win this, we go down in history, boys. They'll be calling us the 3 Heavenly Warriors or something like that. And if we lose, well, I won't lose. Not this time. Ikanzaka slipped off his tattered tunic, baring his broad chest and breathing deeply, seeming to swell even larger in the process. "Affirmative," was Yamada's response. "Well, then, fellow Shinigami," Ikeiku mused. Nothing left to discuss. The trio of warriors faced off against the monstrosity. A strong wind blew across the scene, causing robes to flap and hair to rustle. Hojikamaru swung up into the air, sending out a keening wail. "Let's dig in." Bellowing their war cries, Ikeiku and Jidanbo raced forward, their heels pounding the pavement such that the ground seemed to quake at each footfall. Behind them, Yamada remained in the same position, the glow in his stomach turned into a raging scarlet ball of power. Wonder Weiss Margera reared up to meet their charge, a mouth the size of a barn door opening to reveal the start of a zero. Yog-Sothoth. Undeterred, the heroes charged on, shouting out their defiance of the enemy. "You got this one, Ikeiku." "Hell, yeah. I am a badass." Heedless of death, the Shinigami made his final charge. He was feeling really good about himself, when something heavy landed right on top of his bald pate. Oopsie daisy. The thing then sprang off, knocking Ikeiku down sprawling in the process. From this position, he heard a high-pitched voice shout above the tumult. "Pounce, Nico Nico." Wonder Weiss's great googly eyes turned up at the tiny black-robed form flying high overhead. A shadow fell over him. Yog-Sothoth. This utterance proved to be his last, as from out of nowhere, something huge dropped down and landed right on the front of his body, squashing that repulsive visage beneath its supremely heavy form. Warm pus shot out and splattered everywhere as the Arrancar's head was crushed flat with the sound of an inflated bladder exploding. The multitude of limbs along its body twitched and flailed about for a few moments, then dropped down to lie still. Unable to check his momentum, Jidanbo slammed face first into that obstruction and fell back heavily. Blinking in surprise and dripping with goo, he found himself looking up at a statue of a giant white cat. It was sitting on its haunches with one paw raised in a beckoning gesture, a smile on its face and a bell around its neck. Its other paw cradled a 10 million ryo gold piece. As he sat gaping in stupefied disbelief, a small pink-haired head popped up at the top of that statue. "Hi, Cue-Ball." Struggling to lift his eyes, Ikeiku finally managed to do so. High above him, Yachiro Kusajishi waved in giddy triumph. Her weary subordinate raised a hand in greeting. "Hey, Fukutai-ku." Then he passed out. Farther back, the Psi 9000 let its energy blast fade. "Target terminated," he pronounced matter-of-factly. Switching now to secondary directive. "Attend to injured comrades." Every metallic component then shot back into his body at once, and Hanataro Yamada stood perplexed. What just happened? The defeated Worm Hollow was already dissolving away, purified. When he caught sight of the two fallen Shinigami, his training took over, and he sprang forward with a yelp. "Don't worry, guys. I'll help you out." He proceeded to trip and fall flat on his face. In the midst of the death match, both Arrancar and the Demi-Hollow felt a horrific power bearing down from the sky. Without question they all sprang away from that spot, putting as much distance between the area as their legs could manage. Seconds later, the landscape exploded. Accompanying this came a shockwave that did what no mere words could. It stopped the war in Soul Society. Struggling Shinigami and howling hollows were lifted up and tossed away before the brunt of that overpowering assault. Nilil planted Gamuza into the ground and braced herself against it with all four legs spread-eagled. Hiyo Zabumaru's functioning segments dropped down like a wall before her and Renji. The structure was buffeted relentlessly by that phenomenal detonation, so strong that it seemed capable of demolishing everything in sight. The surge spread out to annihilate the antiquated Edo-era buildings that comprised the Rokanga and then collided with the great walls of the Siraidai. Blocks of death stone absorbed as much as they could, and the rest went screaming around the barrier's perimeter, continuing to decimate every standing complex and sending the two armies scattering before it. It went on, and back at the heart of the supernova, Aburai screamed in fury and defiance as he desperately strove to hold that pressure back. Above them, there rose a tremendous cross high into the sky. This symbol stayed there for several seconds, blazing away for all to see. Those who had been inside the court of pure souls beyond the reach of the aftershock stared in stunned disbelief by this display. Eventually the Tower of Light began to shrink, fading even as the explosion that birthed it. Almost a minute later, it was finally gone for good. Renji was the first to rise. His Bankai had finally disappeared along with his hollow mask, indicative of the massive burnout he had suffered in the last hour. Zabamera was now an ordinary katana in his hand. Staring down at it, a strong feeling of pride awoke in him. "You did good today, partner." No answer came from the depleted weapon, but the lieutenant swore he could feel its approval of the praise. Just then Nilil cantered up by his side, still in her resurrection. She looked down at him speculatively. "Can you still fight, Aburai-san?" "Whether I can or not, I'm going on ahead to find out what that was. Care to come along?" "Here." She reached down and hooked him under an arm, then proceeded to hoist the bleeding brawler up onto her broad back. "You look like hell. Let me at least give you a ride there. Hold on tight." There was something just a little awkward about this mode of transportation, but Renji had no chance to really refuse. Plus he was too exhausted to put up a fuss. Instead he wrapped his arms around the centaur's human waist and gritted his teeth as she galloped forward. It was a surprisingly smooth ride for all that it was fast. He could see the remains of the opposing armies either lying prone in the dirt or coming shakily to their feet. No one had started fighting again, but that wouldn't last long. The shock would wear off soon, and then they would be back to killing each other. "I wonder which side is winning? Speaking of which, how are all my friends doing? What do you suppose that blast was?" He mused as they tore onwards through the outer limits of the Rokanga. "I couldn't begin to guess," was her answer. "I've never felt anything so powerful, and I've known Vastolord." "Maybe it means our side won the battle for Nirvana," her occupant suggested hopefully. Nell made no response to his optimism, so the young spirit fell quiet. Eventually her tireless gait brought them into what looked to be the heart of that cataclysm. Smoke was still rising from the ground. Dismounting, Renji took up a wary pace at her side as they proceeded through the cloud cover. Soon enough they noticed a spot off where the residual heat seemed greatest. It caused ripples in the air, and after exchanging a glance they proceeded towards it. As they moved closer the lieutenant's keen hearing picked out something coming towards them. Reaching up to touch Idolshvank's flank he pointed, and she nodded in agreement. The two of them separated a few paces while continuing forward. After several seconds, they saw a shadow moving through the smoke up ahead. As the air began to clear, this shape grew more distinct, and they stopped where they were to wait and discern what it might be. With a sweep of his arm, Grimjo came through the wispy steam walking haltingly towards them. His other limb was hanging limply at his side and appeared broken. Their eyes met, and the panther demon drew to a halt about 30 yards away. Silently they watched one another in the middle of that desolation. The heat faded, along with the distortions in vision. At last the smoke was gone, permitting them to see clearly. Their collective attention was immediately drawn by a discoloration in the ground between them. Approaching this spot warily with one eye on it and the other reserved for the enemy, the trio studied this irregularity. What it turned out to be was a light gray patch of dust in the precise outline of what looked to be a winged man's body. Everything about this silhouette was so exact, down to the tail, the horns, and even the hole in the hollow of its throat, that there really was no question about what they were looking at. Grimjo narrowed his eyes and hazarded to speak first. "Is that Ulquira?" The dust did not stir at the name. Renji and Nilil stared in disbelief right along with him. "Is he dead?" the tattooed Shinigami muttered. A poke with Gamuza gained no reaction from the ash, and the former Tercera raised an eyebrow. "If he isn't, he wishes he was." "Ha!" Jigger Jax grinned and spit casually on the remains of his superior. "You aimed too high, blackbird of unhappiness." All around them there was now movement. Hollows, whether masked or not, trundled over to gather behind their commander. In turn, lingering groups of Shinigami took note of a second seat and came to stand at his back, not daring to draw too close to the creature with the bone helm that accompanied him. Renji looked over at Grimjo, who did the same. "What now, Espada?" The Sexta's blue eyes narrowed beneath his bleeding scalp. He turned his head slightly to one side, then another, taking note of the force of fighters gathering in his wake. His black claws flexed, and his tail flicked idly back and forth. "Well, I'll tell you. Yoriyuki screamed in anger as she brought a wall of hot metal up to defend her. A blast of frigid breath turned her defenses brittle as glass, and one sweep of the dragon's claws rendered it broken. Ryotsu platforms appeared, and she leapt from one to another. But having to create them was severely limiting her speed. In this space between dimensions, one had to tread carefully. They were moving towards the end of the tunnel, but not very fast, which was a relief. Having to concentrate on fighting each other in here meant they weren't too preoccupied with exiting this place, which was precisely how Yoriyuki liked it. Sadly, that seemed to be the only thing going her way. Nowhere to move here, have to stay on course. I'm limited by the surroundings. If I stray from the route ahead, I'll be lost in oblivion. Damn it, she tricked me into coming here. Following me was a mistake. Anohana stood a ways off, secure in her footing. Behind her, Tezcatlipoca grappled unsuccessfully with Minaja Zhenshao, which was seemingly unaffected by anything the molten cat could do to it. You should have stayed away from this. As the mage spoke, she lifted a hand. All around them as they traveled through the void, further plates of solid Ryotsu appeared, a diverse profusion of them. Before her opponent could wonder what all of this meant, Retsu gestured again, and a pale rod appeared in her grip. Watch out! Kido spell. No incantation? Apparently so, for Anohana flung the lance, which instantly split into a multitude of smaller glass lines. 100 steps fence, Yoriyuki thought in amazement as she flung herself out of the path of this assault. She doesn't even have to speak them anymore. So this is Anohana at full Bankai. It's incredible. There were so many stepping stones already, but Yoriyuki did not trust any of the ones her enemy had created. Unfortunately, there was even less space now to craft her own. How much longer can this go on? I thought I had a chance of keeping her occupied until it was all over, but now I'm not so sure. So, this is the person I chose to stand against. I'm afraid of her. But that's precisely why. I can't give up. She has to be stopped. And this is the only way. Death is nothing to fear, compared to letting this horror have her way. Give up. You're trapped. And at this, Yoriyuki had to laugh. What is so funny, child? Retsu whispered behind her. Before she could finish the first word of that sentence, Yoriyuki had already made a panicked leap away. Unfortunately, this time she did not consider her trajectory, and found herself racing towards the boundary of this tunnel. Faced with the prospect of being cast out of all space and time, she twisted her golden body, creating a temporary support beneath her feet, and launched herself backwards. She stopped to find herself standing atop a space she had not conjured. A sleeping Kido in the floor activated as soon as she touched it, and the Shihoan princess found her torso bound fast in glowing chains. As she sought to break free, fingers like steel clamped around her throat and bore her struggling to the ground. The stuff of this immaterial subdimension went soaring by overhead, looking further blurred and distorted to her squinting eyes. But there was no mistaking the cold, perfect face of the witch who held her effortlessly in one place. Those lilac blue eyes glowed, and to her horror, Yoriyuki felt something invade her very essence. It broke the connection between her and Tezcatlipoca. With no time to even comprehend how something like this could happen, the golden armor vanished from her skin, and the full force of that grip at her neck was felt, choking her savagely. Yoriyuki tried to fight back but failed, subdued through magic and sheer overpowering strength. Now, Retsu spoke softly. You will tell me what your plan is, and leave nothing out. The hold on her windpipe loosened to allow her to breathe and speak clearly. Stars danced before the brown-skinned beauty's eyes, and she gasped in a quick breath. At that moment, the entire space they were in seemed to quake. Anohana looked around them carefully. To her eyes, it appeared as though the corridor was shrinking, almost. Turning her head to the wide opening of this tunnel, she saw something bizarre. It looked like it was closing. It's done. Upon hearing this voice break the stillness immediately following Ulquiorra's destruction, Ichigo turned to see someone he had not expected. Hinta. He spluttered. Yururu? What are you doing here? The pair of children looked over at him, then back to what they held between them. This appeared to be a golden disc that could fit into the palm of their hands. While Ichigo watched, this small artifact floated up in the air. As it did, the coin began to grow in size, while at the same time splitting into 4 equal pie-shaped wedges. Strange runes could now be seen clearly embedded into the metal's surface. Soon these quadrants had grown large enough to cover half the room. They rose up towards the sky, where a storm continued to swirl around the opening to the dimensional corridor. Once there, they began to glow even brighter. And slowly, the identical segments began to draw back together. As they did, the dark clouds halted their movement. And then they changed course, going in the opposite direction, while at the same time seeming to be pulled back into their fount. And the door to Nirvana began to shut. Ichigo gaped up at what was happening, and then was alerted to the present by a cry from Rukia. Looking down, he saw her rise and stumble forward. Instinct spurred him to follow. So intent was he upon her that he failed to catch sight of a black streak that zipped through the air and disappeared into the golden cavern overhead. Ignoring this display, Rukia rose trembling. The barrier had given out at some point, whether overloaded or disappearing when its caster gave up all his energy. Orium was beginning to stir and moan close by her in the first throes of returning wakefulness. Blankly she looked around the room in search of something, though what she could not recall. Then she knew. Yomishika-san. Her eyes turned and spotted him. Rukia dashed over to where Kyokaku cradled Ayasukawa's maimed body, frantically feeding flower petals into his mouth. Yomishika-san. The little death god dropped down beside him. One eye cracked open at her approach, and a small hint of purple flashed through. Ceasing to chew on his restorative plants, the handsome fighter quirked a slight smile. "Hello, dear heart," he murmured in a weak, thready voice. "Glad you're doing well." He coughed and shuddered before apparently lapsing back into unconsciousness. Looking at him, Rukia was horrified at the full extent of the damage that had been done. Virtually everything on the right half of his torso was gone. She had a clear view of the bones and dissected organs rustling inside of him, and blood pumped out, continuing to pool around her knees. The skin on the right half of his face was seared and melted, and there was no more hair to be seen. No longer did colorful feathers wink back at her, his eyebrow was missing, and that eye was closed shut and weeping clear fluid. Blood trickled out of his mouth. She was honestly amazed to find him still conscious, much less breathing. "He can't hold on," Kyokaku Shiba muttered as she placed another bunch of petals in his mouth. "These rosebuds of his are keeping him alive, but he's burning through them as fast as I feed them to him, and we're almost out." Her tired, angry face told Rukia the truth before she could say it. "He's dying." Kukaki stared at her, eyes wide with horror. "He can't." She shook her head numbly. "He can't. He's my..." And tears flowed fast down her cheeks. "He's my friend. I love him." The one-armed woman only ducked her head, recognizing the pain that had once marred her own face whenever she looked in the mirror. She understood what this girl was going through, and cursed the fates that had made Rukia experience something like this for a second time. "He can't die like this," the tiny maiden spoke, reaching up a hand to touch his fevered, charred features. He flinched as she did, and Rukia drew back, clutching her hand to her chest and looking at him unblinkingly. Ayasukawa looked terrible, something she had never thought possible. She realized then that her eyes had gone dry. When she spoke next, Rukia's voice was hoarse with emotion. "I won't let this happen. Not again. I am not going to watch another loved one perish needlessly. But how to stop it? I need a miracle." Then she knew. It was so obvious. "Orium," she breathed in wonderment. Her face lit up with hope. Snapping upright, she turned and raced back to where she had previously lain imprisoned. "Orium-san." As she ran, a body fell from the collapsing portal overhead and hit the floor. The passage of Reishi between the dimensions, which once had been even, now abruptly altered. Suddenly they could feel the flow in only one direction. It grew and grew as the formless turmoil on every side of them shrank inwards, the pressure against their spirit bodies increasing to noticeable and then uncomfortable levels. This sensation became stronger with every passing moment. It was as though a rising tide was pulling them away from soul society and towards nirvana. "What is that?" Anohana asked, turning back to study Yoriyuki. There was wrath in every word she spoke. "What are you trying to do?" The shapeshifter smirked. You wanted paradise, she gasped. So now you'll get it. Nothing more, and nothing less. The femme fatale stared right back, apparently considering this. Her hair was blowing now as though in a gale. And then she gave a slow nod of confirmation. I see. You intend to shut the portal, but in a way that you believe will keep it closed permanently. There is but one door to Nirvana, after all, which can only be reached by passing through Soul Society. That is how the king wished it, so that he could be sure of controlling access into and out of his realm. You intended to bar us from ever returning to Soul Society once we had left it. Pretty much, her captive grinned cheekily up at the goddess. And you resolved to be trapped with us, Anohana bore on, passing slender fingers through her rich black hair as it whipped about ever more violently. You remained behind to stop anyone who attempted to make it back through, even knowing that it would no doubt cost you your life. It's my life, crone. I can do what I want with it. Retsu made to rise off her then. As she did, long brown legs whipped up and wrapped around the woman's waist, bringing her back down with a slight exclamation. She looked at Yoryuki in surprise. You're not going anywhere, the lady of Shihoan ground fiercely through gritted teeth. This is my last wish, that you and your brood of monsters never threaten my people ever again. Before you take another step, you're gonna have to kill me, witch. There's no other way. At this, those sublime features twisted into a soft, pitying smile. Yes, there is. She raised her free hand and traced something in the air. Where her fingers passed, light flowed to form words that shone with magic. This symbol stayed hanging there, and when the supreme sorceress touched it with a finger, it moved with her hand, sinking down towards Yoryuki's face. I know all there is to know about our spirits. It was always my pride as a healer to claim this. So what I am going to do is rob you of your senses now. You will not hear, speak, smell, see or feel in any way. Your own body will not be able to respond to your wishes as a result, leaving you a broken puppet, unable to move a muscle. Anohana spoke without any hint of menace, in a fashion made all the more hideous by its lightness of tone. That eerie mark continued to descend, and the purple-haired goddess could only stare in horror. Her vanquisher sighed. So Suke may yet father a dynasty upon you, Yoryuki Shihoan. But you will never even feel it. Consider that my last blessing. Yoryuki saw that tranquil, heavenly face gazing down at her, and knew it would be the last sight she took away from this world. As much as she wanted to, she could not look away. And then there was only red. A splash of glowing crimson, which streaked through the air and hit Anohana right in the side of her head. Like thick paint, this mass of violent scarlet splashed and spattered against the sorceress' face, covering up half of it momentarily, so that all Yoryuki could see was one wide blue eye and half a mouth open in shock. Then it stopped. When the flow dissipated, Yoryuki finally realized something. It wasn't any liquid, but a torrent of small glowing objects. One of them fluttered down before her, and to her surprise, she found herself looking at what seemed to be a glowing red maple leaf. I've seen something like this before. Glancing up, her suspicions were confirmed upon seeing that the right half of Retsu Anohana's face was crisscrossed with thin streaks of blood. For one split second they stared at one another. Like this, it was easy to see that the woman's eye had been sliced into ruins. At that Anohana arched backwards, screaming and clutching at her maimed head. Half her hair was missing, and the blood was flowing out freely now. She fell off her perch and dropped down to land on another glass platform far below. Craning her head, Yoryuki saw the wretched creature flailing and kicking with both hands pressed to her face. The mass of scarlet leaves came again, slicing through the bonds that held her. Someone came to stand beside her, and extended a hand. Come. For half a heartbeat she could not fully believe who had come to her rescue. Floating beside her, wearing the black robes of a Shinigami, was Jinrei Kukaki. Reaching out, she accepted his hand, and he drew her up to her feet beside him. The spectral current against their bodies felt as though someone was shoving them violently now, and they both had to exert an amount of energy just to keep from being flung through this tunnel. The old man's face was still wrinkled but now possessed of pride, anger, and strength. Completely unlike the misbegotten wreck she had spoken to months past. Jinrei-sama, she whispered. Hurry, he motioned back towards the opening to Soul Society along which a crystalline road now stretched between them. "Get out of here. I will hold her off." "How?" Before she could speak the rest, there was a terrific roar. Looking behind, they both saw Minaja Zhenshao coming towards them. At this, Jinrei shoved her roughly back. Yuryuki stumbled and found her balance, looking at this unexpected ally with stricken eyes. "This is my penance for the crimes I took part in," he shouted, his cloak of blood-red Bankai surging around him in a manner so similar to that of his grandson. "I will answer for the sins of the previous generation. You go and guide the next one. Get out of here." There was no arguing with him. She could see that. In his body was the strength of a legendary noble family, and on his face was the look of a man prepared to die. And so the princess did as her elder commanded. She turned and raced for the safety of home, fighting against the ever-increasing force that sought to keep her from making any headway, hardly believing that there was any chance she could actually make it through safely. An explosion from behind smashed into Yuryuki, sending her tumbling along, and she realized there was no way at all. My eye. Thrashing about, Anohana could not focus past the pain to repair the damage in the slightest. While the injury was not truly great, it had opened up other wounds she had thought safely healed. And these were of such age and strength that her power had never been enough to fully deal with them. "He took my eye. Filthy little brute, he took it away from me. Beat me with his fists like a whore and look. See what he did, all of you. Don't praise him, he's a beast. Look. Look, damn you. Can't you see what that evil man did to me? Look what he did to me." Horror came at the realization of what was happening, enough to snap her back to reality. Her hands came down. Tearing at the front of her robes, she pulled them open, and that was when she saw it. In the center of her chest, the black hole was beginning to open. "No. No. Stay down. Don't wake up. Not yet. I'm not ready. Get down. I am Anohana Retsu. I am not a beast, I will not permit myself to become one. You cannot do this to me." The crescent moon began to move even as she tried to force it closed. This sign of her degradation slid up her skin, over her throat where she could no longer see it, and up to her face. But there was no hiding the feeling, as her heart started to collapse from hate and fear. "Sosuke, my dearest child, help me. Wherever you are, come to me and save me, your lady mother needs you." Even as the Shinigami legend begged and pleaded for her champion to come to her rescue, the mark of the hollow rose up across her bleeding cheek. It traveled higher, approaching the spot where her ruined eye remained shut in its socket. It then flowed beneath her eyelid and disappeared. The screaming in her soul increased to a fevered pitch. The right eye of the goddess sprang open, and it was completely black with no light at all. A torrent of titanic spirit power was pouring down from the door. Everyone standing in it felt as though they were caught beneath a blazing hot waterfall of rancid poison. Byakuya refused to submit to this acid riot rain. He had recognized Yuryuki instantly when she fell through the portal, and now he strove to reach her. Weakened by the level of power he had given up to defeat the Vastolord, it was slow going through that downpour. But at last he came upon her. Shihoan was sprawled unconscious on the floor, buffeted by that inexplicable storm. Her lover bent and grasped her arm, draping it around his shoulders and rising with her hanging loosely by his side. To his relief, the golden gate was still continuing to shut, though not as quickly as before. It was almost like this miasma was clogging the gears of the spell that was working to stop it. Hopefully whatever sickness this represented would not be able to make it through before it closed completely. Looking behind him, he saw Ichigo Kurosaka struggling to reach Oriaminu, who had been shocked fully awake but lay unable to move, screaming under the deluge. Rukia was coming towards them as well. Both looked bone-weary, and without hesitation he moved forward to aid them in getting the helpless girl clear. So intent was Byakuya upon the rescue, he did not see what came through the portal then. But Rukia did. She saw the blue winding coil emerge and go swiftly looping down in the direction of Byakuya and Yuryuki. There was no use shouting. Weighed down as he was, her brother would never be able to move in time. So Rukia did the only thing possible. Racing forward, she leapt and shoved him as hard as she could. Byakuya staggered from the blow, falling to slide away. Relief enveloped her heart, and then the threatening cord wound about her throat. Gagging, she felt herself being lifted off the ground. Desperately the slender girl wrapped her hands around that tendril and strove to pull it down, permit her to breathe. Her feet brushed the stone and she willed herself to anchor there, keep from being drawn up into that dire opening. Then Ichigo was beside her, flinging an arm around her body in a way that should have offered comfort but instead gave only horror. The additional weight of his heavier form served to stabilize her and prevent them from being yanked skyward, though it still felt as though her head might be pulled off at any second. Cursing, Kurosaki raised his sword, which still retained the appearance of Tensou Zanjutsu, and brought it down on the line that had snared her. To the disbelief of both, it bent but did not cut. Again and again he sought to hack the cord in half to no avail. As he swung up his weapon for another desperate blow, a howl of inhuman proportions tore through the room. Looking up, she saw the source of that call. Hanging in the sky above them, seen through the closing portal, there came Retsuo Nohana. Her white haori was missing, leaving only the black robes beneath. She was hanging off the other end of this conjured noose, clothes ragged and torn and hair flapping furiously as though a great wind was blowing against her. But in spite of this, she gave no ground. The captain was clawing her way hand over fist down the line, using Rukia as an anchor to pull herself slowly but surely along in the face of the force that strove to oppose her. With each convulsive heave forward, they got a clearer picture of her. Her hair was in disarray, lips pulled back from her teeth in a rictus snarl. Worst of all, though, were her eyes. One of them was wide and blue and completely lucid, focused entirely forward with the determination of absolute calm certainty. Its mate, however, was solid black. Blood was pouring out of it to stain her ebony robes. There might have been an eye there, or simply an empty void. There was no way to be certain. When she opened her mouth, there came no words, only a scream that was eerily familiar to every Shinigami in the room, bearing a resemblance as it did to a hollow's cry. Ichigo was frantically attempting to sever the line which had caught her. A few seconds later Byakuya had come up to attempt the same, then Toshiro, and even Zaraki. Ishine was rushing to retrieve his Zanpakuto. Together they all sliced at the energy band. But though their swords caused it to shake, the source Rouse rope held firm. Not even a chip appeared in its surface. The Witch Queen was close to freedom now. Rukia realized that the unleashed power of this malevolent being was preventing the Golden Gates from coming together. And if she makes it through, then everyone here, perhaps all people everywhere, they would die. I have to protect them. As Ichigo continued his futile efforts, she reached up and touched his cheek. The boy, no, I'll never think of him that way again. The man looked at her with panic written large over his face. There was too much noise to be heard clearly, so Rukia only mouthed the words. Let me go. He got it instantly. Let me go, she was telling him, and you'll survive. I'm the only thing holding her here. If I go through the gate, she will too. That way you'll all be safe. You'll be safe, Ichigo. He got it. And he gave her his response. A firm shake of the head said no. Her face twisted at his refusal, and she screamed his name desperately. But that only strengthened his resolve. Because whether she knew it or not, this was the exact face she had worn when her brother had come to take her back to Soul Society. That same anguished, tear-filled look as she turned back to him humbled in the rain and demanded he not come after her or she would never forgive him. The expression he returned to her was a gentle smile. His response came in a soft whisper. But still Rukia understood what he was telling her. Because this, too, was something familiar. His lips formed the words. All your opinions are rejected. I won't abandon you, he was telling her. Wherever you go, I will follow. You'll never get rid of me, and I'll fight to defend you even if I die. It was true. She knew that. He would never surrender, even in the face of death. Nothing she said would convince him otherwise. Ichigo Kurosaki was an arrogant, pig-headed dolt. And still she loved him. Another word formed on her lips. One word. That was all it took. It was one that meant so much to Rukia, embodying everything she had ever cherished or hoped for from the time that she was a small child living in fear in the Rukanga. It signified the end of solitude, the discovery of real joy, and a promise of aid whenever it was needed. That word was together. If you will not let me go, then we will go together. Agreement was in the crinkle of his eyes as he smiled. They both looked up towards the awful fight that surely awaited them above. Weakened and depleted though they might be, neither of them felt fear at that moment. They were together. As long as that remained true, there was no pain that could not be borne. With a final glance around at the people they loved, Rukia wrapped her arms around his neck, and with one swift bound he left the earth and went soaring upwards. They heard the people below screaming in horror at their sacrifice, while the fallen mother goddess shrieked as the line went slack and she began to fall backwards. Ichigo raised Tensou Zanjutsu and pointed it towards the ferocious witch queen. At the same time, Rukia pulled Sode no Shirayuki from its scabbard, and at her command a blade of ice grew from its hilt. White Sword and Black then aimed for the heart of the ancient evil that threatened their world, and they soared up to enter heaven. Isane stopped them. Before they could reach the gate, Lieutenant Kotetsu flew in from the side and brought her soul cutter down with a wail. At Itagumo's touch, the blue band of unbreakable energy turned to glass. It shattered instantly, and then both man and woman were falling back to earth, while above them, the once revered and beloved leader of the Goti I-13 flew backwards as though shot by a cannon. End over end she spun, diminishing into the distance until she was just a speck of blackness. The silver-haired lieutenant dropped to the ground. She fell to her knees clutching her sword, mouth agape, and eyes shimmering with tears as she stared straight ahead. "Go to heaven," Isane gasped, "and leave us alone." A faint, frightful howl came from overhead, and she bowed forth, quaking with sobs. Disbelieving, Ichigo and Rukia sat and stared upwards as the doors began to close smoothly once again. In seconds there was only a thin crack of light between the edges that told of the matchless paradise that lay beyond, and then even that began to diminish. Something shot out of the gap just as the portals completely closed with a terrific boom. It hit the ground right in front of them and stood there, shuddering back and forth from the force of its landing. All eyes stared aghast at the sight of the Japanese Nodaki longsword embedded point first in the stone. It seemed as though a low moan came from the blade, and then Minajiki fell silent and still. They all looked around, questioning whether or not it was finally over. Byakuya was holding Yoriyuki in his arms, having wrapped her in his snow-white haori. The Kenpeki had slumped down and was absently perusing the room as if in search of an enemy to slay. When his gaze lingered overlong on the weeping Isane, a glowering Captain Hitsugaya strode forward and planted himself firmly between them, expressing his support for the lieutenant no matter whom her captain might have been. Nimue had darted in and rescued Orium during the preceding struggle and now stood securely at attention with both the insensate Ishida and a gasping Inu at her feet. Ishine Kurosaka came over to stand by his son and adopted daughter. Crouching down, he clapped hands on their shoulders and gave them both a weary smile. Neither seemed certain of how to take his appearance, but managed nods in return as they held one another closely. Rukia looked at Ichigo, then all around. He felt her stiffen beneath his touch. Abruptly she was off and running to where Yumichika still lay. "Bring Orium!" She shouted over her shoulder, and he scrambled to obey the order instantly. The girl slid to her knees beside the injured warrior, fearing the worst. To her immense relief, she could see his chest still rising and falling faintly. She had been close to hysterical at the thought that he might have died in the interval when they were achieving what appeared to be a final victory. But as though sensing her approach, his good eye flicked up to regard her, and a sad attempt at his former jovial smile appeared even as Kyukaku slipped one petal after another into his mouth. She had all the remaining ones in her hand, and the amount was terribly small. But Rukia deemed it would be enough. Ayasukawa spoke then, and his voice came out slurred and thick with pain. "Be sure they get it right on my memorial. Defeated a Vastolord single-handed." "It's true," he grunted, glancing down at the place where his right arm had been, in a strictly literal sense. "Living men don't need memorials," she affirmed, tearing a strip of cloth from the hem of her white robe and wadding it up to pat his sweating forehead. "You're not going to die here." "That's awfully sweet of you, Rukia-chan, even if terribly unrealistic." His words faded to a whisper, and for a moment her heart was racing with the fear that he was gone. Then a glowing orange bomb fell over his body as Orium came rushing up them. Shiba moved over to give her space, and the girl dropped down beside him with a look of steely determination. Ayaskawa came awake. He looked at her and gave a rueful chuckle. Ah, surrounded by lovely ladies. Those other poor saps who died out in the field would be terribly jealous to hear about this. Stop talking like you are going to die. Rukia shouted angrily. Look, see? You're healing as we speak. It was true. The shattered remains of his ribs were growing out and reconnecting as Inu rejected the damage that had been done to them. Following close were his organs, bound up in a wall of firm flesh and muscle. As his arm began to take shape once more, the damage to his face cleared, and both eyes opened, though only a little. Even his clothes and the classic feathers in his eyebrows started to come back. Wine-purple orbs turned to the Kukaki princess once more, and there was an appearance of deadly seriousness to his handsome face. Say it again, he murmured. She blinked and smiled, touching his restored cheek. You're not going to die. No, and the dapper fighter gave a small shake of his head. Not that. Say my name, just like you did when you saw me get hit. Say it without the honorific, the way you did only once before, after you punched me in the face. His gaze bore into her, and Rukia shivered at the expression he wore. Say my name please, Lady Kukaki. Puzzled, Rukia stared at him, limned in a healing light. She didn't really know what had brought this on, but it certainly didn't seem like a big deal considering all that had just happened. So with this in mind, she leaned in close and spoke slowly, drawing out the syllables, Yumi Chika. And he grinned so bright, just like old times. I told you, he murmured. I told you on the day we fought in the bog. It didn't matter if I died, so long as the last thing I could see was something astonishingly beautiful. His left hand came up and touched her cheek gently, sliding over her skin. There was a glow in his features that bespoke of health and life. My strong, sharp, beautiful little Rukia. He drew his hand away then, the smile never leaving his lips. Orium's shell of magic faded, leaving Yumishika's body completely restored. I told you so, Rukia declared triumphantly. He did not answer, only continued to stare back at her. She scowled and reached out to tap his forehead, then stopped. Rukia looked at him. Really looked. His face was calm and beautiful, no longer marred by even the slightest hint of pain. And his eyes continued to gaze steadily ahead. Yumi Chika? She asked, and touched him again. There was no response. Her hand fell away, and she shook her head disbelievingly. Yumi Chika, no. Several beats of her heart passed, and nothing changed. Her head snapped around, and she turned a wild look on Orium. The beautiful girl stared right back, mouth agape and tears streaming down her cheeks. I'm sorry, she whispered. He didn't. I couldn't fix something, I don't know what went wrong, the Ryotsu was so heavy in his wounds, but still he just slipped away. Rukia stared. No, she said again. Shaking her head, she turned back to where he sat upright. No, you can't be. You can't be D. She choked on the word, then lunged forward and grabbed his face in both hands. Breathe. She screamed. Fight, do you hear me? What's the first rule? Never surrender, isn't that right? You're from the 11th, and the 11th never gives up, you never back down in a fight. Don't you dare give up on this battle now. Because we won. But it doesn't matter. Rukia Kukaki was crying so hard it hurt, and still her eyes searched for some sign of life. But there was nothing. Though completely restored in terms of his spirit body, the life that had animated Yumi Chika Ayaskawa was gone. If you are not here to see it, she sobbed. For a little while she continued to hold out hope for a breath, a word, anything to indicate that this was not what it appeared to be. When nothing came, she slumped forward and buried her head against his chest. The rules of nobility state that we are not permitted to show our grief. So this is solid proof. I am no noble. And with that, Rukia screamed out loud. No. The word was raw and ragged, holding all the remorse her heart could contain. She was weeping furiously now, red-faced and shuddering to draw in air as only happens with the purest form of grief. Her fists knotted in the fabric of his shiakusho, and she pressed herself against the lifeless body, still warm to the touch. Gasping and sobbing without any attempt to hold back, The young woman twisted her head from side to side in denial, muttering over and over, "No no, no, no 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 no." She then dragged her head upright and swaying off balance, let loose a shriek of loss that made her previous one pale in comparison. When her breath ran out, Rukia fell to crying once more, as her friends came to stand around the body of the fallen warrior. Kenpei Kazaraki shrugged out of his tattered white captain's robe and draped it over his fifth seat's face. "Died without a scratch on him, right to the end," he muttered, and shook his head. "I don't know how he always did it." Then he turned away. "Good fight, Yumi Chika." After they had finally drawn Rukia away to grieve and Yoriyuki was given into Inu's care, Byakuya noticed Toshiro Hitsugaya standing a ways off. Certain that his loved ones were being watched and his sister was not about to injure herself in any way, he went over to see what was happening. As he drew closer, the Kukaki Lord noticed something lying on the ground before his young colleague's feet. Upon further scrutiny, he realized it was the body of a woman. She was small, dressed in a death god's shiakusho, and one leg appeared to be missing. Other than that, there was nothing of particular note about her. "Do you know who this is?" he asked the white-haired boy. "Yes," Toshiro nodded. "She was one of mine. The fifth seat. Her name was Sachiko Fugunashi." Byakuya looked around them. "A fifth seat? What was she doing in a place like this?" "I'm not sure." With that, Hitsugaya removed the white haori that still decorated his shoulders. He knelt and covered the woman with it, staying hunched by her side. "But if today has shown us anything, it's that rank has nothing to do with what you can achieve." Hitsugaya bowed his head then, his piercing green eyes full of sadness. "There was a second back there when I thought Ulquiorra was going to kill us all, but then he fired at something else. I couldn't really see what, but, from what Matsumoto told me, there's only one thing I can think of that would have motivated this woman to come so far." Then he rose to his full height once more. "I think she finally got what she needed. She got her revenge." Byakuya nodded in understanding, of the concept if not the specifics. He gestured back behind them. "We must go. There is still a war being fought. The other Shinigami must see that all is not lost." The doer youth nodded, and joined his fellow captain in returning to their allies. Both of them failed to notice that Toshiro's shadow was a little darker than any others. Tia Haribel swept lazily through the wreckage that had once been rats and men, her sea dragon heads flicking their tongues while the lionesses growled testily. The army of Shinigami had taken flight 20 minutes past. Not being the swiftest when in her segunda etapa, she had decided to regress to her resurrection state in order to cover more ground. As far as she could tell, the conflict appeared to be over for now. Their enemies had retreated in order to assess their current position and possibly plan for future engagements. There was no way to be certain, but she guessed that fully half of Zero Squad had met their ends on this day, in no small part to her own efforts. Feeling satiated as she could only be in a lesser form, she decided to eat the dead some other time. Instead Haribel went looking for her colleagues. Half an hour later she caught a scent of a familiar Ryotsu. Following it, the Tercera came upon a section of the battlefield that was piled high with smashed skeletal vermin and the disease-twisted bodies of their enemies. Best be careful about consuming those later, some of them might still have the plague. It was while she was considering this that something before her stirred. Upon moving closer she realized that it was Baragon. The royal rat lay on a mound of bony parts. A great deal of his heads had been smashed or chopped off by the look of it, and several arms along with them. Nonetheless, he was still alive, which was more than could be said for the dead captains that were scattered all around him. At her approach, the black-robed monarch lifted his prime snout. Blood leaked from his jaws and stained the earth. His empty eye sockets fixed upon her, and the Segunda croaked out a command. "Help me." His inferior in the espada ranks came to a halt. Leaning over that huge form, the bronze giantess craned her head around and hummed pityingly. "Now." At this, her pearly white teeth bared in a hungry smile. "Of course, Baragon-sama. I'll help." Several of her dragon heads shot forth and clamped down on all his limbs. One grabbed his top skull's jaw in its own, twisting it about violently. Before he could react, Tia balled up her fist and brought it crashing down on the back of his head. The bone smashed in from the force of the blow. "I'll help myself, to you." The sea serpents brought him up to her, and without further ado, Tia Haribel then did what she had dreamed about since before becoming a Vastolord. This was to sink her face into the hole in his skull and feast upon the swarming meat that lay within. The rest of her mouths went to work snapping up the rest of him, and Baragan Lusenburn, king of Hueco Mundo, finally met his end. Aizen might be upset, but Grimjo had been right. Sometimes you just had to do what you wanted. Afterwards she went back to her human-like sealed form and proceeded to make his bones into some very fine armor. Just because she could. Aizen awoke. The first thing he noticed was that there was no longer any noise of battle. Either a good sign or a bad one. To determine which, he then opened his eyes and stood up swiftly. Beside him, Tissen jumped in surprise. "Aizen-sama. Are you well?" He ignored the question. His servant had dropped his hollow helm, so it was reasonable to deduce that they were not in any great danger at the moment. Other matters demanded a detailed explanation. What happened? Kaname seemed uncomfortable now, clutching the hilt of his sword tightly. "We seem to have put the Zero captains to rout. They fled the field approximately 20 minutes past. None of the Vastolord were killed and..." Tissen, the leader of the revolution, rounded on him sharply. "Do not tell me things I can already deduce for myself. I am asking what became of your Yuaki and..." He stopped then. There was something a short distance behind him, what appeared to be a large bundle of white rags at first guess. But there was a certain shape to it that made him pause. This scene looked familiar. It was only then that he noticed something was missing. Snatching at his pockets, Sosuke frantically checked them. After affirming that they were empty, he rounded on his comrade. "Where is the Hogyaku?" The blind samurai flinched and held up his hand. Nestled within it was the gem. Aizen reached for it. He paused, looking at Kaname questioningly, only to realize that the man couldn't see him doing so. "What?" "She came back to us, and the enemy scattered. They did not dare to face her. I was afraid of what she had become. I could see that a hollow was taking root in her. When she lowered the barriers and approached you, I feared for your safety, my lord. So I snatched the Hogyaku from your robe and used it on Lady Anohana." Aizen stared. "You used it?" "Yes. With my mask on, I had enough power, and it reacted sufficiently for me to..." The dark-skinned servant then found himself hoisted off the ground by his throat. His sensitive ears ached at the roar that followed. "You do not know how. You do not know what you must do. And you actually thought that you could use it on her." Tissen gasped. "Forgive me. When did you use it?" Aizen demanded back. "Perhaps 12 minutes past." The renegade Shinigami flung his associate aside, then turned and walked over to the mass of white. Inspecting it closely, he could make out what looked to be a human form on its knees with the arms extended out to either side and the head thrown back, as if screaming. The bandages he was used to seeing wound so tightly around it were a loose, slapped-on mess that made the whole thing appear larger than it really was. Upon further examination though, he was further chilled to see what looked to be blood leaking out in certain places from beneath the cloth. Turning about, Aizen strode swiftly over to where the Hogyaku had fallen and bent to retrieve it. Perhaps it was not too late. If he could undo some of the damage that Tissen's inept handling had wrought, she might yet come out of this hole. He only needed time to concentrate and... His fingers touched the gem, and a beam of light sprang up from it. The Hollow Lord drew back, startled, upon seeing a roughly life-size image of a human being looking out at the world. The hologram waved its fan graciously, and Kisukura Hara smiled. "Hello, Sosuke Aizen. If you are seeing this now, then you must have already made your way to Nirvana. Congratulations. Nothing like taking a trip to new places, seeing the noteworthy sights, maybe meeting some beautiful and willing ladies while you're there. Am I right?" Both men were struck dumb, and the recording proceeded apace. "By now you must have realized that I never intended to fight you directly. That would have been foolhardy on my part. Just another case of, oh, what a huge explosion. Let's wait for the smoke to clear and..." Impossible. The villain is unharmed. And really, where's the fun in that? No, whether it has triumphed or failed at this point, the plan I hit upon was to give you exactly what you wanted. And then once you got it, you would find it was not so wonderful anymore. Here's the thing. I know that you have been doping certain Shinigami into losing their memories, and I suspect it's because you intend to use them as sleeper cells to further your designs. Whatever the details, it is clear to me that your intention is to supplant the Go DI-13 with an organization more suitable to your lofty tastes. And of course after that, you'll turn your sights higher, and aim for the top. Namely, eradicating the King of Soul Society so you can take his place. Am I right so far? Anyway, that's where I come into your little plan. To do all that, you'll need to increase your personal power and enlist an army of tough guys, and where better to find willing slaves than in the ranks of the Shinigami's hereditary enemies, the Hollows? With the power of the Hogyaka that you learned about, your own interests in hollowification will grant you incredible powers in addition to the ones you have already displayed to me and mine. You could then turn it around and use it to unlock the Shinigami powers that reside in certain exceptional Hollows, thereby furthering your grand ambitions. The capped comedian spun and twirled in place. La-dee-da, how very ambitious of you, sir. And of course, I realized that the best way to thwart your schemes was to keep you from ever finding the Hogyaku. Since it could not be destroyed, this necessitated locating a terrific hiding place. But failing that, I naturally needed another strategy. And it dawned upon me that, while I could not terminate the Hogyaku, I could add on to it. Since I am the one who created it, after all, I can do that. You see, Aizen-Teiku, what you are holding right now could be considered the Hogyaku 2.0. With new and improved features that were not originally included. Specifically regarding another object you either recently had in your possession or still do if my agents have failed, the Royal Key. There is another interesting tool. It too is completely unique in the universe, able to open the door to the King's dimension. No other means exists to accomplish this feat. Once I ascertained that you were interested in such an artifact, I tried to learn as much about it as I could. Difficult considering my situation, but not impossible. While I was unable to determine any means to fabricate another key with the data at my disposal, I did have success in researching the nature of dimensional travel. Something of a bright gem in my crown, you might say. Why, I even learned how to go to Hueco Mundo, in case you're interested. Urahara's face bore a faint, knowing smirk. But here is the long and short of it. After studying the archives for what little was known concerning Nirvana's creation and the key, as well as examining certain other objects and people reputed to have come from that fair land, I added a function to the Hogyaku. It is a single-purpose design. When the gem is within the bounds of Nirvana, and a key is brought to within a certain distance, that function will activate, and convert what was once a royal key into a royal lock. This new artifact can then be used, not to open the King's Gate, but to close and seal it. Since it is an altered design, the new lock can only be opened by a key which has also been adjusted with the Hogyaku. But more importantly, owing to the properties of the lock, it can only be opened from the same side of the door on which it is locked. Which means that if the one-of-a-kind Hogyaku is left behind in Nirvana, and the lock is operated on the side of Soul Society, then there is absolutely no way that anyone on the Nirvana side can ever leave that dimension. So right now, you are holding the only thing that can affect your release. And can never do so. Best of luck to you in your efforts to become the next king, Aizen Sosuke. If my plan has failed, I will soon be dead. But if it has succeeded, I hope you enjoy your new home. Because you will be staying there for as long as you live. Consider it a gift from your devoted in absentia subject. I know something about being forced to reside in one dimension, you see. And now, so will you. The holographic figure doffed its hat and bowed forth. Adieu, Your Highness. I will remember you fondly for the rest of my days. The image winked out. Aizen did not speak or stir for several minutes. Then a presence fell upon him, along with a terrible shadow. WHWH, what have we here? RRRE. I mean, there's blood leaking falling out. Looking up, he saw Coyote Stark come padding across the blood-stained fields. The giant creature was licking its chops, fangs filled with a collection of pierced body parts and gruesome remains. The Primera sucked on them and shook its head, sending offal and organs flying. It then came sniffing closer, and twisting its head around, one tremendous orange eye fell upon the bound Anohana. I can smell someone inside, someone tasty juicy roller around my belly. Why don't we see rack it opening and share together get her? Tisson donned his mask swiftly and drew his sword in preparation. The Hollow's master looked at it calmly. Stark. Leave us. Now. Coyote dropped down low to the earth, its tail held high and wagging playfully. The insane spirit of war had now clearly gone past any form of cooperation after having glutted itself so fully. Adamantine claws ripped furrows through the soil as it snuffled and snorted. Then it shuffled a few paces closer. No. Feasting now, Beast King. Kyoka Suijutsu leapt from its sheath into his hands, and the lord of the Takiyaku brought the weapon up to point between the mad ghost's eyes. His own brown orbs glittered with vengeful malice that did not care who it turned upon now. If you attempt to harm her, I will kill you. In response, Stark raised its head and howled. Then it sprang straight for him. Run. Aizen dropped his mask down and let his true power blaze forth along with every drop of furious wrath he had inside him. Bankai. Seguunda Itapie. And then there was true war between the gods. Kisuke Urahara sat in front of his shop, legs crossed beneath him and cane across his knees. Tessai also waited patiently at his back. At last the gate opened before them. For the first time in a century there was no sense of opposition to be felt in the light that gleamed through. As he had been assured, the seal was finally broken for him. The genius scientist closed his eyes. He drew a long shuddering breath, held it, and then let it out. Last one. Had to make it count. He then stepped out of the Jigai, allowing it to fall over. No further need for it. Now attired in the black robes of a Shinigami, he looked behind him to see Tsukubishi dressed in similar raiment. After you, good sir, Kisuke drawled and indicated with his Zanpakuto. Thank you, Urahara-san, the big man nodded, and proceeded to walk through the open door. Urahara remained behind. He had not wanted to admit the courtesy was more an excuse for him to bask a few more moments in the light that flowed through from Soul Society without feeling like he was holding up a line. It's been so damn long, he chuckled, rubbing his hands together gleefully. Then the exile no more stepped into the world of the dead and all it had to offer. To be continued. Chapter 34, New World, and Justice for All. The gardenias had long since bloomed and fallen as Rukia walked across the field. All the same, she could swear their scent lingered in this place always. The wind was blowing, enough to make a song from the leaves rustling together, but not enough to feel troublesome. It was a warm, peaceful afternoon. In a few days, summer would be over, and fall would begin. She came up to the stone marker and knelt before it. A small bundle of wisteria was laid in between the incense stands, which she then proceeded to place sticks into and light. The young death god produced a flask and 2 dishes. Filling them both, she reached out and settled one cup before the gravestone, right below a small bamboo-rimmed mirror that was set into the monument. In the reflective surface, Rukia caught sight of herself as she lifted her cup in a toast. Happy birthday, she murmured, and took a drink. The taste of plum brandy seared her throat. The wisteria's fragrance tickled her nose, and both sensations combined to trigger memories. Bed space in the 4th Division was not nearly sufficient to handle the number of injured. As a result, the 10th and 13th were converted into emergency medical centers. Casualties were hard to estimate so early after the cessation of hostilities, but it was estimated that at least 2 of every 5 death gods had been killed, and a similar number sustaining wounds that could quickly propel that cautious estimate to twice its previous level. As such, in place of lugging swords, all available personnel, from academy cadets on up, were assigned to administer aid to the 4th in their efforts to keep the casualty rate down. Rukia was resting on a bench outside the treatment areas, taking a break from her duties, when she felt someone sit down beside her. The presence was unmistakable. Opening her eyes, she looked over to see Renji directing a tired smile at her. Without a word, she flung herself forward and wrapped her arms around him in a fierce hug. He didn't hesitate to do the same. Relief was felt very strongly on both sides. After a while, the two of them broke apart. Elated and exhausted all at once, the girl looked at her flame-haired friend, reaching out to give his hand a secure squeeze. "I'm so glad to see you," she murmured. "Yeah," Renji nodded with eyes half closed. His hair was loose and spilled down his back, reminding her strangely of Captain Yukatake. The thought of this reminded her of the reason why they hadn't seen each other in a few days. "How are the captains doing?" "Well," he admitted, reaching up and rubbing the back of his neck, still holding onto her hand with the other. "The lieutenant says they're all out of danger. So iPhone has been back on her feet for the last 24 hours, you might have seen. All the rest are still confined to bed." Kukaki hesitated before asking the next question. "And Yamamoto?" He didn't answer right away. Instead Abarai looked down at her petite fingers holding his. One big thumb came up and stroked the back of her hand contemplatively. "He'll live," Renji finally spoke in a carefully controlled voice. "Started seizing up there for a while, but Isane got to him in time. She told me that his body was reacting to the lack of Shinigami powers. Since he had so much, it's more of a shock to his system than for the others." She consulted some of Anohana's private records. Turns out the old man never let her treat him for anything, but she kept specific track of his health all the same, and the lieutenant used it to figure a few things out. Yamamoto's strength was so incredible that it was destroying him, while at the same time sustaining him. His body aged as a result, unlike the three others, but he never lost any vitality, I guess you could call it. Just got older. Now that he's no longer a Shinigami, there's nothing to provide him with energy. He's just a wrecked old man. Rukia flinched, and immediately Renji wished he had chosen his words better. "He'll live, like I said," the lieutenant hastily strove to confirm. "They've got him hooked up to machines to help him breathe, and monitors in case his heart goes out. He can't find the strength to talk anymore, looks like, but he's asleep most of the time anyway, so that's no big deal." There was no response to that. Feeling unbelievably foolish now, the anxious Vazard was just straining to think of any good news to tell her, when she suddenly stood up. "I'm on break for an hour," Rukia said as she glanced over at him. "Let's put that time to good use." For a moment Renji was so scatterbrained that he could only think of one possible interpretation of that statement, and his mind went blank at the prospect, but thankfully before he could open his mouth she continued speaking. "Come walk with me. I want to hear about everything that went on with you these last few days." And with that she hoisted him upright and dragged the taller man down the lane. After he managed to collect himself to actually keep pace with her instead of stumbling along behind, she looked up at him inquiringly and said, "So he really just left?" "Who?" he asked. Then it came to him. "Oh. Yeah. He did. And I'll never forget what he said right before. We're down a Vastolord." Grimjo bared his teeth threateningly, hollows swarming by the hundreds behind him. "But I'm willing to bet we could still kick your asses." Renji and Neiliel steeled themselves for the resumption of bloodletting. An army of Shinigami took up weapons at their backs. The hollow general looked between them, and gave a snort. Then he turned slowly around, presenting his back to them, and addressed his own forces in a loud voice. "Screw the Shinigami. All of Aizen, Ichimaru, Tison, the whole malodorous bunch of dipshits, just screw I'm through doing whatever some super-powered prick tells me to, Hollow or Shinigami." Ulquiorra followed orders, and look where that got him. He kicked back at the mound of dirt that had once been an Espada. This is a nice world they've got, but aside from the Shinigami, there isn't even any food here. I never really wanted to live in Soul Society. I just wanted a chance to fight. Now I have. I survived when a Vastolord didn't. That's either luck or a pretty damn clear sign that keeping up like this means I'll wind up dead eventually. The Sextus spun on his heel and leveled a wicked glare at the leaders of the opposing army. "I don't know about the rest of but I'm leaving." Abarai and Adolshvank stared at him. A snap of his black talons, and there was a Garganta opening behind Jiggerjax. "If and when Aizen pops up, he knows where to find me. Don't bother telling him to screw off, I can do that myself." Crouching down, he then sprang backwards and vanished into the darkness. The tier in space knitted up neatly, and the Espada was gone. Shinigami and Hollow now watched one another across the field. Both sides were not certain how to take this unexpected occurrence. There was shifting and hissing among the ranks of the masked demons. As for their opponents, nothing but deadly silence, illustrating the disciplined resolve of the force that remained to challenge the invasion. Word quickly spread amongst the denizens of Hueco Mundo. Their war leader had deserted them. In addition, one of the pinnacle of their species had inexplicably been brought down. And most disturbing of all, their glorious deity had not appeared to save them in their time of need. Fear began to grow. Quietly, though, lest any of their fellows see and obey their natural instincts to fall upon the weakened comrade and devour them. But faster than anyone could have predicted, as the seconds ticked by and no one came to their rescue, uncertainty set in. Morale broke down. It was like watching a mob slowly disperse. First in ones and twos, then more, fallen souls began to disappear. Negaxion beams fell from the sky at the command of the Numeros to shepherd them to safety. They took the Julian with them. Their numbers began to disperse drastically then, as the frightened Hollow Army saw their mightiest warriors abandon this conflict. And if they had not triumphed with them, then without, defeat was a certainty. The Goti I-13 made no move to pursue. The call had gone out. They had done their part. Now the thrill of combat was replaced with a more urgent imperative, as the cries of the injured and dying began to come clear. Their fellows needed them. And so the Shinigami turned to relief efforts. No one dared to say it, but it appeared as though the war was over. At least for now. The Goti I-13, Rookie amused as they paced down the walkway together. They fought so well. Given the odds, we should have been overwhelmed. But the regular Shinigami held out till the other side just gave up. We were outnumbered, you guys were outmatched. Renji tucked his hands into the front of his robes and blew out a groan. Both sides beat the odds. Any chance the Hollows will come back? A shrug of his shoulders. Don't know, but I doubt it. They don't operate well without someone to lead them. If Grimjo turned down the job, I can't think of anybody left who could assure them that they stand a chance at victory. She stopped and looked up towards his face. Renji peered back uncertainly, and Rukia frowned. I know that look. You're wondering if you could have taken him if he had decided to keep going. But the fact that he didn't should already tell you the answer. Rukia, I'm not. You defeated him, she announced matter-of-factly, a self-assured scowl causing her eyes to glitter. The idea left a bad taste in his mouth, and the big brawler glanced away. He didn't look beat, Rukia. Just sick of fighting. I can't lay claim to being an Espada slayer like some others. That's because you're too dense to see past one interpretation of victory. And she flashed him a fond smile. Maybe you didn't hold his severed head up for all to see. But he ran when the odds still looked in his favor, while you stayed to fight. Nobody forced him to quit this time, except maybe you. That counts as a win, Lieutenant Abarai. Her compatriot paused to consider this declaration. The look on her face told him that attempting to argue would be met with physical force. That much their long association had taught him. So rather than do that, he rubbed his neck and grimaced as though at some pain. I guess I'll take your word for it. Although you're so short you couldn't see victory without standing on somebody's shoulders. A punch to the gut he didn't try to avoid followed. Rukia stalked off fuming, and he followed with a somewhat sore grin. This is victory? I wonder what defeat feels like. Ask Grimjo. He'll tell you. The last remaining Espada in Hueco Mundo peered about that realm disinterestedly. Now that he was back, the difference between Soul Society and this place stood out. Home had never looked more like a dump. Still, though, something here called to him. The desolate dunes and rocky spires were virtually bereft of souls, it was true. But there was a sense of wildness that appealed to the beast in him, far more than those paltry shacks and walls that had existed in the Shinigami world. Any wilderness there had been squeezed out to the fringes by civilization. In this domain, at least, a panther could run free without having to follow a street or slow down for traffic. It wasn't much, but it was home. Damn it. I never even got to fight an actual captain. Some war. Grimjo started walking then. Near and far, he could see the remnants of Aizen's army following his retreat. It didn't look as though they had the stomach to stick around and fight it out by themselves. Typical hollows, there probably wasn't a single collective spine to be found in them. It was this, combined with the realization that this brief feeling of freedom wouldn't last long when King Sosuke returned, if he returned, that caused his easy gait to transform into a fierce lope across the sands. Still in his released form, the king of the hunt raced onwards, in search of something he had only been given a taste of. Figure there's still room for me to grow. I'm going back to what I was doing before I got sidetracked with all this crap, shooting for Vastolord myself. When I get there, maybe then I'll hunt those two again and we can pick up where we left off. He drew to a halt atop a long spear of rock that thrust out of the dunes. The moon was shining high overhead. Black sky, with no clouds whatsoever. Nothing to block your view. The Ajichas crouched down and surveyed his territory. Somewhere out there was the heart of Hueco Mundo. It was the place where two of the Vastolord had been discovered, living in relative obscurity despite one of them claiming to be the king of this dimension. Perhaps in that place one could locate the means by which they had ascended to their level of almost unbeatable power. Grimmjow. He turned and looked behind him. A small number of hollows were approaching his position. Not even 10 at the most. Some of them were numeros, and others less than that. Spoiling for a fight, maybe? Come to punish him for abandoning Aizen? Well and good, then. I could use some fresh meat. The first one to draw near was the one who apparently had spoken, and after a second he recognized her as the Arrancar scout he had spoken to earlier, in Fane. Tezuma, that was it. She moved closer, small and unassuming, then stopped a short ways off. What? He growled, scooting around to face her without rising off his haunches. Tezuma looked apprehensive, but like before she didn't back down in the face of the threat he represented. I was thinking, and a few others also, we can't let this stop us. Even if Aizen isn't coming back, our lives, our hunts, actually, they're not done. Grimmjow picked at his teeth, tail sweeping through the sands as he appraised her and the others now drawing close. Not even worth the effort of killing them, from the feel of it. And that's got what to do with me, huh? Another hollow spoke up then. Take Aizen's place, Grimmjow-sama. Lead us should the Shinigami come to continue the fight. A rumbling laugh came from his chest. Lead you? More like protect you, isn't that what you're saying? Need somebody to defend your measly asses when it looks like you're about to get purified or eaten. Screw that noise. He turned and prepared to leap off his perch. I'm not asking for protection. Tezuma had stepped forward again. And even if I was, I certainly wouldn't look to you for it, Grimmjow. All I'm saying is, we're hollows. Hollows hunt. And we might have greater success if we hunt together. The ghost cat paused. Hunting together. Like in a pack. He'd done that before. It had worked pretty well, until the death gods came along and told him he needed a number. Now that they were gone, maybe it was time to find another crew to run with. Well, even if they don't last, I can always hunt them. Those are the rules. All right, he growled and came about with a grin. You want to run together? See if you can follow where I lead. Infane managed a nod in the face of his bloodthirsty smirk. This mild agreement was washed away, as something impinged upon her senses. Grimmjow sensed it too, and he jerked up, looking all around him warily. Oi! He came about, and saw a slender figure standing farther off with a sword hoisted over its shoulder. Wearing an ornate hollow mask, this troubling form also boasted white wingtip shoes, tan khaki pants, a dark brown dress shirt with yellow lines running up and down it, and an ascot. The wind blew, and its smell washed over him. Upon scenting it, Jiggerjax snarled. You! Shinji Hirako lifted one foot and kicked it back and forth aimlessly, sending sand spilling out. Damn it, the Vazored leader sighed. And here I just washed my socks yesterday. Not a very stylish friendly environment, if I do say so. He then stuffed one hand into his pocket and started to move towards them, whistling a merry tune. Several of the hollows who had followed Grimmjow immediately took flight at the measure of power spilling off this unknown entity. Only two remained, Tezuma being one of them. She drew her sword from its scabbard and moved to the Espada's back, while her cohort did the same. What is it? She murmured nervously. Old prey, he remarked, feeling that familiar eagerness coming upon him. Well, becoming Vastolord can wait. There's always time to settle a few scores. As he thought this, several prodigious explosions occurred elsewhere on the horizon and all around. Grimjoe paid them no great mind, focusing instead on the enemy coming towards him. The natives are restless, I see. My buddies had to resort to fighting a lot quicker than I would have thought. Hirako called as he made his way forward. I was thinking we could talk for a bit about the new direction Hueco Mundo is headed in. But we can pick up where we left off, Grimjoe, it's fine. Assuming you're not too tired to fight, that is. Okay. That decided it. The Espada crouched in preparation to leap. And here I thought I wasn't gonna get any serious action out of this war. It's never been so good to be wrong. Grimjoe charged towards his opponent, the remainder of his new pack close behind. In response, Shinji began to power up a Zero. The war for Soul Society had ended. The war for Hueco Mundo had just begun. A hastily constructed fortification had been erected on the site of the former 1st Division offices. Even at night, torches blazed in rings around it, and there was no shortage of sentries to be found patrolling the perimeter. In spite of this, no one lived or worked in this impromptu dwelling. Its official purpose was to offer peace of mind to those used to seeing something at the heart of Siriti other than bare rock. Reassurance was all it had to offer. Especially to those who knew the real reason for it being there. Byakuya walked past the guards without pause. Many of them were members of his division or servants of the Kukaki family. They would never dare to question him for visiting this abandoned structure so late in the evening, any more than they asked why it was necessary to secure this site in the first place. Perhaps each one had their private speculations on the subject. As long as none of them guessed correctly, that was what mattered. The interior of the building was little more than a hallway leading to a cleared arena. Exiting this passage, the nobleman spied the glow cast by a small ring of braziers. Far off in the shadows beyond the orange aura there could be seen a twinkle of diamond light. He knew it came from the magic cord Gleipnir, securely fastened into the ground but now binding no one. Byakuya ignored this sparkle and instead focused on a solitary figure standing in the circle of torchlight. It troubled him to find her in this place, and thus he went to join her. Dressed in a light cotton sleeping yukata, Yoriyuki Shihoin turned her head at his approach. She offered him a faint smile that quickly dissipated before turning back to contemplate what lay before them. Byakuya placed his arm around her shoulder and studied it in turn. Firelight glinted off the Notaki sword buried point first in the earth. No one had been permitted to touch it directly. Long strips of white fabric bedecked with runes and wardings wrapped about the blade before anchoring in the earth, giving it the appearance of a miniature maypole. The only sound was the crackle of the flames, and her breathing right beside him. At last Byakuya chose to speak. "Why do you come here?" She reached up and clasped the hand which gripped her shoulder. "I'm afraid." There was no need to admit he felt the same way. Instead he spoke to reassure her. "We have taken precautions." "What is the sense of letting it frighten you?" "Because it's solid proof that we can only do so much to protect ourselves." She shifted nervously in one place. "Those bindings come courtesy of Tessai Tsukabishi, and it still doesn't feel like enough. It disgusts me to admit it, but I honestly wish one of the Shiba could be convinced to break the Gleipnir seal so we could use it to wrap that monstrosity up tight, throw it down a well and then drop a mountain on top to cover it." The Kukaki lord was disturbed at seeing her so rattled. Yoriyuki hadn't exhibited such anxiety before. Asking an ally to give up their arm to ensure your safety did seem a small price to pay if it meant keeping them all safe. But it was still an ignoble sentiment, unworthy of her consideration. "I know you would never ask such a thing, from Kyokaku, or her brother." Yoriyuki shivered then. "I should have known it wouldn't end simply. But all the same, I really wished we could be granted some peace. Now instead when I lie in bed beside you, I feel like a child, afraid to close my eyes because if I open them it might be to find her right there looking at me." Byakuya drew the lovely woman closer to him, and she rested her head against his chest without ever taking her eyes off Minajiki. There was quiet then for a time as they took in each other's warmth. "I thought I was so clever when I left Tescat here with you," the goddess spoke suddenly. "My soul never really departed Soul Society fully. That meant I could come back whenever I liked, no matter what spells they used to keep me out. All those old goats would just scratch their heads and wonder how I did it. Now I see there was someone just as clever. If I didn't know for a fact it worked, I wouldn't be so scared now. Ignorance really is bliss. You are looking at this the wrong way, he insisted. Throwing Minajiki at us was a foolish, desperate move. Without a Zanpakuto, her strength will be severely lessened. She cannot perform Bankai, and because of you they were forced to fight the Zero Squad without Aizen for a time. It's highly possible that both of them were killed after the gate closed, and the rest soon after. The war for Nirvana may already be over, for all we know. No. She gave a shudder, and smoky golden eyes rose to fix him with their glow. Minajiki is still alive. We both feel it. So at the very least, she is too. Don't ever doubt that, Byakuya. No sense arguing. They both knew it was true. Come away from here, my love, he spoke gently, turning to guide them from that disturbing chamber. For now, we are safe. That woman's final attack harmed no one but herself. She gave up her weapon, her dignity, and any right to call herself a Shinigami. If she does return, we will be ready for her. Be sure of it. The princess of Shihoin stopped walking. You're wrong, Byakuya. A feeling of discomfort stole over him at the sound of her voice. She wasn't aiming for Rukia and Ichigo. I think it was a warning to us, in more ways than one. Anohana wanted us to know that if she ever comes back. And Yoriyuki looked over her shoulder at the bound spirit resting behind them. It won't be as a Shinigami. They left the prison without speaking another word. Minajiki watched them go, and then returned to waiting. Patiently waiting for its mistress to return and lay claim to her power once more. Captain Hitsugaya. He turned at the voice, to spy Nanao Ise walking down the hall towards him. When she drew abreast, the lieutenant stopped and they stood together in the secure medical wing of this area. You here to see Kiraku? Toshiro asked quietly. She nodded, looking more drawn and dispirited than he could remember. The captain had to remind himself that this woman had reputedly turned the tide in the northern Rukonga during the fighting, taking over after their leadership fell. When the conflict ended and they met again, Toshiro almost didn't recognize her. This Valkyrie with unbound hair casually hoisting an Atsuki, a 5-foot-long maul with a small steel head, bore no resemblance to the reserved and bookish person who had saved him mere hours past. Nor could he correlate the fabled mistress of paperwork with the lady so many Shinigami claimed had waded into the battlefield, whirling that sledgehammer about one-handed as though it weighed no more than a feather. However, it had become clear to him recently that he did not know his allies as well as he might have thought. I've just been to see him and the others, Hitsugaya informed her. I'm certain he'll be glad to see you. Thank you, sir. She bowed and moved past him then, clearly eager to reach her destination. As she did, though, the head of the 10th Division called out. Nanao-san. The slender figure paused, glancing back behind her. Sir. When you've finished, please find me. There's something I need to speak with you about. They had both been dreading this talk, if the way her shoulders tensed was any indication. But Nanao only inclined her head in acknowledgement and proceeded on her way. Toshiro then continued in the course he had first intended. Passing through the halls of this sprawling complex, he came to an area that was significantly less boisterous than others. This was the recovery center, where those who had come through suffering grievous injuries were transferred after they were deemed out of danger. The calm quiet of healing and recuperation replaced the screams and cries of wounded men and women he had been hearing seemingly non-stop for the past few days. While not particularly adept at healing, the young Shinigami was not above aiding the 4th Division members whenever possible. There was no question that those brave and determined healers had proven their worth during and after the conflict. While inexplicably deprived of their division head, and there was an explanation that he dreaded having to tell them eventually, they had carried on in the tradition that Anohana had embodied throughout their lives, providing aid and comfort to their wounded fellows. Privately Hitsugaya had feared that when the final tally of the fallen was counted, they would have lost virtually 9 divisions worth of Shinigami. But thanks to the valiant efforts of the 4th, it appeared as though well over half of the total fighting force of the Godi I-13 would still remain, for better or worse. Certainly after this their previously maligned group could look forward to a new level of admiration among their comrades. The members of the 4th had ventured into the battlefield to recover Shinigami that had been injured, fighting off hollows whenever they needed to. Only a small number of their order had been lost in spite of these ceaseless heroics. Perhaps this was owing to their focus being not on killing the enemy, but keeping them occupied until their charges had been successfully spirited to behind the front lines. Whatever the case, Hitsugaya had a newfound respect for those former sewer scrubbers. At last he came upon a private room that had been given to one of the first injured service members at his request. This had been before the number of casualties swelled to the point where every available room in this region had been appropriated for as many wounded as they could take. Still, some small selfish part of him had not wanted this person's rest to be interrupted. Imura Yasakika, 3rd seat of the 4th and acting Captain Katetsu's first officer, was waiting by the door. The sour-faced man wore an expression more crestfallen than usual. His eyes were red and faded behind his glasses, a testament to the lack of sleep that need for his phenomenal healing powers had demanded of him lately. To his credit, he had not slacked off but instead thrown himself assuredly into the fray, coordinating the rescue and treatment procedures with the greatest of skill and fortitude even while getting his own hands dirty providing first aid to all comers. Here was another person deserving of significantly more credit in the future than he had previously received. Hitsugaya Teiko, the spiky-haired officer, spoke in a soft voice while clutching a medical report. We've finished administering follow-up treatment. The damage to her internal organs has been effectively undone. Vital signs are strong, and she shows all signs of making a full and speedy recovery. Has she woken up yet? He asked hopefully. A shake of his head. No, sir. But it's probably just a matter of time. You can see her, if you like. Thank you. Yasakika bowed and the captain stepped past him. The room was small but comfortable. The smell of blood no longer marked it so heavily. A single bed with a mosquito net covering took up the center of the chamber. Crossing over to it, he seated himself on a chair and looked at the woman sleeping peacefully. It was a sight so nostalgic he felt a juvenile urge to cry. Rangiku Matsumoto looked about as well as one could expect, considering that she had been carved open by a berserker beast and barely saved from having the remainder of her intestines splattered across the living world. Kira had administered first aid to her during their aborted showdown in the skies of fake Karakura, and it was for this alone that he found himself feeling even a small measure of gratitude for that proven traitor. Toshiro carried his wounded lieutenant to safety himself, and left her here feeling overwhelmingly guilty. Like if only he had seen through Aizen's tricks quicker, there might have been no need for her to end up like this. The gorgeous and vivacious woman who had been such a trial for him to work with almost lost her life owing to his inability to defend her. Were she able to hear you berate yourself, Matsumoto would be scolding you. Can't you permit me to hurt a little here? Grieving has its limits. She will live. That's hardly the point. What is, then? Have you forgotten that she is a Shinigami as well, and was long before you? She survived without your aid for decades. This was the enemy's doing, not yours. Accept that. I just feel like, if she had died, if I had lost her, then, every single time I took her spirit and dedication for granted before would have haunted me forever. I never gave this woman her due. Don't be absurd. If not for you, she never would have been recognized as a lieutenant. Those pompous officials would have kept her down for nothing more than the color of her hair, something you should know quite well. She woke me up when I was willing to stay frozen in one place forever. Do you remember that? Perfectly. I benefited from meeting her, more than I ever could have thought possible. So maybe now I can help her to come awake. Are you going to kiss her? What? No. Why would you ask that? It's a fairy tale. Kiss the sleeping maiden to wake her. I wasn't trying to upset you. Hitsugaya stared at his slumbering subordinate. Then he reached out and gripped one of her hands. If I thought it would do any good, I would. Without question. But even if she did wake up, I don't think I would ever hear the end of it. You know how she can get. Thankfully, yes. And don't pretend you aren't missing all that. I won't. Though he would have liked to stay a while longer, Toshiro knew that there were many demands upon his time. This was the most he could allow himself in terms of luxury. All the same, when he rose from his seat, it felt as though a weight he hadn't noticed was lifted from his body. There might even be a certain spring in his step that wasn't there before. He glanced down at the honey-haired charmer. Well, supposedly she did have that affect on men. I might not be immune to it forever. Sleep well, Matsumoto-san, he murmured. I'll come back when I can. Briefly the boy thought about kissing her hand. That wouldn't be considered inappropriate, right? But the more he considered it, the less simple and innocent a gesture it became. Before he could think himself into an even bigger guilt trip, he gave Ranjiku's fingers a reassuring squeeze and left the room. Nanao seated herself by her captain's bed. Shunsui Kiraku had always seemed like a very big man to her. She had first-hand experience in just how big he was, considering many was the time she had been called upon to drape one of his brawny arms over her shoulder and support/carry his intoxicated form through the streets of the Rukanga. Now, however, he looked less so. Maybe it was seeing him propped up on his pillows like this, or just the simple lack of anything resembling flash in his dress. Wearing a simple white recovery gown, her captain wasn't quite the same. And she tried to tell herself it was nothing more than that. A setting, and clothing. But they both knew that was a lie. I wish I could have seen you out there, Nanao-chan, he murmured, those chocolate brown eyes twinkling. That, at least, was not diminished. How often do I get to observe you in full battle splendor? Ah, that I regret more than anything else. Nanao had never been one to sugarcoat topics or dance around them. Now was no different. I spoke to Lieutenant Katetsu. And Inu Orium. They told me what happened. But they couldn't tell me why. Why what? He was looking out the open door of his hospital room onto the veranda. A tranquil garden complete with late-blooming foliage and a small stream was there for his enjoyment. And right now, he looked quite absorbed by them. She reached out and touched his cheek. Shunsui turned back to her, clearly surprised. Then his face softened. Why didn't it work? She whispered. When Inu couldn't return the Commander General's power, I thought, it was simply too much for her. He had too much power for her own to encompass, there was a limit to how far she could go, or something like that. But then she failed with Komamura, and Yukatake and... Nanao swallowed, adjusting her glasses self-consciously and fighting to keep her voice steady. I know. The ancient warrior gave her a fond smile. Just the way he used to. Seeing him grinning like this, sadness welled up in her throat, and her eyes began to burn. She drew a shuddering breath and took off her glasses, wiping at the tears before they could be seen. Nanao. Why? She hissed again. Why was iPhone the only one who got her powers back? Was it something that Anohana did to you all, or maybe to Orium? Is that why she could only give one of you back your Shinigami powers? He looked slightly troubled now, gazing down at his silken sheets thoughtfully. No less handsome, no less kind. But now, there was no sense of spirit power from him at all. Not even a trace. And suddenly she crumpled, falling face first onto the side of the bed weeping. Nanao felt his warm, large hand come to rest on the top of her head gently. It was nothing anyone did to us, Nanao-chan, Kiraku murmured. I can't know for certain, but I think it was more to do with ourselves than anything else. She didn't speak or move away from his touch, and so he continued. Orium Inu has a truly amazing ability. She can reject a state of being that has fallen upon anyone or anything. But consider what that means, to reject something. This implies placing your own will against that of another. And normally when she uses this ability to heal someone, they participate in her rejection of their injuries. She wants to heal them, and they in turn wish to be healed. But what if the person rejects the healing? A few seconds after this statement, Ise's sobs ceased. Then she slowly came up, looking at him strangely. Shunsui shrugged. I didn't want it back, Nanao. It's true, and that's probably why it didn't work. She just stared, absolute incomprehension working over her face. Nanao-chan, her mentor spoke in measured tones. You have known me for over a century. In all that time, I was never anything more than I was a captain of the Siriti. But even before you met me, that was my duty. For nearly 2,000 years, I kept the peace in this world and beyond without stop. And I'm tired, Nanao-chan. He settled back into his cushions and closed his eyes. There is no retiring from the Godi 13. Not for captains, at any rate. You either get promoted or die. Have you ever wondered what it must feel like to know that you have nothing to look forward to but endless fighting, for as long as your soul can last? And if you have a very powerful soul, who knows when the end will come? You might never die. It was beginning to look that way for me. I had no chance of stealing away to a tranquil little cottage by a lake and spending my remaining days fishing and writing down extraordinary poetry. She made a noise then that he chose to ignore. I knew Anohana. Obviously not completely, but to a certain extent. He shivered, remembering the face that woman had turned on him in the moments before the sword entered his flesh. It would have been so easy for her to simply kill us both, but instead she just destroyed our Seiketsu and Hakyuzui. And she healed us too. Cured Yukatake completely of his affliction after stabbing him, and most of mine before she did me. She didn't want us to die, you see. Most likely she hoped for us to live to see her rule. And continue to live in it. His voice now took on a regretful tone. I don't begrudge her the hatred she felt for us. We should have done more to help that woman. But I was too careless to see what was being done to her, until it was past the point when help would have been needed or appreciated. He cocked a look her way. Even with all that power, I couldn't protect one woman from being abused to the point where her heart simply collapsed. So what good is power to me, Nanao-chan? It was never more than an excuse to do as I saw fit. And it also meant I would always have to serve the Godi 13. But no longer. I'm free to do something else with myself. And that's why the restoration didn't work, I think. Because I rejected Orium's rejection of what had been done to me. Partly from guilt, and mainly from relief that it was finally over. The same is true for Yukatake, no doubt. His death god powers are gone, but his body is now healthy nonetheless. He can do so much now that he never could as a captain, for as many years as the both of us have left. Would you have that taken away from him? Nanao had gotten herself under control in that time. She was pondering the ideas he had presented to her, in that serious studious way that had always looked so smolderingly attractive to him. Now was no different, but it simply wasn't the most auspicious moment, so he chose not to act upon it. But if that's true, she said at last, then what about the others? Why didn't Komamura, or even the Commander-General experience a restoration? He crossed his arms over his broad, hairy chest. For Saigen, I think he was too much aggrieved as to what had been done to the old man to believe he should come through this affair without a scratch. Living as a regular soul will be his enforced atonement, for failing to protect the person who offered him a place in our world. He was always a deeply devoted man. But Yamamoto, from what Isane-san told me about the attempt, I think it was more to do with his body refusing the process than he himself. His power was so enormous it actually caused him to age and deteriorate in a manner the rest of us didn't. Anohana was even older and almost as strong, but her magic was all about preservation, so that was never a problem for her. Jushiro and I look in the bloom of health in spite of our years. You'd think being so much greater, Yamamoto would have looked the same. But Ji-san, well, he never lost a step in terms of fighting, and yet he could sometimes barely keep himself awake throughout a full captain's meeting. They're boring, I'll admit, but it was more like his body was trying to give out from the strain of shouldering that supernova of Ryotsu. Only his Shinigami powers wouldn't let it, and neither would he. Now that the former's gone, I don't think his body would accept it again, knowing the terrible strain that power put upon it. Even if he wanted it back. The spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak, you might say. In this case, they're the same, but it still holds true. They were both silent for a time. What do you want me to do, Kirakuteika? He considered this question. Then Shunsui looked up. Will you snuggle with me? Her fist stopped a centimeter from connecting with his nose. There was anguish etched in the woman's face as she realized that striking him now, with the difference in strength that lay between them, might prove fatal. For him. And so without utmost restraint she settled for simply flicking him on the bridge of his nose. Ow, he muttered, covering the sore spot and grinning like a fool. Then he let his hand drop. Nanao-chan. I don't think the title of captain applies to me anymore. However, if you want an old man's advice on what you might do, well, I certainly wouldn't mind some company for a while longer. Those strong features grew serious of a sudden. But I know there are people more seriously injured than myself still. And you're probably one of the most adept magic users left. So as a continued representative of the Godi 13, I should inform you that your duties still call. Nanao's head bowed, and her eyes peered up over the rim of her spectacles. Sir. I don't know if I want to continue in this life. It just feels so empty, now. Shunsui reached out to take her hand. Then change, my dear. If you wish to, leave the pomp and circumstance behind and do as your heart demands. I won't try to stop you. Only a suicidal idiot would. And he leaned in a little closer. But if I might make a suggestion. When Hachugaya departed Ranjiku's hospital room, he left feeling more buoyant, as though he had shed a disturbingly uncomfortable layer of skin. As the day wore on and new problems appeared to distract him, this sense of lightness gradually diminished. However, it was only early in the evening, when he looked up at a knock on his office door to see Nanao Ise waiting there, did true apprehension fall over him. Lieutenant Ise. Please come in. She proceeded to do so, and stood at attention before him. Something seemed a little off, and he noticed that for once Nanao was not clutching a sheaf of binders stuffed with paperwork or even a book. On top of that, she looked more relaxed than when he had run into her earlier. Probably relieved to find her captain still in high spirits in spite of his condition. The loss of soul energy did nothing to lessen that man's heart. Captain, I believe I know what you would like to speak to me upon, she intoned in a formal manner. Given that, would you care to move to a more suitable locale? He knew what she meant. And the idea of doing so left him feeling unaccountably nervous. But perhaps it would make this discussion easier. And so with a nod, he rose and led her through a screen in his office. With the fall of dusk, lamps were being lit outside, and light vines now glowed over their heads as they walked down a narrow corridor. The pair of Shinigami traveled for a short distance through little-used halls, until at last they came upon a nondescript portal no different than any other. Taking a key from his pocket, Hachugaya unlocked the door. As he did, the spells of protection he had cast quietly faded away upon sensing his presence. He and Nanao then moved into the room, and the portal closed behind them with a soft rush. Only one lamp was in this room, a spotlight shining down on a silent figure at its center. They approached and stood together before the statue of Hinamori Momo. The creator of that work crossed her arms and gave it a very cold glare. You would like to know if there is any way to reverse this, I take it. Toshiro watched her closely. Is there? She flicked her head in a way that implied disinterest. If so, would you ask me to do it? Or simply order me? I'm just asking, Nanao-san. Her gaze swung around to rest on him. She would have killed you. Not to mention me. I tried to end the fight without having to resort to this, but she left me no choice. It is a punishment of her own devising. I feel absolutely no regret. She was a monster. I know that, he replied softly. But not always. I remember the person she used to be. That's why a part of me was glad to see you didn't do to her what I hear you did to some of the hollows. Nanao watched him for a time from her superior height. Then she reached up and removed her glasses. He flinched a little, remembering the accounts from frightened Shinigami of what had happened during the battle whenever she did this. Any hollow she looked at simply turned to stone, to be crushed to rubble by her hammer moments after. The lieutenant had been careful to do this only a few times, presumably because anyone who locked eyes with her would suffer the same fate, whether friend or foe. Thankfully only one Shinigami had been stricken, and it was the one who stood before them frozen in a posture of absolute terror. Nanao knew herself well enough to be careful. I smashed Tobiam, the violet-eyed Medusa announced matter-of-factly. Even if she does recover, her life as a death god is over. That part of her soul is dead. And I distinctly emphasize if. The first time I released my Shikai, the only ones with me at the time were Captains Kiraku and Yukatake. I didn't understand my power then, and when I looked at Shunsui, he almost turned to stone. Once it starts I can't stop, but fortunately the spell takes a longer time to act depending upon the spiritual strength of the target. Since his was so great, Yucatec realized something was happening in time and knocked me out before I could complete it. All that happened was that the captain was moving very stiff and slow for about an hour after that. They both swore themselves to secrecy regarding it, and I was grateful. After that we practiced on some hollows and learned what Urshii Onaniko could do. But we decided she was only to be used in case of emergency. It was simply too dangerous otherwise. She tapped her glasses in the palm of her hand. When my captain was about to fight Yamamoto after the Sokioku fiasco, I was preparing to use my Shikai on him right before he crushed me with his aura. I knew that they wouldn't let me go all the way. Neither wanted the Suteiko to die. They would have knocked me out again, but I thought that Yamamoto would be sufficiently hindered by the curse's after effects so that the two captains would stand a better shot against him. However, aside from cases like that, there hasn't been a time when I didn't follow up the petrification by demolishing my opponent. They were hollows, after all. Destroying them like that was my way of purifying them. So I have absolutely no experience in what might happen to someone under the curse long term. It might wear off, or it might not. As you can see, the effects remain even after I seal my Zanpakuto. The cold, detached manner in which she spoke made the Prince of Ice a bit uncomfortable. So she may come back. Nanao turned her head and gave a non-committal lift of her shoulders. Hitsugaya looked at the statue, those familiar features twisted almost beyond recognition. It was a miracle she didn't get shattered when the 1st Division offices were destroyed. When I found her like this, I didn't know what to think until I heard what you did out in the field. I understand completely why you had to. Believe me, I know that Momo was too far gone for things to end nicely and neatly. But I thought there might be a chance for her to be saved. He reached out then and touched one of those rigid gray hands held up before him. I still think that. The stone was icy beneath his fingers, without even a hint of warmth to indicate there may be life somewhere deep down inside. But when he looked over at Nanao, she was regarding him with a significantly more compassionate expression than before. If you truly feel that way, Hitsugaya Teiku, she spoke gently, then I hope for your sake that it does happen. There was nothing else to be said in that room, and so the two of them left it. Hitsugaya shut the door and reaffirmed the binding to prevent anyone else from entering. As they began walking back to his office, he noticed Nanao had a thoughtful look on her face. Something wrong? No, she shook her head, still not having donned her eyewear and looking quite different as a result. Just something Kiraku Teiko said to me. We're restructuring the Godi I-13, trying to blend divisions that have lost their command structure with others of suitable temperament. He suggested that I find another first seat to serve under now that he is retiring. Aburai-san will be made captain soon, no doubt. But regardless of where he's put in charge, that still leaves only 2 captains who are missing vice captains, and 5 prospective officers including myself between them. So the math isn't perfect. Nimue-san, Isane-san, Iba-san, and Kojiro-san, he realized after a moment. All have lost their captains. And Kukaki Teiku and Aburai-san will be needing vice captains of their own. I see what you mean. Hitsugaya lifted an eyebrow curiously. Did Shunsui-san have a recommendation as to which of them he thought would be best suited for you? Did she flush a little there? From anger or embarrassment? He said that Captain Kukaki could use an industrious and competent subordinate, but if he and I stayed in one room for more than an hour, it might grow so frosty icicles would form on our lips. He also thinks while Aburai-san would benefit greatly from my abilities, he isn't handsome enough to keep me from killing him when he inevitably does something stupid. Toshiro couldn't help but smile at this evaluation. It certainly sounded like the sort of reasoning a madcap loafer like Shunsui would follow. I suppose I could always apply for a captainship, Bankai notwithstanding, she mused aloud. I wouldn't be averse to taking on 2 lieutenants, actually, he spoke up then, sensing an opportunity that didn't come around very often. Yucatec had a similar arrangement for a long time. Rangiku hasn't recovered completely, and my life would be a lot easier if you were there to show her what actual work looks like once she does return. The spots of red still hadn't left her cheeks, and she continued marching forward with eyes fixed firmly ahead. That is a kind offer, Captain. I will give it my consideration. Rangiku and Nanao. Two more different women couldn't possibly be imagined. He might be asking for trouble by making the offer, but the benefits were certainly more obvious than any nebulous images of screeching cat fights. Feeling a little hopeful nonetheless, he decided it wouldn't hurt to show her his soft side. Just to reassure the lady that he wasn't completely removed from the affable Shunsui. If you and Byakuya would cause icicles to form, the two of us together might unleash an indoor blizzard. She ground to a halt. The young hero also stopped walking. Nanao's head spun around to focus on him, and Hachugaya found himself taking an involuntary step back at the look of rigid disapproval that had descended upon her features. She bent down then until they were peering directly into one another's eyes. Captain Hachugaya, she spoke in a very dark, dangerous voice. If we are to ever work together, there is one thing I would like made perfectly clear. He swallowed and desperately wished for a teleportation charm to get him out of this situation fast. Regardless of what people say. Reaching up, Nanao suddenly yanked the clasp out of her hair, allowing soft black strands to tumble down to her shoulders. Glasses off, hair unbound, cheeks flushed, the Queen Office lady stared into his wide glass green eyes. I am hot. She then grabbed his face and proceeded to steal his lips with a smoking kiss. Before he could react, the lieutenant jerked away and stood upright. Her hands flew through the air, and once more there stood before him the calm, bespectacled lieutenant of the 8th, hair neatly draped up in back with one long strand falling on the side of her face. Nanao Ise turned and walked away, leaving the flabbergasted youth in her wake. Knew you'd do it eventually. You're my favorite person ever, Nanao. Hush. I have work to do. With that she strolled back to her division, fighting very hard to keep a smile off her face. Following Toshiro's departure from her hospital room, Rangiku Matsumoto lay in uninterrupted tranquility. Minutes afterwards, upon being certain no one else lingered close by, the darkened shade upon the floor stirred. Then it rose up, out of the shadows, and took a seat in the chair beside the beautiful woman's bed, drawing aside the curtain to gaze upon her. A hand missing 2 fingers reached forth and touched her hair gently. When it did, she stirred, and awoke. Hey, Jin whispered softly. Rangiku looked at him for a while. Then a tender smile came to her lips. You're alive. Of course I am. The woman he loved reached up, and Ichimaru clasped her fingers. There was no disguising the pain in his movements, as well as the blood that matted his hair and clothes. Her eyes came open fully, and when they did tears gathered in them. Oh, damn, Jin. What the hell did they do to you? No, he spoke swiftly, and coughed a little. Blood trickled down his chin. I'll be all right. I'll survive this, believe me. I took precautions long ago. I just wanted to see you before I left. You're leaving. Matsumoto looked about to try and struggle up, but he laid a hand on her shoulder to keep her from doing so. When she looked down and saw the maimed claw, her face twisted in anguish. Hurriedly Jin removed it before she could see any further. I brought it on myself, he insisted. I have to lie low until things have settled down. Hopefully the people I helped will explain to the others what I did. It's not much, but it's all I have to bet on right now. But whatever comes. He smiled then, blue eyes shining just for her. Don't doubt that I'll come back to you. Rangiku returned the smile, and when she did the pain of his wounds was forgotten for a time. Her golden hair rustled as she settled into a more comfortable spot. So who won? My side, of course. Another spate of coughing, and once the stabbing in his lungs had diminished, he continued. The one I chose to join after it became obvious Aizen didn't have what it takes. Fox face, sapphire eyes glittered knowingly, did you do something bad? A nod of his head. I promised to explain everything to you one day. You must have guessed a lot by now. For the time being, let's just say that Sosuke Aizen said he wanted to be God. But if he really was, then he would have known better than to let certain things happen. Jin, Aizen intoned gravely. Before anything else, I should tell you that there was an incident involving the Espada the other day. Yeah. His ally shot back. Anybody died? No. Not quite. And with that, he threw a switch and a holographic projection appeared over the conference table. The two of them watched as Nilil Tuadolshvank was ambushed and crippled by two lesser Arankar. Both she and her Fraxion were then dumped outside of Hueco Mundo, with the Tercera reverting to the form of a small child. Quite a stunt, Ichimaru observed laconically. You promote those two yet? I was waiting for your return before broaching the matter. Aizen's eyes never left his face. In response, he simply raised an eyebrow. What? No big deal. Just scrape off the tattoos and give em new ones. His leader remained still in his chair. You have no objections. Ichimaru stood up with a grin. Why should I? Sosuke considered this for a second. Then he waved an idle hand and rose as well. No. If that is all you have to say, we can begin the reassignment tonight. Super. Side by side, the Shinigami left the room. Jin kept his trademark grin firmly in place. In no way at all did he display any outward sign of discomfort, not even by the slightest. Inside, however, you never should have let them do that to her. From a safe distance, Jin watched as Aizen conversed with the abominable thing shackled on the surface of the moon. He would not draw any closer. Every time that creature moved in its confinement, he felt a thrill of fear up his spine. He knew it was bound, and would remain so until Sosuke figured out how to effect its release. Once that happened, Fenris Wolf would no doubt join their ranks. The Vastolord raised its head and howled, and this time he could not hide the emotions that it invested in him. The third squad captain's lip curled downward with abject disgust. He could vividly recall the beasts that had ripped his dead body to shreds right in front of him. Jin hated wolves. How dare you insult me like this, you arrogant prick? With Stark's stolen chain safely tucked in his robes, he waited in the real Karakura town for his contact to arrive. Whoever they proved to be, they might be surprised when he refused to hand the enchanted cord over to them. After all, he hadn't yet reached a final decision on that score. It all depended on what happened in the next few minutes. Jin watched the mock battle in the Karakura facsimile take place using a transmitter Aizen had given him. This had ostensibly been to keep him up to date on Yamamoto's return, but the entire time since coming here he had spent watching Rainjiku. Aizen had assured him that he wouldn't kill anyone unnecessarily. And Ichimaru certainly never mentioned to either of his fellows that they should specifically ensure her safety. After all, if he did that, it would expose his feelings for her. No, if Sosuke wanted to play God, then he had damn well better prove it by realizing that if anything happened to Matsumoto, his loyal servant was going to. The hollow beast Allen ripped open her stomach so that her entrails spilled out. Rainjiku plummeted to the ground like a stone. And Jin knew frenzy and hate. So he went to look for someone to kill. That's 4 times. Aizen Sosuke, you are no god. Just another damn bully. You'll be all right now, Jin spoke in soothing tones. Your friends will take care of you till you're well. That brat Toshiro was just by to check on how you were doing. The doctors give you a clean bill of health. Perhaps it was ridiculous for him to assure her of recovery when he himself remained a mangled mess. Rukia had a lot of anger inside her. Certainly explained how both he and even Yamamoto could have fallen to her blade. If no one covered up the truth, folks might just start calling her the Captain Crusher. This thought made him chuckle, and his lungs bled all the more for it. He resolutely swallowed down the resulting blood so that Matsumoto wouldn't have to see it. As he rose to depart, a hand stole up to touch his sleeve. Stay here. Please. He glanced over at her questioningly. She was gripping his arm again, holding on as though never intending to let go. If you did betray Aizen like I think, stay and let them fix you. Let me call Anohana, or Isane, anybody. Don't go away to die all by yourself, I don't want you to. She's crying again. Just for me. Mercy, what did I ever do to deserve you, Rainjiku? It took a significant amount of willpower to gently disengage that soft touch and lay her arm back down beside her. Then he stood up. I have to go, Rainjiku. But it won't be forever. Not even for long. I promise. You infuriating man. She glowered at him weakly. I hate you. I love you and I hate you. How do you manage to do that? I'll take anything you can give me. And Jin smiled through blood-stained teeth. Whatever it may be. As long as it comes from you, the blackest hate feels better than any other woman's love. Sweet talker. He bent over and kissed her on the cheek instead of the mouth, not wanting her to taste the blood in his own. Jin tried to put on a brave front as he then staggered out of the room, so that she wouldn't see how scared and hurt he really was. Deep down, he knew it was a wasted effort. His act never fooled her. Rangiku didn't take her eyes off him. When he passed beyond the door frame, Ichimaru merged into the shadows and slipped down the hall without anyone being aware of him. The captains sat together on a balcony that overlooked the Kukaki estate. Byakuya had been somewhat relieved to find that his ancestral home still remained in spite of the orders he had lain down prior to the fighting. He had no desire to question the servant's choice not to obliterate the manor as per his instructions. Right now there were more pressing matters to attract his attention. A total of 5 people who wore the white haori sat in judgment in this place, spreading out in a line to either side of him. So iPhone, having recovered her powers with Orium's help, was noticeably rattled by the drastic downturn in the order of things. Zaraki was positively sedate by comparison, which Byakuya had never thought to see. The man wore an expression that one might have called contemplative on anyone else. With the Kenpei, this was merely less demented than usual. His face boasted a greater profusion of scars, and the black patch was now no longer just for kicks. Ulquiorra's claws had cost him the sight in his right eye. If this bothered Kenpei, it certainly didn't show. Captain Hachugaya sat with legs crossed and hands resting on his knees, his spine quite stiff. For all this military posture, his eyes were distant, rooted on the floor. There was no use asking what troubles might be causing him such distress, for it was obvious to all. Seated next to the lord of this house, Yoriyuki was the first to speak. Before we end, is there anything you would like to say? The 2 men shackled before the military panel of judges remained silent. Neither seemed interested by these proceedings. Perhaps they had already determined what their sentence would be regardless of any arguments they made. Not a difficult decision, in my opinion. Mine is not the only voice to consider. We shall hear what they all have to say. Vice Captain Iba, Byakuya spoke and turned his eyes on the man. Perhaps you would like to be heard at this time. Standing at attention to one side of the prisoners, Tetsuzumon crossed his arms and stared forward resolutely. I feel I already made my position clear on this matter, sir. When the decision was mine, I chose to spare his life. Whatever happens next is not for me to say. Crouched at his feet, Hisagi Shihei shivered. The former lieutenant was in significantly worse shape than the man who had defeated him, still missing an arm with the other in a sling and his face wound in bandages. Apparently at the end of the fight, after disarming Hisagi of his Zanpakuto, not his remaining limb, Iba had proceeded to pummel the rebel officer with his fists. So broken and bloodied was he as a result that the medics Tetsuzumon had called over after Shihei lost consciousness at first did not recognize him. Following this, the 2nd Seat of Division 7 proceeded to join the fray, remaining there until the Hollow Army left the field. Maybe for him, that was enough to satisfy you, Hachugaya pointed out. But the other one crippled your own captain past the point of recovery. On his left, so iPhone touched the spot on her chest where Anohana had pierced her flesh. Do you have no recommendation in regards to Izuru Kira? For his part, the lank-haired swordsman under discussion retained a disinterested expression. Shackled hand and foot, he kept his eyes raised over the heads of the captains, watching the view of the great outdoors that was visible from this perch. Iba grimaced and let his head drop, clearly less comfortable with this topic. Sirs, he spoke slowly, if I had been there, I wouldn't have been as merciful as those 2 hollows. But they showed honor nonetheless, claiming that while fighting 2 against 1 was no great cause for concern on their part, killing the enemy after they defeated him was. His head came up, and he squared his shoulders resolutely. In addition to this, Captain Komamura himself stated that he would not see his attacker slain outright. Since he is the wounded party in this affair, I feel that we should respect his wishes to that extent. He stepped back, apparently having said his piece. Captain Zaraki? Yoriyuki murmured, glancing over at the pointy-haired pugilist. He grunted, craning his head around to catch sight of her. What is it? Do you have anything you'd like to add? Kenpeka waved a hand vaguely. Nah. You want 'em dead, put a sword in their hands and I'll kill the both for you. Anything else, I couldn't care less. We should execute them. This was the head of the On Mitsukido airing her opinion, a truly savage twist to her lips as she spoke. Do the same thing to them they would have done to us. Kukaki narrowed his eyes somewhat at this suggestion. I am familiar with that mode of punishment. It was used somewhat offhandedly in the past by the Central 46. Following their example is not something I can recommend, considering the results. We're wasting time as it is. So iPhone responded icily. There is no accurate intel available regarding the current condition of Aizen's army. While we dawdle with these reprobates, the Hollows might already be readying a second surge. Our attention is needed elsewhere. At her declaration, several of the black-clad stealth forces agents lining the back of the room shifted slightly, as if in preparation of carrying out a death sentence on the spot. So iPhone. When the Princess of Shihoan spoke, her vassal's wrath appeared to lessen considerably and her skin went a bit pink, a fact that their host was quick to note and find distasteful. There was still little love lost between Yoriuki's two most ardent admirers. You might not trust the source, but I already assured you that Grimjo and all his cronies have more pressing matters to concern themselves with than us. Hirako Shinji and the rest of the Vazard made camp in Hueco Mundo before the enemy departed our shores. They used the same method Aizen provided to seal that dimension once all the Hollows came back through. And considering how much hostility they harbor for Sosuke, I can guarantee that what's happening there right now is no picnic. I know you vouch for these ancient fighters, Yoriuki-san, Toshiro spoke with a frown. It's all from before my time, but I still have some concerns. How can you be certain these Vazard aren't subjugating the Hollows to lead them back here and take revenge for what Soul Society did to them before? She met his inquiring emerald eyes with her own steady gold ones. All the people they had just cause to hate on our side are dead or almost there. Regardless of how they were viewed by Yamamoto and the bureaucrats, those people were devoted and exemplary Shinigami long before you were born. Hollowification didn't change that. I've lived with them for over a century now, and they're no threat to you or yours, Hichuga Yuteiku. Keep that in mind if you ever meet them. So iPhone stirred. Yoriuki-sama, forgive us if our words are offensive to you. We only seek to make what good we are able from the difficult circumstances we find ourselves in. Actually, that wasn't such a bad idea you had, Yoriuki spoke up brightly. Not so much the killing, Byakuya is right, that's a bit archaic. But the part about doing unto others, that sounds promising. She leaned back and tapped one long finger thoughtfully against her chin. If you're talking in terms of truly poetic justice, these two before us didn't actually kill anyone. Still, if we took a page from their book, and destroyed their binding chain and soul sleep, rendering them regular spirits, I don't think that would be considered so sorry a punishment, do you, so iPhone? Her former bodyguard hesitated as she digested this suggestion. It certainly would fit the crime, Yoriuki-sama. But there is also the problem of how much they know about our defenses. If we do not dispose of them, they must at least be sentenced to prison where they can cause no more harm. The On Mitsukido has a number of suitable options in that regard. Which is a matter we intend to discuss with you at length, Second Squad Captain, Byakuya broke in at that point. But for now, we must remain focused on the matter at hand. The remaining members of the Godei 13's leadership all seemed to look as one towards the offenders. Hisagi ground his teeth audibly, while Kira continued to wear a mask of flat nihilism. I consider it an appropriate method of dealing with them outside of capital punishment, so iPhone stated. Hichuga nodded. I agree. I'm not voting, Zaraki reaffirmed. The punishment should fit the crime, Byakuya stated and laid a hand on the hilt of Senbonzakura. If there is nothing further to be said here, I believe. There was a small commotion in the hallway outside. Several people tensed at this interruption, fearing the worst. The doors leading into this chamber slid open then. However, rather than any form of attackers bent on liberating the imprisoned duo, there instead came Rukia Kukaki and Renji Abarai, both unarmed and wearing civilian dress. Isane Katetsu walked behind them still dressed in her regular black uniform. Rukia was attired in a plain kimono that bore no special mark, and her compatriot wore a floral print kimono that seemed rather out of place on his brawny shoulders. Several Kukaki attendants fluttered behind them, casting anxious looks between the lady of the manor and her older brother. Rukia halted well short of any of the ranked attendants to this trial, as her path was barred by a host of looming shadows holding various lethal instruments. Beneath their menacing stares, she retained a face fixed in firm resolve. Her eyes traveled between those tight-packed killers and located the still form of Byakuya Kukaki. "Nii-sama, captains of Seireitei," she called out loudly, "Lieutenant Abarai and I feel we must present ourselves at this hearing." In response to this, Soifone was already on her feet and bristling. "By whose authority do you think you can barge into this council as if you own the place?" Byakuya inserted calmly, keeping his gaze fixed upon his sister. He reached up to touch the silken scarf that had remained wrapped around his throat throughout everything they had endured in the last few days. "Actually, she does, Soifone Teiku. This is her home as well as mine. And as it is my house, I will hear from her why she feels it is necessary to intrude upon these proceedings." The stealth forces cast inquiring looks back at their commander. Before they could receive anything in the way of affirmation, Rukia simply strolled forward with Abarai at her side. "Pardon me," the raw-boned man spoke in a tone of stressed courtesy, narrowing his eyes beneath tattooed brows. In the face of this example of raw power combined with the woman's air of untouchable grace, the ninja clan stumbled to open a corridor down which the pair of friends walked. Isane bore a sheepish expression as she trailed along with them. In moments, they were facing the last remnants of the captains of Soul Society. Standing behind the accused parties, it was Rukia who took up the discussion while Renji stood by her with about as much tact as he could muster. And she did it in a way that ensured no one would insist they leave. "Renji and I are here to join our fellow traders." He had suspected something along these lines, but all the same, Byakuya had to struggle to quash an instinctive need to glower. "The girl has lost her mind. I was afraid of something like this." The only reason Soifone did not insist upon it from the beginning was owing to Yoriuki's influence. But even that might not be enough to help us now. "Rukia-san, Abarai Fukutaiku," Hitsugaya stressed the courtesies to a certain extent. "What does that mean?" "Kira and Hisagi are not the only ones Aizen manipulated to his cause," she responded. "Renji and I were also among those whose memories were altered to prevent anyone from knowing what was done to us. And when Sosuke gave his commands, we acted to carry them out." A wicked glare from the leader of those ninja hovering behind her had no effect upon the young woman, for which Byakuya was a little proud. It had taken long enough to convince Soifone not to go for his own throat after she was restored. Having correctly guessed Rukia's responsibility regarding Yamamoto's downfall, and been on the receiving end of Senbonzakura prior to Anohana's revelation of treachery, she had been rather incensed at the idea that neither of the Kukaki siblings were their enemies. Only a firm and complete enumeration by Yoriuki of the events following her incapacitation had assured the strong-willed spirit there was no need to seek their blood. That effort might soon come to naught. Zaraki's brow beetled, then cleared as inspiration struck. "You tryin' to say you want to die? If that's what you're giving to them, Teiku," Renji shrugged stoically, "we're ready to take the same. It is the only way to ensure there can be no talk of favoritism, that justice was upheld to the highest standard," his tiny counterpart intoned. Byakuya had to take a moment to collect himself. Beside him, though, Yoriuki was apparently in complete control of her faculties, watching the two through half-lidded eyes. "There is some difference between your situations, Rukia-chan," she purred self-assuredly. "While Renji-kun there did attack Captain Kukaki, he mastered his hollow side and proceeded to lead our forces against the hollows to great effect. You weren't quite so blameless." A growl from Soifone seemed to confirm this, but ultimately, you did try to stop Retsu before she could go through with her scheme. Not with the same success as you did the Suteiku, but enough to warrant our consideration, I think. Maybe not everyone agrees with you, Lady Shihoan, the younger Kukaki responded. She held herself with the bearing worthy of a princess, and this time there was no trace of the wide-eyed little naïve Yoriuki had taken such delight in teasing. "My actions did more to impede our war effort than whatever these two men attempted." She indicated where the disgraced lieutenants sat. Hisagi seemed suspicious as to whether this might be a trick of some kind, but Kira's face had finally taken on something that could pass for emotion. He was regarding Rukia and Renji with something very like surprise, as though the idea that anyone would come to his defense had never once entered his mind. The boy captain now took up the charge. There was a gentleness in his words that he normally reserved only for close personal acquaintances. You and Kurosaki nearly gave up your lives to save ours, Rukia Kukiki. I saw what you both were willing to do to keep that woman from making her way back into this plane. Now a definite measure of gratitude crept into his tone. I'll not be forgetting it any time soon, and it means more to me than what you might have done in a moment of fear and anger. That is a mitigating factor, not an outright excuse, Hitsugaya Teiku. Rukia bowed slightly in his direction. Your sister seems dead set on being the devil's advocate in this case. A disturbing choice of phrase, Senbonzakura. Perhaps it would be for the best if we do not speak out just yet. See where the two of them might lead us. Who knows? They might have actually come in here with a plan. If Kurosaki Ichigo were with them, I would laugh at the notion. But you may have the right of it. Let us see, then. Are you actually stating that you will accept any condemnation we deal to this pair upon yourselves? A particularly hungry grin was plastered all over So-iPhone's face, her eyes gleaming at the prospect. Byakuya immediately regretted his previous decision, but felt it somewhat late to back out now. However, Yoriyuki reacted to keep the meeting civil. Now, Rukia-chan, have you bothered to think this over? You've both been through quite a lot recently. Maybe you shouldn't be rushing headlong into any hasty decisions. Deep amethyst eyes flickered ever so briefly. Yoriyuki-sama, Rukia spoke softly, her voice gaining in strength as she proceeded. You have no idea what we have been through, the four of us here. We were each singled out, isolated in moments when we were at our most vulnerable, and then preyed upon mercilessly by three powerful and manipulative men. This was not a case of being tempted with offers of power. They simply used their positions, combined with the respect that most of us felt for them. They wore us down. Can you imagine what it is like to think you are safe and in friendly company, only to suddenly remember that person is actually your jailer? We were never given a choice, Renji declared. They unsealed our memories only for brief periods, and in that time one or more of Aizen's men was always there, experimenting with us or just shoving their ideals down our throats. We were shown things that sickened us, stuff that Seoul society actually condoned. And they didn't let us look for any explanations for it beyond their own. Whenever one of us started to fight back, we got overwhelmed. Then after we were beaten down, they zipped up the memories again, so that everything remained fresh for next time. It was brainwashing, pure and simple. Rukia took a step forward. We weren't abused physically. That wasn't the way Aizen liked to operate. Instead he played games. Question and answer, demonstrations, that sort of thing. Also he could find out our fears and insecurities, the things we believed in or cared about more than anything, and turn them against us. Reaching down, she laid a hand on Kira's shoulder. He started at the contact, and looked up to see an expression of sympathy being directed at him. His head turned away as though the sight pained him, but after a few seconds he hesitantly came back around. Still his old schoolmate offered him only comfort and understanding, so that gradually the distress in his eyes eased away. Aburai came to stand beside the bowed Shihei. Aizen and Jin, they were the men who saved us back when we were students and looked about to die. You must know about that. It was their way of seeing who among the new class could stand out in a crisis situation. They admitted it to us. But the respect we already held for them didn't go away even knowing that. Because by then we had been adopted into the Godai 13, and served under them as actual Shinigami. There was even more to admire about them, because they were our captains. They were the best. You know about the culture of worship that the lesser members built up around the division leaders. Hell, it's encouraged. You guys are practically gods in our eyes. There's no choice but to worship you, because anything less we get kicked out or disposed of altogether. He shot an angry glare towards So-iPhone at that point, who didn't hesitate to return the expression. It's a crappy life as a Shinigami, having to risk your life day in and day out for eternity. The captains are the only constant, everybody else dies eventually. What are you supposed to do when your captain goes bad? No one ever taught us that at the academy. Who do you turn to, when there's 3 of them and who knows how many more might be hidden? Not that we ever had a chance to speak out. The spell was in full effect whenever those 3 weren't around. Don't pretend you don't know what it's like. Hell, Anohana turned out to be a traitor. Tell me even you guys didn't idolize her to some degree, and she was the worst of them. His throat was feeling tight as he remembered a set of gentle hands healing his wounds after battle, and a magnificent woman granting him the sort of kiss whose touch you could never rid yourself of, no matter how much you wanted to. Not for the first time Renji wished his heart was as empty as a hollow's, like he knew Retsu's must have been at the end. The thought chilled him, and he slammed his jaws shut lest he reveal more than he had ever intended. Rukia took up the slack. We might have done as they commanded when our memories returned, but that is hardly valid proof of our characters. If you are going to condemn us, then take everything into consideration. Remember that when Hisagi and Izuru and even Momo had the opportunity to think and decide for themselves what to do following their captain's defection, they remained here. Aizen didn't order them to do that. It was their choice to continue as Shinigami. Because they were proud of that fact. We all were, she added bitterly, looking over at where her potential judges sat. With a shake of her head, the Kukaki maiden continued. We learned how to forgive the Hollows we slew, to some degree, because we knew they would be cleansed and restored to their proper paths, or at the very least dimmed and out of reason for our consideration. These men fought alongside you valiantly, until magic and years of abuse took away their ability to conceive refusing. This was compounded by serving under those traitors as their most trusted subordinates. It was easy for them to be taken advantage of. Instead of focusing on one page of their lives, I ask you remember the people they were, the ones you recognized as being dutiful and courageous enough to warrant their becoming officers. Tashiro's lip twisted at this. If we did, that same reasoning could be used to excuse Aizen, Anohana, and all the rest. We thought them worthy to be called champions of Shirai, but it was all a lie. Weaker men and women died in defense of our world without ever receiving a fraction of the honors we gave to reward those maniacs' past deeds. Should we focus only on their heroics and not their crimes? How could we dishonor our nameless dead like that? Because that is what those 3 used the most to influence us. She cried out. The idea that the rank-and-file members were nameless, that our souls and lives here meant absolutely nothing to the leadership of the Shirai. We were expendable tools who could be replaced at a moment's notice, good only for carrying out orders until death. That is absolutely dehumanizing. But it works in a military organization, which is what Soul Society has become. Instead of a place of eternal peace, we are at constant war, knowing that each day could be our last. And Aizen promised us a better life, with more to hope for than anything regular Shinigami could reasonably achieve. How could we be expected not to be influenced by that, if no other option was even under discussion except for our deaths? Zaraki stirred in his seat. You guys fight like we do. And we die right alongside you if we have to. There ain't no difference when it comes to that. Why should we cut those 2 any slack? He gave a wolfish grin. Or you, for that matter. There is a difference, at least in this case, she insisted back. It was cruel and indecent, what was done to us. But it never would have worked if we had seen any chance to win against our tormentors. But there wasn't. They only showed us the worst this world had to offer, and believe me when I tell you there is much that is wrong with Soul Society today. Would our situation be this bad if things had been perfect before? This war was the result of atrocities perpetrated long before our time that no one spoke out against. Enough of this. So iPhone raged then, springing upright. Having arranged our world's near-total collapse, you have the temerity to slight it? The only reason we are in this predicament is because of faithless traitors like you. Believe me, she growled through bared teeth, if the decision were mine alone, you would all be executed without delay. So iPhone, Yoriyuki said calmly, sit down and listen. We are hearing the defense at this point. Her successor proceeded to do so grudgingly, riots leaking out in tight murderous bursts. Hichuga cleared his throat. Rukia-sama, in the interests of all, perhaps you could tell us what you feel would be the most appropriate resolution to this case. What do you want to happen here? Where she stood to one side, Isane Kotetsu could not suppress a shudder as she remembered another trial long ago, when she had argued passionately and reasonably against the actions of an evil man. The end result of that case held nothing in the way of justice, and the ancient lieutenant dreaded seeing history repeat itself once more. But Rukia was speaking now. We made poor choices, but only because there were no other options given. They wouldn't even allow us to fight them and die to protect our honor. We were deemed too valuable. Her low, husky voice compelled all to hear her words with a certain measure of consideration, if not understanding. If you wish to truly be rid of the taint that those monsters left behind, then I ask you not to follow the old ways that led up to this disaster. Instead, look at the option that has been given to you so neatly. For the first time in a while, Byakuya spoke. And what might that be, Rukia? She kept her back straight as she regarded her elder, the very picture of wise womanhood. The people we once were you respected. What we became is not fit to continue existing in most cases. Momo Hinamori has already paid for her misdeeds beyond this conclave's ability to address. What I ask is that you undo the crime that was permitted to be done to us. In short, I believe you should reactivate the memory loss spell. Even Yoriyuki seemed taken aback by this suggestion. Come again. Cloud over Moon is still dormant within them, Lieutenant Kotetsu spoke up as she stepped forward to face her superiors. I've consulted Uno Hinata, my former captain's records, and I know how to duplicate the charm that will restore it. Each will revert to the men and women they freely chose to be, without the malign influence that fell upon them. They will remember nothing about what was done to them. Are you serious? So iPhone snapped, bristling. You expect us to wipe their memories and send them back out into our ranks as though nothing has happened? Word of their treachery has already spread. You expect them to serve amongst loyal Shinigami who never turned upon us? As though they have the right. They do have the right, so iPhone Teiku, Rukia addressed the violent vixen. These men are Shinigami. I hold their status as such and their lives in high regard. If you decide to take their powers and send them into exile, then I will join them. If they are to be executed, so am I. It wouldn't be the first time I am sentenced to death. Like coming full circle. And her eyes narrowed dangerously. All I ask is that you not have the gall to call it justice. Kira Izuru and Hisagi Shihei proved themselves decent and respectable men throughout the time they served. Tissen and Jin robbed them of this. They took advantage of them as surely as they did all those hollows who followed Aizen here. Because they were alone, and frightened, and no one came to their rescue. We know better than to try and rule over those poor creatures. This is something Aizen chose to ignore in favor of his med pursuits. If you punish these lieutenants, you're offering them less consideration than the hollows, Renji rumbled. And it isn't right. They're our responsibility, not our enemies. We're supposed to save the fallen, not punish them. And we failed to do that for these two. They never convinced anybody else to turn traitor. That's the difference you asked about. The pair fell silent and moved to stand behind the defendants. The captains stared at them. Then Byakuya made a gesture, and a pall of silence fell over the rest of the room. They began to speak to one another then, but no noise could be heard by the other occupants. Only their bodies told some of what was taking place during this debate. So iPhone was clearly harsh, Byakuya stoic but forceful, and Yoriyuki remained busy interceding between the pair. Tashiro's position was hard to make out simply by looking at him, but Kenpeiga was definitely not interested in anything going on. His presence was purely for the sake of formality. And behind the accused, the hooded executioners waited silently for permission. Isane stood in the background, trying not to think about Jin Ichimaru laughing somewhere at this. Even with all of her nightmares gone, the source of those terrors still seemed to hang over the world in which she lived. Her mouth had gone dry. At any moment the sentence would be read. Would this one be just like the last? It took only 3 minutes, in which none of the lieutenants or Rukia dared to move. Another motion from Captain Kukaki, and then his words rang clearly. Lieutenant Kotetsu. The woman started. Her voice came out in a breezy whisper. Yes. The lord of the manor stared at her purposefully. How long will it take you to fashion that drink? Her head came up, and she watched that stern figure, debating how to proceed. Before I answer, Kukaki Teiku, I would like to make a request of this council. The pair slid up through the floor in a manner that Uriah could only describe as being vomited out. He recognized the gold-plated confines in which they found themselves, however. Rin Tsubokura indicated ahead of them. Right through here, sir. I remember the way. Ishida moved past without another word, and the little lab rat had to hurry to catch up. They continued down the hall for a few minutes, passing sealed rooms and great opaque domes whose contents were no doubt best left unknown. As they walked, the Quincy noted how his companion kept sneaking furtive looks in his direction. After a minute he stopped and looked right at the flunky. Yes. Rin gave a guilty start. Sorry. You were staring. Oh, well. The Shinigami scientist tucked his hands behind his back and studied the floor for a few seconds, trembling slightly. I was just curious. His eyes darted up and affixed Ishida with an inquisitive stare. You're rather, in spite of, well, you see, I was charged with prepping the Tauto Mimaizu for your arrival. I saw its specifications. You're remarkably intact, considering. You're surprised I'm alive, Ishida droned flatly. Rin quailed beneath his gaze in a manner that seemed rather familiar, though he couldn't quite place it. The lieutenant of the 4th removed the Mimaizu from me. He swallowed at the memory of what this man's captain had done to him, to say nothing of his family. The angry youth had to hold himself back from seeking to redress this puny pest for his admittedly minor role in the affair. It was already dead by then. She disposed of it afterwards. That still doesn't explain your current level of health. Rin continued to observe him speculatively. Not in the mood for an interview, Uriah turned away. Mayuri never factored compassion into his calculations. Or guilt. They both got the better of him. He then continued down one corridor in particular. Tsubokura stood befuddled by this statement before trailing slowly in the living boy's wake. Uriah found his teeth clenching the closer he drew to that room. There was still a lot of uncertainty concerning what he was about to see. The denizens of this insane laboratory had been extremely close-lipped, in some cases because their mouths had been sewn shut. But they had admitted him through their workrooms without question. No surprise, considering who had granted him access. Faster than he had remembered, they were back in the chamber where Mayuri's body was housed. It wasn't hard to pick out what had changed. The liquid contents of the pool were no longer within it. They had spilled over the sides, risen up and then apparently frozen into solid form. Sprouting from the pond was a crystal geyser of sorts that lifted over 10 feet high. Green twisted spikes that might have borne a resemblance to a multitude of limbs and organs curved through the air. Nimue Kuratsuka stood with her back to the door, hands clasped before her. As they entered, she turned her head slightly to look at them. There was no particular menace in her gaze, but Rin halted in mid-step all the same. A flick of the eyelids was apparently his cue to depart, for without another word the meek gopher turned and scurried from the hall without looking back. Nimue regarded her guest for a while before turning back to the display before them. You wished to speak to me, she said. Ishida didn't answer at first, caught up with what he had just realized. In this frozen eruption that lay before them there could be made out a human face which looked to be chiseled from green glass. Mouth stretched in a silent scream, eyes wide as could be, the contorted features undeniably belonged to the demented Captain Mayuri Kuratsuka. Seeing them like that made the resolute Quincy shudder in spite of himself. He hesitated. I wanted to see if it was true. No response came from the lieutenant. Ishida chose that time to come up and stand beside her. He didn't know where to look first, at her or what was left of her father. Mayuri's remains were hideous, but there was something about the blank emotionless way she just stood there observing it all that creeped him out more than anything else. Eventually he settled for looking at the floor. What will you do now? He spoke softly. The woman responded without moving. I will continue to oversee the activities of the 12th Division until such time as the captain sees fit to relieve me of my duties. Clearly this was a sensitive topic. I'm told that they found the source code for the binding at last. Lieutenants Sasaki and Katetsu brought it out of the archives of the Central 46. Those Kido Corps wizards have been busy for several days looking to break it, and Yoriyuki thinks Urahara-san will be allowed back into Soul Society sometime soon. He hesitated before speaking next. You know, when when the captain does return, he'll probably still want to keep you around as lieutenant. Whatever his faults, even he can see that. I was not referring to Captain Urahara. That brought him up short. You said? I meant Mayuri-sama. When he returns, he shall determine my removal. Okay. Clearly more tact was required than he had first determined. Nimue-san, he said in as gentle a manner as possible, I appreciate how losing a parent can be painful. But, well, you're starting to worry Isane-san. She asked me to check in on you after I recovered, and we both agreed that it isn't healthy for you to spend so much time with. A quick glance at that gruesome sight. Your father. Nei-san has no cause for concern, Nimue intoned in her soft voice. My state of health is satisfactory. I am taking care of him. It was just as he had feared. Collecting his resolve, Ishida reached out and laid a firm hand on her arm. She finally shifted her perusal off the solidified pudding to him. This had to be said. Nimue-san, you can't take care of him. He's dead. Those dull green eyes betrayed not a hint of reaction to this statement. Instead she reached up and tenderly took his fingers. I know it's hard for you to accept, but... Her grip tightened, and then she took a step forward, dragging him with her. Before Uriah could react, she placed his hand down on the surface of the petrified sludge. Every nerve ending in his arm exploded with undiluted pain so intense he couldn't even draw breath to scream. Stars danced before his eyes as they flooded with tears. The next instant he was falling back, clutching at his limb which he expected to see a ruined smoking mess of meat and bone. Instead the appendage appeared as pristine as when he came in. So unexpected was this that he could only gape in astonishment before looking up to the impassive Nimue. What you have experienced is barely a nil fraction of what Mayuri-sama is undergoing now, she spoke matter-of-factly. The pain feedback from Taoto Amimizu is caught in a loop inside his nervous system, repeatedly surging throughout his mind and body. This prevents him from contemplating or recognizing anything beyond the agony. In addition, the experimental Quincy called Suken Ishida is now housed within his body as well. Their minds are effectively at war. She indicated towards a spot on the central spire lower than Kuratsuka's mask. Sure enough, when Uriah focused on it there did indeed appear to be some vestiges of another human face in there, though lacking the distinction belonging to that lunatic Shinigami's. Mayuri-sama is striving to regain control of himself. There is no doubt he will eventually succeed, though a precise timetable for this cannot be effectively calculated. When he does return, however, I will be prepared to assist him for as long or short as he requires. That is all. The captain's daughter then went back to observing her captive parent. Meanwhile, Ishida remained on the floor, stunned at the extent of what he had learned. What remained of his grandfather was battling Mayuri on some plane of torment far removed from this one. It seemed impossible to imagine that either one would ever manage to come back from all that. But she didn't doubt. Her faith in her father's abilities was absolute. It left him feeling awed. And a little sad as well. Isn't there anything else for you? She made no response. Still massaging his numb fingers, the Quincy clambered upright. Do you intend to remain in this room forever watching them? What about Isane? She's worried for you. The lieutenant's head dipped slightly as though she were in thought. Then she came back up. My being here is of my choosing, and I may leave or return at any point. I realize there are other more foreseeable demands that require my active presence. I will devote time and attention to my duties in the Research and Development Bureau, as well as those of a Shinigami lieutenant. In addition, I must attend to Nei-san and aid her in the continued performance of her office. There is a long-standing tradition of collaboration between our divisions. With our respective captains incapacitated, an even greater need for cooperation between the 4th and 12th exists. We shall continue to benefit from being in one another's lives. That is my decision as well. Somewhere in there he got the impression this was the closest thing to human affection Nimue was ever likely to achieve. Ishida wasn't precisely certain how to translate it to Isane when he next saw her, but perhaps those two knew one another better than he realized. There was only so much you could do to help people before you had to just step back and let them handle the rest. In spite of this, he found himself hoping for something good to come from their situation. With that, he clapped his hands to his sides and bowed to her. Nimue Kurotsuki, I humbly thank you for choosing to rescue me. She observed his obeisance for a moment before turning back to studying the calcified remains. Ishida rose to his full height and was about to leave, when he heard her speak. Thank you for your aid in resolving my concerns. I am pleased to have saved you. Nimue blinked a few times, and it appeared as though her face relaxed somewhat. Should you one day find that you have forgiven Mayuri-sama, I believe it would also please me to learn of it. He almost came back with, don't hold your breath. But instead, seeing the way she looked right now, he decided to hold his tongue. Stranger things have happened, I suppose. There was nothing more he could think of to say, and so he left the young soul to her chosen path. His knees buckled beneath him. He couldn't help himself. Kisuke Urahara crumpled into the dirt of Soul Society. So pure. So rich. The taste of the air, scent of the soil, feeling it, luxuriating, like rolling down a slide of silk sheets and falling into the warmest, most inviting ocean imaginable on a very cold day. It's all mine. Where I was meant to live again. This is my home. I'm home. He shouted out wildly, pulling his shirt down and letting the sun pour all over his naked chest. He took in great lungfuls of the sweet spiritual air, each one making him crave the next even more. It was all so blessed good. To be honest, the exile no longer was rather shocked by his own euphoria. Until right this moment, he had managed to subsume the ache of being an outcast forever dying of hunger and thirst in a world not meant to house one of his caliber for long. But here, in this magnificent paradise of Soul Society, he need only breathe in and feel restored to full vigor. Whereas on Earth he had been required to remain in a Jigai lest he deplete his reserves, here there were boundless possibilities open to him. It was the sweetest pleasure to no longer be stuffed into a meat suit at every moment, restrained by the need to stay hidden or simply to restore himself after a forced stint outside it. The sentence was lifted. Prison was over. Looking about, he saw Tessai standing with head bowed, teeth gritted in a futile attempt to hold back tears streaming down his face. The big man's head turned to regard his fellow fugitive. You have fulfilled your promise, Kisuke-san, that mighty sorcerer gasped in a voice made soft by emotion. You brought us home. They looked at one another then, and began to laugh, slowly at first, but building in intensity as their individual hilarity fed one another's. It had been a private hope that was so faint it was almost a shared joke between them, the prospect of actually coming home in any state other than prisoners or death. But here it was at last. The sheer undeniable truth of it was that they were no longer required to slink about in fear of either side hunting them down. Everything they had struggled to achieve for over a century was now within their grasp. Doubled over, Tessai removed his spectacles and wiped his eyes, occasional bursts of laughter falling from his lips. Kisuke just sat and shook his head with arms draped over his knees, amazed at how things had worked out. Captain Tsukubishi. Captain Urahara. Grinning, both men looked about at the squad of Onmitsukido that had emerged in the area around their Senkaimon gate. One of them stepped forward and bowed. Gentlemen. The lady awaits. To be continued. Chapter 35, New World, let me tell you a story. You look terrible, Rukia intoned dryly. I wish you'd get back to bed. Ichigo blew out his breath in a derogatory fashion as he stalked down the halls of Shihoin Manor beside her. That told her what he thought of her suggestion. Dressed in an expensive yellow kimono whose thread shone like polished gold, he managed to still come off as dreadfully uncouth. Leave him be. I like him this way. Who said I don't? I just wish he didn't project the impression of being about to go bowling through this meeting. It's been a long time coming, in my opinion, and could require finesse. Her paramour tugged at his clothes uncomfortably. This is maybe the only time since becoming a Shinigami. Shinigami substitute, she corrected him mildly, and noted how he glowered from the corner of her eye. The only time I wasn't a bleeding half-dead mess after a big fight. There's no need for me to sit around recuperating in bed. He turned his head away, and a different sort of ill humor clouded his brow. Besides, there are some questions I want answered. Patience, my pupil. The sound of another voice made them look up. There waiting before a pair of intricately carved round shoji doors stood Byakuya and Yoriyuki. Both were dressed in simple finery that accentuated the informality of this dialogue. Rukia hadn't bothered to ask why the other captains had not been informed of this. There were some things that needed to be aired out privately. That was how Yoriyuki had put it whenever they demanded to know exactly what the hell had happened back on the day of Armageddon. Aizen and Anohana's removal had inspired less relief than one might have assumed, considering that nobody seemed to understand how it had been achieved. Rukia knew that Ichigo especially was fairly simmering with questions. Hopefully now they would get some answers. The lady of the house looked very calm and comfortable as she slid open the doors and stepped inside. As the rest followed, they heard a familiar voice cry out. "Ah, and here we all are." Kisuke Urahara was wearing loose-fitting green silk pajamas while reclining barefoot on a stack of cushions in the opulent chamber. There was a small tray of choice delicacies at his feet, and he had a dish of sake that he carefully sipped as he waved them further into the room. Come, all, don't dawdle. The man of the hour is here to finally relieve you of all your burdensome troubles." Rukia stepped in after her noble peers. She had felt the presence of a significantly powerful soul as they approached, but hadn't been able to equate it with the man she knew. Right here was the true Kisuke Urahara, former Shinigami captain and bona fide super genius. The depth of his power, even contained at his own discretion, was more than enough to cement that previously held idea into solid fact. This man was one of the elite death gods. And currently, he held all the answers. "Join me, friends," Kisuke chortled merrily while indicating the sitting area. The Shihoin household has lost none of its superlative devotion to quality throughout the ages. This drink is especially fine, like a woman's kiss on my lips with every taste. Oh, the pleasures of the spirit. He sighed and leaned back, resting his head on supremely soft supports. Why, if I were so inclined, I would have no trouble imagining these pillows to be a lady's full, ripe, tantalizing. Urahara-san, Byakuya delivered his words with a trace of menace, "We are not here to watch you degrade yourself. Kindly move to the matter at hand." "Enough debauchery, Kisuke," Yoriyuki spoke politely as she seated herself, bringing the lord of the Kukaki down with her. "They've been very patient with me, but only because I assured them you would be able to explain things to a greater level of satisfaction. So cut to the chase." Rukia noticed as she sat how both Byakuya and Ichigo were directing near-identical looks of hostility at her former benefactor. One she could understand, because conversations with Yoriyuki had let her comprehend just how much cause her brother had to resent this particular individual. She liked to think she knew Byakuya well enough for it to make sense. The young man on whom she had pinned so many expectations, however, was another story. Not wanting to disturb the delicate social circle, she settled for resting a light touch on his arm. Kurosaki glanced over at her, and his expression cleared enough to let her know he would be on his best behavior. For all that was worth. She would have to take what she could get, however. Urahara was talking again. "Well, first off, let's get the elephant in the room out in the open," he crooned, settling in and having a long pull on his drink. "A little over a century past, Aizen Sosuke arranged for me to take the fall for a crime he committed regarding the hollowification of certain prestigious members of the Godai 13. Whether or not he knew about the existence of the Hogyaku at the time is open for debate. However, after a while he clearly did learn of it, hence his persistent efforts to track me down owing to it having remained in my possession. I never fooled myself into thinking there was no way he would ever achieve his objective. So my friends and I put our heads together, and eventually we managed to come up with a pretty good idea of what he intended to do with such an item. That was when we hatched our plans. Thanks to more free-moving members of our group," he inclined his head to the purple-haired shapeshifter among them, "we received intelligence concerning Aizen's pursuits, and wide-ranging they proved to be. He was highly active in Hueco Mundo, mustering support among the ranks of the fallen. On the other side of the veil, certain talented and powerful Shinigami fell under the influence of him and his cronies. It was obvious that our nefarious nemesis was building himself an army of sorts. And the only thing he could need such a force for was to wage war against Soul Society and, eventually, the power of the king itself. After this became certain, a plan formed in my mind. If Aizen did mean to challenge the King of Soul Society, he would be required to take his forces into Nirvana, which was accessible only with a royal key. Entry to that plane is tricky for a reason, after all. Ancient and powerful souls worked long and hard to make that place secure against any and all attempts at invasion or forced entry. Being aware of this, I decided to capitalize on their efforts. If I could learn enough about the key, then Aizen himself could do all the hard work of locating that marvelous treasure. After which I could implement my strategy and turn what he desired into a most cunning and effective trap. Get to the point, already, Ichigo snapped. Rukia felt a frown work up her face. So much for good behavior. She'd have a chat with him later about the virtues of patience. Humph, Kisuke popped a bit of beef into his mouth and sulked openly. Very well. For those of us inclined to rush into things without knowing all the answers, let me freely admit that I planned against the likelihood of Aizen gaining my Hogyaka for himself, and built into it a specific feature that would convert any key he brought into close contact with it into a lock, which could then be used to seal Nirvana permanently. The only way to open it would be if another Hogyaka altered key was applied to the side of the door from which it had been sealed. With the gem imprisoned along with its master in the king's dimension, and the door shut from this side, there now exists no means by which a portal into or out of Nirvana can be constructed or utilized. To put it simply, we won. The brilliant spirit regarded them from under his fall of curly blonde hair. Any questions? Byakuya stirred. If you were so certain of this plan's success, why did you insist on keeping the rest of us in the dark regarding it? He shrugged back. I had my suspicions for years that Aizen might not be the root source of the rebellion. If there was an original mastermind behind him, it wouldn't do to advertise my foolhardy schemes to anyone and everyone. As we have so neatly learned, no one was above reproach. His face grew melancholy for a time. Absolutely nobody. Rukia saw an opportunity to seize upon a topic of discussion that held personal interest for her. Urahara-san. When he turned his attention her way, she remained perfectly composed, ready for anything that came next. In the time when I first met you, were you aware that Sosuke had cast a spell upon me of some kind? She saw Yoriyuki move slightly off to one side, but kept her eyes trained on the man before her. He now seemed much less frivolous than in moments past. Yes. Urahara nodded. We performed some tests on you with the intention of saving your life following your exposure to the Vastolord living in our world. Afterwards it became clear that you were not only somehow connected to a good many people we had reason to dislike, but also laboring under a very old and powerful type of memory magic. The ancient spell Cloud over Moon, which kept portions of your own mind secret to even yourself. While we couldn't lift the charm, it was enough to make us suspicious of you, as well as several others. With magic like that, people you and even they themselves believed to be your friends one minute could potentially turn on you the next. The most effective use of such a strategy would be to create sleeper agents who could be called upon in times of crisis to rise up unawares and catch their enemies off guard. After your failed execution, Rukia-chan, Yoriyuki chimed in at that point, I investigated a number of potential suspects. Some of them, like Izuru Kira and Momo Hinamori, were almost so obvious as to be red herrings. Others were less credible, like you and even Renji. But there was no way to verify their being under the spell without trying to cast the same thing on them. Two clouds can't actively exist in one spirit body, so if you give a person the enchanted drink and it has no effect, you know they're already bewitched. Unfortunately, doing so necessitates you reveal what you're doing, which means the other spellcaster is now potentially forewarned about you and therefore forearmed. And we couldn't take that risk. So we just had to sit tight and wait. Did you know about Anohana beforehand? It was Ichigo who asked the question, and the room grew still in preparation for the answer. The restored Squad 12 captain shook his head seriously. No. I suspected someone high up in our society, but right hand to heaven, I thought it was either Jushiro Yukitake or Kiraku Shunsui. They both seemed like much more reasonable suspects. He slumped back and chewed his lip moodily. Clearly I was operating on faulty data. If we had bothered to ask Yukitake, we might have wrung from him earlier a good reason to cast suspicion on that fair lady. But that was a secret he might have taken to his grave, had she not done what she did. Every single person in that room was unnerved by the memory of what Rukia's gentle captain had tearfully confessed to them after recovering his strength. How he had conspired to hide the fact that Commander General Yamamoto routinely tortured Anohana Retsu in order to dissuade her from challenging his power, something that was not so far-fetched considering her own stupendous might. It came as no great surprise that centuries of this abuse had contrived to rob that once magnificent woman of her compassion, to the point where she stood in danger of losing her heart and becoming a hollow. Rukia especially regretted such a circumstance. She hated all the secrets that Seoul society kept, for the precise reason that they were almost uniformly evil. Which reminded her. So Aizen Sosuke was actually a member of the Takiyaku clan, which was wiped out 500 years ago by order of the king and Central 46. Byakuya had revealed this much to them in the aftermath, and Yoriyuki had confirmed it. She now looked over at Rukia calmly. Yes. Sosuke Takiyaku was the infant son of the head of that household, which was descended from the king himself. That much we can be reasonably sure of. Anohana must have rescued him from the slaughter with the intention of using him to bring down his ancestor. Or maybe. And here the regal damsel hesitated, she was just trying to save one child from being murdered out of all those accused. Anohana did have a heart once. And she lived to rescue the helpless. Too bad you guys turned her into a loony, Ichigo muttered darkly. Rukia rounded on him. Ichigo. How could you? No. Her brother's grim voice cut through anything she might have said. The pale-faced prince regarded his one-time adversary with an air of solemnity. He has the right of it. Our families contributed to this catastrophe more than we acted to prevent it. Had we bothered to question either Anohana's situation or even the order to exterminate the Takiyaku, much of our current grief might have been avoided. But instead we kept silent, merely taking for granted that what we were told and believed was in our best interests, and therefore the best interests of all. In this way, the sins of our forefathers turned into a plague upon 3 worlds. To everyone's astonishment, he turned to face Ichigo, and while still in a kneeling position, placed his fists on the floor and bowed his head. Ichigo Kurosaki. You have suffered as much as anyone as a result of our society's malfeasance. On behalf of the Kukaki clan, I express regret for the threat this posed to you and yours. We Shinigami are charged with defending the living and the dead, but instead we acted in a way to ensure our prosperity at the cost of others, yourself included. For that I am sorry. The orange-haired outlaw seemed only slightly less shocked than Rukia at this display. Clearly neither of them had expected such a confession today. And just as clearly, the big oaf failed to grasp its significance. After a while, when nothing more was said, she deftly nudged Ichigo in the ribs. With a start, he came back to himself enough to respond. Well, yeah. I accept your apology, Byakuya. I guess, but that really isn't why I came here. No, but it was fun to watch anyway. Urahara grinned at the rare sight of Byakuya Kukaki humbling himself to another. Even Yoriyuki turned a black look upon him then, and the relaxed researcher clammed up immediately under their collective wrath. One other thing, Urahara-san, the young princess of Kukaki spoke to get his attention. I understand now how you conspired to imprison Aizen and his minions, but in truth it seems a rather unreliable course of action. Oh. He blinked at her. How so? For starters, how could you be assured of getting the lock away from Aizen to use it against him? For that matter, what made you so certain he wouldn't leave a stronger force in this realm to guard the gate than he did? We were fortunate that Ulquiorra was the only soldier they entrusted with that task. Hey. Do they look uncomfortable? What? Well, yes, I suppose. Why? Got me. Maybe you should ask. Rukia-chan, you don't seem to have grasped the full extent of my machinations, Kisuke interjected quickly before she could phrase further questions. In truth, while it might appear that my schemes went off without a hitch, in fact there were some last-minute alterations that required we switch to a backup plan. She regarded him suspiciously. What does that mean? My dear, Yoriyuki murmured softly, in a way that reminded her uncomfortably of Anohana, did you ever wonder how Kisuke knew so much about holification, the manufacture of Garganta, and other things that seemed to be straying into the territory of our enemies? It isn't the sort of thing he could do much open research on in Soul Society, and certainly not while hiding out in the mortal realm. Rukia considered this frankly unexpected line of questioning. No, actually, I didn't. I just assumed, since he was the former head of the Technological Research and Development Bureau, there must have been. Appreciate the vote of confidence, Kukakiheim, but that isn't it. Urahara drew his arms to his chest smugly, looking very much like a man possessing a wonderful secret he couldn't wait to unload on everybody. The answer to this and so many other questions is, I had insider help. Inside. Ichigo looked between the pair of conspirators in confusion. You mean, in Hueco Mundo? Who, like Nell? Was she on your side even before we met? No, not Nilil-chan. Yuriuki had taken Byakuya's hand, as if to preemptively restrain him. You might say we took a page from our enemy's playbook. Though it wasn't really our idea, we did have a traitor within Aizen's network. Both Rukia and Ichigo heard this with a fair amount of astonishment. Looking at them, listening to their voices, a dark suspicion grew in her mind. Rukia. No. That's crazy. It couldn't be. It just couldn't. The thought was so absurd she actually blurted it out loud. Ichimaru. Rukia sat and waited for them to laugh at her, reassure her that this speculation was pure moonshine and she ought to be ashamed of herself for letting her tongue wag so foolishly. But instead Yuriuki's golden eyes widened, and Kisuke gave an appreciative whistle. Good guess, Rukia-chan. The other three people in the room wore equal expressions of disbelief. No way, Ichigo gaped, speaking what they were all thinking. That's totally nuts. You're telling me you guys were working with that creepy smiling asshole? The one who... He stopped, seeming to rifle through his personal experiences concerning Jin and coming up rather short. It was true. From what she knew, the two of them hadn't had much reason to meet since this affair began. But as for Rukia, she had long and detailed involvement with the once captain of the 3rd Division. And the manner in which their association had ended now left her feeling absolutely horror-struck. It can't be, he couldn't have been helping us, and I. Don't flip out on me now, girl. Listen to what they have to say. Believe me, I was far more shocked than you the first time he approached us, Urahara mused in a far-off tone of voice. It was right before Rukia-chan gave up her powers to save the Kurosaka family. He showed up on our doorstep out of nowhere. None of us had even felt him coming, but there he was. Jin said he just wanted to let us know that we had been found out and that they would be coming to take the Hogyaku soon. The man disappeared before we could try to kill or question him. That was how I knew we had been discovered, and I started looking for a safe place to hide the jewel, because the next best thing to Aizen getting it, going vasored and being imprisoned as a result was he never gets it and is forced to challenge Yamamoto and the Godi I-13 with just the incomplete Aaron Carr and his regular old self he always had. But... And he threw up his hands dramatically, it turned out the other way instead. At first we thought he was just playing with us, Yuriuki muttered, fabulous eyes narrowed in malice. Jin always liked to torture his prey, after all. But then, while the rest of you were fighting through the ranks of Soul Society, the shop apparently got another visit. Can't really be sure of the timeline in relation to what was going on in Soul Society at that point. Kisuke drummed his fingers against his knee, but if I had to guess, it was sometime after Aizen staged his death and went into hiding. That was the only period Jin would be able to move around without worrying about Sosuke shadowing him with Kyoka Suijutsu. Needless to say, I was surprised to not have to fight for my life against him. He didn't say much. Just that he appreciated our situation, and could possibly provide us with something of value that would come in handy. The captain left off his drumming and stared curiously at his hand. Naturally we tried to catch him, but he escaped in some way I could never determine. Still have my doubts about that man's soul to this day. He broke off from his musings and continued. It was a distraction, that was what we thought. For a while we were all busy rushing around preparing for things while Yuriuki informed us what was going on. The execution was foiled, and Aizen escaped with the Hogyaku. We had almost forgotten Jin's little visits when out of nowhere he contacted us to arrange a meeting one night. Let us know that there were now 4 Vastolord under their command in Hueco Mundo. One of them was a menace from days long past that the original noble houses of Soul Society had battled long ago, and that was when Gleipnir came into the conversation. Byakuya's eyes widened slightly. "Gleipnir," he whispered. "What?" Ichigo looked uncomprehendingly between them. "What's that?" "A chain of hope, forged to capture a seemingly unbeatable enemy," the 6th Squad captain replied. "It was the product of our ancestors' collaboration when they found themselves faced with the original Vastolord. Being unable to vanquish that monster, they created the unbreakable bonds of Gleipnir to remove that disease from the world of men." His face fell. "So that was the man we met while Aizen held us captive. We are fortunate he is contained with all the rest." "Never mind that," Rukia spoke up, troubled at not having first-hand knowledge of this portion. It was still somewhat disparaging how long she had been unconscious while fatal battle raged all around her. "You're telling us that Jin Ichimaru gave you this enchanted fabric?" "Eventually, yes." Yuriyuki stretched her legs out and eased a kink from her neck. "First he just gave us information. We asked him how we could be expected to believe anything he told us, and the man just laughed and said he didn't care what we did. It seemed obvious he was simply hedging his bets in case things didn't go well for his chosen side. He told us things that we had already deduced for ourselves, like the truth about the Hogyaku and Aizen's ultimate goal. Then he came out and gave us clear battle plans and actual devices they had worked on, things that we could verify once the fighting began. Even gave us something called a WIRM Sombra that could be used to hide Hollow Soul signatures. They intended to use it to invade Soul Society secretly while the top Shinigami were kept occupied fighting in Hueco Mundo and the fake Karakura." "You knew about the invasion?" Ichigo asked suspiciously. "Yes, but we couldn't let you know, or it would give everything away. Jin also said once the portal into Nirvana was opened, he and one of the strongest Espada would be left behind to defend the gate. He then promised to bring us Gleipnir." Urahara poured himself another drink. "Naturally, we never informed him what we were intending to do. That would have been foolish. Ichimaru simply stated that he trusted we had come up with a plan of some kind in order to emerge victorious. Smiling Bastard actually complimented us." He made a rueful face and downed the liquor in one gulp. Breathing out a sigh, he shook his rosy-cheeked head and grinned. "I believed him, actually. Damned if I know why, but he just struck me as the type of person to do something like this. No idea what his real reasons were, maybe he just liked to keep things interesting. But we arranged for him to meet up with Yuriyuki's uncle, Kojiro Sasakaibe, in order to make the drop. In exchange for this, he would be given access into the Siridi once the fighting started." At this, both Kukaki sprang to their feet. Ichigo remained where he sat, apparently too stunned to move. "Are you serious?" Rukia spit venomously. Byakuya reached to where his Zanpakuto normally hung, only to find it absent. Still, a very clear threat sparked in his eyes. "Settle down," the genial scientist waved a hand negligently. "It was a concession we were willing to make. Jin would have gotten in eventually, of that I have no doubt. He seemed capable of going wherever he pleased. This was just a way to demonstrate our good faith. And to keep him favorably inclined towards helping us if it looked like things could swing either way." "But why?" Rukia yelled. "Jin was sent to collect the king's key. If he hadn't done so, Yamamoto would have safely opened the portal and brought in Squad Zero. Then we would have stood a better chance of defeating them openly here. Think about it for a second, Kukakihime," Urahara spoke soothingly, undeterred by the sight of two powerful and angry figures standing across from him. "This was a worst-case scenario we were working on, designed in the event that Aizen had already crushed the Goti I-13 along with Squad Zero and gone on to invade Nirvana. That was the situation we originally envisioned when this plan was concocted. Plus, consider what would have happened if the Zeros had come through. Soul Society and perhaps the mortal realm would have been devastated by that colossal brawl everyone was expecting to happen. But with the possibility that Jin presented, the most brutal fighting would be contained in Nirvana, where fewer souls would be lost as a result. So it was in our best interests that he get the key and use it when his buddies could simply march into the king's dimension as soon as it opened. Things didn't go quite according to plan, but they worked out for the best, in my opinion." Byakuya cast a sharp look down at the caramel-skinned woman seated beside him. She looked troubled, and failed to meet his gaze. You agreed to this. In response, the Shihoan heiress closed her eyes. This wasn't an easy thing to do, she declared. We didn't always plan on having the support of Soul Society even after the traitors revealed themselves, you know. You had your strategy to deal with them, and we had ours. We made do with the resources and allies that came to us. We couldn't let you know about this. Like I said earlier, Urahara jumped in as the Kukaki noble's brow clouded over. If Jin proved to be yanking our chain, we still had our original strategy to fall back on. But if his offer was on the level, then that meant there was a very powerful and dangerous element potentially removed from our calculations. If we let you all know Ichimaru was playing both sides, it could have gotten back to Aizen and Jin would have been denied the opportunity to help us. If not outright killed. That would have been more a loss to their side than ours, Rukia snapped. Not if he was really thinking about betraying them, he retorted quickly. For us it would have been like a godsend. Were we to get our hands on Gleipnir, it meant we could potentially remove one Vastolord and one captain from the equation. And as you saw, those things were not to be discounted lightly. What I saw was a man I cared for giving up his life to save us because your precious plan didn't work out as well as you thought. Don't get angry. Not now. Why not? Because if you do you might start weeping uncontrollably again. You really want them all to see that one more time? No. Now is not the time to grieve for Yumi Chika. Find out what led up to this tragedy, and then you'll know whose ass to kick. All right. I can do this. I can stay calm. As she was thinking this, Ichigo suddenly sprang towards Urahara. It looked as if he tried to hit him, but then the blonde man must have moved. The next thing Rukia knew, Urahara had Ichigo face down with one arm twisted behind his back and his knee pressed against the young fighter's neck. Ichigo. That was ill-advised, Master Kurosaki, Kisuke breathed as the teen struggled and gasped beneath him. I have a great deal more experience than you in unarmed combat. It used to be a part of my job before I became a captain. Urayuki came over to them. Kisuke, let him up. He cocked his head up at her. So he can attack me again? I think I'll decide for myself when he's ready to go free. That's not going to happen. You're overreacting, we both knew this might You son of a bitch. Immobilized as he was, Rukia was still astonished by the level of rage she could see in her beloved's face. He looked ready to kill someone right now. What the devil had brought this on? Get off me, God damn it. He yelled, and winced when his captor applied more pressure to the hold. His frantic brown eyes sought out Rukia. He planned this. Don't you get it? He planned it all. When she was about to move forward to help him, Byakuya suddenly laid a restraining hand on her shoulder. Looking up at him pleadingly, she saw a different sort of person than the icy-cold captain or the aloof lord. This was more a friend looking to help, and that was what she needed at this moment. So she relented, and her brother turned to look at the other three. Kurosaki Ichigo, if you can calm yourself, I would like to hear what makes you so certain of this accusation. His slate-gray eyes moved to connect with those of Urahara. Captain, you have nothing to fear from him. I give my word, so you can let go. Dressed in baggy clothes with his hair in disarray, Urahara still didn't look anywhere near as comical as the first time she remembered seeing him. He wore an eerily calm expression that did more to unnerve her than any display of emotion. Nonetheless, he relented, stepping back to allow Kurosaki to clamber to his feet with Urayuki's help. Ichigo shook off her hand, and there was a flash of dismay from his old teacher. He then walked over to stand beside Rukia, and looked back to where the two redeemed outlaws stood. He wanted this to happen. It all makes sense. Soul Society took Aizen's word over his and made him a fugitive. Something's been bothering me for a while. When we were all caught, Aizen admitted that he never intended to destroy Karakura town, that the whole business of using the Hogyaku to make another key was bunk. He just tricked us into thinking that. Ichigo lifted a finger and leveled it at Urahara. But you would have known that. You made the thing, so you knew what it could do and what it couldn't. But even then, he didn't tell any of the captains about it, just let them go on thinking my town was in danger and needed to be protected. Why couldn't you do at least that much, huh? Yuriuki sighed. It was a risk we couldn't. Screw that. His eyes swung to her now, and the noblewoman bore that accusing gaze calmly. You could have told everybody that without rousing any suspicion. Urahara made the damn thing, he would have known if it could do something like that, and he wouldn't need anyone to leak him information to do it. And Aizen knew it too. Why go to the trouble of making up a lie like that if someone could just come forward and refute it? He was counting on Kisuk to be a vindictive bastard out for his own ends. It's so obvious you were setting up Soul Society to be vulnerable, I can't believe I'm the only one seeing this. Maybe because you're the only one with a whopping half-year of high school education, Kisuk spoke in a bored tone. Rukia had to admit this was sounding a little ludicrous. Ichigo, maybe it's going too far to say that Urahara planned any of this, it's more plausible that... No. He spun about and grabbed her hands, drawing them up and staring pleadingly at her, like he was begging that she believe him. Rukia, just think about it. You've got Aizen on one side, Yamamoto on the other. No matter who wins, Urahara loses. Aizen would kill him for being a threat, and Yamamoto would just ignore him because he wasn't. You didn't see his face back on Earth when he complained about not being able to fight the war in Soul Society. He knew Yamamoto would never let him back in. The old shit was just going to use Urahara and then forget about him, because he could. Who'd tell him no? There was only one way Kisuk could be completely certain of ever returning home, and that's if both sides were out of the picture. Ichigo rounded on the former shopkeeper once more, who affected an air of bland neutrality. If you think about this plan of his, you see it wasn't designed in case Soul Society lost the war, it worked only if they lost. If the Godai 13 manages to beat Aizen on their own, the plan is useless. If Zero Squad comes through and wins, the plan is useless. But even if Jin got the key to prevent us from opening the door, there's no way Aizen would immediately head through and leave the Godai 13 at his back, especially not Yamamoto. Plus there was only one person who could be counted on to get rid of Yamamoto for good, and that's Aizen. He planned on Aizen's crew being smart enough and strong enough to beat them all. Then once they've butchered the other captains and gone to do the same to the king, Kisuk locks the door behind them. So who does this plan benefit in the end? Just him, Kisuk Urahara. There was quiet for a while. Then Urahara chuckled. Immediately Ichigo jumped for him again, but even as Byakuya gripped his arm forcefully, the target of his rage simply vanished. My. The voice came from right behind her, causing Rukia to catch her breath. Ichigo spun about and froze. Before she could do the same, Urahara's arms draped lazily over her shoulders, and she felt his chin rest lightly atop her crown. Do you really think I'm that clever? He wasn't denying it. That was the first thought that went through her mind. The second was to think of how very similar this felt to being held by Jin. Kurosaki had a stricken expression on his face. Off to the side, she saw Byakuya's eyes narrow with anger at seeing his sister being used as a shield. Even Yuriuki looked none too pleased by this situation. Stop behaving like a fool, Kisuk. It isn't helping matters, their hostess snapped. Sorry, and she felt him move away from her. Survival instincts, you know how they are. Just thought Rukia-sama might protect me from her man's thoughtless ire. She turned her head to catch a glimpse of her grinning shadow. Looking at him there, smiling blithely, Rukia found herself suspecting it might all be true. What if every offer of help this man ever gave us was done with the intention of not only bringing down Aizen, but the entire ruling order of Siridi as well? Certain facts began to dawn upon her. Urahara knew she had a link to Aizen, but neglected to inform anyone else of it. Urahara hid the Hogyaku inside her. To keep it safe, or to keep himself safe. Just how did Aizen know to target her instead of him, anyway? Urahara turned Ichigo into a hollow hybrid. Was that just to save her, or also to make a warrior so powerful he could possibly challenge whichever one of the powerhouses was left standing after the war, Aizen, or Yamamoto? Urahara no doubt hated the Central 46 Chambers for condemning him without cause, just as she once had. Now they were all dead. Urahara knew Karakura Town wasn't in any danger. But he didn't bother to tell them that. Urahara was the one who sent them all into Hueco Mundo. They did it to rescue Orium, but could it be he expected Soul Society to send captains after them? If those captains were captured or killed, further weakening the fighting strength of the Goti 13, Yamamoto would be more likely to go for the key as a preventative measure. Urahara remained outside of the fighting until it was over. All the people who posed the greatest threats to him were removed from consideration. The only ones left were those inclined to look favorably on him, whether owing to his friendship in the past or his association with Yoriuki. Yorichi. Of course, she could vouch for him. She wouldn't have permitted something like that to happen. All they had to do to quell these doubts was to ask her. Rukia looked over at the exotic beauty dressed in queenly raiment. Lady Shihoan, that wasn't the way of it, was it? She expected a firm denial, or impassioned outrage. Instead, Yoriuki simply turned her eyes away. I won't lie and say a part of me isn't happy things worked out this way, the woman said softly. But I'm through looking at the past and wondering what I could have done differently. Living on the run, after a while, I started to worry less about myself and more for the people I left behind. They were still in danger, and not just from Sosuke. The 46 and Yamamoto could order them imprisoned or killed just because they were close to me. Her chin came up, and there was pride to be seen there. I hated that. It was like I was living free at their expense. It pissed me off so much I would have done anything to make it stop. That's why my part in the plan was not just to get the lock away from Aizen, but to remain behind till after the door was sealed to ensure no one got through. I fully expected to die to see that wish come true. Instead someone else took my place. Now for the first time in perhaps my whole life, there isn't some threat hanging over my head. No ruler judging my family to see if we're properly loyal to him, no old super soldiers waiting to thrash me if I don't do as I'm told, and no megalomaniacs out to punish me for what my father did. Doesn't that sound like a nice way to live from now on? Byakuya, and his lover turned to him then. We've already both agreed that things can't go on the way they did in the past. The Goti 13 is being restructured even now. The Rokanga is in ruins, and once the rest of Soul Society is brought back from your safe dimension, they'll need a new place to live. We can give it to them, but it doesn't have to be the primitive bygone excuse for a world it was before. I didn't think I would survive to see what came about after the war was over, but since I have, it's got to become a better afterlife than the one we grew up in. Who says anybody has to eke out a meaningless existence in the dirt anymore? Every soul should be granted the opportunity to have peace and contentment, regardless of whether they can swing a soul cutter, or maybe even precisely because they can. What's to stop us? We've got plenty of time to make this place a real haven for the souls of the dead, not just a dump to sit around in waiting to pass away and be reincarnated. We should strive for more now that we have the option to do so. Everything we did was for the good of Soul Society, Kisuke sniffed as he strolled around the room. It's a new world, everybody. Not just here, but in Hueco Mundo too. And that means things will be different on Earth as well. He sounded at ease. Rukia noticed, though, he never turned his back on them. So, what? Ichigo growled suspiciously. Now you guys run the show, is that it? Instead of Yamamoto, everybody turns to Kisuke and company? That's your reward for a century of getting dumped on. Me. Urahara scoffed. Don't be ridiculous. Hardly anybody knows me, and the ones who do probably aren't my biggest fans. No, if anybody is going to lead us in this soul shindig that's coming, it's a person respected and even revered by the nobility, the Shinigami, and the common populace. Someone with a reputation for virtue and forthrightness. Not that it's final, but personally I cast my vote for the man in the scarf. He turned his head then. You, Lord Captain Byakuya Kukaki? Her brother-in-law didn't look as though he knew how to take that statement. You think I am the one to usher in an era of change? I do. And Yoriuki laid a gentle hand on his arm. You're a better man than you might think, and certainly good enough to not only see where problems might lie, but also work to correct them. Our clans have the most power. Wouldn't it be proper to demonstrate that in a way that allows everyone else to prosper alongside us? He gave her a level, searching look. You think to take advantage of this catastrophe to overturn the very basis of our society? How could such a thing ever appeal to me? Our ancestors made the world like this, she retorted. They then spent several thousand years trying to keep it from ever changing. Look where it got us. The woman you took as your wife had to abandon her sister because survival in the Rukonga looked impossible otherwise. Where was the appeal in that for her? Both Byakuya and Rukia stiffened at this. But Yuriyuki was not done. Shinigami are souls who have power. We can alter the very fabric of this dimension, the same way those old death gods did originally. It doesn't have to be just about fighting hollows and purifying souls. Now we can look out for the dead once they're here, and the living as well. We can give peace to the departed, and justice to the living. Our eyes see what theirs cannot, and we can do something about the ills they labor under. Once ages past we were gods to them, providing reward and punishment as we saw fit. It was up to each of us how we behaved, and many took advantage of that. Yamamoto came and clamped down on everything. He put a stop to the abuses of our power over the mortals, I'll admit, but he also declared we couldn't help them anymore outside of eradicating evil spirits. Now we can comfort the living so much more, at the times when their world has failed them. Whether in terms of justice or healing, there is a great deal we have to offer them. What's wrong with having people benefit from our strength more than was allowed in the past? He still looked unconvinced, but Rukia had to admit she saw some merit to the idea. Mortals did have it rough most of the time, and there were many ways Shinigami could help them without even making their presence known. Everything from healing their bodies of illness to rescuing them from deadly peril. There was a term she remembered hearing while wearing a physical form, guardian angel. It certainly had a less grim implication than death god. In spite of her remaining concerns about how things had come to this point, she decided to speak up. Nii-sama, I believe she has a point. Our powers could be put to better use, especially now that the hollows are in disarray and not an imminent threat. I as much as anyone know where the flaws in Soul Society can lead to. With the situation we are in, change is needed. And for the better. What if we don't want anybody's help? They all looked at Ichigo, who stood with his arms crossed scowling blackly. Us mere mortals might lead shitty lives, but the last thing we need is a spiritual police force most folks can't even see trailing along and blasting us whenever we do something they don't like. That sounds like a sure way for things to go bad real quick. Better to try something new than leave things the way they are out of fear, Urahara spoke archly. Not everyone has a life as good as you do back home. You think they deserve to die in misery and fear simply because other humans can't take the time to help them. I just don't like the thought of anybody ruling over me from the shadows, the youth bit out scathingly. You didn't have a problem when the King of Soul Society governed how you would spend your days after death. I didn't know about that then. Well, now you do. And we all know you won't stay quiet about it if we start to do things wrong. You've got the strength to back up your opinions, why not lend a hand instead of simply barking at us angrily? Listen, Mastermind, you've still got a lot of explaining to do and... Enough. Rukia yelled loud enough to cut through the din, and once she had their attention the icy maiden put on a look of fierce determination. We still have some time to decide for ourselves what we want to do. The souls of the Rukonga and the living of Karakura won't return for at least another 2 days now that we are working on it. Before then, we should prepare for them to be greeted with something more hospitable than a disaster zone. On that much, at least, can we all agree? There were some nods, and she took that as a good sign. The other interested parties need to be taken into account as well. The future of Soul Society and the Shinigami on a whole shouldn't be decided by a handful of people sitting in a secluded manner. That's something I learned for myself. We should focus on recovery instead of worrying about who's in charge at all times. I for one have had enough points raised and answered today, and right now my shift in the medical camp still awaits me. If there's nothing else, I will return to it. Without waiting for their response, she bowed to her sibling and Yuriyuki. Rukia then gave Kurosaki a look that clearly demanded he accompany her out. He responded by shoving his hands into his pockets and glowering, but moved towards the door all the same. My family's waiting anyway. I need to check up on them. As she turned to follow, Kisuke raised his voice. Rukia-sama, if I may ask you one question. She paused and waited for him to speak without turning her head. Just to satisfy my curiosity, whatever became of Ichimaru? A prickle of cold went up her spine, and she strove to master herself before responding in a voice as chilly as she felt. He was alive when I last saw him. Anything else is not my concern. Your comrade is dead for all I care. Together with Ichigo, she then left the room. Misato Oka looked up and smiled. No, thank you. The little man in the black robes before her gave a start. Pardon. I said no. And she took a step back, shaking her head. No memory erase, or anything of the sort. I'm a teacher, I don't freely give up on beneficial knowledge. Goes against union rules. Standing in front of her home, Karen watched this showdown with interest. Her unofficial housemates clustered around her, along with Kon and a few new faces. Tatsuki Arisawa had arrived in the company of a tearful Oriamenu, accompanied by a girl named Meihana Natsui and another who hadn't introduced herself, being firmly wrapped around a very pissed-off-looking female spirit with only one arm. Kuniya Dairyo seemed very suspicious of the two hulking twin guard spirits that accompanied their mistress, and was currently holding the arm of Ichigo's friend Sato Yasutura. The dark-skinned giant looked as impassive as usual, but Karen thought she detected a flush to his cheeks, like he wasn't used to being this close to a girl for whatever reason. The Shinigami, who had introduced himself as Hanataro Yamada, looked rather uncertain as to how to proceed here. I'm sorry, but this is how we operate. Mortals mustn't be given knowledge of the afterlife, it's against the rules. Please, it won't hurt a bit, you'll just be a little groggy afterwards. He took a step forward. Denied. Misato whacked him on the forehead, and Yamada made a noise halfway between gurgle and whimper before sitting down quickly. Blinking with astonishment, he nursed his injury and gaped up at his assailant. There's no advantage to me forgetting about the existence of spirits both good and bad. The public educator bent down to loom over him with a very dire expression, and the death god quailed. Forgetting all this won't make me any safer if I happen to run across another of those hollow monsters. Information is power. Now I know to run away as fast as I can, whereas if I thought it was my first time seeing one, I might be curious enough to stick around and find out what it is. And what's wrong with knowing there's an afterlife with Shinigami in it? I'm not about to tell anyone. If I did, they'd fire me, regardless of tenure. So instead I propose we simply not inform the public about what we know. She turned to regard her students. Anyone disagree with me? Tatsuki blew out her breath and made a disgusted noise. My head's off limits to invaders. Plus they'd just have to zap me again every time I caught Ichigo running around in his Shinigami duds. Sensei's got a good point, we wouldn't be any safer, and I for one can deal with the things I've learned. She put an arm around Orium's shoulders. I'm happy the way I am. Inu returned her friend's embrace. The memory charm isn't perfect anyway, it wore off in my case. I think it's pretty interesting, actually, Ryo said, and hugged Chad a bit more securely. He rubbed the back of his neck and gave a non-committal grunt. Karen swore he looked bashful. Mikuru Ogawa shifted nervously. If everyone else remembers. I wouldn't want to be left out. And I don't like the thought of someone tampering with my memories. Standing awkwardly in his hard-won school uniform, Kigo Asano cleared his throat. Well, if it's all the same to you. I wouldn't mind forgetting some of the things that happened, so if I could get some of that memory erase. Misato spun to point at him. Failed in all courses. She declared. I take it back. Asano wailed, and collapsed tearfully while Mizuhiro stepped on his head in a friendly and polite manner. I love ghosts. The nameless redhead girl proclaimed while her perch strove ineffectively to dislodge her. The furious object of her affection rounded on the muscular manservants. Why are you just standing there? Get her off me, already. Both paled visibly. But she burns with an unnatural aura, milady, one of them stuttered. Their mistress then made a face that caused even Karen to edge away from the vicinity nervously, and the twins fell over themselves trying to pry the vocal teen off. Observing this spectacle with interest, she felt a hand on her shoulder and turned her head to see a rather flustered-looking Kon. Karen, maybe you shouldn't pay any attention to that. The girl didn't fail to detect how his own eyes were rooted on the fight with an intensity bordering on perversion, and she casually elbowed him in the gut. The breath left his lungs with a whoosh and he doubled over coughing. "Take your own advice, Aniki," she said. In spite of this, Karen remained close by her defender, just in case things went sour for any reason. The high school teacher then turned back to the Shinigami, who had pulled himself off the pavement. "We're all in agreement. Thanks but no thanks." There was a chorus of obedient affirmative heads nodding. Karen was rather impressed with how well everyone was taking this. Having only recently survived what amounted to an alien invasion, they all seemed none the worse for wear. As for little Hanataro, he clearly could use a lesson in self-esteem. I'll report back to my superiors. Maybe if Rukia-sama asks her brother to intervene, there won't be a problem from iPhone Teika. I'm very sorry, if I disturbed you today. Please forgive me." He bowed forward miserably, and Oka gave him a pat on the head. "Oh, don't worry about it, shorty. You seem an okay sort. Just let us know when you're sending us all back to planet Earth, right?" Yamada came back up and nodded eagerly. "Of course. We should be ready to complete the transversion process in another day or so, after the other residents of your town return from where we hid them. You'll receive official notice beforehand. Thank you for your cooperation." He then turned and scampered down the lane. "Wow," Tatsuki murmured. "This place is like a government bureaucracy. I hope the ones running the show are more competent than our politicians." Orium turned to her. "Don't say that, Tatsuki-chan. Yamada-san is a very dependable person really." As she said this, there came a cry from far off, and all turned to see Hanataro trip and sprawl gracelessly in the dirt. They watched him hobble upright and go limping away. "Yeah, I can't wait to be dead," Tatsuki jeered. "At least they brought us food," Mikuru spoke up. "Is anyone else hungry?" "Starving," Mahana declared. "Everybody back inside, then." Misato clapped her hands. She cast a look towards their spectral companions. "Will the three of you join us for lunch, Er?" Kyokaku Shiba. The scantily dressed lady managed to look much more relieved now that her burden had been transferred into the care of the brutish bodyguards. "And sure, we'll stick around." She nodded up to the roof. "You can tell your boyfriend to come down, the Shinigami are all gone." "Oh, right." She turned and cupped a hand to her mouth. "Oi. Ishida, darling. You can relax, now, nobody's going to hurt us." A moment later, the white-haired bowman dropped down to join them. Karen thought he seemed less at ease now that he was on the same level as his determined paramour. She caught his eye and grinned up at him. Ryakan's frown dipped a little further. "Did your father say anything about when he might be returning?" "Nope. You're still our guardian," she tossed off lazily, putting her hands behind her head and smirking even wider. "And I couldn't be happier." Oka trilled as she once again suction-cupped herself to the dapper gentleman. With a look of intense discomfort, he proceeded to drag her indoors. The rest of the group had already gone inside, but as the tall woman in the burnous followed her attendants, Karen reached up and touched her hand. Kyokaku glanced down at her. "Do you know my brother Ichigo?" She gave a nod. "Is he, all right?" Shiba looked at her for a moment, then smiled gently in a way that made her much more approachable. "Your brother's safe. I spoke to him earlier today. He'll be by to visit you soon. Your father's with him now, and they're discussing a few things. You should ask them about it when you see them." Relief settled on the young girl's heart. "Thank you. I will." Kyokaku squatted down and examined her closely. It was a little unpleasant being peered at like this, but she covered up for it by giving the oddly dressed woman a perusal of her own. The spirit jerked her head off to one side. "Do you know there's a man in a cape tied up with ropes trying to crawl out your window?" Karen looked where indicated. "Shoot. How'd he get out of the closet?" She gave a weary sigh. "Help me round him up, will you? We might as well feed him, at least." They then went to take care of the hero of justice. "That could have gone better," Rukia declared as she and Ichigo walked down the lanes away from the Shihoin estate. They had begun with a brisk pace, but slowed somewhat as time went by. There hadn't been many occasions where they could be alone lately. A walk back to the hospital might be all that was permitted. It would have to do. He hadn't responded to her attempt at conversation. Glancing up at him curiously, she found herself disturbed by the look of dismay crossing his brow. A gentle hand rose to touch his face, and he finally looked down. Upon seeing how concerned she was, a small but certain smile dawned. Ichigo rested his fingers against her own and murmured, "Sorry. I'm just worried about a lot of things." "Tell me about them," Rukia pronounced firmly. She regarded him intently when he seemed about to wave the comment off. "If something is troubling you, I want to know it. This could be the best time to find a solution for it." Ichigo hesitated, eyeing her in a way that might be called fearful. The young man then screwed up his courage and proceeded with the biggest concern first. "I'll be going back home eventually." "Yes," his soulmate nodded, bringing his hand down and proceeding to walk with their fingers intertwined. "And I know you're going to stay here for a while. I mean, it's your home, you went through hell to make it that way, but are you sure you'll be safe here?" The last part came out in a rush. It made her glad to see him so distressed for her sake. But this, at least, was something she could reassure him of. "I think it's safe to say I have more friends than enemies in Soul Society at this point. We are as well protected as can be expected reasonably. And I'm more than capable of defending myself, you'll recall." He ambled along beside her, keeping his long legs restricted to a shuffle for her sake. "I really don't trust Urahara right now. If the Vazard are working with him, what's to keep them from getting the Hollows under control and leading them back here to try and take over things if Byakuya doesn't go along with his plans? For starters, I don't think Yoryuki would let him," she responded. "You might not believe this, but I think she and Nii-sama have a history together that goes beyond simply exchanging courtesies. Haven't you seen the way they are together?" A frown crinkled his brow. "You mean her flirting with him? That's no big news, she does that with anybody she likes to tease. Hell, she did it with me when we were training alone together." Ichigo looked embarrassed. It was simply too good an opportunity to pass up. "I hope that you were able to restrain yourself, young man." He hunched his shoulders and sweated obviously. "We're getting off topic. So iPhone's never going to forgive you. And once Isane finishes the preparations for resealing your memories, you won't even remember why. Don't you think that sounds kind of freaky?" Rukia patted his arm in a soothing manner. "I agree, there will be some confusion afterwards. But there will be more than enough of that spread around so no one should really notice on my part. The news is circulating that the defection of Izuru and Hisagi was the result of a spell cast upon them. That's mostly true, if not the whole of it. While I normally advocate against keeping secrets from people, I think in this case it would cause far more harm than good to hear what really went on behind the scenes. Can you see that, Ichigo?" He looked about to say something, then stopped himself. Slumping along beside her, the substitute Shinigami looked bowed down by the weight of the secrets they now shared. "Yeah. The captains didn't really have to argue very hard to convince me we should keep the truth about Anohana under wraps. It's creepy how universally loved she seemed to be, and not just in the fourth. Everybody had a good word to say about her. She did so much for so many people, it's hard to believe that beneath it all there was." The teenager seemed to be struggling for the right words. Reaching out, she laid her palm against his heart. Ichigo drew up short and glanced down at her, the look of astonishment at this intimate contact swiftly fading away to relief. Impulsively, he reached down and hugged her close. The maiden slid her own arms around him and rested her head against his chest. His fingers teased through her hair. Neither felt concerned about who might see them like this. The real problem lay within. "Can you still feel it?" Rukia mumbled into the fabric of his shiakusho. She could feel his breathing alter slightly, and then relax. "Yes. He hasn't really spoken to me since Byakuya lifted the seal. At first I thought, maybe we should leave it bound, then there would be at least one world where I didn't have to worry about him breaking loose. But I gave it some thought, and it just seemed cowardly. Like I might not fight him as hard if I knew I could always run to Soul Society if I ever wanted to get away. If I'm ever going to be rid of him, I want it to be because of what I..." He paused and drew a deep breath. "I mean, what we accomplished together." Rukia looked up at him, and was struck by how mature and, well, manly he looked at that moment. She might have been tempted to do a few things there if a nagging worry hadn't chosen that moment to leap up on her. Ichigo. Yeah. The princess fidgeted a little in his embrace. Do you consider it cowardly, me running away from my memories like this? No. He didn't even have to think about it. Hell, no. I know what you and Renji went through just to do this. And I understand why you didn't tell me you were going to beforehand. I mean, there's no way I would have let you get sentenced to death again for no good reason. I considered that an unlikely conclusion for them to reach, she admitted grudgingly, but only if Renji and I made an appearance. And I hope you can understand why we were both willing to risk that. A rueful grin. I do. They were your classmates, your comrades, really. It's easy for me to see how memories like that would be more important to you than the bullshit deal they got put through. I'm glad it turned out like this, actually. And I sure don't think it's cowardly wanting to forget. He gave a quick shake of his head. Lieutenant Kotetsu certainly deserves to have some peace. She did save us both, after all. Rukia couldn't help but agree. She remembered how devastated the woman had been immediately following her mentor and mother figure's imprisonment beyond the dimensions. It was only the recognition of how many people were in need of her help that had stirred that valiant medic to action. When they had approached the captains with the idea of recasting the enchantment over Retsu's remaining seeds, Rukia had been surprised when Isane agreed to help on the condition that she be granted a sealing of her own memories. Though they had all consented to keep Anohana's treachery a closely guarded secret, her former subordinate confessed to being deeply troubled by what had been revealed that day. Thus she was willing to apply the appropriate binding to Rukia and the lieutenants, provided that a memory wipe be performed on her for the incident in question. In this way, she would not have to live with the guilt of knowing that the woman all of her fellows believed had sacrificed herself to defeat Aizen was in truth the one responsible for so many deaths that had taken place then and throughout the ages. It seems the least we could do for her, Rukia admitted. Since Isane wants to remain a part of the Godi 13, it would be best to remember her time already spent with us as being something more than a witch's dupe. These few days lost out of centuries won't be missed by her, I imagine. His face grew thoughtful. Come to think of it, how much are you going to forget? If that spell eliminates everything up to a certain point in your past, does that mean you won't remember all the stuff that happened? She thought about this. If memory serves. A look at him told her that he got the joke and wasn't impressed, so she gave a huff and carried on. I will forget everything that occurred from the moment the spell was last lifted. So not what happened in Hueco Mundo. He sounded very anxious on that part. It was touching, really. No. I will not forget what I said to you. Her deep purple orbs trained on his face, watching him in a way that looked different to Kurosaka than anyone else in his life. Even if I did, my feelings would not change. I still love you, Ichigo. The grin that broke over his face was blinding. He looked about to make a response, but then something else dawned upon him. But that means, you won't remember. I mean, about Yumi Chika and what he... He stopped talking at that point. Rukia looked down at the ground. She hadn't let go of him, but still there was less peace and comfort to be found in her now. That is the one thing that makes me regret this choice, she murmured. I would give anything to be able to remember his last moments with me somehow. It is a treasure that should be cherished. But the sacrifice of it. And she drew her sleeve across her eyes, refusing to let the tears come out over this decision. There had been enough of that. I think he might have understood. Yumi Chika loved the life-or-death combat he found in the Godi 13, but he would have disliked the idea of people being executed without any means to defend themselves. I can just hear him now saying, "That's so ugly." So I decided to try for a more beautiful solution, in honor of the memories I wasn't risking, the ones that showed those men at their best. Ultimately, I have to convince myself that will be enough. Ichigo smiled fondly down at her. You really make me wish I could have known the guy more. Rukia chuckled of a sudden. What? She waved a hand dismissively, but her eyes were sparkling again when she looked up at him. I was just thinking. If the two of you had interacted more often, it would have invariably led to you trying to kill one another. Kman, he grinned ruefully. It wouldn't have been that bad. Yes, it would have. And she began walking down the path once more, hooking her arm into his as they went. Trust me, Ichigo. He was a man of many mysteries, but you never had to doubt if he really liked a person. It was so obvious you'd have to be a fool not to notice. Are you calling me a fool? She didn't answer, only kept right on walking. But the smile on her face was enough to put a fierce scowl on his own. Rukia decided to change the subject. Actually, coming back to your mistrust of Urahara, there is something I believe we can do to make us all feel safe. It will require some subterfuge on our part, though. Subterfuge. He raised an eyebrow. Sounds like fun. Count me in. I appreciate your doing this, Neiliel spoke to Renji as she followed him down the walkway. Okay, he shot back over his shoulder. I was meaning to come by anyway. Ikeku says there's some choice liquor squirreled away here, he asked me to pick it up after the funeral so we can commemorate for real. Does he have a problem with entering the homes of the dead? His shoulders tensed visibly. It's more to do with how the place looked while the guy was alive. Trust me, you'd better prepare yourself. I see. They came to the door in question. Emblazoned on it was the kanji for 5. Neiliel stopped beside him and studied the portal. For his part, Renji put his hands in his pockets and tried not to stare at her. Would you mind if I asked what you wanted to see Yumishika's place for? He asked suddenly. It wasn't that he was trying to strike up a conversation with the beautiful Arrancar, but his tendency to lapse into awkward silences around lovely women was something that man in particular had delighted in teasing Renji over, so he felt it would be a fitting tribute to Yasukawa that he seek to change his ways. She tilted her head to one side. I was deeply impressed with the tale of his actions, and by stories of the warrior himself. It's unfortunate that I never had the chance to meet him in person. I thought maybe if I saw his home, it would be a sort of tribute. The reformed Hollow looked over at him then. And I am the one who originally located Ulquiorra. At the very least I should pay my respects to a person who died to see him destroyed. That sort of reasoning served to remind Renji that for all her calm and sensible bearing, Neiliel remained a Hollow. Yuki's suggestion that she be made a liaison officer to Hueco Mundo, if not a full-fledged captain of the new All-Soul Guard divisions, had certainly raised a few hackles. And seemingly not without good cause. It would be wise to keep that in mind from here on out. Ah, yeah, well. Do you want to go inside? The lady gave a nod, and he slid open the door. While Renji paused to remove his sandals, Neiliel proceeded ahead. Being barefoot still, there was no need for her to observe formalities. He just hoped that she wasn't dismayed by the outlandish confines in which Yumichika had housed himself. No one else had been allowed entry to this room under threat of death by Madarame, but since they were here at the third seat's invitation. There came a clacking sound. Looking up, he saw the white-robed woman pass through the peacock picture bead strands that separated the waiting area from the main living quarters. Renji stood up and proceeded to follow her. A slight flicker of magic on his senses caused him to draw up short. Uncertain of what it might mean, he was surprised when 2 of the glass beads which made up the peacock's tail feathers glowed, and from out of them came a pair of dark shapes in flight. Hell butterflies, Abarai realized. They came fluttering towards him, but while one of the messenger spirits passed right by, the other flew straight to alight on his shoulder. Hello, Renji. The lieutenant's jaw dropped as he recognized the voice of this house's deceased occupant. Do you like this? Little trick about sleeping spells that Rukia-chan taught me. Finally, something Kido is good for. If you've received this, then I am dead. And since that is the case, there are a few things I think you should be made aware of. It's all written down for you to examine. Look in the bottom support bar of the second tapestry on the right as you walk in. Take what's hidden there, and don't show it to another soul, or I'll come back from the dead and murder you. Okay? Stay beautiful, my boy. And don't get tattoos anywhere you couldn't show your mother. Farewell. Somewhat shaken by this, Renji stood there for a few seconds while the butterfly flapped off. Then, realizing what had just happened, he quickly moved through the glass curtain and entered the Pasha's palace. Just as he remembered, there were exotic draperies, silk curtains, and plush pillows scattered all about. A divining pool took up the pleasure chamber's center, and Neliel was busy examining it and the velvet roped swing that hung overhead. "This is certainly different from the officers' quarters in Hueco Mundo," she murmured, absorbed in splashing a hand in the water and making the rose petals on its surface go dancing about. "Yeah? What's that like?" he asked while hunting around the room with his eyes. "Second tapestry, on the right, bingo. Austere would be the best word." Eisen felt anything colorful and lively wouldn't fit into the general mood of Hueco Mundo. He had a very strict sense of aesthetics. "I know what you mean." Renji casually strolled over to the area Yumishika's message had indicated. "When he was a captain, the guy never invited you into his quarters without offering you a cup of tea. It was like an obsession with him. Never really knew what to make of it." While her back was still turned, he inspected the riot of colors and shapes that comprised the tapestry. Noting how the bar which kept it straight on the bottom had metal knobs on either end, Abarai twisted one of them. Sure enough, it came off. Moving as quietly as possible, he tilted the pole, and a rolled-up stack of parchment slid out. "Would you like some help?" He jumped, spinning about and hiding the communique up his sleeve. "Huh? In finding your friend's alcohol?" She indicated around the room. "There seem to be several bottles in this place." "No, that's okay, I've got it. I was just thinking about stuff that happened here, you know." Neliel regarded him with a languid stare. He realized that he sounded rather frantic. Catching sight of the sake bottle in question, he quickly moved over and plucked it off a cabinet. "Actually, if you want some time to look around here yourself, I could wait outside, give you a little privacy. Like that, really." An anxious sweat was making the armpits of his yukata damp. This was further accentuated when she continued to look at him like he had suddenly sprouted a second head. Finally the Aaron car lifted her shoulders in a shrug. "Whatever you prefer." She then indicated backwards with her head. "Is that swing safe to use?" "Swing?" He blinked and peered where indicated. "Oh, yeah, I guess. Well, actually, to be honest, I have no idea. Then I'll have to find out." So decided, she stepped up to the edge of the pool, grasped one of the red ropes and swung herself onto the seat. Leisurely rocking back and forth, she kept her cool sandy eyes upon him, but a small grin came to her lips. "I think I'm getting a better grasp of this warrior's personality. Maybe I could meditate here a bit. Will you be outside for a while?" "Yeah. Sure thing. Call me whenever you're ready." She closed her eyes and proceeded to lean back, slowly rocking in her perch while stretching out her legs. Considering how little she was actually wearing outside that coat, there was a lot to say for simply standing here and observing this quiet display. But after a bit of staring entranced at this sight, Renji came back to himself, remembering his new reason for being here. With that he moved back to the curtained archway and came out into the bright sunny afternoon. There was no one about to be seen from his perch 3 stories up the side of the building. No big surprise, members of the 11th Officer Corps who had their quarters here rarely ever used them, preferring to bed down in the barracks with the other grunts. This meant he could be assured of some privacy to learn just what it was Ayasukawa had thought so important that it should survive his death. Sitting down by the door, he unfurled the parchment. It immediately became apparent that what he was looking at was a diary of sorts. There were several sheaves, and most appeared quite old. But the one on top looked brand new, and it was this he started reading first. "Dear Renji. Greetings from beyond the grave. If that isn't the case, you'll never read this, for reasons that you may or may not figure out. Truth be told, I've always admired your dedication to self-improvement, but the one area you never seemed to focus on was your mental capabilities. Oh, well, maybe you were planning on brushing the old gray matter off after you became a captain. Not like you need much smarts to get ahead in our profession, right? What I'm trying to say is, you're a moron, Renji." Abarai squinted at the characters, trying to see if he had misread them. "No, you didn't misread that. Try taking off your shades if you forgot, it still won't change the fact that you're an idiot. I have been watching you blunder around for almost 40 years now. You're certainly not the same pushover punk you were when Ikeku took you on as his student, but for all that you've gained a Bankai and become a lieutenant, it still hasn't brought you closer to what you really wanted. I'm talking about Rukia, in case you haven't guessed. A shiver went up his tattooed spine, and for a moment he couldn't keep reading. Mastering himself at last, he proceeded to focus on the rest. Your relationship is no better and possibly worse than it was the day I met you. Good grief, man, I'm closer to getting into her robes than you are. And unless someone up and tells you this, you'll never admit it to yourself. You want Rukia. You need Rukia. You love Rukia. Take some time and let that revelation sink in. He did. Good. Now, let me be the bearer of bad tidings. You waited too long, you slob. She's found someone to love. And since you're too ignorant to have picked up on the signs yourself, I'll spell it out for you. It's not you. It's that strawberry head, Ichigo Kurosaki. Don't think I'm glad to be the one to tell you this. In point of fact, I'm furious that you put me in this situation. If I'm not dead, you'd better watch your back, because I might just kill you if this goes on much longer. Still, if you're here, that means your life is not in any danger. For all the good that sad, sorry, ugly excuse for a life may be. Are you mad at me now, Renji? Do you hate me? Not as much as I hate myself. I'm not beautiful. Not by a long shot. Do you have any idea how galling that is for me? No, probably not. But the reason I'm so disgusted with you is because you remind me of myself, the deplorable way you treat your skin notwithstanding. Whenever I look at you, I see my own ghastly future written large for me to see. If you are a complete idiot, then so am I. But in my case, I thought that I was being clever, Renji. I thought I had a wonderful plan that would not only keep me from behaving in an ugly manner, but get me what I wanted all the same. And I have you to thank for it. A friend should never do what you've done to me. Confused yet? Well, then, let me take you on a journey into the past. Do you remember the party at the 13th Division headquarters that led up to the Battle of Hollow Bog? What am I thinking? Of course you don't, you were completely shit-faced drunk. So let your old buddy Yumi Chika let you in on a few things that happened that night. There was a table on fire, and the flames were spreading up the wall. A flock of geese had been let loose and was adding their terrified honking to the general tumult. Feathers were flying through the air, along with several bodies. Teeth and blood littered the floor, not to mention pools of vomit and other stuff best left unmentioned. Explosions, screams, chaos. What a boring party, Yumi Chika thought to himself. While out hitting the bars, he had been prevailed upon by his junior associate Renji to collar up a few of their rowdier cohorts from the 11th and join him on a trip to the 13th Division grounds. The kid had been slightly tipsy when he had this fabulous idea, but there hadn't been much of a reason to refuse the request. Nothing was happening tonight anyway. And it was a lovely moon out, lighting the clouds in alluring displays. A walk over to the 13th would at least give him a chance to appreciate the view. Plus he hated to see all that energy and effort Aburai was exhibiting go to waste. So with a few well-placed smiles and soft suggestions, the 5th seat had convinced a fair amount of their colleagues that they should follow little Renji wherever he might lead. Doesn't matter how drunk you are. In their squad, you know better than to turn down Yumi Chika Ayasukawa when he smiled like that. The alternative was being soundly beaten to within an inch of your misbegotten life. And so here they were. Much to Yumi Chika's surprise, once the timid little mice in the 13th had realized that they were being invaded not by an army of hollows, but a selection of their fellow Shinigami, they had proven quite amenable to the idea of a party. Their own co-5th seats were a couple of notorious drinkers anyway, and while the tiny blonde girl and her ape-like companion had initially demanded the partygoers remove themselves from the vicinity, it hadn't taken long for them to engage in a ferocious drinking match, downing jugs of keto mixed drinks while the rest of the crowd urged them on with cries of, "Chug, chug, chug." It was a stupendous display of hearty comradeship among those who routinely faced death every day of their afterlives. And as stated, Ayasukawa found it rather boring. His mood this night was in no way lightened by all this merry-making. He suspected that the real reason they were all here was not to foster strong ties between separate divisions, but for Renji to get a peek at his sweetheart from the academy. The poor man was head over heels, completely besotted with her. But since she had been adopted into the noble Kukaki clan, there had sprung up in the boy's mind that in order to prove himself worthy of her, he would have to become the only thing that trumps nobility. And that's a Shinigami captain. Well, good luck to you, young wine-besotted lover. If anyone can claw their way up the ranks without consideration for it being a fool's errand, it's you. And if you die the day afterwards, well, it'll be a beautiful funeral. Personally, I don't know how anyone could make such a clamor over a face that isn't their own. And here we go again. What? All I'm saying is true beauty flows from the self. If you're ugly, the world becomes ugly. If you're beautiful, the world sparkles from it. He should focus more on improving his appearance than his sword arm. That'll win the girl's heart far quicker. Yes, I've tried explaining our philosophy to him, but it hasn't taken root. The boy's completely devoted to his chosen path. It's amazing, really. And doomed to failure. You should just kill him before things get any worse. How could it get worse? Yomishika-san. Ah. That's how. Renji Aburai came stumbling through the press to the window where Ayasukawa sat nursing his drink. While the fifth seat had been moderating his alcohol intake all night, clearly the same could not be said for their 10th. He was weaving about, bleary-eyed and feeling the full effects of the magic-enhanced drinks that were being passed around this evening. Still, he was upright and relatively unharmed, which was more than could be said for quite a few of their hosts. Renji stopped right in front of him, rice wine sloshing out of his cup to splatter on the floor. The drops narrowly missed hitting the hem of Yomishika's robes. This close call annoyed him somewhat. Most people had learned early on in this party not to mess up his appearance in any way. But by the looks of things, this one was too far gone with booze to keep that clear in his head. Found jaw. The drunkard hiccuped. Come on, you gotta. He swayed and shook his head, eyes growing hazy for a moment before finally refocusing on his target. You gotta come with me. Sambi dy you gotta meet. Yumi-chika gazed at him, Purple's eyes crinkled with amusement. Did their lieutenant stop by? Or perhaps Captain Yuka-take? Now there's a man who could use a makeover, if ever I saw one. Huh. Renji gaped, then grimaced, and shook his head violently. NNNGH no. Not that. You gotta see her. Ah. Of course. Clearly he had been mistaken about Renji losing his focus. The root cause behind this night's festivities had apparently been located at last. Why bother? The moonlight is splendid here. What woman could possibly compare to the sight of your own reflection in a cup of sake? True. But I hate to turn down new experiences. And we've been hearing so much about this girl for the longest time, perhaps I should finally see what all the fuss is about. Don't come crying to me if she has a face like a hollow's rump. I wouldn't dream of it. With a sigh, the elder Shinigami set down his drink and rose, smoothing his robes as he did. Very well, Master Aburai. Lead on to your fabled princess. Renji took the time to reason out this response, and grinned happily when he finally did. This way. She's over here. With his drunken guide taking the lead, Yumi-chika once more descended into the warlike throngs. His presence registered on their impaired thought processes enough to create a sphere of calm influence about him. The tides parted before them. Whether Renji noticed this effect or not was open to debate. He seemed intent only upon reaching an area across the hall, and didn't question why a bottle hadn't caromed off his head for nearly 2 minutes. Eventually they came at last to an impromptu fire pit that had been dug into the floorboards. A circle of people in various states of undress, some of them bleeding heavily, were linking elbows and swaying side to side in close time to a tune they were attempting to sing. The noise made Ayasukawa think about decapitating the lot of them, but he was drawn away from such thoughts by the sight of. Well, from what he could tell, it looked as though a 7-foot-tall bruiser from his company was flat on his back being pummeled mercilessly in the face by a tiny dark-haired child. Not a bad swing, actually. Certainly has a lot of rage behind her fists. Her, is it? Rukia. Renji bellowed, and at this the child's head came up. It swiveled back and forth in search of that cry. From this vantage, Yumi-chika could only see the back of her hair, and then even this was occluded as his friend surged forward and began slurring excitedly in her ear, blocking his view completely. A few seconds later, the girl had staggered upright, and Abarai tried clumsily to guide her over to where he stood. She slapped his hand off her shoulder, muttering something that might have indicated she didn't need any help, and finally came to a stop less than a foot in front of him. "Yumi Chika, friend, let me introduce you to Rukia." Abarai's face grew blank for a moment. Kukaki. She looked up, he looked down, and so Yumi Chika finally got to meet the girl of Renji's dreams. Well, she was definitely pretty, in a small-boned delicate sort of way. Of course, considering the way she had clobbered a man twice her size and thrice her body weight, perhaps delicate was not the way to go. Hair was a mess, it was a wonder she wasn't cross-eyed from that thick strand which was drooping right in front of her nose. Fabulous skin, however, looked completely flawless and probably without even the aid of any moisturizers or exfoliating creams. He had an eye for this, some people were simply blessed that way, yours truly included. Speaking of eyes, hers looked to be a size too large for her head, giving her a waifish quality that some people considered charming. Being so huge, he could easily see himself reflected in them, which was a most welcome discovery in any new acquaintance. Still, their color was simply stunning, a deep bruised blue that was closer to purple. Stunning, of course, because his own were close to the same shade. Nice to see that as well. Brows were thin without being plucked, sharp clean lines on the jaw and not much fat, tiny pert little mouth, nose of perfect size and shape, indicating it had yet to be broken at any point in the past. Ayaskawa revised his previous estimation from pretty to splendid. Well, that's over and done with. I suppose she's good enough for me to talk to. A pleasure to meet you, Rukia-chan. He smiled and dipped his head to her. The girl just stared at him out of those great, glassy eyes. Does it look like she's about to throw up on you? Hard to tell. Perhaps I should take a preemptive step away. Before he could do so, however, Rukia raised a hand and beckoned him down, never taking her eyes off his face. Uncertain of where this might lead, he cast a puzzled glance at Renji, who simply returned one of his own. With nothing to help him understand the significance of the gesture, he cautiously bent over and brought himself closer to her level. Swaying a little, the young woman reached up and laid a hand on his shoulder. He could see the wariness on his face reflected in her pupils. She then seemed to slide forward, legs going out from under her. Instinctively he caught hold of the girl before she could fall. Rukia's arms slid around his neck in a gentle embrace. Her cheek rubbed against his, and a rumbly voice sighed in his ear, causing the hair on the back of his neck to rise. "You're beautiful," she murmured happily. The words, combined with the way she said them, incited a pleasant shiver of feeling to go up his spine. And as he was enjoying this sensation, she dragged her lips across his cheek and kissed him. His eyes went wide, and he felt his face flame. Rukia slowly pulled away from him then, eyes half-lidded, smiling in a small, satisfied way, like she had finally gotten something off her chest. At this point Yumi Chika discovered he wasn't looking at himself in her eyes anymore. Instead he was focusing on her, and the way she looked right now. "I'm staring. Why am I staring? I should look away. I'm going to. Right now. Right now I'll look away. In a minute, is what I mean. Let me try and memorize the way she's looking at me. I don't think anyone has ever looked at me quite like this before. I feel bashful? Worried? Do I look good right now? Is she seeing the best side of me? First impressions are very important. I really should freshen up in a mirror." You're gaping at her like you've never been kissed before. No. Like that. I've never been kissed like that. To assure himself of this, he found himself leaning towards her to try it again. A flash of red appeared from the side, and Renji grabbed Rukia by the shoulders, pulling her away. "Rukia," he grunted, looking somewhat more attentive than he had been in the past. "Come on, I want to say hi to somebody else." He turned her in the opposite direction from Yumi Chika. She did not resist as he led her away, but Renji threw a suspicious look behind them as they went. The pair disappeared into the rowdy throngs. Only then did he realize that the noise of that party had completely receded into the back of his mind the last few minutes. "So, what do you want to do next? Don't talk right now." "Excuse me? If I have something to say, there's nothing you can do to stop." Fuji Kyojaku. Aeon. And then he was alone with his thoughts. After a while, he shook his head and walked back to where he had left his drink. It was about an hour later that he caught a glimpse of her again, laughing and hugging the sandy-haired fifth seat of the 13th. This disturbed him for reasons that were difficult to pin down. After that he lost sight of Rukia. Which shouldn't have mattered, because they had just met and barely gotten past introductions. There was no need to know where she might be. This was what he told himself. The reason he gave for why he kept searching for her in spite of this was that there was no one better to look at in this lot. And it certainly bore out. Yumi Chika had a little more to drink that night than he had originally intended. After a while, when he grew tired of dissociating himself from the festivities, he stood up and started walking around again in a lazy, aimless manner. There wasn't a single person to be seen anywhere near as sober as he was. Perhaps that was why he was feeling so jumpy. Some more alcohol might just do the trick. As he was considering this, he spotted Rukia again. She was now sitting on Renji's shoulders, holding on to his spiky red crest while he staggered about. When she pulled his hair one way, he obediently followed in that direction. Then another way, and he went the same. Abarai was laughing so hard tears were streaming down his face, while his driver concentrated urgently on where she wanted him to go next. Between one laugh and the next, Renji's eyes rolled up in his head, and he pitched forward like an uprooted tree. The observer felt his heart rate spike, but instead of falling with her ride, Rukia vaulted off and went stumbling forward a few feet as Renji crashed to earth behind her in a heap. She came to a halt and looked around as if wondering where she was and how she got there. Then a door opened in front of her, and several people came swaggering in, laughing and shouting. Rukia stood completely still as they went by her. Afterwards, she walked through the door and disappeared. Yumi Chika made the journey over to where Renji lay. He confirmed the kid was unconscious, dead to the world. He then rose and left in pursuit. Rukia felt ill. She was woozy. Vaguely she recalled someone warning her about keto-mixed drinks, but the memory slipped away. The darkened corridor down which she walked was moving beneath her feet, twisting and turning. Where was Renji? He had disappeared on her of a sudden. They were supposed to meet up with their friends later and go down by the river to fish. Maybe he was already there. With that in mind, she decided to follow his example. One side of the hall hit her, then another, as she walked a straight line down it. The river was this way. That much was clear. A portal in front of her opened onto the nighttime outdoors. Rukia stepped down onto a stone pathway, breathing in the scents of this garden deeply. The moon was behind some passing clouds. Up ahead, she spied her destination, a stream meandering through the park. It looked smaller than she remembered. Nonetheless, it was there. As she took a step forward, the inebriated party-goer came out of the shadow of the building and into half-light. Rukia-san. Immediately she froze. What brings you, you two met? So iPhone Teiko, younger sister, trust you, handle, at her yourself. Voices whispered in her ear, growing louder and softer from one breath to the next. Her stomach was roiling painfully of a sudden, and her body grew hot. Magic buzzed in her belly and through her veins. Rukia's body reacted to reject this foreign intrusion. She felt it coming then, rising up from the places it had been hidden. Without further ado she dropped to the stones and was violently sick all over them. Dazed and in no way feeling better, Rukia coughed and spit, wiping at her mouth in order to get the taste out. The smell of her own stomach contents was sharp and acidic, nasty even to look at. Vomit all over these nice clean stones, someone should come and clean it up. What a mess, a nasty mess. She stared at it now. The voices were back again. Now AI, silly question. Of coup, to worry, see her done right. A dark stain in the street, ugly in the moonlight. The smell of spilled fluids. All alone. No, not alone. Someone is there, someone is right beside you. Look. Feel. Remember. The memory was almost there, but then she took a breath. And it began to fade. Rukia sighed with relief, and stood upright. Above her head, the moon came out from behind the clouds, bathing the world in its glow. She looked down, and saw blood on the flagstones. "Wanna take a walk with me, Kukaki-san?" A man whispered right beside her. With a gasp she tore herself away, rushing towards the stream. Her feet splashed into it, and then she was off, racing away. Yumi Chika followed down where he thought she went. He could sense her spirit now. It occurred to him that the girl had a rather high Ryutsu level. Certainly of help when trying to track her down. This way, perhaps. A minute later, he found her trail, in the form of fresh vomit. Wrinkling his nose in distaste, he nonetheless persevered in his chase. The small bamboo pipe filled up with water and hit the stone with a musical thunk, emptying its contents. Dropping down beside the pool, Rukia desperately filled her mouth with water, trying to rid it of the sour, burning aftertaste. She spat it out and came up trembling, looking around for something to tell her what was real and false. What was going on? There was a building off to the side, and several bushes. Or was she in a street, with walls rising on either side? No way to tell, it was also. I mean, if you're not careful, you might wind up turned all around. Next day, find your body in the street and gotta haul you off to be buried. Ichimaru. That's who it was. His voice came from one side, and she threw herself in the direction she remembered the building having been. Because there was a door there, if she could get inside, lock him out, maybe he would go away. Frantically her fingers sought the latch, and then she was through, stumbling past and running without even remembering her previous plan. One turn, then another. At last she recalled her intention to keep him out, and so when she spied a darkened room, Rukia rushed inside and slammed the door shut. Shaking uncontrollably, she wondered if she was going to die. "Come on over, Kukaki-san." Fear gripped her. But then she realized it wasn't Jin's voice, and she forced herself to turn around. Standing there was a man in a white robe with glasses and curly brown hair. He smiled kindly, and while there was a certain familiarity to him, this person was certainly not the evil 3rd Division captain who haunted her. That meant she was safe. "Two of us need to have a little chat." She obeyed the command and slumped against the wall, bringing her legs up and wrapping her arms around them. When she looked again, Jin was sitting there watching her. He was a stinkin' traitor, Rukia-chan. She placed her face in her arms and began to cry. Jin and the other man kept talking, switching places from time to time. She heard it all, and then went to sleep. It took him a while, but he finally located her. The girl's presence was coming from a room far removed from the raucous party that was gradually engulfing this division. They were alone together. Sliding open the paper screen a span, Yumi Chika peered inside what looked to be an empty conference room. "Rukia-chan." There came a slight rustling to one side. "Rukia-chan, is that you in there?" When no one answered, he let himself in. It took a few seconds for his eyes to adjust to the moonlight coming through the windows, but soon the pursuer found that his quest had ended. Sure enough, the small Shinigami was hunched up against a wall with her head in her arms. He approached carefully, and knelt in front of her. She didn't respond to his presence at all. This gave him the opportunity to do something he had been putting off. Namely, wondering what exactly he was doing here. "Don't act like you don't know." "Oh, back again? I thought you had gone to sleep." "Sleep is the last thing you want tonight, isn't it?" What a crass way of speaking. Who have you been slumming around with to talk that way? And I suppose you're refined? A man who's looking to screw his friend's girl. Yumi Chika didn't respond. It's useless trying to deny it. You want her. And what if I do? I'm a man, after all. When my eye falls on someone, it isn't without reason. And look at her. She's lovely. She's drunk. Is that how a man behaves? Hunting down a clearly intoxicated woman and having his way with her? She was sober enough to recognize my beauty. That shows sufficient awareness for any court. And I suppose you'll still be around in the morning to explain things to her when she wakes up? Rukia-chan, he crooned, and began to stroke her hair gently. The girl flinched at his touch but still didn't look up. Shy little thing. Don't you dare ignore me now. I can't believe you're thinking about doing this. It's not like I get to do it very often. There are so few women who catch my eye. And she obviously thought me attractive. We'll both enjoy it. You offensive pig, if I could lay my hands on you right now. You can't. We've learned by now who controls whom here. Why are you being so difficult? Because you're not thinking straight. You're drunk too. I am not. I know exactly what I'm doing. To emphasize this, he took her hand and placed a kiss upon it. All gentlemanly and proper. Go away, now. The adults want to play. So I'm a child? All right, then. I want to hear a story. Oh, here's my favorite one. Rukia Chaeyeon. There were two friends. One of them was in love with a girl, and he told his friend all about her. Then one day he introduced the girl to him. Yumi Chika frowned while nibbling the tips of the maiden's fingers. The other man decided he wanted to sleep with the girl, so he got them both drunk, murdered the poor fellow, and then... What? I did not kill Renji. You thought about it, didn't you? While he was drunk on the floor, you actually thought about crushing his throat. What the hell was that about? I don't know. It was just an idea I had. It didn't mean anything, it was a passing thought. I wouldn't have done something like that. Oh, but the story's not over. You see, after the love-struck young suitor passed out, his good buddy took his tipsy love into the next room and had his way with her, pushing her down onto the bed and ignoring any protests she made, telling her how beautiful she was and that they were making love and how much he wanted her. Yasukawa felt himself grow cold, and he let go of Rukia's hand. She drew it back to her without bothering to look up. So the story ends with him leaving her there and going back to his division, certain that he has done nothing wrong and all is right with the world. Tell me, Yumi Chika, if you met this gallant man one night in a bar and heard him tell his tale just like I did, what would you do to him, I would push him down to the ground, and cut him open from crotch to throat. The light of the moon falling into the room moved slowly across the floor. In that time, Yumi Chika truly sobered up. Thank you. Ruriiro Kyojaku. Don't speak my name. I'm still very angry with you. I'm sorry. I didn't think. Please, how can I make this up to you? How? Simple. By making sure no one else happens upon her and has the same stupid idea you did. So that was settled. Reaching out again, Yumi Chika gripped her shoulder and spoke in a firmer tone than the coddling one he had adopted before. Rukia Kukaki. Can you hear me? Please wake up, you can't sleep here. After almost a minute of coaxing like this, the girl finally stirred. Her glistening eyes peeked up at him from the cradle of her arms. He smiled warmly. Hello, remember me? The beautiful one. I'm here to take you back to your quarters. Can you stand? Rukia just stared. There was no sign that she recognized him. Here, take my hand and we'll see you back safe. No move at first. Then slowly she brought up a shaking fist. There, that's all. She punched him. It was a wild, glancing blow to the cheek that surprised more than it did hurt. In an instant she was scrambling for the door, and Yumi Chika dove to catch her. The two of them fell together with him on top. When she made to strike him again, he caught her wrists and clasped them together, holding on until her struggles died out. Please. It was only a whisper. Or what might better be called a whimper. Whatever the case, the emotion behind it made him grow still to listen. Please, Rukia continued with her eyes shut tight against whatever frightened her. I'll be your sister, please don't kill me. I won't disgrace the family, I'll do as I'm told and I won't ask questions, so please, don't touch me, I don't understand what I did wrong. She fell to sobbing soon after this, tears seeping from between her lids. Looking at her, Yumi Chika was absolutely sickened with himself. This woman was not to be treated frivolously, a one-night stand or any such thing. She deserved compassion, love, and tenderness, the most beautiful things in the world. Much as he wanted to take her in his arms and carry her someplace safe, he recognized the need for tact in this situation. And so with the utmost gentleness, as though handling a robin's egg, the fancy fighter placed a hand behind her shoulder and levered her up into a sitting position. She stiffened, but did not resist. Kukaki-chan, will you please look at me? Several heartbeats passed, and then she complied, worry and fright making her cheeks quite pale in spite of the crying. Without any more attempts to console her, he turned around and, still crouched down, held out his arms behind him. "Put your hands on my shoulders, and I'll carry you back to your room. You can go to sleep there and no one will bother you." He didn't look behind to see if she believed him. Yumi Chika got the distinct impression that she had mixed him up with her brother Byakuya. They were both devastatingly handsome men, and he imagined the noble-born captain did sport a passing resemblance to him. But if that was causing young Rukia any distress, then perhaps it was best she didn't see his face. This precaution proved to be worthwhile when he felt her tiny fingers come down on his orange shoulder guards. "There, now let me just." The next thing he knew, Rukia had hopped up to sit on his shoulders just as she had with Renji. Her legs clasped tight around his head and she wiggled slightly to get more comfortable before draping herself over his crown with a contented sigh. Yumi Chika gritted his teeth. Is she doing this to me on purpose? I think she just likes to be up high. Don't read too much into it. A small fist rapped against his skull. Up, she commanded. This was rather like being saddled with watching Lieutenant Kuzugishi. With a muffled groan, he gripped her ankles and rose to his full height. Hey ho, Silver. I don't even want to know. Yumi Chika turned and opened the door, stooping as low as possible to ensure Rukia didn't bump her head on the frame. After coming out into the corridor, he paused. Rukia-chan, do you know how to get to your room from here? She grabbed a handful of his hair and tugged it forward. Straight it is, then. Several twists and turns later, Ayasukawa was supremely thankful there was no one wandering this section of the barracks tonight. By the sound of it, the party was still going strong, but even drunken people might notice a ravishing man hoisting a lovely young maiden who pulled his hair whenever she wanted him to change directions. Rukia's sense of direction seemed only marginally superior to Yachiro's, and once again he had a terrible feeling of déjà vu. They wandered for what must have been 20 minutes, but never once did they actually find themselves facing a dead end, though he could have sworn they were going around in circles for a while there. Eventually they came to a door at which a light burned within, where Rukia yanked back and murmured, "Whoa." Finally, sliding the frame open, he ducked inside and found himself to be in a rather spacious and well-maintained set of quarters. The place was nice enough to qualify for an officer's use, actually. Her brother must have pulled some strings to get his sister a nice spot away from the family manor. Certainly did pay to be rich. Ayasukawa walked further into the room, peering about for a bed. This night's activities had left him more drained than he had expected, and once depositing his charge he would waste no time in heading back to the party in search of something to help restore him to full energy. It was while considering this prospect that he suddenly realized Rukia's weight had left his shoulders. Thinking she had slid off, he spun about intending to catch her, only to see absolutely no sign of the girl. What? Where did she disappear to so fast? At this point, the dumbfounded guardian heard a shuffling coming from above him. Looking up, he just managed to see a foot disappear over the side of the rectangular glass lamp dish hanging from the ceiling. Staring at this implausible sight for a while, Yumi Chika finally thought to drag a table beneath the fixture and climb atop it to peer over the edge. Sure enough, there curled up around the candle was Rukia Kukaki, sound asleep and looking quite content. For the life of him, he couldn't figure out if she always slept up here or if it was a long-held wish that being on someone's shoulders had finally allowed her to seize hold of. Whatever the answer might be, he was simply too exhausted to consider trying to bring her down. She didn't weigh much, and the thing hadn't already collapsed, so perhaps it wouldn't? To soothe his guilty conscience, he located a blanket and pillows and piled them up on the floor beneath her. If she fell, at least this would cushion the fall. The night champion's duties had been completed. I believe you've suffered enough. Now, then, back to the brouhaha. Come on, mush. Don't gloat. It's immodest. I beg to differ. Everything I do with grace and talent. How can someone so conceited be my moral center? We're a bundle of pretty contradictions. March. And so he did. To be continued. Chapter 36, New World, Love That Withstands Death. Renji looked up from his reading, stunned and dismayed by what he had just learned. The words that came next drew him back against his will. A few days after this event, Yumi Chika learned that he was one of the people tasked with repaying his debt to the battered 13th Division by assisting them to flush out the denizens of Hollow Bog. The idea of picking off a few hollows sounded rather good at this point, and he went about making preparations for the escapade cheerfully. "You're awful happy," Ikeku muttered sourly. Yumi Chika threw him a sparkling smile as he donned his orange greave. "Don't be a mope, now. You refused to accompany us to the party, and so you don't get to reap the benefits. We were specifically told no one else from our division could join us on this expedition, and there's no sense questioning the higher UPS. This party is only for scallywags." His friend took a belt from a booze gourd. "I'm just saying, you look pretty enthusiastic considering it's only a mop-up operation. You thinking there'll be some real action out there?" "Not at all." The fifth seat dabbed a bottle of scent onto his fingers and patted it under his jaw. "I'm just looking forward to doing my duty today." "Huh. Is Renji going to be there?" "Undoubtedly." A purple scarf was laid against his shoulder, but he dismissed it as inappropriate for the occasion. "Do you want me to keep an eye out for him?" "Nah." Madarame leaned back against the windowsill and looked at the sky. "He knows the rules by now." Gazing off into the distance, he wrinkled his nose and came back about. "Geez, Yumi Chika, what's the deal? You're getting dolled up like you're going on a date." "You never know," the violet-eyed charmer replied while inspecting himself in the mirror. "I might just run into a lovely lady out there, and I want to look my best so she can get used to it. If you do, find out if she has a sister." Satisfied with his appearance, Yumi Chika grabbed Ruriiro Kyojaku from her stand and trotted out the door, waving goodbye behind him. "Don't wait up, now." Yumi Chika did indeed meet Rukia again that day, and as he had expected, she had no recollection of what took place on the night they first met. In some ways it was an immense relief, but in others a disappointment. Who likes to think themselves forgettable, after all? This also meant he could not easily broach the issues that seemed to have troubled her so deeply that night. But if she harbored any ill effects, they did not show. In spite of all this, he had resolved to further repay his debt to her by making certain that no harm befell the girl while they were engaged in this exercise together. To his great pleasure, Ayakawa found that Rukia was quite a capable presence on the battlefield, despite this being her first time seeing any action. More than that, her form was lovely to behold, speaking of true grace and artistry in its execution. As the situation turned grim, however, he saw the flaws in her fighting style as well. Undoubtedly courageous in regards to helping others, she still lacked confidence in her abilities. And her swordsmanship, while exhibiting good training, was nowhere near the level he felt necessary to allow her to triumph in a truly desperate situation. Some people could take on a foe that clearly surpassed them in terms of power and still manage to come out on top in the end. But as things stood, Rukia would probably be the one to wind up dead from such an encounter. She didn't have any natural talent when it came to swords, that much was obvious. But she did have potential in several other areas, coupled with outright fierce determination when you came down to it. And he himself was not a swordsman by nature, having taught himself how to handle such a weapon in order to keep up appearances. Watching Rukia move and fight, he saw a natural expression for battle that occasionally shone through her rigorous Kukaki-drilled skills. Like him, he suspected she had grown up learning how to make do with her fists and feet to serve as weapons when needed. Were someone to adopt a training regimen with her that incorporated those self-taught inclinations, rather than discounting them in favor of the sword-based tactics recommended by the Academy, she might very well blossom into a truly rare and fabulous diamond of a fighter. They both survived that hellish battle. Yumi Chika was pleased to find her looking favorably upon him in the aftermath. He told himself that his interest in her opinion was simply a matter of one beautiful and talented fighter appreciating another. It was only natural, after all. He was in no way betraying Renji or Rukia by admitting that. Time passed, and he had reason to meet her on a few instances. Never anything like before, but he was pleased to see her alive and well, if still not quite flourishing in the manner he had hoped. Then one day, word went around that Kaien Shiba, lieutenant of the 13th, had been killed by a powerful hollow the night before. Normally Ayakawa wouldn't have given a thought to such a matter, but in this case there was an auxiliary issue at heart. He knew Kyan had been training Rukia, and that she was extremely devoted to her fellow noble, who had gone to much trouble to see her welcomed into their fold. Their relationship on and off the field of battle had been the source of several troubling innuendos. Unsubstantiated ones, of course, but troubling all the same. Now that Sheba was dead, a more credible rumor was whispered that she had been removed from active duty, and no longer could be seen or heard from anywhere in the divisions. Rukia had supposedly retreated into isolation at Kukaki Manor in the wake of the disaster, which struck so deeply into the power structure of the already sickly 13th Division. Weeks passed, and Yumi Chika found he was thinking about her off and on. More and more he caught himself wondering how she was doing, and whether she would ever return to fight alongside them again. As before, it was purely an appreciation for what she had to offer in terms of poetry on the battlefield, the sort that would inspire the skalds to sing ravishing songs about her, if there were any skalds to be found in the afterlife. Beautiful Rukia, wasting away in some lonely castle like a magnificently begun poem whose creator had never bothered to finish it. It was this thought that came back to him often, and he grew troubled at its insistence. What could she accomplish, if only given the impetus to succeed? How would she amaze the world by her being in it? Eventually he couldn't bear not knowing anymore, and so he hied himself off to the palace of the Kukaki Lord. There Yumi Chika Ayaskawa offered up his services as a fighting instructor, with the hopes of bringing the princess to her most splendid martial peak. Captain Kukaki at last acceded to this request. The very same day, he went and reintroduced himself to Rukia as her new trainer. It was even a shock to Yumi Chika at how quickly she recovered her fire, taking his bait and wounding him on the first practice. He had thought something like this would be necessary to snap her out of the doldrums. Therefore he didn't hold back, and was rewarded by a level of bloodthirstiness on her part that would have easily qualified Rukia for a spot in the 11th Division. The injury he received from her was one whose scar he would have been proud to bear forever, covered up of course, as testament to his role in bringing this splendid warrior back to the world she belonged in. Instead Rukia insisted on healing him immediately after. It was while she repaired his arm, worry dancing in her fabulous eyes, concentrating so intently on staunching the flow of blood, that he realized how much he cared for her. Yumi Chika looked at this exceptional young maiden of ice and steel as she shared her soul with him, and admitted that he was in love. Perhaps he had known for a very long time, but it was seeing her like this, both healer and warrior, that let him understand how much she called to him. And how he longed for her. As a Shinigami, she had enticing potential. Her skill in all the areas of their arts, from swords to spells, left him afire with the need to see what she could achieve. How far could she rise? To the very top? A captain, even? Oh, it was delicious to think it. And then, as a woman, she had everything one could ask for. Strength, humor, innocence, worldliness, devotion, intelligence, and affection. There was simply so much to this girl, he found himself doubting anyone could ever be a match for her. So then, he loved Rukia Kukaki. But could she ever deign to love him? Could the princess love a pauper just like she had once been? Renji certainly seemed to think so. Of course, that there was a problem in and of itself. Because Abarai was his trusted companion, a person Yumi Chika valued for his noble qualities as well as his ignoble ones. It was hard enough finding someone you liked in this great big scary world. But if two of you then loved the same person, where would that lead? He knew how Renji felt about Rukia, even if the dold hardly seemed to recognize it himself. How could it be anything but a betrayal of their friendship if he decided to pursue his own heart in spite of knowing it would cost the other man his own? How could such a thing be anything except ugly? But an idea had been circulating inside his head for a while. Perhaps it would be wrong to openly compete for her affections, or even make attempts to steal her away from Renji unawares. What if, however, instead of wooing her and actively seeking her love, he were to present himself in a wholly flattering light that did not involve romance? If Rukia came to view him as a close personal friend, and grew to know his character in that respect, was it madness to think that she might gradually fall in love with him, the way he had come to understand her magnificent qualities and what they made him feel? This solution, when it came to him, seemed so very plausible and fine, that only one word could possibly describe its virtues. Beautiful. So he was there for Rukia. When her brother Byakuya treated her coldly for whatever insane reason, he offered her warmth. In the shadow of the staid and unhappy Kukaki home, Yumi Chika sought to provide lightness and whimsy, a respite from the enforced drudgery of that wealthy manor. And it seemed to be working. Rukia sparkled. She shone. Though the weight of her cares could never quite lift fully, Ayaskawa believed that in the time when they were together, he alone was given the opportunity to experience the celestial soul of her womanhood in all its glory. He was careful in his design. There were no tender caresses which might be written off as innocent, or casual chats about love that might lead elsewhere. This was a most subtle enterprise he was engaged in, the cultivation of her beauty, and the revelation of his own. There were times, however, seemingly heaven-sent moments that seemed absolutely perfect for declaring his feelings for her. "Do you consider me attractive?" Yumi Chika looked over at Rukia, sitting there in her black robes amongst the field of blooming gardenia waiting for an answer, and felt the urge to reach out and pull her close to him, kiss her breathless and give her his response that way. But he restrained himself, and drew on his willpower to hide his true feelings from her. He talked around the question in pretty phrases that could be taken any number of ways. In the end, however, he simply couldn't resist the opportunity, one that she might look back upon years later and see it for what it truly meant. "I'm afraid I must disappoint you, my little flower. Since you should know how much you are loved. For you see, my heart belongs to another. Another besides myself. And it is you. I keep their image with me always. In my mind, and in my camera. Would you perchance like to see?" She nodded eagerly, all guileless charm and inquisitive loveliness. He was flattered to find her so interested in his romantic pursuits. And so with the greatest of care, he withdrew a mirror and handed it to her. Rukia looked at herself in that frame, and didn't realize she was seeing the person who had captured his heart. Yumi Chika let her keep it then, as a memento from her cherished friend. Yes, it was that and so much more. Decades went by, but to dead spirits like them, time held no great threat. Only what was accomplished in that span mattered. Yumi Chika began to believe that Rukia truly loved him. But was she in love with him? That was the question. The idea that he was involved in a fruitless quest was not lost upon her secret admirer. In this way, he understood how Renji must feel. Unfortunately, someone else proved more privy to his worst fears. "How's your love life?" Jin Ichimaru sneered at him following one of his practice sessions with Rukia, and immediately he knew that this man had figured it out. So he sought to kill a captain of the Godai 13. They might have both died, but the serpent played upon his desire to keep Rukia safe above all else. Thus it was that he agreed to act as this man's agent towards effecting change in their world. Ayaskawa wasn't truly interested in who came out on top. What mattered was that certain people not be made aware of his feelings for a particular royal lady. Her brother Byakuya, for instance. If that happened, he would have to fight for his life, no doubt. And regardless of what she thought of His Highness, he doubted Rukia would look kindly on the man who killed her adoptive brother and made her take control of that miserable family. However, if the smirking creep thought he knew everything there was to know about Yumi Chika and Rukia's relationship, he was sorely mistaken. For there was one other goal in their training together that the teacher never let on to his student. Namely, he was preparing her to one day kill Jin if necessary. Anyone who knew her understood that the person who frightened Rukia the most was Ichimaru Jin. Even Byakuya didn't quite compare. Of course, pretty much everybody was wary of the Division 3 captain. But there was no denying that he did display an unhealthy interest in Rukia beyond her secret life as an assassin. No way to know for sure what it might be, but Yumi Chika knew he didn't like it. And so he set out to learn everything he could about the man in terms of his fighting abilities. Like virtually all captains, Ichimaru was seemingly undefeatable. He knew Kido, was strong, fast, and of course, he had Bankai. Yumi Chika got to see more of this last than one might expect. After all, his captain routinely challenged Jin to fight with him, and the creep was unusual among the captains in that he always accepted. Zaraki could never kill his silver-haired sparring partner, mainly because Jin's hellish spear seemed perfectly designed to keep its wielder alive despite anything you threw at it. Ayaskawa watched these fights along with several of his other battle-hungry mates. He watched them all. He questioned. He reasoned. Most importantly, He spoke to people who had faced Makaiso in battle. Only one time had anyone ever managed to triumph with any significance in the face of that ungodly power. That was during one of the lieutenant's trials, when Nimue Kuratsuki used her Zanpakuto to cover the whole thing in blood, breaking the spell. Of course, the fight hadn't ended there, and Jin no doubt would have killed her regardless. He learned two interesting things that day. 1. No Bankai is perfect. And 2. You say he hesitated. Yes. Nimue sat across from him, hands folded in her lap. This was immediately before the arena safety mechanism was activated, cancelling his power. In the moment when Captain Ichimaru was about to swing, I flung my arm up to protect myself on instinct, and I saw him check his attack. Judging by his face, it was as though something had happened to cause him to lose confidence. Were you doing anything different at the time than before when he was hurting you? The only differences were that I had lost an arm, my AKA-chan was not aimed at him, and I was holding a mirror. Yumi Chika looked up from writing. What? A mirror, she repeated, and reached into her robe to produce a similar object. Used when I do not wish to expose myself directly in order to gauge my surroundings. I see. The green-eyed lieutenant stood up. I have no further personal battle data regarding Jin Ichimaru. Mayuri-sama wishes me to remind you that in exchange for this interview, you will inform him of any active Quincy you can find in the performance of your duties. Yes, tell your ugly master I'll keep him informed. Highly unlikely he would ever have to make good on that promise. After that last disturbingly coordinated hollow attack, the Quincy were officially recognized as extinct. Still, had to humor the madman if you wanted to get things done. From then on, Yumi Chika insisted Rukia bring her mirror with her to practice, claiming it was necessary to keep them both looking beautiful after bouts. He kept his suspicions to himself, and never once attempted to test them out against Ichimaru. If there was a way to beat his Bankai without bleeding yourself dry, Jin would never let anyone who knew of it live. So this was something of a pipe dream. But it was one that made a queer sort of sense, especially to someone who understood the value of a good mirror. Just covering all the bases. Rukia Kukaki was sentenced to death. He wasn't permitted to visit her. Jin assured him that she would be safe, but even if that did prove true, Yumi Chika had already resolved to kill Captain Kukaki for allowing such a travesty to proceed. He changed his mind only upon learning that Byakuya had risked his life to save Rukia, and then admitted the real reason for adopting her. At last Rukia was granted a peaceful life in her own home. Unfortunately, hot on the heels of this newfound improvement to his beloved's future, Yumi Chika received a profound punch to the balls in the form of Kurosaki Ichigo. He listened to her talk about him. He watched her when they were together. He saw how much she had changed in just a few short months. More than he had accomplished in decades of trying. Only one thing could explain it. Love. Rukia was in love with the human boy. When he realized this, the deadly duelist considered blowing his cover and just killing the brat in front of everybody. Let them see the true form of his Zanpakuto, who cares? She cares. So instead, he resolved to bear this grotesquely unforeseen turn of events with as much fortitude as he could muster. More than that, Yumi Chika swore that if it didn't turn out to be a momentary infatuation, if Rukia decided for herself that this love was real and worthwhile, then he would do everything in his power up to and including death to see that Kurosaki survived the war that was about to come. On the day Rukia bloodied his lip and he gave her back her soul power, Ayasukawa felt his heart being wrung dry by how close they really were. But not close enough. He gave her a quick kiss on the cheek then, the only direct evidence of his affection for her he had ever permitted. Afterwards he left her to recover, and went to have a chat with Ichimaru. Don't let Kurosaki die. Why not? Rukia loves him. Well, ain't that sweet? When the war really starts, I'll take care of him. Just remember that. Whatever ya think is best, cowboy. Ichigo won't die on my watch if I can help it. All right. Goodbye, then. Hey, Ansha gonna threaten me? You know, I'll make you regret it, and all that. I'm not in the mood. Renji, this last part here's for you. You and the captains just got back from Hueco Mundo. I saw Ichigo's face. He knows now. Rukia told him. It's real. Which means you and I have a tough choice ahead of us. Either we accept the fact that she's made her decision and go on with our lives, or stand up and face the music, come what may. I'm dead, now, so I have no intention of telling you what I would have done if I had survived. Just understand that if you don't do the same, you will forever be a sorry excuse for a coward, and you deserve to suffer for it. I'm suffering now as I write this. I am going to have a talk with Kurosake, and get a few things off my chest. Whatever decision you make, it had better be one you can live with. Otherwise, well, I'll see you soon. And one more thing. Don't you dare tell Rukia or anyone else about my feelings for her, understand? This secret I leave in your care. Goodbye, Abarai Renji. Keep shooting for that captaincy, you hear? After today, I think there'll be some spots open. Oh, and if Rukia or Ichigo dies, kill Ichimaru for me, okay? Thanks. Your beautiful and bitter rival in love. Yumi Chika Ayasukawa, 5. Renji let the last small sheet drop into his lap. He leaned his head back against the wall and closed his eyes. He had been in love with her. That's why Yumi Chika was always hanging around Rukia. Why didn't I see it before? You thought he was gay, that's why. That's right. I did. But now I know differently. So? What happens next? Why are you asking me? Renji. Looking up, he found Neilil gazing down at him curiously, the war paint across her cheeks scrunching up in cogitation. Hey. The lieutenant jumped up, stuffing the pages into his sash. You all done? I got bored, she said decisively. And I'm hungry. What do Shinigami eat, anyway? He blinked. Well, there's lots of rice, and alcohol. Show me. Now. Forceful. All the same, there still seemed to be a bit of the childish Nell inside all grown-up Neilil. To cover his shock at what this day had revealed to him, Renji decided to just go along with whatever his new partner's whims dictated. Sure. Right this way, they've got really good chow at the barracks. She murmured. Then without further ado, Neilil caught him in a headlock and started marching down the lane with his head tucked under her arm. Neilil. Yes. Are you feeling okay? She shook her head, sending green hair flying. No. For some reason being in that room reminded me that Ichigo is shacking up with Rukia. I'm a little upset by that, so I want some male companionship right now. The swordswoman glanced down at him. You're a good fighter, and your tattoos are nice. So keep me company in my grief. What is there to say except? Yes, ma'am. Quite unexpectedly, Abarai had found a person who might have something helpful to suggest in regards to the decision he was required to make soon. Not for the first time, Byakuya studied the paper that lay before him. The emotions it raised brought only questions with no clear solutions. As he perused the contents of that final message, a hell butterfly fluttered through his window and came to rest on his hand. About to brush it off for later, he was startled by the voice that spoke to him. Greetings, Lord Kukaki. Your humble servant Yumi Chika Ayasukawa requests an audience. Granted? How very gracious. There are a lot of things I could say to you, but if you are hearing this, it means I'll never get the chance. And such matters are best done in person, perhaps with swords crossed and blood flowing. Like my captain, I always wondered how it would be like were I to battle you. Who knows, by this point I might have actually died by your sword. But even if that is the case, there is something that must be said. You've come a long way in how you treat Rukia. Relatively speaking. That is the only reason you remain alive today. In spite of that, you're a hopeless clod when it comes to knowing her. I have had to assume the role of wonderful and kind older brother that you forsook for whatever stupid reason your shriveled heart concocted. That is what you were actually paying me to do, so you know, not teach her how to fight, but to do what you could not be bothered to understand was a necessary brotherly duty. And that is to not only love your little sister, but to show it. If I am not there to do it, henceforth I expect you to take over the role of kind Anaki now that I am gone. And your first task is very simple. Rukia would like a pet. Since I have no trouble imagining you messing up even such a simple task by buying her a goldfish or possibly even a bonsai tree, I will spell it out for you. Rabbits. Cute and fluffy rabbits. White ones, preferably. Should you feel the need to buy her a whole warren to make up for neglecting that fabulous girl so odiously, obey that instinct. I am leaving her well-being in your hands. If you fail in this matter, I'll come back from the dead and butcher you. And should you find yourself filled with murderous rage the first time she introduces you to her boyfriend, know that Big Brother Yumichika is proud of you. That's all I have to say. Except that I was always better looking than you. Courteously. Ayaskawa Yumichika, 5. To say that Byakuya was unprepared for such news would not have done it justice. The flippancy, the sheer brazen audacity of it left him wondering if the whole world had not taken leave of its senses while he wasn't looking. Wait. What did he mean about Rukia having a boyfriend? A wealth of suspicion blossomed in his heart. Who was it? I believe you already know. That is absurd. Did you think she was going to refuse all social contact like you did? That is something we were trying to avoid, if you will recall. I cannot countenance this. The mere idea of it is an affront to my pride. Think of it as a matter to be handled in the future. Remember, there are more disturbing tidings yet. This war is not over, regardless of what that buffoon Urahara believes. At this reminder, Byakuya once more picked up the single sheet of paper that had lain on his desk since he returned from the fighting. You are correct, Senbonzakura. The future does hold far worse horrors than what you imply. To assure himself of this, he once more read the letter written in a familiar hand. Byakuya. I do not know what has caused me to regain my senses at this stage. I fear there is little time as it is. Though that is the case, I would be remiss in my duties were I not to leave something tangible for you to look back on and hopefully benefit by. At the very least, I must try to warn you of what is taking place in our world. This is the last testament of Jinrei Kukaki, your grandfather. My feeble condition these past few decades was not a natural one. I have been poisoned by someone whom it never occurred to me I should suspect. Though it may strike you as unbelievable, the one responsible for depriving me of my sanity and strength was Retsu Anohana. She came to me after your mother's death, when I learned that one of our own captains was collaborating with the Hollows, and bound me with her power. Aizen Sosuke is a traitor to Soul Society. I fear that both of them have been engaged in some fiendish plot for many centuries now without our knowledge. By this point you may already have proof of their treachery, but there are things you cannot possibly know, for they have not yet come to pass. In the time that I lay bound by the witch's curse, my Zanpakuto, Momiji Okamai, sought in vain to free me from her enchantments and warn you of the peril. Lost in my memories, Maple Emperor strove to cut through the magic which shackled me to the past and blinded me to the present. He fought so hard that the battle within my soul yielded unexpected consequences. It was not only the veil of days gone by that he managed to pierce, but the impenetrable curtain of what lay ahead. My eyes have been granted visions of things I could not possibly have reason to know of. Whether merely delusions of my fevered brain or something more, I cannot say. But some dread emotion compels me to believe that there is truth to what I have seen, and so I will impart it here. Aizen Sosuke is far more than what he seems. I believe him to be a surviving member of the Takiyaku clan, whose destruction I myself countenanced in the name of the king. Worse even than this, he bears the vengeance and power of every soul who was slaughtered in the name of justice on that day. He has gathered demons from our world and beyond to help him achieve his vision of overthrowing the king of Soul Society. Vast O Lord are his to control, and members of your own inner circle have fallen under his spell. I have seen your chosen wife, or someone who looks enough like her to be a sister, acting under his direction to achieve the most chilling ends. Heaven shall feel the force of their wrath, and unless I am mistaken, a new Dark Emperor will be crowned in the aftermath. But there is hope. It is not only the faces of monsters who haunt my mind, but heroes as well. For your sake as well as theirs I am willing to endure the ultimate sacrifice on this day. But my generation will not be the one that ends this long-running conflict, nor even yours, I regret to say. The best we can do is hinder and delay the rise of evil, in the hope that when those horrific powers once more find their way back into our world, a new breed of champions will have emerged to ultimately put right the travesties of their foreparents. The youth of today and those not even born yet must grow strong and wise, for it falls to them to defend all of creation against our avowed enemies. I cannot tell you their names, but I have seen a boy with hair of frost and emerald eyes astride a dragon made entirely of ice. This child is a legendary guardian, reborn into our time to challenge the King of Deceit himself. Their conflicting destinies are so closely intertwined that I fear some awareness of it may exist hidden in each of them. If that is so, Takiyaku might already have taken measures to slay the boy who will grow to oppose his reign. Find this child, and see to his protection until his power has matured. Your future depends upon it. Other valiant spirits exist elsewhere. In my mind's eye I watch as a man with hair like orange flame, the heir to the one-eyed god of war, does battle with madness incarnate in the form of a ravening wolf, to avenge his kin and all the multitudes who died in that beast's jaws. The trickster god offers up malice and riddles with a smile, but he alone has divined the way to destroy a creature whom even God himself was unable to kill. One fallen soul shall return from the dead to reclaim his heart and rescue innocence from a cobra's shadow, while the bottomless pit weeps at the knowledge of what she has consumed. There are children of people you trust who will walk in dreams, and come to know the true face of our most dire enemy, the Hollow Queen. And it is with pride that I tell you a child who bears the mark of the Kukaki shall bring about the witch's downfall. There is nothing more I can reveal at this time. You are your father's son, Byakuya. He had a great heart that saw past his elders' folly, and I know you are the same. The world I defended must come to an end, in favor of a brighter future. If not, the sins of the past will destroy all hope in their quest for vengeance. I offer my blessing to you and all others whom you choose to shelter in our family. Let your eye see clearly their value, and do not let fear deceive you. Forgive me for leaving you like this. Believe that you are loved, because you deserve to be. Jinrei, 27th Lord of the Kukaki. Byakuya settled his grandfather's final account into his lap and sat for a time, pondering the mysteries that had been left to him. Was there any measure of reason he could discern in these vague warnings? How awful must his grandfather have felt, not being able to provide anything clearer than this. Prophecies often only make sense after they come true. Nonetheless, the overall sentiment is clear. Indeed, our battle with the betrayers remains unfinished. We must prepare against the possibility that they might one day find a way to free themselves. Do not forget to live your own life while you train for the dark times which lie ahead. You need not fear on that score. I will defend all I cherish from any threats, whether they be of my doing or the fault of my ancestors. It is a heavy onus of responsibility that your predecessors in the Kukaki and the Godai 13 have left you to manage under. True. But all the same, I am proud of my grandfather. To say nothing of grateful. By his actions he has given me a greater chance for happiness. I believe your lady recognizes the same. Then we must not let his sacrifice go to waste. May you exhibit the same pure valor when Rukia announces her engagement to. Be silent, you purd-blade. As my lord commands. Milady, the servant whispered, as if afraid of disturbing anyone at this late hour, Lord Kukaki requests your presence. He is waiting in the reception chamber. Would you like me to help you dress? Thank you. I will see them as I am. Rukia rose from her bed where she had been unable to sleep for worrying about when they would notice. No reason to ask what this was about. Well, time to face the music. Thus it was that a few minutes later, she found herself sitting in her night clothes facing four very unfriendly-looking captains. Byakuya appeared as grave as if he were challenging an army of Vastolord, while Yoriyuki had adopted an unreadable expression. Tessai Tsukabishi was gazing at her sadly, as though asking how she could do such a thing. Kisuke Urahara looked distinctly intimidating now that he wore the robes of the 12th Division captain. Perhaps some of Mayuri's presence still resided in that garment. Or maybe it was the way he pressed his lips together so tightly, like he might explode otherwise. As she had suspected, they were keeping this all in the family. Lords and ladies, Rukia greeted them calmly, how may I help you this evening? Her brother took a deep breath. Where is it, Rukia? I am sorry, Nii-sama, can you be more specific? Don't act cute, Kisuke snapped. Nothing humorous about him now. Lady Kukaki, the bespectacled sorcerer beside him rumbled. Where is Minajiki? She directed a regal look at him. I cannot say at this time. This is serious, Rukia-chan, Yoriyuki groaned and rubbed the bridge of her nose. You took advantage of your status as a Kukaki. The guards didn't try to stop you from going in, and according to them you didn't leave with anything. But the weapon is still gone. So what did you do with it? No sense trying to lie. I gave it to Ichigo. Why? Byakuya sounded very weary, and the way he looked at her made his sister regret this enterprise for the very first time. Her Nii-sama seemed honestly disappointed with her. And so she gave him an explanation. I have my doubts about the intentions of certain people. She kept her violet eyes locked with his grey ones, refusing to look at the other three. The weapon Minagiki is too dangerous to leave lying around for anyone to pick up. So we decided that while you were all kept busy overseeing the return of Karakura Town to Earth, Ichigo and I would remove Anohana's Zanpakuto and hide it somewhere it could do no harm. Just have to keep people guessing about your allegiances, don't you, Rukia-sama? Kisuke drawled, attempting to appear relaxed and failing at it. You're lucky no one told So-iPhone about this. She would have been after your head for sure this time. Are you threatening me in my own home, sir? She asked archly. The scientist crossed his arms. What if I am? Urahara-san. Tsukubishi looked at him with disbelief. She is our ally. The retired shopkeeper threw up his arms with a laugh. Does she know that? That is enough, Urahara Teiku, Byakuya said in a more commanding tone of voice. Our primary concern is locating Minagiki. Your little sister seems to think she can do whatever she pleases. His counterpart from the 12th shot back. Tell me, is she wearing the pants in this household, or are you? Kisuke. Yuruaki spoke with a glare. No, I am not walking on eggshells around this. He shouted, rounding on his ally angrily. That little girl goes off half-cocked, meddling with things more dangerous than anything we know, and you expect me to just smile and go, pish-posh? Simply because she's noble? That's not an excuse to do as you please anymore. Neither is being a captain, Rukia said quietly. His eyes narrowed viciously. Oh, my dear, you really are asking to be slapped, aren't you? Try it, Urahara, a voice spoke. Just try it. Relief washed over her as she turned to see the door behind her slide open and Ichigo come walking in. Wearing his normal death god robes, he stalked over to join them. Rukia rose, and he came to stand beside her. A questioning look passed between them, and when he smiled, she knew that their plan had been a success. One less thing to worry about. Well, everybody's here. Yuruaki flopped down onto a cushion and rolled her neck around slowly, wincing as she did. Can you tell us what exactly is going on now? Just trying to keep Soul Society from falling back on bad habits, the teenager asserted firmly. It's not good for a few select people to make all the decisions, right? Kisuke had never looked more furious than he did right now. You ignorant little. Do you think you can just waltz into our world whenever you please, strut around and tell us what to do? You're playing with our lives. Where did you put that damn sword? Rukia was proud of the way her champion faced down that irate intellectual. He didn't betray any emotion in the slightest. Very mature. Have you looked up your ass, Urahara? Ah, there's the man I love. Before Urahara could respond, Byakuya began to speak. Ichigo Kurosaki. The weapon you two stole might conceivably be used to bring its owner out of her captivity. It does not reflect well upon you to treat such a possibility as indiscreetly as you do everything else. Do you doubt our trustworthiness so much you are willing to risk all our lives? I don't question your integrity, Byakuya, he responded. It was a mark of how troubled the captain really was that he did not react to the familiar title in the slightest. Rukia's heart went out to him then. We did not take Minagiki to threaten or intimidate any of you, she asserted in the hopes of lessening the dire mood that was increasing with every passing moment. But I spoke to Tsukubishi Teiku, and he admitted there was little more that could be done to suppress it. Tessai bowed his head forward and shook it from side to side, as if lamenting any part he might have played in leading up to this matter. With that being decided, the greatest threat lay in how many people knew where to find Minagiki. Such information was dangerous no matter how you looked at it. This way another variable has been restricted to the best of our abilities. Only one person knows its location now, a man who can be trusted implicitly. Really? Urahara spoke coolly. Is that how it is, Ichigo? Can we trust you not to betray us? Are you completely above reproach? A very disturbing smile twisted his face. Even if you are, can you guarantee you will always be that way? There's a side of you some of us have seen that isn't quite so virtuous. What if he decides to take control of you again? Things could get rather more complicated should the world's most dangerous weapon wind up in the hands of your hollow. That's a good point, actually. Yuriuki looked between them both. Ichigo, if we let things stand, are you certain we might not wind up regretting this decision? Kurosaki returned her stare without flinching. He won't bother you anymore. He's my responsibility. I'll keep him in check. Lovely, Kisuke groused sarcastically. Perhaps you would consent to accepting a precautionary measure, Tessai suggested while stroking his chin thoughtfully. I could cast a spell on you that would alert us immediately if your hollow began to assert dominance. It would be completely benign otherwise, of no notice to you in your daily life. I got enough of you guys and your benign spells hidden inside me, thank you very much, Ichigo returned in a very suspicious tone, causing Tessai to frown. Ichigo-san, this is a very sensitive matter. You need to show our worries some consideration if we're to trust you. Have a little faith in me, Tessai-san. After all, you helped make me this way, right? Tsukubishi appeared troubled by this admission and lapsed into silence. It was Byakuya who once more continued the dialogue. If you would at least consent to share the location of Minajiki with someone else, it could be taken as a sign of good faith. Who do you have in mind? Trust and faith did not exactly drip from his tongue, Rukia noticed. Why not tell Rukia-chan? Yuriuki supplied. You can both depend on her, right? That's nonsense. Urahara practically barked. Bonnie and Clyde here have already shown how little they think of us, asking one to watch over the other is like giving prisoners the keys to their cells and asking them not to leave. She doesn't have an inner hollow, does she? His childhood friend retorted. And if her association with Aizen is what's troubling you, remember that you and I already agreed once before to overlook that. No more following others' bad examples, remember. Don't throw all that back at me, Yorikai. We didn't work so hard and risk so much to have a teenager start shoving his ideals down our throats. Overwhelming brute power isn't supposed to be the only deciding factor anymore, do you recall that? Anytime you want to see that brute power, Urahara-san, Kurosaki declared darkly, just step right up. Kisuke turned back to him with an eerie smile. You've never seen what my Bankai can do, boy. Trust me, you wouldn't like it. I don't want to have to resort to force in this matter, his hand dropped down to rest on the handle of his prominently displayed soul cutter, but if you continue to behave badly I'll just have to give you another little demonstration of what I can do. Ichigo gripped Zanjutsu's hilt in return. Several people cried out at this, and Yuriuki sped to stand in between them, shouting at both to simmer down. Rukia's blood ran cold when it looked as though the two of them really were about to go at each other right then and there. In the midst of the shouting and struggling to hold both men back, there came a sharp crack, like a branch being snapped in half. Everyone froze, gazing around in puzzlement. Then Urahara reached up and touched his cheek, where it suddenly became evident blood was flowing down. They all watched as he examined his fingers in astonishment. A second later his eyes went blank, and he collapsed on the floor. What the? Yuriuki dropped into a crouch beside him. Her head came up, golden eyes narrowing as she examined everyone in the room. Wasn't me. Ichigo yelped defensively when her gaze came to rest upon him. Before he could protest his innocence any further, there came a soft crinkling sound from a corner of the room, and a spiritual signature began to leak forth. Looking in that direction, Rukia was shocked to see the solid wall flaking away before her eyes. More of that seemingly flat surface collapsed into small chunks, and from out of it there stepped a fully formed figure that she recognized immediately. Nimue-san. Forgive me for intruding, the artificial life form bowed to her stupefied hosts as she wound her whip around one arm. Isane-Nisan asked me to inform you that she has completed preparations to seal the memories of select individuals. My captain appeared quite irrational over the theft of Minajiki. I acted to ensure no harm would come to him. Everyone looked at the prone form of Urahara, then back at her. No harm. Yuriuki repeated. I don't imagine Mayuri would have ever accepted such treatment from you. You are correct, Shihoin-sama. However, I am allowed greater latitude in how I handle myself with a different commander. Mayuri-sama did explicitly state that if I ever came into the possession of Kisuke Urahara, I must be prepared to defend the integrity of Mayuri-sama's research. So he included a chemical in my bloodstream that was uniquely designed to subdue Urahara Teiko should he ever prove difficult. She cast a glance at her new master. This seemed to be such a case. She wasn't certain, but Rukia could have sworn she detected a faint smile on her brother's face as he rose up. If so, Byakuya hit it soon afterwards. I believe that further discussion at this point would prove fruitless. If there are no objections, we shall conclude the matter for the evening. Sleep might allow a mutually agreeable solution to prevent itself in the morning. No one spoke out. Tessai moved to assist Urahara, but Yuriuki waved him back. No. I'll take him, she said with firm resolve. The Kido master hesitated, then nodded in acquiescence. His longtime associate lifted her unconscious colleague over one shoulder, much in the manner she had done with Ichigo months past. A whisper of sound was all that marked her passing as Yuriuki proceeded to vanish from the room, taking Urahara with her. Having observed all this, Rukia suddenly felt quite tired, and excused herself to go off to bed. Izura's eyes closed, and he was fast asleep. That's all of them, Isane Kotetsu declared, rising and inspecting the 4 sleeping souls. She turned back to Byakuya Kukaki and Toshiro Hitsugaya. When they awake, they'll have no memory of what went on. Someone will have to explain to them everything that took place following the lifting of the spell. We will attend to my sister, Byakuya stated, nodding in the direction of Ichigo, who was hovering worriedly beside him and craning his neck to get a glimpse of the slumbering Rukia. I'll see to the rest of them, Isane-chan, Rangiku Matsumoto affirmed merrily. A wicked gleam shone from her eyes as she took in the 3 comatose lieutenants. Oh, I'm going to have so much fun with this. Are you sure you're well enough to move around? Her captain grumbled. The luscious Lush responded by draping an arm around his shoulder and rubbing her chest against his arm. Would you like to take me for a test drive, Teiko? As they renewed their eternal bickering, Kian Kotetsu came trotting up to her sister with a worried expression. In her hands was a memory eraser. Nei-san, are you sure about this? Yes, her silver-haired sibling nodded. Believe me, Kian, it's for the best. Please don't ask me why, I have my reasons. She tried not to let it show how much of a relief this procedure would be. Her grief had not lessened one bit since the moment she first awoke from the sleeping spell Anohana had cast on her. Still, Isane remained proud of the fact that she had come to a decision about what to do almost instantly. Using Itagumo to smash the protective barrier her captain placed around her, she had then gone off to treat Kiraku and Yukatake. They had convinced her to continue after Retsu to try and stop the madwoman from causing further harm. And while the dutiful lieutenant had agreed to this, the knowledge that somewhere out there now, the woman she had devoted herself to for ages might have already destroyed herself was simply too great a burden. She was a goddess once, a person of grace, wisdom, and humanity. Now all that's left is... Please do not think of this anymore. It is time to sleep, my darling. Thank you, my friend. Attempting to give Kian a reassuring smile, she then took out a bottle. You can do this. I'm glad to have you with me, Kian. Wait a second, Isane-chan. With the flask halfway to her lips, Kotetsu paused as Matsumoto came bounding up to her, grinning from ear to ear. As everyone watched, the buxom bombshell took her tall associate aside and whispered privately between them. Isane gasped and gave her a shocked look, face going red. What? I couldn't do. Why not? Matsumoto insisted. Not like you can be punished afterwards, your memories will be gone. Do something nice for yourself while you can, girl. The taller woman's resistance seemed to be crumbling. Well, if you don't think it would cause much trouble. I've got your back, sweetie, and the temptress took the flask from her unsteady hands. Matsumoto, what are you scheming? Hitsugaya frowned warningly. Nothing, Teiko. She flashed an innocent look his way. While this was happening, Isane took a deep breath before letting it out. She then strode over and stood before Byakuya. The woman fidgeted and wrung her hands together, obviously very uncomfortable, and that imperially perfect god lifted a slender eyebrow up at her. Yes. As if unable to look at his cold beauty any longer, Isane shut her eyes tight and bowed forth quickly, shouting out, "Ji, Gomen Nasei, Kukaki-sama." Quick as a flash, she grabbed Byakuya's face and in front of the crowd of shocked spectators, proceeded to kiss him ardently. Isane kept her eyes closed, concentrating on running her fingers through that silky smooth hair and feeling his lips pressed against hers. "This feels really, really good. Better than I thought it would, under these circumstances. Run for it." The lieutenant abruptly broke away and fled back to where Matsumoto stood, face beet red and heedless of the amazed looks others were giving her. Grabbing the bottle, she took a swig and swallowed hurriedly. Isane then rushed over to where her sister remained stupefied at what she had just witnessed. Grabbing Kian's shoulders, she shook her dazed sibling hurriedly. Come on, hurry up and do it." Glancing back behind her, Isane gave a squeak at the dreadful expression slowly dawning on Byakuya Kukaki's face. She started to shake Kian back and forth like a rag doll. Hurry, get the lead out before he kills me." Snapping back to reality, Kian saw the captain stalking towards them with murder in his eyes. Isane hugged her with a wail, hiding away from the approaching anger of a god, and finally Kian remembered her role. There was no more room for hesitation, and so she lifted the memory charm to her sister's face and activated it in a small puff of smoke. As soon as she did, Isane passed out, and she collapsed forward to send the two of them sprawling on the floor. Yukate's subordinate struggled to extricate herself from under her much heavier relative, but gave up when Byakuya came to loom over them both. Kian got the distinct impression that their family tree was about to get pruned. And then like magic, Matsumoto leapt to their aid. "Now, Captain, don't get so bent out of shape. She deserved something nice to go out on. Plus you can't punish her when she wakes up, because she won't even remember doing anything. That would be cruel, don't you think? And isn't forgiveness what this whole business was all about?" Even that stunning woman whose favor was sought after by most of the men in Siridi felt a little fear for her future at the way the 6th Division captain looked at her then. She swallowed and hoped desperately that her own superior would come rushing to her rescue if things turned ugly. Unfortunately, the silent pleas for help she was sending Toshiro's way couldn't seem to penetrate that blank shock which held him in its grip. He looked to be reliving something whose provenance was hard to make out. "It's an epidemic," the boy muttered. Of all times for him to snap. To Ranjika's immense relief, no blood was spilled. Instead the lord of the Kukaki turned slowly to regard everyone else who had borne witness to that event. "This never leaves the room, and none of you will ever speak of it again. It never happened." He glanced sharply down at Kian Kotetsu, who quailed beneath the weight of her peacefully sleeping sister. "And if a single rumor to the contrary ever reaches my ears, I will hold you personally responsible. Is that understood?" The fifth seat's eyes were bigger than a frog's, and she nodded to show her acceptance. Byakuya spoke no more. He spun and swept regally over to where Rukia remained dead to the world. Bending to take her into his arms, he rose and shot a dark look at Ichigo, who flinched and scowled in much the same way. The nobleman then carried his dearest treasure from the 4th Squad offices. Kurosaka followed closely in his wake. Outside, a light snow was beginning to fall from smooth gray skies. Winter was finally coming to Siridi. In the human world, it was time for all of nature to lie down and rest in preparation for spring. When the world awoke, it would hopefully be to a better day. Still, such poetic thoughts could wait. For the time being, they would need all their strength to help Rukia once she recovered. Kurosaki had offered to aid him in this, and he had accepted for her sake. That would be the most trying part, having to impart to his precious sister not only an edited version of what had transpired following her defeat of Ichimaru, but also that she had lost a person she obviously cared for deeply. But perhaps Byakuya could be of greater help to her with that. They both understood what it meant to grieve for departed loved ones. And surely some measure of the affection that bound them still remained after death. With that in mind, the lord of the Kukaki bent his thoughts on the best methods for procuring some rabbits. The black cat walked through the maggot's nest with little Hinta in the lead. This prison's collection of inmates had been freed days past and transferred to a special center where they could be acclimated back to a normal existence as spirits. In some cases, more extreme measures would have to be taken. The recently reinstated head of the Onmitsukido knew full well that several of the people imprisoned in here truly were dangerous to others. But she was also aware that there were far more humane and successful resolutions to their cases than locking them in a pit along with other deviants to never see the light of day again. Right now, though, Yoriyuki was more interested in the single soul left inside this place. Hinta approached the door and knocked. He seemed ill at ease, and she could certainly understand why. The decision to undertake this duty had been his, however. Loyalty and affection truly were wonderful things. Finally the stone slab slid slightly to one side, and Yurura peeped out timidly. "He's not happy," she whispered. Yoriyuki padded past the trembling golem. "Wait here. I need to talk with him privately." She then entered the passage. Stealing down its length, she finally came upon an open space where the cells for solitary confinement could be found. Kisuke Urahara looked up at her approach. He did not rise from his seat inside the cage. Still wearing his captain's robe, there was a calm resignation about him that spoke more to her than any violence. "Did you plan this, Yoriyuki?" he asked suddenly. "Was this always what you had in mind for me?" "No," the divine feline replied in her deep, hoarse voice. Kisuke gave a chuckle. "Maybe it's just me, then. Waking up in here, I of course recognized my old stomping grounds. And it dawned upon me that there was a certain humorous irony to be found in my situation. I was back in Soul Society, just like I wanted. Except what I wanted doesn't seem quite so good anymore. Exactly like Aizen." And he leaned back on his hands with a sigh, still keeping his eyes trained on her in this position. "The nail that sticks up gets hammered down. You're not going to be in here forever," she asserted. "But you do need some time away from it all. Time to reacquaint yourself with what you want out of this world." Yoriyuki laid a paw against the bars and tilted her head to one side. "Come on, Kisuke. We both know you're a very bright, talented man. You're also ferociously angry. You've been holding back on it, denying it for so long in order to achieve your objectives. And now that it seems like there isn't a need to restrain yourself anymore, you're not bothering to try." "I lost my temper for a moment," he said, calmly and clearly. "I'm not perfect, Yoriyuki. Am I not allowed to make any mistakes or I wind up in here?" He gestured around the bare room lit with a bluish light. "Not exactly the world of justice and promise we envisioned together. It will be, if you stop seeing tyrants around every corner." She crouched down and licked her whiskers, regarding him with feral slit eyes. "Everyone who did you wrong has paid for it, and now all that hatred has no one to direct against. Hate doesn't go away just because the target's gone, however. It seeps through to color our interactions with those who never meant us any harm. That's why you overreacted so badly to Ichigo confronting you. You were afraid he was going to do to you what Yamamoto did, brush you aside in favor of doing things his way. But Ichigo isn't like that, and you know it." He hung his head. "Yoriyuki, I don't deserve to be treated like this. I've done nothing wrong. That's why you're here." She rose and slipped through the bars. He didn't bother to acknowledge she had joined him in his cell. Everyone who was imprisoned in the maggot's nest was innocent of any actual wrongdoing. It's the reason you and I hated it so much. But they've been set free now, and we're trying to show them a better way to exist where they don't have to live like bullies or conquerors. Soul Society is going to be heaven for its residents from now on. If they can't appreciate that, then this isn't the world for them. And the same goes for you. You don't have to be the gregarious shopkeeper who takes bullshit from mean-spirited customers with a smile, and you certainly don't have to be the badass revolutionary who forces everyone to dance to his tune. There isn't going to be another Yamamoto. We're trying a gentler hand for a new era." Still Kisuke wouldn't look at her. "So you intend to leave me here until I've learned that lesson?" "Actually, I plan to stay here till you have." Byakuya understands. It took some arm twisting, but he finally agreed it was necessary. "The other Shinigami can handle things without me. And since you are my friend, I will not stand by and let you suffer alone for a crime you didn't commit. She turned her velvet muzzle away, golden eyes looking set and far off as she stared at the wall. That much hasn't changed. There was quiet for a time. Finally his head came up. We're still friends, then, my law. Across from him, a nude goddess sat with her back to the bars. Urahara jumped slightly, and the playful polymorph smirked. Never gets old. She settled into a more comfortable position. You want to talk, that's fine. If you need to vent some hostility, I'm more than willing to spar. Whatever it takes for you to walk out of here a free man, I'll do, Kisuk. That's what we owe you. That's justice. Yuryuki Shihoan smiled. That's love. Walking along in a scattering of several elementary students on their way to school, Ichigo got a very unpleasant surprise. When is Rukia-chan coming back? Yuzu suddenly asked. He flinched at the question, coughed self-consciously, and finally tried to answer without sounding too evasive. Maybe another month. She's trying to convince her family to let her keep going to school here. They're pretty busy with the relocation. I'll bet, Karen murmured. Karen-chan, what does that mean? The youngest Kurosaka sibling regarded her sister anxiously, then rounded on her big brother. You're hiding something, aren't you? What is it? I want to know. Did you do something bad to make Rukia-chan leave us? Panicking at this abrupt interrogation, Ichigo struggled to come up with a reasonable story. It had been 2 weeks since they were all back home again, and so far, neither he nor his father had been able to come up with a satisfactory explanation for Rukia's disappearance that could convince Yuzu. Well, the thing is, Rukia's family is very traditional, and now that she's with them again, they're not really. Actually, the truth is Rukia's brother works for an NGO, Ishida Uriah spoke up smoothly beside him. Because of this, he's required to be out of the country for long periods of time, which is why he wasn't available to help his poor sister in her time of need. Now that he's back in Japan, she's trying to convince him that your family is not a bunch of freeloaders and that there's no problem with her continuing to live with you. Rest assured, Yuzo-chan, she will return to you. Not even death could keep Rukia away. Oh, Yuzo seemed to consider this. She continued walking along, breath misting in the early winter air. After a while, the girl reached out and tugged on her sister's sleeve. Karen-chan, what's a non-governmental organization? Karen supplied. They're for people who don't have anything better to do or can't find work in. No, not that. What's a freeloader? As the girls moved further on ahead, absorbed in their discussion, Ichigo leaned over to Uriah and whispered, thought Rukia said you suck at lying. That was pretty good. The Quincy narrowed his eyes behind his glasses. I don't want to hear such insincere compliments from a mere substitute Shinigami. Whatever. Then as they continued walking, bundled in heavy coats and gloves, he grudgingly came out with, thanks. Thanks are not necessary, Ishida announced tersely. I was only trying to keep myself from having to endure one of your miserable excuses for an explanation. For your information, Orium cried for 4 days straight when you tried to let her down easy. I know. His schoolmate rubbed at some bruises on his face. Tatsuki beat me up regularly until she stopped. You get injured often enough to make me wonder if some part of you actually enjoys it. That's a more stupid idea than I'm used to hearing from you. I'm serious. Are you sure that hollow inside isn't affecting you on a subconscious level? Like you know anything about it? When I need advice on needlepoint, then I'll look to you. Unwarranted hostility. Another bad sign. I should ask Rukia to stick her sword through you again and see if that doesn't purify your heart. Certainly worth the risk. It is not worth the risk, and don't you give her any ideas. I'm Kurosaki. Ichigo broke off in mid-tirade. Beside him, Ishida had gone stiff, eyes fixed straight ahead. When he followed the Quincy's gaze, he saw Karen and Yuzu up ahead talking to someone. It looked to be a man wearing a brown worsted suit and grey fedora. He was crouching down before them, hidden slightly behind their forms. Of a sudden Karen grabbed her sister's hand and dragged her around the stranger, hauling Yuzu off while she glanced back uncertainly. That figure turned to wave to them, and they heard him speak clearly. Bye-bye. Ichigo tensed, his heart dropping into his stomach. His hand clutched at the place where his Shinigami badge had once resided, only to come up empty. He then remembered the soul candy Rukia had given him before he left, and quickly pulled it from his skull bag, tucking the cylinder up his sleeve in preparation. Ishida, he spoke softly. Go after them. Make sure they get to school all right. I'm going to have a talk with that guy. Uriu gave him a troubled look, then nodded and hurried to catch up with the girls. As he passed the man, there looked to be a brief exchange of some sorts between them, but it was too faint to hear. Seconds later he had rejoined the innocent elementary students and was hastening them along, apparently explaining why their brother was remaining behind. As they moved around a corner, Jin Ichimaru turned and smiled at Ichigo. Hello, Kurosaka Bozu. The young hero walked forward then until he came to within a few feet of him. There was nothing but anger to be found in his eyes as he regarded that vile beast. For his part, Jin kept his own almost completely shut, grinning and relaxed as he had been when they first met in Soul Society. Under the overcast sky, the two gods of death faced one another. Parents and tiny children walked past this confrontation pretending not to notice, unaware of the true intention which underlay their meeting. It was Ichigo who spoke first, refusing to be intimidated by the other man's smile or his silence. You're dead if you try to get near my sisters again. I don't care what you did or why. I'll kill you. I died a long time ago, kiddo, Ichimaru returned, rubbing his black-gloved hands together and breathing into them. And you ain't got the faintest notion of half the things I've done. There should have been no question about what to do here. Pop in a Jikangan and split that grinning head wide open. But the bastard had planned their meeting to make certain he couldn't do that. Too many children around, too many witnesses. Otherwise. What the hell do you want, Jin? Just like Rukia-chan. No sense of courtesy. I tell ya, the two of you were made for each other. He tilted his Jigai's silver head and gave what might have been a wink. Guess Ayaskawa had it pegged right after all. Son of a. Of course, I forgot about that. Byakuya and I agreed to hide what Yumi Chika did, but this bastard still knows about it. Merciful heavens, I want to kill him. If you want to go somewhere private, I would be happy to oblige. A twist of the smirk might have indicated real emotion on the deposed Shinigami's part. Difficult to say, really. You know, the cowardly bullies always like to start off with that line. Let's take it outside, they say. They're hoping you'll back down, and then they'll know it's safe to walk all over you. Guess some things never change no matter how many centuries go by. Why are you here? Ichigo panted, fighting to resist the urge to go for his throat. Jin reached up and pulled the brim of his hat down over his eyes. Just wanted to see how you were doing. And maybe tease ya a little. You saw. Now get out of here before I do something we'll both regret. And the kitsune took a step towards him, still in the same position. How's your love life? His hands were fisted in Jin's coat before Kurosaka could stop himself, and he snarled right in that skinny, nasty face. You leave her alone, got that? I don't want you coming anywhere near Rukia. Neither of them moved. Concerned adults hurried their charges past this display. You up to the challenge, then? Jin spoke through bared teeth. Anytime you want to die, just look me up. Ichigo snarled. Not that. I'm talking about taking care of our lil Kukaki-chan. There was a sly suggestion to his words that caused the teen accosting him to study that clownish face. When Ichigo didn't respond right away, Jin continued. I bet she hasn't let you in on all the time we spent together. I ain't talking about what Aizen did to her, I mean before those two ever met. We go way back, me and her. Jin's hands were dangling at his sides, but the words he used cut the target truer than any weapon. His Vulpin grin belonged more on a fox than a human face. You know I saved her life? And not just once either. There was the time we first met, and that day in Hollow Bog, and even the night she met Aizen, when So iPhone was going to kill her without even knowing who she was. I watched that girl for a real long time, waiting to see if she'd finally wise up and take charge of her own life. But she never did. Byakuya, Aizen, they all played a tune, and she danced it for em. Nobody really knew the truth, except for me. Ichimaru's voice dropped to a hiss. The truth is, she belonged to me long before you ever staked your claim, boy. I decided whether she lived or died. That had been Aizen's third mistake. When Jin went to see Rukia on the way to her execution, he did so in order to judge her mental state. Upon finding that she had decided to give up without a fight, her unofficial watchdog was so pissed off he decided it was time for the girl to die. But not before awakening her to the truth about living. When Rukia screamed as he walked away, Ichimaru smiled in satisfaction. That's how you're supposed to feel, little one. Remember it. Kill her, Jin, Aizen commanded as they stood atop Sokioka Hill. No way to avoid it, I guess, his henchman sighed melodramatically, and withdrew Shinso. Of course, he wasn't meant to kill her. That was Aizen's plan. Instead he was only supposed to wound Rukia severely, enough to make it look like he had tried but not enough to actually finish her. Let them all just assume it was a miracle that she lived, patch her up and send her off to fulfill her master's wishes later on in the war. But there had been a change of plans. When Ichimaru fired his weapon, he aimed not to wound, but to kill. Rukia would die in the rebel captain's grip, and afterwards Jin would claim to have simply made an error in his aim. Nothing to be done for it, oh, well. She had put her life entirely in someone else's hands, and that offended his sensibilities. So it fell to him to end it. That was where his avowed leader had made another unforgivable error. He did not decide when Rukia lived or died. Only Jin could do that. Aizen had once again proven that he was not an infallible godlike being. She's mine. I only let you play with her for a little. Now I'm taking her back. The soul candy dispenser slipped out of Ichigo's sleeve, but before he could pop a pill, Ichimaru's hand came up lightning quick and clamped over the top of the stick, covering it. Wait a minute, Kurosaka Bozu. Let me tell you something before you go all Vastolord on me. Their arms quaked as they struggled against each other. There was sweat on Ichimaru's brow now, but he still never let his cheerful mask slip. You got nothing to worry about. Rukia already did what you couldn't. She ended it between us, or didn't she already tell you that? You think I'm sportin' this untraceable Jigai cause I like being cold and gettin' hungry? Maybe you forgot this, but faux bodies are designed primarily to protect Shinigami who've drained their powers or are on the brink of death. Gives them a chance to escape and replenish themselves in the natural world. Ichigo's struggles diminished slightly, and he blinked in sudden comprehension. Yeah, that's right, Ichimaru breathed. Rukia proved she's got what it takes to survive. I saved her 3 times like I said, but I also tried to kill her twice, and the second time she could have killed me but chose not to. That makes us even. I ain't got no designs on her now. She's your headache, not mine. When Kurosaka continued to regard him with suspicion, the crazed killer slowly took his hand off the Jikengan dispenser and held it out to show he was unarmed. I suppose now you're going to tell me you were never on Aizen's side, Ichigo rasped. Sure I was. But turned out he didn't stand a chance of giving me what I wanted. So I backed a new pony. Just have to wait and see if my luck still holds. The substitute Shinigami stared at his toothy nemesis. Am I crazy for thinking he's actually telling the truth? His Zanpakuto spoke to me. For now, Jin honestly means you no harm. But that could change. The same could be said for many people you count as friends. This guy is nobody's friend, didn't you hear him? The enemy of your enemy is not your friend. Definitely not. Didn't Rukia tell you not to engage in unnecessary battles until she returned? She knows me. She knows what to expect. If I give her Jin's silver scalp, Rukia won't mind. Women are more complicated than you might think. I advise you not to tempt her wrath. My family could be in danger from him. Are you giving in, then? Does fear govern your actions now? You know whose hands that plays into. Low blow, Ji-san. But I hear you. All right. I'll trust my instincts, then. And so decided, he let Jin go. The outcast captain backed off a few paces and arranged his clothes carefully. He removed his hat and dusted it off with great emphasis before replacing it back on his gleaming head. Ichigo watched this performance, and then said simply, "Stay out of my life, Ichimaru Jin." I guess that's the closest to thank you I'll ever get from your side. Jin shrugged. Good thing I'm not in it to make friends, right? With that, he began walking down the street. The defender of Karakura watched him leave, and felt a chill that had nothing to do with the weather. Shaking himself to dispel the feeling, Ichigo Kurosaki marched off to school. The last of the alcohol was gone. Rukia Kukaki stood up and retrieved her belongings. She paused before the gravestone, looking at her reflection carefully in the mirror. You look beautiful. He would have told you so. Thanks. She read the inscription set into a gold plaque, and once more caught the scent of gardenias. Yasukawa Yumichika. Shinigami and hero of the Autumn War, who single-handedly defeated a Vastolord. Adopted post-mortem into the House of Kukaki. Last man to hold the title of 5th seat in Division 11 before the post was officially retired in his name. He gave his life in defense of those who were most precious to him. A beautiful person, on and off the field of battle, we celebrate all he had to teach us. It always made her want to cry, seeing those words. But she wouldn't do so on his birthday. Instead, Rukia Kukaki left to continue her duties as a Shinigami. 1 year after the reconstruction began, the process of transferring the residents of Soul Society into their new more heavenly accommodations was proceeding at a steady pace. The Research and Development Bureau insisted that fashioning of the latest plane, called Elysium, would begin as soon as construction of Olympus was finalized. Until then, many Shinigami were kept busy ensuring those souls who were not yet ensconced in their new homes had adequate accommodations in the interim. Walking through her assigned oasis, number 5, Rukia took note of many people chatting in ornamental parks or grabbing something free and tasty to eat. Within the heavenly education and relocation oases, commonly known as halos, many souls attired in modern-day clothes or in some cases wearing garments from ancient days rubbed elbows with others who had adopted fashions that would look alien in any time period. The abolition of enforced traditions in clothing and living arrangements had done wonders for improving the outlook of these former residents of the vanished Rokanga. Now no longer required to stay in districts and comport themselves like peasants, there were far more smiles and laughter to be found in Soul Society. Travel to and from the different places where people officially lived was achieved through the halos. The education of new souls and re-education of the old was also conducted there. Rukia was the supervisor of this particular oasis, and her assignment demanded she keep on top of things. This was made clear when she detected angry voices off to one side. Homing in on the disturbance, the Lady of Kukaki found a flustered Shinigami from Heron Squad attempting to soothe some irate people waiting in line while at the same time coax a response from a tight-lipped soul at the front of that assembly. If you simply tell me your name, I can help you, the young man in black robes begged. His uncooperative charge was a short, skinny fellow who sported a round face and dark, wild hair. What could only be described as rags provided him with minimal modesty. He didn't respond to anything that was being said, not the pleas of the Shinigami, or the angry shouts of those who were being held up behind him. Instead he kept his head down and eyes affixed to the marble floor, trembling slightly but offering no harm. May I be of assistance? Rukia asked as she came up. The Shinigami looked immensely relieved to see her. Kukaki-sama, thank goodness you're here. I'm having difficulties with getting any information from this individual. I think he must have been from way out in the Rokanga, like 75th, or above. Another shell-shocked, timid spirit who had been forced to live in the hellish conditions of the outer Rokanga, probably for many years by the look of him. Some poor wretches were hardly capable of carrying on a conversation, used as they were to mistrusting everyone around them. It usually took a little patience to get them to stop fearing the sight of a soul cutter, but Rukia had direct experience with the conditions they had labored under, so it was no trouble to do so. Please continue with your duties, she informed her subordinate. I will see this man is well taken care of. Thank you, Kukaki-sama. She then took the vagabond's hand and steered him away from the line. He made no move to resist. Probably used to being kicked around his whole life. She certainly knew how that felt. But the time for such atrocities was in her past. And the same was about to prove true for him. That was the way their world worked now. Seating the hangdog man on a bench, she knelt before him and spoke, keeping her voice soft and non-threatening. Would you like something to eat or drink? Such small spirits had no need for food, but that didn't mean they couldn't enjoy it. The man made no response to her offer, however. You're safe here, the petite death god continued. No one will take advantage of you. If you do not wish to leave the oasis at this time, you do not have to. Take all the time you need. There is no rush. Her quiet voice seemed to have a good effect on him, as the shaking in his limbs had subsided noticeably. Rukia pressed her advantage in the hopes of at least getting him to speak. I'll arrange for a room in which you may reside for as long as you like. May I have the honor of knowing your name, sir? For a few seconds it looked like he was going to remain dumb to her entreaties. It was possible no one had bothered to ask him for his name in ages. Some people from Zaraki didn't even know they should have one. Those were truly the ones that stirred her to pity. Still focused on her feet, the man's watery brown eyes blinked furiously. His mouth opened, and a long disused whisper came out. Yoshi. He coughed, then spoke a little louder. Yoshi Hitsujikai. Rukia smiled and touched his shoulder. My name is Rukia Kukaki, and I am here to help you. Fin. Check the description for the links to the author.